The story opens on a sprawling metropolis, a massive bridge connecting two sides of a city shrouded in an uncertain twilight. Inside a dimly lit room, the only sound was the quiet crackle of a lone cigarette. A hooded figure took a long, heavy drag, their breath ragged with anticipation. A gloved hand reached out, tentatively grasping the handle of a heavy wooden door. A sign on the door politely informed visitors that the establishment was not yet open. But this was no ordinary establishment, this was the home of the legendary assassin, Amor Tigro. A scarred woman, her voice strained, stated she had come seeking an audience with Amor Tigro himself. A bald man tried to turn her away, citing the high cost of a commission, but the woman desperately insisted she could pay. She emptied a pouch of cash and jewels onto the bar, a desperate down payment for an impossible request. The woman offered to work off any remaining debt, her voice breaking as she pleaded for their help. The cloaked figure begged them to kill a man, a bastard named Gunter. The woman in dark clothes revealed her tragic story, explaining Gunter had murdered her husband and son before selling her to a brothel, and she couldn't stand that such a devil still breathed. A blonde woman at the bar identified Gunter as a powerful mafia boss in the eastern region, remarking that the offered price was insultingly low for such a target. She admitted that under normal circumstances, she would have rejected the job outright. Across the room, a man in a dark coat sat in silence, his head bowed as if in mourning. A sliver of light caught the hard lines of his face, the rest lost to the consuming shadows. The blonde woman turned back to the client, a grim smile playing on her lips as she told her she was in luck. The woman in dark clothes declared that they needed a head like Gunter's anyway, a fitting tribute for Amor Tigro's retirement ceremony. In a hotel in Vladivostok, the ceremony was about to begin. The sharp retort of gunfire echoed through the opulent halls. A figure stood silhouetted in a cloud of gun smoke, an omen of death's arrival. He moved through the chaos with a chilling, almost silent grace. One of Gunter's men stood frozen, his weapon useless against the phantom before him. The assassin struck with brutal, decisive force. A man with gray hair screamed a final curse as he was violently dispatched. The air itself seemed to shudder as another body fell. A lone figure held his ground, his gun trained on the approaching threat, his expression a mask of focus. The two remaining combatants locked in a desperate, violent struggle for survival. Soon, only a trail of bodies remained in the dark hallway as a single figure walked calmly toward the final door. The man in the robe, the very target of this assault, let out a condescending chuckle. Gunter, the mafia boss, coolly asked if the intruder was the infamous Amor Tigro. Kim Shin expressed surprise, noting he'd heard rumors of a ghost-like killer but never imagined he'd be just a young Asian man. Gunter attempted to negotiate, offering 10 times the money Kim Shin had received for the job. All he had to do, Gunter proposed, was turn around and leave as if nothing had happened. The mafia boss tried to appeal to his own sense of honor, claiming he was a trustworthy man despite his profession. Kim Shin's response was a blunt and dismissive, "Fuck off." A flash of pure fury ignited in Gunter's eye. The mafia boss snarled, enraged by the perceived insolence of the monkey bastard. In the next instant, a blade erupted from Gunter's chest, his shock and disbelief etched onto his face. Kim Shin's hand was a blur, his fingers extending as if commanding the weapon from afar. The woman's desperate plea for vengeance echoed in his mind. Her burning desire for retribution had become his own singular focus. The hooded woman had once said that revenge could only be washed off with blood. The crimson stains of his work swirled down the drain. Kim Shin stood under the hot spray of a shower, a cigarette still clenched between his lips as if the water could not cleanse him. The words of a scarred man from his past resurfaced, a final piece of advice to go to a place called home to find the means to defeat his true enemies. Emerging from the steam, the man with black hair declared that his preparations were finally complete. Now clad in a simple towel, he decided there was no reason to postpone his return any longer. Dressed in a sharp black suit, Kim Shin stood before a large door, ready to leave his old life behind. He gave himself a moment of grim acknowledgement, affirming that his work in Russia was done. The woman in black, his broker, informed him that his pay and the requested information from Korea were packed in his bag. She also confirmed that she had prepared a new identity for him, just as he had asked. Lisa, the formidable madam of the Iskra bar, then asked what he planned to do after his revenge was complete. Kim Shin admitted with cold honesty that he didn't know, for he had never allowed himself to think that far ahead. With a rare hint of warmth, Lisa told him he was always welcome to come back if he ever found himself with nowhere else to go. Kim Shin turned his head away, unable to make a promise he knew he couldn't keep. Lisa sighed, noting his cold refusal to even offer a comforting lie. Kim Shin remarked on her own detached demeanor, a trait that defined their entire relationship. A dry chuckle escaped his lips as the finality of their parting settled in. A hand methodically packed stacks of currency into a duffel bag, the price of a life and the key to a new one. His new mission was a project codenamed Castle. Castle was a secret organization operating from the 71st floor of the Gangnam Castle Hotel. On the surface, it was a powerful alliance of Korea's industrial and financial elite. In reality, its true form was a national criminal syndicate of immense power and influence. The story of his vengeance truly began 8 years ago. In a dark, forgotten room, a man sat hunched over, broken by forces far beyond his control. A determined detective who once challenged Castle was brutally murdered, a stark warning that justice alone was not enough to win. The narrator knew that taking out one or two of their leaders would do nothing to topple such a deeply entrenched organization. After years of contemplation, he understood that there was only one way forward. Kim Shin's eyes burned with grim determination, his path now terrifyingly clear. To dismantle the syndicate from the inside, he would gather those who resented Castle, a journey that meant he finally had to come back. The mission, codenamed Project Castle, was centered on a list of targets from a place called home. It was the home of the very people who had murdered his father. After 8 long years, Kim Shin was finally returning to his country. His journey of vengeance began at Incheon International Airport. Dressed in a sharp black suit, Kim Shin walked with grim purpose through the bustling terminal. A television broadcast news of Haesong Construction's president, Kim Jae-hoon, stirring public interest. Each step on Korean soil felt heavy, weighted with the years of planning. The news anchor lauded President Kim for his generous donations to cancer patients, painting him as a paragon of corporate social responsibility. The man's wide, benevolent smile on the screen was a mask for the monster underneath. A bitter memory surfaced of that same man sneering, warning him that he would regret crossing him for the rest of his life. The man had mocked him, calling him a poor bastard as Kim Shin lay bruised and helpless. Another voice from the past echoed, recalling how Haesong Construction received a presidential award for its supposed achievements. It was at that very moment, as politicians praised the corrupt, that his world began to unravel. His life had plummeted into the deepest, darkest pits of hell. Yet, Kim Shin felt no regret for the choices he made in the aftermath, knowing this was only the beginning of their condemnation. That night, he stood beside a yellow taxi, ready to descend into the city's underbelly. Kim Shin instructed the driver to take him to home, a destination that earned a hesitant response. The driver eyed him suspiciously, questioning if he truly lived there and could even afford the fare. In response, Kim Shin presented a thick stack of cash, coolly telling him to just drive quietly. A heavy silence settled in the cab as it pulled away from the curb. As the city lights blurred past, Kim Shin retrieved his phone to make a call. He got straight to the point, informing his associate, Jin-tae, that he had arrived. Over the phone, CO Jin-tae expressed his surprise, asking if he was really there. Kim Shin cut to the chase, demanding to know the status of the investigation. Jin-tae wryly explained that the investigation had devolved into a cleaning, as some local thugs had jumped him just for asking for directions. He sarcastically asked for permission to just go wild on them. Kim Shin knew it was still too early to cause a major disturbance. Jin-tae pushed again, wanting to confirm he could at least handle these specific guys as he saw fit. As a grunt of pain echoed through the phone, Kim Shin gave his sole condition: just keep them alive. ch1to119, Kim Shin's right-hand man and a master of knife combat, cheerfully agreed to the terms. One of the remaining thugs foolishly taunted ch1to119, urging him to come on in. ch1to119 mocked the neighborhood's hostile welcome, finding it absurd that asking for directions would lead to an ambush. He sarcastically agreed that the place was indeed quite a mess. Another sharp cry of pain confirmed that ch1to119 was continuing his work. This was home, a city boasting the highest crime rate in the nation and a former hideout for his teacher. It was also the very bottom of Castle's territorial ladder. With a slight yawn, Kim Shin mused that if he was going to make a move, this was the perfect place to hide his actions. Both he and ch1to119 moved as blurs through the chaotic back alleys. ch1to119 shouted a quick warning to his boss as more enemies appeared. One of the thugs was caught completely by surprise, his face twisting in shock as an unseen force struck him down. ch1to119 let out a sharp gasp, his attention caught by something unexpected. Kim Shin's foot slammed into the ground, propelling him forward in an instant. His eyes glowed an eerie blue as he descended upon another falling enemy. He knew that even while concealed, he could stop an enemy's breath in their throat. ch1to119 watched in amazement, wondering aloud what kind of monster his boss truly was. Kim Shin coolly asked if these were all the flies, and ch1to119 confirmed that it seemed to be the case. Kim Shin then nodded towards an approaching group, asking what they were. ch1to119's eyes widened as he saw the new arrivals, questioning who these men could be. Kim Shin's gaze hardened, he recognized one of the figures from his list. The man, Kim Hyuk-ju, head of DS security, sneered at their calm demeanor, noting they weren't even trying to run. He arrogantly questioned if they thought this was their turf. Kim Hyuk-ju began to boast about his identity, but his words were cut short. A blur of motion slammed into him with devastating force, silencing him mid-sentence. The sharp sound of a blade sliding into flesh echoed in the alley. ch1to119 scoffed from the side, remarking that the man talked too much. Clutching the knife embedded in his shoulder, Kim Hyuk-ju glared at his attacker, cursing that son of a bitch. A quiet voice warned him not to pull the knife out. Kim Shin finished the thought with chilling finality, stating that he would die if he did. A tense silence hung in the air, the weight of the threat palpable. An unsettling, high-pitched scraping sound suddenly echoed from a nearby building. A man with his hair tied back cursed from within, ordering his men to drag the intruders to him. He screamed, vowing to rip them apart with his own hands. A red-haired brute charged forward with a guttural roar. He swung a heavy baseball bat, connecting with one of Kim Shin's associates. The red-haired man followed up with a vicious kick against another of the suited men. In the ensuing melee, a dark-haired fighter took a hard punch to the jaw. Another one of Kim Shin's men desperately threw a punch at an unseen opponent. The strange, screeching sound was heard once more, closer this time. An enemy leader in a blue suit furiously demanded to know which organization had sent them. Kim Shin analyzed his new opponents, noting their two pocket knives were not for lethal blows, and instantly predicted their opening moves. He moved like lightning, disarming both men as they lunged forward with their blades. His mind calculated that the first strike was just a light jab, a feint to test his reaction. The second move, he deduced, would be the real attempt to stab him. The man in the blue suit cursed as his attack pattern was read and flawlessly countered. Kim Shin ended the fight with a single, brutal punch to the man's face. He stood over his fallen opponent, the brief skirmish already concluded. From the sidelines, a slow, sarcastic clap broke the silence. ch1to119 complained that he did most of the work while Kim Shin got the fun part, prompting Kim Shin to call him selfish. With the area now clear, Kim Shin simply stated it was time to leave. ch1to119 hurried to catch up, yelling for his boss to wait for him. He chuckled, pointing out that Kim Shin didn't even know where they were supposed to be going. Kim Shin stopped abruptly before a dilapidated building, announcing this was the place where his mentor had stayed in Korea. His gaze drifted up to the faded sign, his thoughts questioning why it was a pawnshop. The old door creaked open, revealing a dark and dust-filled interior. Jin-tae surveyed the grimy room, sarcastically admiring its fucking beautiful condition. Kim Shin's eyes were drawn to the floor, where he bent down to retrieve a fallen picture frame. The photograph inside showed a tall, smiling man standing next to a sullen-looking young boy. Looking at the image of his younger self, Kim Shin quietly thought that it had been a while. Seo Jin-tae's voice cut through the silence, warning his boss that someone was inside and to stay on guard. Two figures were indeed standing in the deep shadows of an adjacent room. One of the men, whose eye held a faint red glow, told them to get lost, as he had no desire to clean up corpses. Seo Jin-tae squinted, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. He suddenly burst out laughing, identifying the man as Pai Woo-jin, a disciple of Mr. Min-sung, and mocked that he was even uglier in person. A fist shot out, stopping just inches from Pai Woo-jin's face and making him flinch violently. With a wide grin, Seo Jin-tae pulled his fist back and pointed tauntingly at the man. However, his provocation was met with an entirely unexpected reaction. Pai Woo-jin let out a low, guttural sound of intrigued surprise. He stared at the blonde intruder with a new, predatory interest, muttering, "Look at this bastard." Unseen by them, Kim Shin had already subdued two other men, pinning them effortlessly to the floor. Pai Woo-jin's lips curled into a smile as he decided that killing this particular man would be worth his time. This was Pai Woo-jin, the first disciple of the great Kang Min-sung, and something far more dangerous. As a final, agonized scream echoed from outside, it became clear that this man would be the first weapon needed to topple Castle. Pai Woo-jin stared down his opponent, muttering with a newfound predatory interest. A heavy silence filled the pawnshop as he declared that killing this particular man would be worth his time. Before his fist could land, another hand shot out, and two knuckles clashed violently in midair. Kim Shin coolly held back the punch, stating plainly that they hadn't come here to fight. Seo Jin-tae gestured dismissively toward the men his boss had already taken down. A heavy bag dropped to the floor with a dull thud, spilling out stacks of cash. Pai Woo-jin watched the display of money with a cold, unimpressed silence. Recognizing his opponent's prowess, Kim Shin offered the skilled fighter a job. Pai Woo-jin's hand slowly clenched into a tight, trembling fist. In a flagrant show of disrespect, he stomped his foot down hard on the pile of money. The blatant insult from Pai Woo-jin was met by Kim Shin's chilling question of whether he truly wanted to die. Kim Shin remained unfazed, calmly asking if the considerable sum wasn't enough for him. Pai Woo-jin's eyes burned with rage as he hurtled forward to attack. His mind seethed with fury at the audacity of the man before him. The fight reignited as Pai Woo-jin landed a solid punch to Kim Shin's midsection. The two men became a blur of motion, locked in a brutal and furious exchange of blows. Kim Shin let out a sharp grunt, momentarily staggered by the force of the assault. Blocking the next blow, he sarcastically questioned if this was how Pai Woo-jin treated all his guests. Pai Woo-jin scoffed at the idea, utterly dismissing him as any kind of guest. He violently twisted free, shouting for Kim Shin to get his hands off him before speaking. With a sharp grunt, Pai Woo-jin launched a powerful kick. Kim Shin quickly shifted into a defensive posture, preparing for the incoming attack. The sound of the devastating impact cracked through the tense air of the room. Bracing himself against the blow, Kim Shin's gaze hardened with grim determination. Pai Woo-jin taunted him, asking with a sneer if this was hospitable enough. Parrying another strike, Kim Shin admitted to himself that this was going to be tough. Inside his own head, Pai Woo-jin conceded that he had been planning to test this man's limits anyway. Kim Shin's mind raced, searching for an opening as he was steadily forced into a corner. His eye narrowed with sharp focus, analyzing every one of his opponent's movements for a weakness. Suddenly, the sole of a black sneaker flashed through the air as he found his opening. Kim Shin landed a powerful, spinning kick directly across Pai Woojin's face. The connection was solid, just as he had expected. He knew instantly that Pai Woojin was not an opponent he could afford to go easy on. The force of the blow sent Pai Woojin staggering backward. A flash of shock crossed Pai Woojin's mind, his opponent's entire demeanor had suddenly changed. Yet, as he recovered, he found something unsettlingly familiar about the technique used against him. A flicker of recognition also sparked within Kim Shin, who realized he had seen this fighting style before. With his opponent on the ground, Kim Shin delivered a swift, disabling kick. The name finally clicked in his mind, Pai Woojin. He observed that despite being knocked down, Pai Woojin instinctively kept his guard up, proof of his strong fundamentals. It was unmistakably clear to Kim Shin that this man had been personally and properly trained by Kang Min-song. Pushing himself up, Pai Woojin demanded to know what Kim Shin was doing. Kim Shin stood over the downed disciple, who held a defensive leg raised even from the floor. Pai Woojin confessed he had never seen him before, yet found it ironic he spoke of disciples. He then pointed out that Kim Shin's own fighting style was remarkably similar to their master's. With growing suspicion, Pai Woojin demanded to know how he knew Kang Min-song. Kim Shin answered cryptically, stating only that he had once owed him a favor. Pai Woojin immediately assumed he was just another one of their master's followers. After being told he had the wrong address, Kim Shin clarified his business was not with their master, but with Castle. A dark, determined smile crept across Kim Shin's face. He confirmed that his visit was related to them, and that there was something more. Kim Shin then declared that he had something to tell him concerning Kang Min-song. He urged Pai Woojin to hear him out first before making any rash decisions. Pai Woojin fell silent, his mind furiously processing the mysterious man's words. Kim Shin instructed him to follow, to which Pai Woojin warned there would be hell to pay if this turned out to be trivial. ch1to119 cheerfully broke the tension, suggesting they should at least eat while they talked. He enthusiastically offered the idea of getting a fancy steak. The scene transitioned with the distinct sizzle of meat hitting a hot grill. The view pulled back to reveal the three men had relocated to a high-class restaurant. Pai Woojin nervously questioned if the public location was safe, while ch1to119 dreamily remarked on how tasty the food looked. The unlikely trio sat together at a table, surrounded by the ambience of the bustling eatery. Pai Woojin assured himself it would be all right, knowing the owner of this establishment was trustworthy. He did, however, note with a grimace that the man was also a bit obnoxious. Turning to his uninvited guests, Pai Woojin finally got down to business and asked what had happened. He demanded to know exactly why they had shown up at the pawn shop instead of Kang Min-song himself. ch1to119 shot a questioning glance at Kim Shin, silently asking for permission to deliver the news. As Kim Shin began to speak, his mind flashed back to the moment he first received the terrible news. An unfamiliar voice had started to tell him something about Kang Min-song, leaving him in a state of confused dread. The voice had then cut through his confusion with a single, brutal word, dead. The memory of his own shocked, disbelieving voice asking, "What?" echoed in his mind. The messenger had then delivered the final, devastating blow, clarifying that Kang Min-song was murdered. The flashback showed a snowy, desolate forest, where a surrounded Kang Min-song stood with enemy soldiers in white camouflage. In his final moments, Kang Min-song's face was a mask of strained desperation, sweat beading on his brow as he faced his doom. A dark-haired woman began to speak, her eyes fixed on an unbelievable sight. Pai Woojin stared in disbelief, the single word, dead, echoing in the silent restaurant. He slammed his fist down in a rage, cursing Kang Min-song for abandoning them in their time of need. ch1to119, the man with glasses, coolly told Pai Woojin to watch his words, admitting they had been bothering him for a while. Kim Shin's voice cut through the tension with a sharp command for their attention. He dared Pai Woojin to continue his tirade. ch1to119's hand shot out, gripping Pai Wu-jin's arm to stop him from leaving. The sizzle of the grill filled the tense silence between the three men. Tapping the table, ch1to119 acknowledged he didn't know their history. Kim Shin then posed a chilling question, asking Pai Wu-jin if he could truly endure this life and move on. He laid the grim reality bare: they had both lost everything, Kang Min-song was gone, and their enemies were still in power. As he poured a drink, Kim Shin declared that he had come here for only one reason. He set the cup down with a deliberate thud, announcing his intention to take over home. Kim Shin, resolute in his black turtleneck, took a small, determined sip. His mind was already envisioning the future, a future where this was the first step to conquering the world. He finally voiced his ultimate goal, to destroy Castle for everything they had done. His intense blue eye burned with a cold, unwavering focus. The sheer determination in his gaze left no room for doubt. Though Pai Wu-jin scoffed, Kim Shin stated plainly that to achieve his goal, he needed Pai Wu-jin's help. The proposition was so audacious that Pai Wu-jin could only break into hysterical laughter. He mocked Kim Shin, questioning how someone like him could possibly dream of taking over home. Scraping his chair back, Pai Wu-jin belittled Kim Shin's abilities, claiming he wasn't even strong enough to conquer the local neighborhood. He then issued a final warning, telling them to leave and threatening to kill Kim Shin if their paths crossed again. As Pai Wu-jin stormed away, ch1to119 slammed his fist on the table, commenting on his rotten personality. ch1to119 fumed, wondering aloud if he should just kill the bastard for his blatant threat. Kim Shin remained calm, explaining that Pai Wu-jin's shock was to be expected, as they had once felt the same despair. He reasoned that it was best to give him some time to process the news. Internally, however, Kim Shin knew that there was no good that could come from being late. Their conversation was interrupted by a large man in a bandana, who identified them as Kang Min-song's underlings. As ch1to119 sized up the hulking figure, the man told them not to worry about Wu-jin, who simply needed time to cool down. The man with the bandana sighed, lamenting the tragic outcome of the situation. He expressed his profound disbelief that the great Kang Min-song was truly gone. Tossing a dish towel aside, he offered a somber wish for his old acquaintance to rest in peace. Kim Shin took the opportunity to ask the man if he had been close to Kang Min-song. The owner explained that Kang Min-song was like a big brother to the local toughs and that they shared a passionate history. He chugged a drink and assured them that Wu-jin would eventually help, since they were practically family. The owner advised ch1to119 not to hate Wu-jin, whose use of the word passionate made ch1to119 visibly uncomfortable. Changing the subject, the owner declared that before anything else, they would need a proper guide. With a decisive slap on the counter, he announced he knew just the right person for the job. Kim Shin expressed his skepticism, warning that it would be a problem if this guide wasn't as capable as Pai Wu-jin. The owner retorted that they were still clumsy, reminding them that it wasn't wise to always rely on fists alone. He then made a stunning offer: he would introduce them to the one person who held all of Home's information. This individual was the heir of Home's previous owner, a person whose power had been stolen by DS security. The scene shifts to a sprawling junkyard, where a tense standoff was underway. A woman's hands, adorned with black nail polish, carefully put a cigarette away. The dark-haired woman then lit another, smoke beginning to obscure her face. She exhaled slowly, muttering to herself about the surplus of crazy bastards in her neighborhood. Her comment drew a sideways glance from a nearby man. She immediately confronted the man, calling him a pig, revealing herself as Cha Soo-min, the acting boss of the former Bujin faction. A smiling man, the leader of the opposing group, casually chided her for not staying put. He was Kang Man-jae, a high-ranking member of DS security, who mockingly lamented having to hurt her men for no reason. One of Cha Soo-min's defeated subordinates apologized profusely from the ground. Cha Soo-min began to speak, her voice dripping with contempt. She cut to the chase, telling the men to skip the pleasantries and just hand over the junkyard. One of Kang Man-jae's goons laughed crudely, suggesting they could have fun together if she complied. With a disgusted flick, Cha Soo-min sent her lit cigarette flying through the air. The cigarette dropped harmlessly to the dusty ground. Cha Soo-min's voice was ice as she told the leering man to fuck off. The thug was taken aback, muttering in disbelief at the crazy bitch before him. Pulling her jacket tight, she confirmed her reputation, declaring herself the craziest bitch in the area. Internally, however, she cursed Kang Man-jae's presence, knowing she could handle the others on her own if he wasn't there. One of the thugs ordered his underlings to take care of their sister-in-law, and they eagerly agreed. Cha Soo-min stood her ground, her expression hardening in silent defiance. A shaved-headed man tried to intimidate her, suggesting they do things the easy way to avoid getting rough. He invaded her space, sniffing her hair and making a crude comment about her shampoo. Suddenly, the thug cried out in sharp pain. He staggered back as Cha Soo-min stepped forward to retaliate. With a ferocious expression, Cha Soo-min unleashed a furious punch. She followed up with a brutal kick that sent one of the suited thugs flying backwards. Her eyes blazing with determination, she stood surrounded by the dust and debris of the fight. She moved with fluid grace, dodging an attack from a pursuing goon. Another powerful kick sent a man in a black suit stumbling away from her. The shaved-head thug recovered, a menacing smile spreading across his face as he looked down at her. Undeterred, Cha Soo-min threw another punch into the fray. The blow connected, and an enemy cried out as he was sent recoiling from the impact. The camera zoomed in on another goon's face just as a fist was about to connect. His features twisted in pain as the powerful strike landed squarely. Cha Soo-min struck another thug with a devastating blow. However, her assault was cut short as she was struck down and knocked to the ground. Kang Man-jae loomed over her, stating that while he disliked hitting women, she should have just obeyed. Coughing, Cha Soo-min defiantly retorted that while he might not enjoy it, she took great pleasure in catching pigs. Her defiance spent, Kang Man-jae raised his hand to deliver the final blow. But in that instant, the scene widened, revealing the aftermath of another, much larger battle nearby. A mysterious woman in a vibrant red dress surveyed the scene, remarking on the deadly atmosphere. Her eyes scanned the chaos, wondering about the identity of a figure in the distance. A voice cut through the air, demanding to know who among them was the successor of the Bujin faction. A palpable shock rippled through the junkyard as all eyes turned to find the source. The woman in red cried out in disbelief, recognizing the mysterious figure as Kim Shin. In a starkly different scene, a man in a suit stood before a gathering of women, the air thick with tension. The camera then focused on a young man in a school uniform, his expression distant yet serious. This was Cha Soo-min in her younger days. Back in the present, a man with sunglasses remarked that their work would be easier if the opposing parties already knew each other. A woman in a white tank top, Cha Soo-min, turned abruptly and demanded to know why they were here. Nearby, a thug violently grabbed a woman by the hair, ordering her not to get distracted. The brute then turned his attention to two newcomers, demanding to know who the unfamiliar bastards were. His captive struggled fiercely, screaming at the jerk to let her go. The dark-haired man's mind briefly flashed to a memory of someone named Jin-tae. His blonde companion suggested he beat the thugs up, but the dark-haired man sighed, stating he was tired of beating up pigs. He instructed his associate not to use a knife to keep things quiet, and the two prepared to engage the enemy. The confrontation began with a tense, physical struggle. A rapid exchange of blows erupted in the cramped alleyway. The man in the suit sneered, declaring that these bastards clearly didn't know fear. He cursed as he swung a wild punch at one of his opponents. The man with blonde hair and glasses easily dodged, taunting the thug for talking too much. A solid fist connected with a sickening crack. A heavy foot stomped down on the fallen goon. Another powerful blow landed squarely on its target. The thug could only let out a pained grunt. A relentless barrage of punches battered the man into submission. A close-up revealed a fresh, bleeding cut above the defeated thug's eye. The man with blonde hair and glasses casually asked if his opponent was finished. A desperate punch was thrown in retaliation. With a swift whoosh, the blonde man effortlessly dodged the incoming attack. The punch missed its mark and slammed into the wall behind him. The blonde-haired man smirked, declaring that he was just getting warmed up. The bulky man cursed at his frustratingly nimble opponent. The blonde combatant clicked his tongue, growing impatient with the fight. He landed another solid strike, noting that his opponent was surprisingly tough. While the bulky man acknowledged his foe was slow, the blonde fighter admitted he was durable. The bulky man clenched his fist in frustration, calling his opponent a dodgy bastard. The blonde-haired man complained that it would take half a day just to catch him at this rate. Fed up, he decided he didn't care anymore and charged forward recklessly. He unleashed a powerful, decisive attack. In a flash, he grabbed his opponent, bringing him to a sudden halt. The fat man's eyes widened in terror as he shouted about a knife. The man with yellow glasses smirked, coolly informing his foe that he had let his guard down. He brandished the blade, its edge glinting under the dim light. Declaring the game was over, he slammed his fist into the fat bastard's face instead of using the blade. The large man collapsed to the ground with a heavy, final thud. The man with yellow glasses casually pointed out that he hadn't actually used the knife. Watching from the side, the dark-haired man, Kim Shin, gave a quiet acknowledgement that he did well. Unseen by the two, ch1to119 stood in the shadows, observing the entire exchange. She inwardly cursed, feeling a deep wave of embarrassment wash over her. The scene shifts to a direct confrontation, as ch1to119 addressed Kim Shin, confirming that he was alive. She admitted that she had assumed he was dead after he disappeared so suddenly. Kim Shin cryptically replied that it wasn't easy for him to die. A tense, unspoken history filled the silence between them. ch1to119 finally asked the real question, demanding to know why he had come to a gang leader like her. Kim Shin stated his purpose was a business proposal, explaining his plan to take over home required all the information and power he could get. He formally requested to borrow the influence of her Bujin faction. ch1to119 noted his reappearance after 8 years, accusing Kim Shin of not being entirely honest with her. She challenged him, asking if he truly thought she wouldn't know his real motivation. She asserted that his ambition was far greater than simply taking over home. ch1to119 revealed his true goal was Kim Jae-hun, the mastermind behind everything. She then asked if, after all this time, he was finally going to take his revenge. Kim Shin remained silent, his expression giving nothing away. He reiterated his needs for information about home and DS security, as well as manpower, promising to pay for it all. He then assured her that there would be no problems for her or her faction. ch1to119 considered his offer, conceding it wasn't a bad deal before stating she had one condition. Her condition was that Kim Shin must protect this junkyard, which she emphasized was important to her. Without hesitation, Kim Shin agreed to her terms. She specified that he must keep watch at all times, reminding him that enemies could arrive without warning. Noticing his slight apprehension, she broke into a grin and told him not to be scared. ch1to119 then led the way, telling him to follow as she would provide him with a spare room. As they walked, Kim Shin couldn't help but think that she had accepted his deal far too easily. He suspected her real plan was to keep a close watch on him and his partner. He internally mused that the ever-cautious ch1to119 hadn't changed one bit. Meanwhile, an unknown observer watching the DS security building reported that the new arrivals at the junkyard didn't appear to be with ch1to119's gang. Inside a lavish office, suited men stood grimly over 2 of their injured members. One of the bruised men on the floor confirmed that he had never seen their attackers before. A man in a vest lamented that there was never a quiet day in their neighborhood. He turned to his top man, Dae-jeon, demanding to know why things had gotten so chaotic. Kim Dae-jeon, the director of DS Security and Homes No. 2, apologized profusely to the president. Yoon Deok-soo began to pace the room, stating that while it was easy to step on insects, he continued his menacing stride, his anger palpable. He declared that this failure had caused Yoon Deok-soo's value to plummet. The president of DS Security and former head of the Orient faction furiously questioned if they could even call themselves part of his family after this. A kneeling subordinate stammered an apology, begging his Kyung-nim for forgiveness. Yoon Deok-soo coldly informed the man he had no right to call him that as he grabbed a heavy desk nameplate. He raised the makeshift weapon high above his head, ready to bring it down on the terrified subordinate. The nameplate smashed violently into the side of the man's head. Yoon Deok-soo roared that if they couldn't solve problems with words, they should be beaten until they died. Two other men watched the brutal display with wide, nervous eyes. The victim's body slumped to the floor with a sickening thud. Another crushing blow followed immediately after. A sharp crack echoed through the room as the assault continued without mercy. Blood began to drip from the man's head onto the immaculate floor. The president cursed the pathetic bastard as the nameplate finally cracked from the force of the impacts. A broken piece of the weapon slid across the floor, coming to a stop. Composing himself, Yoon Deok-soo calmly called out for Dae-jeon. Kim Dae-jeon immediately stepped forward, answering his president's summons. With a weary sigh, the president decided to delegate the next move. He ordered Dae-jeon to go himself and take care of the upstarts from the Bujin faction. The director, Kim Dae-jeon, bowed his head and confidently assured his boss to leave everything to him. An expansive junkyard lay cluttered with rusted cars beneath a hazy sky. In a bunk bed, a blonde-haired man snored peacefully above while a dark-haired woman slept below. The story flashed forward, revealing that 8 long years had passed. It had been an eternity since that fateful day. In a memory, a dark-haired man stood firm, his knife glowing with an ominous light. A voice from the past wondered aloud. He questioned if his knife would ever reach the men who had murdered his father. His younger self lunged forward, the glowing blade a blur of vengeance. A memory of a powerful punch echoed through time, a testament to his relentless training. His hand recalled the tight, familiar grip on his weapon's hilt. He remembered the visceral feeling of throwing the knife with lethal force. His younger self moved like a phantom, a streak of blue energy in the darkness. In the present, a sweating man with short dark hair flinched as a knife zipped past his face. The dark-haired protagonist's hand held the knife, ready for the inevitable confrontation. He sharply commanded the man to stop right there. The dark-haired protagonist then demanded to know the identity of the intruder. In the desolate junkyard, he stood face to face with a scar-faced man in an expensive suit. An intense stare-down commenced between the two men, the air thick with tension. The scar-faced man acknowledged the protagonist's fighting prowess, remarking it was no wonder Chief Kong had lost to him. The protagonist identified his opponent as Kim Dae-jeon and questioned if he had come alone. Kim Dae-jeon confirmed he was solo, stating it would be too much trouble if he had brought his men. The protagonist then issued a chilling command for Kim Dae-jeon to relay to the junkyard's inhabitants. He warned them to leave the area by sunset if they wished to live. Kim Dae-jeon let out a long, deliberate sigh. He casually thanked the protagonist for the demonstration of his skills. Kim Dae-jeon remarked that with such talent, the protagonist could become a leader anywhere. However, an unspoken truth hung in the air: he would not succeed here. The protagonist delivered his final ultimatum, promising that if he saw him again that night, he would be dead meat. Kim Dae-jeon mused that he had seen many wannabe gangsters who thought they were the best. The man in the black t-shirt coolly stated that he was wrong. He advised that if one is a gangster, they should act like one instead of just making a big fuss. A close-up revealed Kim Dae-jeon's intense, glaring expression. Kim Dae-jeon found the protagonist's audacity quite interesting. He cryptically promised they would see each other around. The man in the black t-shirt stood alone, watching Kim Dae-jeon's retreating figure disappear into the junkyard's maze. His mind raced, recalling that the man was ranked second in his organization. He wondered if that meant Kim Dae-jeon was truly different from the other thugs. The protagonist noted his opponent's cautious and calculating nature. The name Kim Dae-jeon echoed menacingly in his thoughts. The scene transitioned to the Bujin scrapyard, the faction's headquarters. Inside a warehouse, a small group of allies gathered before a whiteboard to strategize. A man named Lee Cheol-min, an informant for the Bujin faction, cleared his throat to begin the briefing. He explained that DS Security was once a minor group called the Orient Faction, but 2 years ago, they had taken over home in the blink of an eye. Lee Cheol-min continued, stating that while their leader Yoon Deok-soo was infamous for his strength, their success had other roots. Their explosive growth, he revealed, was truly thanks to the backing of Kim Jae-hoon's Haesung construction. He elaborated that DS Security now owned most of home, having seized businesses, muscled into redevelopment projects, and even sold drugs to amass their fortune. A man with blonde hair and sunglasses asked in surprise if they really sold drugs, even with Haesung construction involved. A woman in pink explained it was for the money, and with politicians in their pockets, they operated as a corporation on the surface but were gangsters underneath. The man with the sunglasses then turned to the protagonist, asking if he had a plan. Shin1, an advisor for the Bujin faction, grimly stated that they had nothing compared to their enemy. The protagonist interjected, warning that they would never win with such a defeatist attitude. He pointed out their clear disadvantages in both money and numbers. The male protagonist asserted that to push them back, they had to find a weakness. He declared the only way to win was to end them in one swift, decisive move. The protagonist tasked the group with acquiring drugs for him, promising that Jin-tae would provide assistance. A woman with a black bob stepped forward, cautiously asking what he planned to do with the narcotics. He coolly replied that he was going to use them to find their enemy's weak point. He needed to know exactly where to dig in order to bring them down for good. The protagonist then revealed he had met Kim Dae-jeon that morning, as the woman added that the enemy planned to return tonight. Looking at a photo, a man in the group cursed Kim Dae-jeon's name, recognizing the bastard instantly. A man in a gray jacket asked the woman with dark hair if she knew him. The woman with dark hair confirmed she knew him a little, explaining that it was a small neighborhood. She then argued they shouldn't be looking for drugs if Kim Dae-jeon was coming back, insisting their yellow hair fighter should stay to help. The protagonist, with his back turned, stated firmly that he would take care of Kim Dae-jeon himself, telling her to focus on helping Jin-tae. The woman with dark hair warned him not to mistake Kim Dae-jeon for being on the same level as Kang Min-jae, insisting that he was different. A man with glasses spoke up in support of the protagonist, who added that it was too early to use all of their members. The protagonist gestured to a complex diagram on the whiteboard, detailing his plan to dismantle DS Security's entire network in home within 1 week. He confidently announced his intention to completely remove DS Security from the city. A sinister smile played on his lips, hinting at the ruthlessness to come. Meanwhile, at the Eclipse, an establishment managed by DS Security, a different plan was set in motion. A man with a scar on his face eyed the entrance suspiciously, asking who the punk at the door was. A suited guard politely blocked the way, inquiring if the visitor had an appointment. The visitor, a man in a studded jacket, boastfully claimed his uncle was the CEO of the renowned JT Group. The guards exchanged confused glances, admitting they had never heard of it. The man in the studded jacket patted the guard's shoulder condescendingly, telling him to read the news since his uncle's company was a global conglomerate. He obnoxiously demanded they open the door, warning that they would regret it if they didn't. A woman with a cap watched from a distance as the man was finally let in, a guard obsequiously wishing him a good time. The woman wondered to herself if she could really trust that audacious guy. A man in a car reassured her not to worry, calling their accomplice an expert conman before asking for a status update from her side. Jin-woo confirmed over the phone that he was also right on time and would contact them later. That night, 3 men cautiously made their way through the dark, silent junkyard. One of the men in black peered into the shadows, wondering where his target had gone. A man with a bat impatiently shouted out, demanding to know where Kim Dae-jeon was. Suddenly, a figure was seen leaping with agile grace between the towering piles of wrecked cars. The man with the bat taunted the lone figure, calling him quite brave for showing up by himself. A new man in black casually explained that Dae-jeon was a bit busy, so he had stepped in for him instead. A tattooed man then stepped forward, asking if that was all right with his opponent and claiming they were both on the same level. Jinwoo's mind processed the unexpected development. This man wasn't on his list of information, but he grinned, realizing this would be more fun. The tattooed man smirked back, promising that he would make sure of that. Without wasting time on idle chatter, one of the thugs pulled out his weapon. Jinwoo casually tossed his jacket aside, inviting his opponents to bring it on. The tattooed man grinned maliciously and ordered his men to beat Jinwoo into submission. A swarm of armed thugs rushed towards the lone figure standing in the junkyard. Amidst the towering piles of wrecked cars, Jinwoo braced himself for the incoming assault. The first attacker lunged forward with a fierce battle cry. A sharp crack echoed as Jinwoo's first strike found its mark. A man with teal hair swung a metal pipe, joining the chaotic fray. Jinwoo responded with a single, devastatingly powerful punch. He moved with fluid grace, sidestepping a wild swing aimed at his head. A sickening twist followed as an attacker's limb was bent at an unnatural angle. The man let out a strained grunt before collapsing. For a brief moment, a tense silence hung between the rapid succession of blows. Another heavy slam sent a body flying into a stack of old tires. One of the thugs could only raise his arms in a desperate attempt to block the flurry of attacks. Watching the one-sided brawl from a distance, the tattooed man complained that he was getting bored. With a sudden whoosh, Jinwoo closed the distance to another opponent. He effortlessly caught a fist aimed at his face. Jinwoo then lunged forward, pressing his overwhelming advantage. The downed thug looked up just in time to see a boot descending toward his face. His eyes widened in a moment of pure terror. With a dull thud, the man was knocked unconscious, slumping to the dusty ground. The tattooed man finally stepped forward, suggesting they get more serious, while Jinwoo silently watched him, his expression unreadable. A gust of wind swirled around the two fighters as they prepared for a proper showdown. Meanwhile, at the Eclipse, a red-haired man walked in, sarcastically marveling at how stylish the place was. He was immediately met with a chorus of welcoming calls from the hostesses. A woman in black turned to him, complimenting his handsome yet unfamiliar face and asking which customer he was. The red-haired man played his part, claiming it was his first time and that he wanted the pretty Nuna to show him around. The woman laughed at his smooth talk, while an unseen voice identified the infiltrator as ch1to119, urging him to focus. Overwhelmed by women calling him handsome, ch1to119 internally reprimanded himself, pleading to snap out of it. Another woman in a red dress leaned in close, noting he was even more handsome up close, causing the flustered man to admit she was his type. The woman in red noticed his attention was elsewhere and questioned if he didn't like her, threatening to call someone else over. He quickly reassured her of her beauty but admitted he came to see someone else, which immediately piqued her curiosity. He recalled the instructions given to him by the woman in the baseball cap, to ask for Susie upon entering. The red-haired man took a breath and stated he was looking for someone named Susie. The woman's playful demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an intense and calculating stare. Her voice turned cold as she stated that nobody named Susie worked at their establishment. She then put her playful mask back on, trying to persuade him to forget his search and stay with her instead. The hostess feigned a sigh, wondering aloud why he was looking for someone who didn't exist. ch1to119 began to correct her, explaining that she was misunderstanding and that part of his payment was meant for Susie. Putting on a pair of sunglasses, he then produced a thick stack of cash, coolly stating, "This one is yours." The woman in red shot up from her seat, the sudden movement startling a man in a suit sitting nearby. She snatched the bundle of money and curtly told ch1to119 to wait for 10 minutes. Surprised by how quickly his bribe had worked, the red-haired man could only stammer his agreement. Elsewhere, in a secluded room, the woman in the baseball cap greeted an arriving associate. A caption identified the grim-faced newcomer as Di Woo-jin. The woman in the cap mentioned she'd heard what happened from the others and asked if he was alright. Di Woo-jin, his face hidden by a hood, coldly replied that he didn't need her worry, as he already considered that person dead to him. He leaned in closer, questioning why she was dragging outsiders into their operation. Flicking a lighter open, Di Woo-jin demanded to know what those guys planned to do after they acquired the drugs. A man in a hoodie admitted he didn't know yet, but the woman with the cap insisted the new recruits looked skilled. The hooded man expressed his doubts about that assessment. Cutting the conversation short, the woman urged the hooded man to head to the junkyard immediately. She worried that their lone ally would have a hard time facing Kim Dae-jeon by himself, just as the screech of tires was heard outside. The sound of confident, steady footsteps approached their location. An underling bowed deeply as a powerful figure arrived, welcoming Mr. President. The woman with the cap stared in absolute shock, recognizing the arrivals as Yoon Deok-soo and, to her horror, Kim Dae-jeon. Her hooded companion was equally stunned, wondering why such high-level targets were suddenly here. Inside a lavish VIP room, a woman's hand poured a drink as she asked if Mr. Yoon had arrived yet. A nervous man on the couch apologized profusely, explaining that the guest had just arrived. The door creaked open, revealing the presence of the powerful visitors. A man in a suit hurried to greet President Kim, nervously apologizing for not having been informed of his visit. Without a word, a glass was suddenly hurled through the air. It shattered violently against the wall, inches from the man's head. The man in the white shirt glared at Mr. Yoon, his voice laced with ice as he stated he didn't come there to play. Expensive liquor dripped down the wall like blood. As Yoon Deok-soo tried to formally apologize for making him wait, the man in the white shirt cut him off, suggesting a way to show his sincerity. Kim Jae-hoon delivered his chilling command, then kneel with your head on the floor. In a lavish room, a line of men bowed deeply to their leader seated on the couch. One man's forehead nearly touched the floor in a show of absolute submission. A hand clenched as the room suddenly filled with derisive laughter. The booming laughter echoed, mocking the tense atmosphere. The man with undercut hair, Kim Jae-hoon, revealed he was just kidding, amused that they were actually going to obey his absurd command. A woman praised Yoon Deok-soo's cool demeanor, just as Mr. Yoon asked Kim Jae-hoon if he could also request a favor. Kim Jae-hoon nonchalantly agreed, granting the request without a second thought. A man with glasses quickly seized the opportunity, asking Kim Jae-hoon to get rid of an annoying inspector for him. A soft click echoed as a lighter was flicked open. Kim Jae-hoon calmly blew out a stream of smoke. A man in a suit, Director Kim Dae-jeon, smoothly took the drink offered to him. He took a long, slow gulp of the expensive liquor. Yoon Deok-soo grinned at the man with glasses, simply telling him to make the call. A moment of silence passed as the deal was sealed without another word. Yoon Deok-soo announced it was time for round 2 of their business. Kim Dae-jeon confirmed his understanding, addressing his own superior, the president. The subordinate reported that a man named Kang Chang-suk had been released from prison. Yoon Deok-soo clarified that he was let out for being a model prisoner. He patted his subordinate's shoulder, ordering him not to postpone the cleaning of home any longer. The president reminded him it had been 2 long years since they decided to take over home, a task that remained unfinished. Yoon Deok-soo questioned what others would think of him with this delay staining his reputation. He delivered a final, chilling ultimatum, hitting the man's shoulder and declaring this was his last chance to end it. Kim Dae-jeon simply replied that he understood. The 2 powerful men in suits then exited the VIP room. Kim Dae-jeon walked with purpose down the empty hallway. As one of the suited men departed, a red-haired man with glasses watched intently from a shadowed corner. The observer's mind raced. He had come looking for information but had stumbled into a dangerously high-stakes situation. He couldn't believe 3 of the organization's top figures were gathered here, especially while he was all alone. The server knew he had to get out of there as quickly and quietly as possible. But a sudden thought stopped him. If Kim Dae-jeon was here, it meant his own boss was facing less opposition at that very moment. Meanwhile, in a junkyard, a fist cut through the night air. It connected with a brutal slam. Another punch was thrown in the chaotic brawl. A fighter dodged with blinding speed. The sounds of fists meeting flesh and bone echoed through the scrapyard. One of the fighters turned his head and gave a quick nod to an ally. 2 fists blurred as they flew towards a man standing calmly amidst the chaos. A man in a gray sweatshirt yelled at an attacker to put away his weapon. His bravado vanished instantly as he broke into a nervous sweat, realizing his mistake. A bald man angrily shouted, questioning how the attacker dared wave a knife in someone else's territory before slamming him to the ground. A collective gasp went through the crowd as the man hit the ground with a heavy thud. A man in a black beanie stared in disbelief, wondering where all these new combatants came from. A man in a suit smugly asked if this was the first time they had seen a real gangster. He venomously called them a bunch of bastards. A fist slammed into the suited man's face with incredible force. The man in the white t-shirt sent him flying backward with a single, devastating punch. The suited man quickly deduced these attackers weren't part of Yoon Deok-soo's group, but just common street hoodlums. He gracefully dodged an incoming blow. He followed the dodge with a counterpunch of his own. The suited man realized with annoyance that an unexpected fighter had shown up in place of the one he was anticipating. The man with neck tattoos silently identified his opponent, the notorious Kim Song-joon. He lunged forward with a flurry of strikes, taunting Kim Song-joon to have some fun. His relentless assault continued, each punch aimed to maim. But Kim Song-joon effortlessly dodged every single attack. A short-haired attacker grew frustrated, yelling at his opponent to stop trying to run. He finished, his patience wearing thin. He declared that he had had enough of this chase. With a grunt, he lunged in for a desperate kick. His opponent slid easily out of the way. The dark-haired fighter, Kim Song-joon, countered with a powerful kick that sent the attacker crashing into a line of parked cars. Kim Song-joon stood impassively over his fallen foe amidst the damaged vehicles. He mentally criticized his opponent's movements as unnecessarily flashy and inefficient. The narrator confirmed the two were not on the same level, as the tattooed man watched with a satisfied grin. The tattooed man trembled with excitement, muttering that this was how a fight was supposed to feel. A nearby young man wondered if the tattooed man had been bluffing about being on the same level as Kim Dae-jeon. The tattooed man laughed maniacally, warning Kim Song-joon not to look at him with such disdain. He lunged forward, grabbing his opponent's shirt. He screamed that such a look made him want to rip Kim Song-joon apart. The dark-haired man calmly stated that it was time to get serious. The young man scoffed at this, questioning what could possibly be different now. He called his opponent arrogant as he threw a powerful punch. The tattooed man's eyes widened in pure shock at what happened next. The deafening sound of a massive impact reverberated through the junkyard. The dark-haired man looked down on his opponent and demanded, "Come at me properly." The injured man reeled in shock, his mind struggling to comprehend how his opponent had suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful. Standing over him, the tall man coolly asked if that was all he had. The tattooed man clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white with rage. He lunged forward, screaming curses at the man who had so thoroughly humiliated him. With a deft twist, his opponent caught his wrist in an iron grip. A sickening crunch echoed in the junkyard as the tattooed man's arm was bent at an unnatural angle. The dark-haired man declared the fight over as his victim cried out in agony. Just as he was about to deliver a final blow, the man holding his foe was commanded to stop. A man with dark hair calmly asked if he could just let his captive go, while the man on the ground pleaded for mercy. The dark-haired young man looked over, his expression questioning the sudden interruption. A woman with short hair stepped forward, firmly telling him to release the man. Another woman, wearing a cap, promised she would explain everything to him. The dark-haired young man remained silent, considering the sudden turn of events. In another part of the desolate junkyard, a different group of individuals faced off under the moonlight. The man in the dark hoodie questioned his rival's presence, reminding him of a death threat he had made at their last encounter. The blond man with sunglasses casually pointed a finger, a smirk playing on his lips. He mockingly suggested that such threats were usually reserved for the stronger party, noting that his rival was the one who had appeared before him this time. The blond man then challenged the hoodie wearer to a fight, leaving him momentarily speechless. Patting his associate on the shoulder, the blond man with sunglasses added that he wanted to hear the promised explanation first. A woman in a white hoodie agreed, but stated that she needed to confirm something before they proceeded. In another clandestine meeting, the dark-haired woman raised a critical question about the future of their operation. She directly asked who would take control of the territory once Yoon Deok-soo and Kim Jae-hoon were defeated. The man in the black suit declared he would give them half the rights but that home would belong to him. The man in the black suit's confident demeanor was instantly replaced with tension as his collar was seized. He gritted his teeth, stating that the proposed deal didn't sound right to him at all. The hooded figure who grabbed him asked menacingly if he wanted to die. He tightened his grip, demanding to know whose collar his captive thought he was grabbing. Shoving him back, the man in the black suit defiantly insisted that he would be the one taking over. The two men stood poised for violence, each gripping the hilt of a knife. The serious man acknowledged the hooded man's ambition but warned him of the dangers that came with such a position. After a moment of silent consideration, the hooded man simply conceded with a calm, "All right." The woman in the cap acknowledged his understanding and prepared to deliver her long-awaited explanation. Under the dark sky, the three men listened intently as she began to speak. The woman revealed that while Kim Shin knew Woo Jin was Kang Min Song's disciple, he seemed unaware of a crucial detail. She disclosed that besides Woo Jin, there was one more disciple. The serious man added that it was someone Kim Shin was surely familiar with. The scene shifted to a metal shutter being forcefully pulled upwards. A woman named Lee Ri-won, a daytime tattoo artist and nighttime unlicensed doctor, complained about having to do the heavy lifting. The man with tattoos, sitting in her chair, offered a simple thanks for her work. A woman with a ponytail approached, asking if he had started getting into trouble again. She warned him to stop, predicting he would end up in a very bad place if he continued his reckless behavior. Tapping his fingers impatiently, the tattooed man told her to stop nagging him. The door to the shop was slammed open with furious force. A man with scars clenched his fist and demanded to know why the tattooed man had gone to the junkyard. The tattooed man retorted that he went to finish the work that his indecisive colleague had failed to complete. A man with dark hair interjected, questioning if he really thought Yoon Deok-soo would turn a blind eye to his actions. The tattooed man grabbed his collar, declaring that he would decide the outcome and vowing to kill him if he intervened again. The man with scars furiously told him to get lost if he was just going to cause a scene. Lee Ri-won ordered them both to stop, stating she had no intention of treating another patient that night. With a final, disgusted jerk, the man with the scar turned to leave. He coldly told the tattooed man to do his work properly, as watching him from the sidelines was infuriating. The camera focused on the intricate tattoo being etched onto the man's skin. His name was revealed, Kim Dae-jeon. Back in the present, the woman in the baseball cap confirmed that Kim Dae-jeon was indeed the second disciple. This revelation sent a wave of shock through the assembled group. The man in the black suit then added the final piece of the puzzle: the man they just fought was Kim Song-joon, Kim Dae-jeon's own brother. A woman with a cigarette lit up, explaining that Kim Song-joon was originally a member of the Bujin faction. Another woman began to reminisce, stating that she, Woo Jin, and Kim Dae-jeon had all been friends, at least until 4 years ago. The scene flashed back to the past, where a desperate Kim Dae-jeon pleaded for help just once. On his knees, he begged, explaining that at this rate, those bastards were going to kill his brother. A man named Cha-il-guk stood by, observing the tense situation. The leader figure in the foreground coldly stated that Song-jun had to handle the matter on his own, as that was the rule. He then gave the order to have Kim Dae-jeon removed. As he was being dragged away, Kim Dae-jeon screamed in outrage, questioning how they could do this to him. He cried out that his brother had sacrificed everything for their boss. Thrown to the ground outside, the defeated man could only mutter curses at the bastards who had betrayed him. In another memory, a young man with dark hair looked down with a somber expression. His friend pulled up on a motorcycle, calling him a jerk and asking what he was doing. The dark-haired man looked up and asked rhetorically, since when did the two of them ever ask others for help? Pai Woo-jin flashed a confident smile, asserting that the two of them were more than enough. A figure spun around with sudden speed. A man in a black suit furiously shouted at the intruders, demanding to know who they were and what they wanted. The man with the ponytail told his companion to go find his hyung, promising to hold off their pursuers. Pai Woo-jin offered a quick thanks, which his partner dismissed as cringeworthy. The ponytail-wearing fighter muttered a curse under his breath, annoyed by the awkward sentiment. Identifying them as members of the Bujin faction, the man in the black suit ordered his men to capture the two intruders immediately. A fist connected with a sickening thud. The impact sent a man crashing violently into a nearby wall. The sound of bone cracking echoed through the chaos. A grunt of pain escaped a falling thug. A swift, precise chop silenced another opponent. The fighter's face was a mask of cold, unwavering determination. Another powerful blow landed, sending a shockwave through the air. A man in a suit stood his ground, facing down a formidable, shadowy opponent. A hand crackling with dark energy reached out menacingly. A brutal strike landed squarely on its target. A kick sent a man in a dark coat flying backward through the room. The fighter followed up with a rapid series of punishing strikes. A downed bald man pleaded for him to stop. A low, mocking chuckle filled the air. The defeated man could only groan in agony. A final, decisive crash ended the brief struggle. The man with a bun, standing over the fallen, acknowledged he couldn't kill them all but had a warning. He declared that anyone who came at him from that point on would certainly die, daring them to try. Enraged, the remaining thugs cursed and charged forward to overwhelm him. A collective battle cry erupted as the mob swarmed their target. A man with a goatee struggled to his feet, grumbling about his opponent's persistence. The lone fighter panted heavily, his stamina clearly beginning to wane. His enemies noticed his fatigue and yelled for everyone to push forward and finish him. In another part of the brawl, Pai Woo-jin landed a clean punch to a thug's face. A thug with sunglasses shattered a bottle, raising the jagged edge to strike. Pai Woo-jin grappled with the sunglasses-wearing thug, a pistol now in his hand as his opponent fell. The defeated thug gasped that he wasn't done yet, his eyes blazing with defiance. Pai Woo-jin calmly told the man to bear with him for a while. In his thoughts, Pai Woo-jin grew anxious, knowing they couldn't stay much longer and wondering what Kim Dae-jeon was doing. A shadowed antagonist appeared, coolly observing the destruction and stating that they couldn't be let off the hook. A young thug cried out in alarm, recognizing the newcomer as his boss. Yoon Deok-soo, the boss of the Orient faction, ordered Pai Woo-jin to get lost, declaring that his friend's business there was finished. A man with an eye patch stared down at an injured and bloodied Kim Dae-jeon. An unseen person urged Woo-jin to retreat with them. Kim Dae-jeon looked up from the ground, his expression filled with confusion. He demanded to know what had happened to Woo-jin, who in turn desperately asked if Song-jun was safe. Woo-jin weakly reassured him that their hyung was all right, before being told by another that it was time to leave. Kim Dae-jeon apologized for the trouble he caused, and after that day, he vanished. The narration explained that he resurfaced 2 years later. He had returned as a loyal dog to the very man who had orchestrated their defeat, Yoon Deok-soo. Back in the present, the woman in the baseball cap theorized that Kim Dae-jeon had done it all to keep his brother, Kim Song-joon, alive. A heavy silence fell over the group as they processed the weight of this history. The hooded man tried to cut the conversation short, but Cha Soo-min insisted they continue. Cha Soo-min argued that their new ally deserved to know the full story. A single shoe lay amidst scattered debris on the ground, a silent remnant of the past battle. The woman with the cap then dropped a bombshell. Kim Shin and the Bujin faction were now allies. Cha Soo-min declared their group would no longer hold back and would provide full support to take over home. A blond man expressed his surprise at her passionate declaration. The hooded man angrily questioned Cha Soo-min's sanity, asking how she could trust a complete stranger with such a task. She retorted that the Bujin faction was helpless against the outsiders who had made home their playground. The woman with the cap firmly stated their shared goal was to restore home to what it once was. Cha Soo-min finalized the offer, full support to drive out the external factions, in exchange for half the rights to home, after which they must leave. All eyes turned to the group's leader, a dark-haired man, as he asked the hooded person for their answer. The hooded person accepted the terms without hesitation. For a brief moment, the hooded figure stood in quiet contemplation of the new alliance. Later, the blond man in sunglasses grumbled, expressing his disappointment that he wouldn't get to fight the arrogant Pai Woo-jin. The dark-haired man admitted he was surprised by Cha Soo-min, wondering since when she had placed so much trust in them. He then dismissed the notion of trust and changed the subject, asking about the status of the object. The blond man in sunglasses confirmed he had successfully retrieved it. He added, however, that the mission had been difficult. The difficulty, he explained, was a man named Kim Jae-hoon being present at the location. The blond man quickly assured his boss that he hadn't engaged, knowing Kim Jae-hoon was a target reserved for him. A man with a blonde undercut interrupted, questioning the delay and reminding them of their usual swift methods. He tossed a small object to the dark-haired leader. The blonde undercut man then asked what the plan was, offering to send the object to someone called Madam. The leader overruled him with a new order, to call Krot, their mole. The man with sunglasses noted that the situation had now fundamentally changed. The dark-haired leader began to explain that he finally understood something profound. He revealed that he now knew exactly what Kang Min-song had been trying to tell him all along. A lone figure stood framed in a rooftop doorway, watching over the city alley below. The man in the suit, the group's leader, stared down at a small object in his hand, deep in thought. He reasoned aloud that if Pai Woo-jin had been the attacker, his own brother would have surely backed down. Furthermore, the nature of the injuries didn't match Woo-jin's methods, pointing to an unknown aggressor. From a car below, a long-haired man smoking a cigarette wondered if a particular person he knew could be responsible. Elsewhere, a driver cheerfully greeted his boss as he arrived for the day's work. The leader in the dark suit announced their intention to patrol Bujin-dong. The two men began their patrol, their imposing figures striding down the street. Their advance was halted by a desperate cry for more time. A battered man in a tank top pleaded for his life while a woman fought back against a thug's rough grasp. An elderly shopkeeper begged for an extension, promising to pay by the end of the month. An aggressive subordinate in a white shirt refused, slapping the old man as he berated him for his history of delayed payments. The man with the long hair and cigarette, Kim Hyuk-ju, lunged forward with a furious strike. The old man defiantly spat that they were all going to hell, accusing them of being nothing but violent extortionists. Enraged, one of the henchmen raised his fist to strike the defiant elder. Before the blow could land, the director with the ponytail intervened with a vicious kick, sending the henchman flying. As the old man watched in shock, the director ordered him to stay still. A subordinate complained that this was making them look like the bad guys, to which the old man retorted that the money was his to begin with. The director, Kim Dae-jeon, coldly told the old man that if he didn't have the money, he should just sign over the shop. As he grew more aggressive, Kim Hyuk-ju called out his name, trying to get his attention. Kim Dae-jeon brushed him off, stating he would handle it and that the others could leave. The subordinate who had been kicked looked on in disbelief at his director's volatile behavior. Kim Dae-jeon vented his frustration, blaming his team's incompetence for forcing him to get involved in matters outside his designated area. He then turned his anger on his subordinate, calling out, "Kim Hyuk-ju." The director furiously ordered him to get lost. Kim Hyuk-ju stood motionless for a tense moment. He finally acquiesced, agreeing to leave if that's what his boss wanted. As he walked away, he resentfully questioned whether they were even on the same side anymore. He departed with a sharp parting shot, reminding director Kim Dae-jeon that this mess was now his to handle alone. An elderly woman quickly approached the fallen shopkeeper, checking to see if he was all right. Kim Dae-jeon extended a hand, asking the old man if he was able to stand. The shopkeeper rejected the gesture, spitting that Kim Dae-jeon was no better than the notorious Yoon Deok-soo. One of the remaining henchmen began to lash out, furious at the old man's lack of gratitude. Kim Dae-jeon cut him off with a heavy silence before simply ordering his men to leave. In another location, a man with short dark hair sat cleaning a knife, his face a mask of concentration. His thoughts were consumed by one pressing question: how could he possibly defeat them? A memory surfaced of a serious man advising him to build his own power, warning him of the many skilled fighters he would face. Another voice, belonging to a smiling long-haired man, echoed with encouragement, expressing faith that he would find a way even where others had failed. The memory faded into silence, leaving him alone with his thoughts. A sharp knock on the door broke the stillness. The man with yellow glasses, Amor Tigro, announced that their guest had arrived. Amor Tigro couldn't resist a sarcastic jab, commenting on how fast the guest was for someone with short legs. The dark-haired leader, wearing a fedora, ignored the banter and addressed the visitor by name, Krot. Krot expressed his surprise, noting he never expected to see the leader in Korea. The man, a former killer for Bar Iskra now operating as a broker, remarked on how long it had been. The dark-haired leader then turned to his own man, calling out his codename, Amor Tigro. Only then did he properly greet his guest, agreeing that it had been a long time. Amor Tigro grumbled quietly, feeling snubbed by his boss. Krot broke the awkward pause, observing that the leader's absence must have created a huge power vacuum in Vladivostok. The leader sidestepped the comment, asking Krot if he was enjoying his work in Korea. Krot laughed, confirming that business was so good he'd even hired a bodyguard. Amor Tigro muttered in disbelief at the idea of a killer needing a bodyguard. Krot cut to the chase, asking what kind of help the leader needed from him. A small vial containing a purple liquid was held up for inspection. The leader, still in his fedora, gave Krot his mission: find the origin of the object. Krot, a man with a prominent scar, immediately recognized the substance as fika. The younger subordinate expressed surprise that Krot knew what it was. The leader explained that his subordinate wouldn't know of it, as it was a popular substance in Russia's CIS region, an area they didn't operate in. Krot added that the substance was also infamous because it belonged to a very particular, very dangerous individual. Amor Tigro gravely spoke the individual's moniker, Python. The name conjured the image of a man with a severe, unyielding expression. The leader provided the final, chilling piece of information: the object belonged to Baek Du-chan. The dark-haired leader delivered the final, chilling detail, revealing that the fika linked to Python belonged to Baek Du-chan. He reminded his comrades that all the advanced technologies they utilized were originally invented by Baek Du-chan. Krot, the man with scars, warned that they could never truly escape him, adding that getting involved would be dangerous even for Amor Tigro. The woman in black simply stated that she was aware of the risks. Krot acknowledged the situation but confessed that it couldn't be helped. The young man then revealed his personal stake in the matter, confessing he had things to settle with Baek Du-chan. Understanding the young man's resolve, the man in the hat tossed him the vial. The man with sunglasses caught it, telling the others to call him if they needed anything. The man in the hat offered the services of Krissa and Medvedi, concluding with a quiet prayer for his brother's safety. Later, under the cloak of night, two figures made their way through a desolate junkyard. The bald man remarked that he had heard the codename Python before. The man in the trench coat mused that he thought Python had retired a long time ago. He then wondered aloud if Amur Tigro might actually be better than the legendary hitman. While admitting Amur Tigro was the best he'd personally seen, the masked man confessed he'd never witnessed Python's skills firsthand. The man in the trench coat asserted that when one thinks of a hitman, Python is the very embodiment of the word. He speculated that a fight between the legendary Python and the talented Amur Tigro would be an incredibly close match. The thought lingered that in such a confrontation, one of them would undoubtedly die. Despite the grim possibility, the man in the trench coat couldn't help but laugh, excited by the prospect. The masked man changed the subject, inquiring about the blonde man next to Amur Tigro, wondering if he was a bodyguard. The man in the trench coat revealed his name was Soroka, which means magpie, shocking his associate. The man with the shaved head recalled the terrifying rumor that Soroka once wiped out a black organization with only 2 knives. The old man chuckled, admitting that while Soroka could be annoying, his skill with knives was undeniable. The man in the hat warned them not to act rashly or underestimate Soroka, as one's head could fly off in an instant. He then curtly ordered them to stop talking and get moving. As their vehicle sped off, he reminded them they had many people to take care of. In a dark, outdoor location, 2 opposing groups of men stood facing each other. A heavy bag was dropped onto the muddy ground between them. The man in the black suit opened the bag, presenting what he stated was 10 kilograms of pica. A man in white silently and deliberately stepped forward to inspect the delivery. Without warning, he kicked the bag of drugs away with contempt. The man with the scar on his face coolly asked if his counterpart was perhaps unsatisfied with something. The man in the baseball cap declared that the price had risen and they could only take half the product. The man in the suit protested, confused as to why the price had suddenly doubled from their deal last month. The dealer told him to have Kim Jae-hoon come directly if he had a problem with the new terms. He then violently grabbed the man in the suit by his collar. The dealer, known by the alias Barista, snarled at the man, infuriated that he would dare talk back. The man in the suit gasped for air as Barista tightened his grip, bending him backward. Defeated, the man in the suit pleaded for mercy and agreed to take only half, as Barista silently glared. Driving away, the man in the suit apologized to his boss for forcing him to bow his head. He noted his boss didn't seem like his usual self and asked if something had happened. The boss initially dismissed it as a personal matter, but his subordinate encouraged him to speak. The bearded man confessed his younger brother had recently started using drugs, sold to him by his own sibling. His companion grimly pointed out that even if he wasn't the dealer, someone else would just sell the drugs to his brother anyway. The man with the scar reasoned that being in this circle at least allowed him to protect his brother to some extent. He advised the conflicted man to hang in there and never to show his true feelings. He concluded that this was the only way to survive in their world without power. Later, the man with scars on his face reported to his boss that he had brought the goods. His boss acknowledged his work and offered him a drink. The scarred man accepted the drink with a word of thanks. A silhouette was cast as the man took a drink from the glass. He reflected on the fact that he had been living this life for 20 long years. The man with slicked hair praised him, stating that in those 2 decades, he'd never seen anyone as skilled. The man with short hair humbly expressed his gratitude for the high praise. The slick-haired man mused that a person of his talent needed to play in wider waters. Pouring another drink, he declared his ambition to climb higher, addressing his subordinate as Dae-jeon. His tone shifted as he lamented a certain obstacle to his ambition. He accused his trusted right-hand man of neglecting important business while being preoccupied with neighborhood thugs. The slick-haired man menacingly asked if he would need to cut off his own right arm. He then presented Dae-jeon with a final chance to prove his loyalty. The order was clear and final: get rid of the Bujin faction. The man with short hair felt the pressure mount, wondering if this was because of Kim Jae-hoon. Suddenly, Dae-jeon's attention was caught by an unexpected arrival. A man in a maroon suit sauntered in, greeting him with a casual, "Long time no see." He mockingly asked Dae-jeon how the scar on his face was doing. The newcomer, identified as Kang Chang-suk, Yoon Deok-soo's former second-in-command, taunted him about how knife wounds ache on rainy days. Dae-jeon stood stoically, his expression unreadable in the face of the provocation. The two rivals faced each other in a tense standoff as the slick-haired boss watched from a distance. Kang Chang-suk confessed he had always been curious if Dae-jeon's stoic expression would remain after being run through with a knife. He then laughed, confidently stating that he thought he would be able to find out very soon. A throbbing ache pulsed in Dae-jeon's jaw as he recalled the moment the blade had cut him to the bone. In a sparse locker room, a small group convened to discuss their dire situation. The woman in the black jacket reported that their current callable forces were only around 10, though they could recruit 20 more from outside the area. The man in yellow glasses noted their disadvantage, as DS Security's lower branch alone had 100 members, prompting the man in the tan jacket to advise against direct confrontation. The man in yellow glasses then voiced his doubts, questioning whether Pai Woo-jin would truly cooperate with them. The woman in the black jacket confirmed that Woo-jin had always been a lone wolf, even more so recently, never one to be tied down to any group. She mused that with Kang Man-jae and Kim Song-jun now out of the picture, a new person would surely take charge. The man in the tan jacket spoke the name that was on everyone's mind, Kim Dae-jeon. The woman in the black jacket conceded that it was the most likely possibility. The man in the tan jacket then addressed her directly as Cha Soo-min, asking what kind of man Kim Dae-jeon was. He pressed further, wondering if there would be any problem if he were to deal with Kim Dae-jeon himself. Cha Soo-min's silence was a heavy, unspoken answer to his question. In a quiet cafe, a woman in red wondered why her companion wasn't drinking his coffee, which was getting cold. She gently chided him for not even touching the drink he had supposedly come for. Referring to herself as his Nuna, she urged him to open up, promising she would listen to whatever was troubling him. The man in the suit stoically replied that nothing was wrong. She saw through his facade, remarking that he and his brother always got that serious look before causing a major incident. She then asked him directly if his troubles were related to Soo-min. He avoided her gaze and took a slow sip from his mug. The man in the suit insisted again that it was really nothing. He then declared that everything would return to normal as soon as he got rid of a single person. The woman in red could only stare back, baffled by his ominous statement. The man in the suit stood up abruptly, thanking her for the coffee as his chair scraped against the floor. He then gave a simple, chilling order to his subordinate. They were going to the junkyard. Their heavy footsteps echoed as they departed, leaving a heavy silence in their wake. Just before leaving, the man in the suit called out to someone named Jang Ho. The woman in the red sweater watched him go, completely perplexed by his strange behavior. A sudden, dreadful realization hit her as she remembered that Kang Chang-suk had been released from prison. The name Kang Chang-suk repeated in her mind, each time with a greater sense of horror. Elsewhere, a man with a chilling, Joker-like smile expressed his disbelief that the crazy guy who had massacred the Bujin faction 2 years ago was already out. At that very moment in a desolate junkyard, two opposing groups faced each other under a gray sky. The man in the suit coldly told his rivals they should have continued hiding like rats to avoid this reunion. The opposing leader, a man with slick back hair, warned the young upstart not to get cocky. A scarred man from his ranks stepped forward, demanding to know where Cha Soo-min was. Another of his men, marked with scars, defensively questioned why they were looking for their Nuna. A man with blonde hair and glasses sneered at their appearance, remarking that it was no wonder they could only make a living as gangsters. All eyes were drawn to the unflinching gaze of a man in a black turtleneck who had just arrived. The scarred man recognized him instantly, his mind acknowledging that the one they were waiting for had come. An enemy with sunglasses informed the newcomer that while he could have left before, it was now far too late. The man in the black turtleneck calmly stated he never had any intention of leaving, as he planned on taking over the entire area. As the slick-haired leader cursed his audacity, the scarred man wondered how Cha Su-min could be so reckless as to trust this man, vowing to show him the truth. The man with sunglasses threatened to rip his fangs out, but the scarred man's thoughts were resolute. He would prove this was all misplaced hope. In a small meat restaurant, the owner grumbled at a lone customer, questioning if he was a customer or a pauper for ordering only soju and stew. The hooded customer irritably told the owner to stop nagging him. The restaurant door creaked open, announcing an unexpected visitor. The owner's expression shifted to one of recognition as he saw who had entered. A woman now stood over the seated, hooded man, her presence casting a pall over the table. The hooded man looked up, asking Cha Su-min what she had to say to him. Cha Su-min, wearing a bomber jacket, sternly told him to get up because he needed to come with her. He flatly refused, telling her to go away as he did not want to get involved. She insisted he stop running from his responsibilities. Cha Su-min confessed that they had both been turning a blind eye for far too long. In a painful memory, a long-haired man named Wu Jin lamented that the place they found themselves in had become a living hell. A woman with short hair from their past declared it was finally time to put an end to everything. Wu Jin had agreed, resolving to settle what had happened between all of them. Back at the junkyard, a bearded leader ordered his men to hold their positions until he gave the signal. A single, deliberate step forward shattered the tense standoff between the two fighters. The bearded man's voice taunted his opponent about being unarmed, but the man in the white shirt simply dared him to attack, promising to kill him. The man in the black turtleneck coolly retorted that using a weapon would be too much against someone of his level. His opponent, a man in a white shirt, accepted the challenge with a confident smirk. The first punch flew, initiating the brutal confrontation. The man in the black turtleneck dodged the blow with a swift, fluid motion. A furious exchange of blows followed, each fighter moving with deadly precision. A leg blurred through the air, aimed with incredible power and speed. The kick connected with a sickening thud, sending a shockwave through the air. From the sidelines, the antagonists in suits, one with blonde hair and sunglasses, watched the unfolding battle with grim intensity. The man in the white shirt grimaced in pain, promising to make his opponent regret this. The man in the black shirt finished the thought, vowing his foe would regret ever wanting to have a go at him. The blonde man in sunglasses watched in disbelief, remarking that it had been a very long time. He stared in astonishment, realizing it had been years since their boss had been punched by anyone. A sharp slicing sound cut through the tense air. An explosive impact echoed as a fist was parried. Kim Dae-jeon threw a punch, but the man in black swiftly dodged the blow. A heavy silence fell between the two combatants as they squared off. From the sidelines, the blonde man in sunglasses asked his associate to compare Kim Dae-jeon's strength to that of Pai Wu-jin. The man in the black suit admitted that since they had never fought, he couldn't be certain. He explained that while witnesses described Pai Wu-jin as a fighting machine, even earning his boss's respect, Kim Dae-jeon, despite a less dramatic rise, always emerged as the sole survivor among all other reputed fighters. Considering everything Kim Dae-jeon had endured, the subordinate could only imagine how much stronger he had become. The blonde man in sunglasses pensively considered this new information. Kim Dae-jeon lunged again, but the man in black agilely evaded the attack once more. Another powerful punch from Kim Dae-jeon was expertly met by his elusive opponent. The man in black coolly warned that a body would have a hard time taking one of those hits. From the sidelines, the man with blonde hair remarked that there was more to this fight than just brute force. Another observer noted that Kim Dae-jeon's crew possessed a genuine assurance, having no doubt their leader would emerge victorious. The man with the goatee scoffed, asking what his nervous companion was so scared of. The man with sunglasses replied that such confidence was common before a fall. The fierce hand-to-hand battle raged on, each fighter moving with deadly precision. Kim Dae-jeon roared in triumph, believing he finally had his opponent cornered. The man in black, however, calmly noted that he had anticipated the dodge. In the brief stillness that followed, a new strategy was being calculated. Kim Dae-jeon shouted that this was the end for his adversary. With a sudden, forceful grip, the momentum of the fight instantly shifted. In a flash of movement, both men were sent sprawling to the ground. A brutal slam echoed as a body hit the hard-packed earth. The two factions of suited men watched the unfolding chaos with unwavering intensity. An off-panel observer critiqued the move, stating that using a foot had dangerously lowered one's defense. Kim Dae-jeon furiously cursed his cocky opponent from the ground. A deafening crash resounded as a powerful blow was delivered. A sharp grunt of effort filled the air. The sound of an agonized scream followed the brutal exchange. For a brief moment, Kim Dae-jeon stood over the man in the dark jacket, who lay prone beside a car. Kim Dae-jeon let out a pained groan, the damage from the battle taking its toll. Another devastating strike landed with a sickening thud. In a swift, fluid motion, the tide of the fight turned completely. A second rapid movement secured the dominant position. A pained cry escaped Kim Dae-jeon as he was overwhelmed. The man in the black shirt effortlessly flipped Kim Dae-jeon over his shoulder in a powerful throw. The defeated fighter reflexively shielded his face, anticipating the next attack. A powerful arm wrapped around from behind, delivering a punishing strike. The takedown was executed with blinding, inescapable speed. The man in black now stood over the broken form of Kim Dae-jeon. All the beaten man could do was let out groans of pure agony. The man with yellow glasses concluded that Kim Dae-jeon wouldn't be getting up from such a thorough beating. His thoughts then turned to the victor's entourage, wondering about their stoic inaction. He questioned why they remained completely still, even after their boss had clearly won. A woman with dark hair covered her mouth, her eyes wide with a mixture of horror and anticipation. The man with yellow glasses stood beside the distressed woman, both fixated on the scene. The woman thought to herself that this brutal spectacle was only just the beginning. Kim Dae-jeon slumped over on the ground, a portrait of defeat. Yet, as he looked up from the dirt, a faint, defiant smirk began to form on his lips. Elsewhere, a man with a scar and cigarette reflected that Kim Dae-jeon only truly got serious after being beaten to a bloody pulp. A fist connected violently with a face, the impact echoing through the junkyard. The brutal fight ignited once more amidst the metal carcasses of derelict cars. Kim Dae-jeon, his face now a mess of blood and bruises, declared that his head was finally clear of useless thoughts. The scarred fighter snarled that he should have simply killed his opponent first and worried about thinking later. The black-clad man watched in silence, taking in his opponent's sudden surge of ferocity. He finally dismissed the dramatic turn, calling his opponent's bravado phony. The two warriors locked into a desperate, close-quarters struggle once again. In a separate, quiet room, a man in a red turtleneck announced that the results should be in by now. His companion with a cigarette clarified the stakes, whether an ally would betray them or instead finish the Bujin faction. In another meeting, a man with dark hair reminded someone called Mr. President of a promise that had been made. The man in the vest made his grim request clear: he must be given Kim Dae-jeon's head. He ended his demand by coldly permitting the president to do as he wished with everything else. A blade slid quietly through the air. The sharp point found its mark with a sickening push. A hand gripped its target with crushing force. The man in the black shirt let out a strangled gasp. An agonized scream tore through the junkyard. With a sudden burst of speed, the man in the black shirt charged forward. A fist flew through the air, aimed for a devastating blow. The impact landed with a heavy, sickening thud. The narrator noted that Kim Dae-jeon was no longer the fighter he once was, he was evolving into a professional. The man with the cigarette watched intently, wondering what his opponent's next move would be. The young man mused that his adversary likely had no choice but to play whatever cards he had left. In the desolate junkyard, the blonde man and the woman continued to observe the unfolding battle. The woman expressed her confusion, but the blonde man calmly explained that Kim Dae-jeon was overwhelming his opponent, noting it would be troublesome if he were beaten. The blonde man scoffed, questioning if she truly understood their organization and expressing disbelief that their fighter would lose in such a place. The woman confidently told him to just wait and see, predicting the fight would end soon, only to be caught by surprise. The throne man snarled, questioning how his opponent had managed to crawl his way into this world. He finished his taunt by insulting the man's meager skills. A heavy silence fell over the combatants. The man in black paused, his thoughts turning inward for a silent moment. Breaking the silence, he decided he could not let the insult stand. The man in the white shirt taunted him, asking if he was finally resorting to a weapon, but his opponent declared it was too late. With cold finality, the man in black told his opponent to just die. A brutal blow landed with the force of a thunderclap. The man in the white shirt staggered, his shoulder taking the brunt of the attack and his balance completely shattered. Another crushing impact sent shockwaves through his body. The man in black seized his opponent, his hands wrapping tightly around the man in the white shirt's throat. A low, menacing growl emanated from the struggle. The man in the white shirt could only manage a choked cry for air. The man in black leaned in close, his promise hanging in the air. He then unleashed a devastating strike that sent the other man flying. The man in white lay motionless on the dusty ground, utterly defeated. The man in black coolly stated that his foe would be leaving with only a couple of bruises. The defeated man in white could feel his jaw throbbing, realizing with horror that the bastard had been hiding his true power all along. As the victor flexed his hand, he thought to himself that there was still more to consider. With a desperate roar, the man in white tried to rally, believing he still had a chance to win. The man in black's hand remained poised, a silent threat of immense power. A wave of despair washed over the man in white as he cursed his dire situation. From the sidelines, two rival groups watched the aftermath of the duel. A man with long, gray hair and a matching jacket observed the scene with an unreadable, stoic expression. Nearby, a man in a suit stood over a figure crumpled on the ground. The man on the ground cursed his own powerlessness. Panic erupted among his allies as they realized their director was down, screaming for bloody vengeance. A knife was drawn, its polished blade glinting menacingly. The scene devolved into chaos as another man was struck down. A man with sunglasses sarcastically complimented his opponents on their gangster-like predictability, asking if they really wanted to play dirty. The knife hovered over the downed man, its wielder's grim expression sealing his fate. The blade whipped through the air with terrifying speed. The man on the ground cursed as his body refused to move and his vision began to fade to black. The tattooed man, Kim Dae-jeon, reflected bitterly that his opponent could have ended the fight from the start, realizing he had been tested all along. A man in a jacket watched in shock, recognizing the newcomer as Woo Jin and wondering if he was there to help Cha Soo-min. The tattooed man let out a dark, self-deprecating laugh, questioning why he always felt so pathetic. A sudden, sharp pain caused him to cry out. Disoriented, the tattooed man struggled to understand what had just happened to him. A moment of stunned silence followed the sudden event. The tattooed man looked up at his captor and demanded to know what he wanted. The man in the suit apologized for his rough methods, claiming he had no other choice. The man warned his captive that any plan to use him as a bargaining chip against Yoon Deok-soo was destined to fail. The tattooed man agreed, stating that he would be of no use to him anyway. Kim Dae-jeon sardonically offered to chop off his own pinky, remarking on the grim traditions of the underworld. The man in black casually told him he could leave if he wanted, insisting he wasn't being held captive. Sitting in a chair, Kim Dae-jeon's mind raced, questioning if this was a genuine offer of escape or some elaborate trap. Kim Dae-jeon smirked, warning the man that it would be a mistake to look down on him. The man, now seen reading a book, questioned Kim Dae-jeon's confidence, reminding him that Yoon Deok-soo would not go easy on a hunting dog who returned empty-handed. The man with tattoos shot back, calling him a crazy bastard and telling him to worry about himself. The man in black calmly asked what he could possibly do once he walked out the door. A sharp sound punctuated the tense conversation. The man in black declared it was too late, explaining that Yoon Deok-soo would already be scouring the city for him. He then leaned forward, making a proposition directly to Kim Dae-jeon. The scarred man offered an alliance, asking Kim Dae-jeon to join him in fighting Yoon Deok-soo. Elsewhere, Kim Song-joon remarked with surprise that his visitor had gotten out of prison much sooner than the expected 10 years. The man in the red shirt, Kang Chang-suk, dismissed the pleasantries, threatening Kim Song-joon's life for information on his brother's whereabouts. Kim Song-joon defiantly replied that he didn't know, adding that he wouldn't tell him even if he did. Kang Chang-suk promised he would find out soon, as Kim Song-joon spat his name back at him like a curse. In a flurry of violence, a man in a black suit delivered a brutal punch to his opponent's jaw. A man in a dark hoodie stood triumphantly over a fallen foe. The victor loomed over the defeated man, coldly asking who the hell he thought he was. The man in black turtleneck reassured Kim Dae-jeon about the safety of his family. The man in black turtleneck remained silent as the man in wheelchair demanded his reason for being there. The man with chest tattoos observed that hidden powers controlled the world, with unbelievable big shots orchestrating events. With a sudden gasp, the man with chest tattoos explained he chose that specific location due to the influence of those powerful figures. The man in black turtleneck revealed that Kim Jae-hoon now supported Yoon Deok-soo, marking the start of his personal tragedy. The man with chest tattoos then questioned if they knew the drug supplier, identifying him as the true puppet master behind Yoon Deok-soo and Kim Jae-hoon. The man in black turtleneck named the drug supplier as Baek Do-chan, a malevolent killer known by the codename Python. The man in black turtleneck elaborated that Baek Do-chan had murdered both his father and Kang Min-song, now wielding significant power within castle. The man with chest tattoos listened intently, a silent acknowledgement of the grim revelation. The man in black turtleneck recalled his past despair and helplessness facing their power, while they effortlessly advanced. He explained how they had since established a formidable cartel across Northeast Asia. He acknowledged his capability to eliminate some leaders, but admitted an individual could never dismantle their entire system. A lone individual, the narration explained, could not possibly defeat such an immense organization. The man with chest tattoos mused on the monumental task of toppling the entire syndicate. The man in black turtleneck declared his need to recruit allies who had lost everything to castle, stating, "I need their strength." He directly addressed Kim Dae-jeon, asking for his power in this endeavor. A heavy sigh filled the air, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A stark narration confirmed Kang Min-song's death. A man smoking observed that with Cha Il-guk and Kang Min-song eliminated, Hoam City became a contested territory. Kim Dae-jeon worried for Cha Soo-min's safety and debated informing Woo Jin, ultimately deciding against it to prevent reckless actions. The man with the cross necklace argued that their adversaries were too powerful, suggesting surrender to ensure everyone's survival. The man with chest tattoos urged faith in oneself. The man in black turtleneck asserted that avoiding the conflict would only lead to a repeat of past suffering, urging a direct confrontation. Kim Dae-jeon realized the man in black turtleneck possessed a grand vision and unwavering conviction, reminded of Ajusi. Kim Dae-jeon noted a unique quality in the man in black turtleneck, an ability to inspire and draw others in. Kim Dae-jeon considered the outrageous possibility that if anyone could overthrow Castle, it might be this man. The man in black turtleneck echoed Kim Dae-jeon's unspoken thought, asking if such a person would indeed be like himself. With a slight movement, the man in black turtleneck inwardly questioned his own capabilities, fearing repercussions for others if he faltered. Cha Soo-min approached Kim Dae-jeon, her arms outstretched in an embrace. Kim Dae-jeon exclaimed Cha Soo-min's name in surprise. A powerful strike connected, and Cha Soo-min cried out as she was hit. Multiple hands reached out to grab Kim Dae-jeon's chest. Cha Soo-min stood over an injured Kim Dae-jeon, who sat on the ground in an alleyway. Cha Soo-min chastised Kim Dae-jeon as a foolish idiot, questioning if he expected gratitude for carrying the burden alone. Kim Dae-jeon realized Cha Soo-min had been aware of his struggles all along. Cha Soo-min recounted her feelings of insignificance when Kim Dae-jeon first confronted Yoon Deok-soo, unable to offer assistance. She admitted to hating him for joining Yoon Deok-soo's group, making it difficult to reach out afterward. Cha Soo-min challenged him, asking how he felt seeing himself consumed by doubt. She urged Kim Dae-jeon to live for yourself, you fool, promising, from now on, let us be the ones to protect you. Kim Dae-jeon cursed softly, finding the emotional moment annoying as he stirred. The bearded man addressed Kim Dae-jeon, first as director, then Gangnam, stating they had awaited him for a long time. The bearded man pledged their unwavering loyalty, vowing to follow whatever decision Kim Dae-jeon made, leaving Kim Dae-jeon deep in thought. Kim Dae-jeon reflected on the strength of his companions, concluding he had been the weakest among them. Kim Shin, with a quick movement, declared them all insane, questioning if they understood the formidable enemies they faced. The man with the bandaged cheek warned them to prepare, as their upcoming fight would involve adversaries far beyond ordinary thugs. Kim Shin asked if he was being addressed by his name, then revealed he had already experienced a symbolic death 4 years prior. Kim Shin declared he would entrust his already forfeited life to them one last time. Two men engaged in a fierce, dynamic exchange of blows. The smirking long-haired man complimented his opponent, noting his skills remained sharp. Pai Woo-jin lunged forward in a fight, while his opponent adeptly dodged or countered. A scarred eye was seen in a close-up, while a foot ominously stepped through a doorway. Pai Woo-jin recoiled with a cry of pain as blood splattered from a fresh wound on his back. Sharp, impactful sounds indicated severe blows or stabs. Pai Woo-jin cursed at his attacker, warning him not to laugh prematurely, punctuated by a crushing sound. An intense, prolonged crushing sound reverberated. Another sharp, impactful crushing sound occurred. The sinister smiling man laughed, calling Pai Woo-jin a crazy bastard for grabbing something barehanded, while inwardly doubting Pai Woo-jin's rumored enmity with Kim Dae-jeon. The short-haired man in the blue jacket sensed that something was amiss, accompanied by a creaking sound. Pai Woo-jin resignedly stated that it seemed to be a bad day for him, followed by a sharp ringing sound. The sinister smiling man declared they would finish their confrontation later. A swift, cutting sound sliced through the air. Pai Woo-jin shouted for his opponent to stop, his words cut off by a loud crash. The man in the light blue jacket urged immediate escape, warning that Kang Chang-suk would soon return with reinforcements. A tense silence followed. The man with long black hair commanded someone to release him. The man in the pinstripe vest angrily insulted someone as a fucking useless piece of trash. He furiously questioned how they failed to find a single person despite having numerous subordinates. He also demanded to know the identity of the person who ambushed their business. The man in the dark suit stammered, admitting they had never encountered the attacker before. He described the attacker as skilled and purposeful, explaining that in the ensuing chaos, they lost track of Director Kim's subordinates. The man in the pinstripe vest raged, wondering what inexperienced fool dared interfere with their operations. He enumerated their current problems: Kim Dae-jeon's betrayal, Pai Woo-jin causing trouble, and unknown assailants ambushing them. The shadowed man observed that something was clearly amiss, questioning if the situation would resolve favorably. A moment of quiet contemplation passed. Kim Shin stated that Pai Woo-jin had gone to Kim Song-jun, while he had dispatched the Boojin group to the tattoo shop. Kim Shin acknowledged the difficulty of securing a safe house for his people. The shadowed man revealed he had arranged for a trustworthy individual to create a diversion. Kim Shin briefly thanked him. The shadowed man addressed Kim Shin, admitting his strength before revealing crucial information. The shadowed man paused, hinting at a significant caveat. The shadowed man warned that Yoon Deok-soo was formidable, but Kim Shin defiantly declared he needed no one's help. Kim Shin firmly asserted he would handle the situation independently. Woo Jin anxiously demanded to know if Dae-jeon was alright. He then admonished his Hyung, questioning how he could act so cavalierly when he had just nearly been killed. The man called Hyung lamented that Dae-jeon was a foolish brat, admitting he never foresaw the situation unfolding this way. With a click of his tongue, he noted that Dae-jeon never learned how to be heartless, a trait he displayed even 4 years ago when joining the Orient faction. Annoyed by the reminiscing, Woo Jin curtly announced he was leaving. Hyung quickly stopped him, revealing that he would be leaving town soon himself. He expressed his hope that getting clean and disappearing would make life easier for Dae-jeon, allowing him to live like a human for once. His voice grew heavy with emotion as he prepared to make a final, desperate plea. He begged Woo Jin to look after Dae-jeon in his stead. Hyung reminded Woo Jin that he knew Dae-jeon's true nature, he had only gone to work for Yoon Deok-soo to protect everyone. The earring man admitted he was powerless to help, hoping Woo Jin could succeed where he had failed. His sentence was violently cut short as a hooded figure's fist smashed into his face. The earring man staggered back, shouting in disbelief and asking if his assailant had gone mad. The long-haired attacker sneered, remarking that for someone who sounded like they were at death's door, he was still very much alive. The hooded man stated coldly that he didn't care whether the man left or cleaned himself up. He paused, letting his next words hang in the tense air. He challenged the beaten man, questioning if he still had any courage left in him. The hooded man declared that if he did, he should be the one to protect what's important with his own hands. Elsewhere, a man with slick back hair observed that Kim Dae-jeon and Pai Woo Jin were the two who stood out from the rest. His plan had been to control Kim Dae-jeon by maintaining his brother Kim Song-jun's drug addiction. He also intended to isolate Pai Woo Jin from his allies to bring him into the fold. While he thought this would pave his way into the castle, the scheme had proven far more difficult than he anticipated. Mr. President decided it was time to cut his losses and impatiently demanded an update from his men. A subordinate in a dark suit nervously apologized, admitting that despite combing the city, they still had nothing. Mr. President dismissed the effort, suggesting they simply set the junkyard on fire to force their targets out of hiding. He gestured to his new enforcers, boasting that they were reliable professionals in such matters, and they nodded in silent confirmation. Despite his violent proposal, he ordered them to stand by for the moment. The door burst open and a subordinate with a ponytail rushed in, breathlessly calling out to the president. He frantically reported that they had found Director Kim, but there was a significant complication. He explained that Kim was heading directly toward them, accompanied by a troop of fighters from the Bujin faction. The heavy, rhythmic trudging of determined footsteps echoed through the streets. A man in a black turtleneck led the group, his face a mask of silent resolve. Beside him, a scared-faced man argued that they lacked the numbers to take on Yoon Deok-soo and needed to bolster their forces first. The leader in the black turtleneck flatly rejected the idea, declaring they would attack straight away at sunrise. He explained that defeating Yoon Deok-soo was merely the first step, their true goal was to rally the other factions lying dormant under the castle's authority. Their strategy was to make an example of DS security, publicly executing them for losing public support, to command the attention of the underworld. The scared-faced man reflected that while his leader's recklessness was almost unreasonable, being by his side made him feel invincible. As they arrived, enemy gang members began shouting threats, telling the bastards to get out of their territory. The piercing screech of tires filled the air as vehicles converged on the standoff. A muscular man in a suit mocked Kim Dae-jeon, questioning his intelligence for gathering a pathetic crew and playing, "Follow the leader." A voice from the assembled crowd called out the name of President Yoon Deok-soo. Immediately, a man in a suit corrected the title, venomously calling Yoon Deok-soo a dirty son of a bitch. A woman stepped forward, accusing him of having sucked the life out of the city's people for years. The man in the suit added that Yoon Deok-soo had personally threatened his men. Another man with glasses chimed in, stating he forced them to clean up his messes and treated them no better than dogs. The man in the suit declared that on this day, Yoon Deok-soo would finally pay for all he had done. He paused for a moment, admitting he had only one regret in this confrontation. His sole regret was that he was not the leader in this game they were playing. The man in the black turtleneck then stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the muscular leader as he confirmed he must be Yoon Deok-soo. The man in the suit, now identified as Yoon Deok-soo, looked back in confusion and demanded to know who the hell he was. The dark-haired man stated that words were pointless since their goals were obvious, and it was time to begin. Yoon Deok-soo scoffed, shocked to realize this unknown man, not Kim Dae-jeon or Cha Soo-min, was the true leader. He quickly dismissed his surprise, deciding it didn't matter which bastard was in charge. The man with a short ponytail roared the order to crush the motherfuckers, and his men surged forward with a deafening war cry. The air erupted with the screams of battle as the two opposing forces brutally clashed. A sickening crunch of bone-breaking echoed amidst the chaos of the brawl. Thugs were sent flying as Yoon Deok-soo's men cried out in shock, wondering who the hell these powerful new adversaries were. The bandaged man, Yoon Deok-soo, grunted in pain as he cursed Kim Song-jun. A man with neck tattoos appeared before him, declaring he had come to get payback. Enraged, Yoon Deok-soo screamed at the lowlife, questioning how he dared to stand against him. Watching from the side, a man in a suit, Kim Dae-jeon, thought his brother was a fool, wondering what he could possibly accomplish in his weakened condition. A blade suddenly slashed through the air, intercepting Kim Song-jun's attack. A man in red smirked, voicing his disappointment that he didn't get to hear any satisfying screams. Kim Dae-jeon coolly retorted that he would make sure those screams came from the man in red's own mouth. The two exchanged furious blows, their fists colliding with bone-jarring force. The man in the suit's confident expression began to falter. His eyes widened in utter disbelief as he felt his opponent's overwhelming strength. A fighter was sent flying backward with a startled cry as the tide of the battle shifted. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle engine cut through the sounds of the melee. The man in red whipped his head around, startled by the unexpected interruption. Another man in a suit shrieked in terror as the motorcycle screeched to a halt just inches from his face. The rider on the bike calmly told the combatants not to misunderstand his arrival. The long-haired man clarified that his only purpose for being there was to take out the trash. With a deafening crash, the motorcycle slammed into a group of thugs. Amidst the chaos, a man in a gray suit called out to Jin-tae, who responded with a low hum. The man in the gray suit observed that their enemies were far too numerous. The man with glasses gave a chilling command to cut the enemy forces in half, musing that it was time to go scare the little kiddies. A blade sliced cleanly through the air. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the chaotic brawl. Bones crunched under the relentless assault. A body was sent flying from the sheer power of a blow. The air hummed with the tension of the ongoing battle. Two combatants were locked in a deadly dance of knives, each seeking a fatal opening. The brutal melee continued, staining the ground red with splatters of blood. Another thunderous impact echoed through the alley. The man with yellow glasses derided his foes for their sloppy and showy fighting skills. A terrified man with a mustache wondered who the newcomer was, while his scarred companion recognized him as the one who previously destroyed their base. The man with the bandages, their chief, ordered his men to step aside. The man with yellow glasses mockingly identified the chief as the fatso from before, pointing out his bandaged head. The bandaged man seethed, promising that this day would be his opponent's last. A flurry of attacks erupted between the two sides. A powerful collision sent fighters reeling. One of the thugs grunted in pain as he was struck down. The blond man dismissed the fatso, stating he was too busy to play with him today. His blade flashed through the air with lethal precision. The dark-haired man watched in quiet astonishment, noting how the blondie struck vital points to minimize bloodshed and questioning the true identity of these fighters. The man in red taunted his opponent, telling him not to look away while his head was on the line. The tall man in the suit acknowledged their last meeting was too short, vowing to take his enemy's hand this time. The man with short hair declared his personal desire to take care of the foe himself. The dark-haired man remained silent, observing the standoff. The man in the red suit dismissed their threats, proclaiming he would send them both to the afterlife. A metallic glint flashed in the chaos of the fight. The masked man in the suit instructed his companion to finish his fight quickly and rejoin them, as they were short on numbers. The man in the green uniform noted that Kim Dae-jeon was occupied with Kang Chong-suk. The man in the suit then turned his attention to his own target, declaring Yoon Deok-soo was his. Suddenly, the man with the bun stepped in, refusing to let him pass. The man in the suit approached, identifying his new opponent as the renowned Pai Woo-jin. He acknowledged Pai Woo-jin's fame as the god of fighting, recalling the story of him defeating 30 men alone. With a smirk, the man in the suit declared he would test that title, but clarified he would just be watching. The man in the green uniform looked on, confused by the sudden change of plans. An explosion of force interrupted the confrontation. The man in the olive green jacket cursed at the others, telling them to get out of his way. His blade slashed through the air with deadly intent. The man in the maroon suit taunted a struggling Kim Dae-jeon, mocking his former arrogance. He sneered, questioning if a few knives were too much for Dae-jeon to handle before lunging with a furious cry. A fist blocked the attack, followed by a resounding crack. An arm swung forward, delivering a final, decisive punch that sent an opponent to the ground. The man with the scar cursed under his breath as he witnessed the defeat. Another brutal slash cut down a combatant. The man in the maroon suit expressed his confusion, asking Kim Dae-jeon why he would rebel when he could have had anything by simply obeying. Onlookers commented on the chaos, noting the police wouldn't dare intervene in an incident involving such powerful figures. A man in a red jacket remarked that even after 4 years, some people never learn their place. He screamed at his opponent, questioning how he could fail to understand the hierarchy. The sickening sound of a bone crushing echoed from the scuffle. A fighter cried out in agony. Another body was slammed against a hard surface with a crunch. A thug crumpled to the ground, defeated. A man in a dark suit told his enemy to keep living like a dog, just following orders. He gritted his teeth, declaring his intent to pull down Yoon Deok-soo and rise to the top. The man in the red jacket furiously called him an arrogant bastard. The man in red vowed to show the low-life insect what happens when he forgets his place, punctuating his threat with vicious stabs. He readied himself for a finishing blow. With a final, crushing slam, he roared that they would crush him. The man with the blue-tinged hair's thoughts were a grim reminder of a forgotten truth. The man in the suit warned that Yoon Deok-soo was a monster far crueler than himself. He promised that today, they would all get a taste of true fear once again, causing a nearby thug to realize he was doomed. The tall man in the suit stared in shock at his foe's imposing size, realizing he stood no chance. He hesitated, knowing his only option was to fall back. A large, powerful hand reached out with fingers splayed. The hand grabbed its target with inescapable force. A man in a blue jacket was violently thrown to the ground. He let out a pained groan upon impact. The stern-faced man scoffed at the quality of his opponents, crushing one underfoot as he noted none of them were decent. The smiling man pulled at his collar, observing that things were taking a turn for the worse. A man in a white shirt identified the blondie as the source of their problems, revealing he'd taken down over 20 men. Another man in a suit resolved to cut the blonde fighter down first. The entire battlefield seemed to pause for a tense moment. The clash resumed with a deafening boom. Amidst the chaotic street fight, a man in black stood calmly as two groups of fighters clashed violently around him. The man in black looked on and declared that this was the end for Yoon Deok-soo. A man in a white shirt wryly acknowledged his opponent was the enemy leader. The blond man with sunglasses yawned, complaining that the lack of decent fighters was getting boring. With a low chuckle, he declared his opponents were finished now. A man with a head bandage gasped for breath, insisting their president would take care of them. He claimed that while Pai Wu-jin and Kim Dae-jeon were local threats, their president was feared throughout the entire country. The man in a white shirt just chuckled, amused at how little his foe knew of his place. A man with dark messy hair began to list the names of the fighters. A man with spiky hair dismissed them all as the same, mocking their belief that their city was special and laughing at the feared throughout the country claim. The man with glasses advised his opponent to take a good look, as it was a sight a lowlife like him would never see again. He coolly stated that this was what it meant to be world-class. A woman in a black blazer watched in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. She stammered that for 2 years they couldn't touch their archenemy, Yoon Deok-soo. Yet this newcomer had taken him down in an instant, with barely a word spoken. In the middle of a street littered with fallen bodies, 2 final combatants stood ready for their decisive clash. Watching from the sidelines, the man with a ponytail cursed under his breath, realizing someone else had beaten him to the main event. The target was Yoon Deok-soo, a man who earned his title of national fighter with his own 2 fists, and not even Dae-jeon had been enough to draw out Kim Shin's true strength. But against an opponent like Yoon Deok-soo, it was clear that Kim Shin could no longer afford to hold back his true power. Yoon Deok-soo crouched low, his voice dripping with contempt as he identified Kim Shin as the cocky, lowlife mosquito, who had been annoying him for days. With a furious roar, Yoon Deok-soo lunged forward, his opening attack shattering the very asphalt beneath their feet. The man with red eyes bellowed, enraged that an unproven greenhorn would dare to challenge him. A tall, pale figure seemed to loom over his adversaries, an avatar of overwhelming power. The raw force of the counterattack sent one of Yoon Deok-soo's men flying violently backward. A defeated man on the ground could only grit his teeth and curse the bastard who had put him there. Fights erupted across the street as the 2 factions locked in a desperate, brutal struggle. The air boomed with the sound of a heavy punch connecting, sending shockwaves through the chaotic brawl. The faces of the fighters were masks of pure strain and aggression, each pushing beyond their limits. The man with tattoos let out a guttural curse as he struggled against his opponent. Unfazed, the man in the white shirt yelled back that his opponent's petty tricks were utterly useless. A leg cracked against the man in white's torso, the impact echoing through the street. Another fighter was launched into the air by a devastating kick as his comrade watched in shock. A burst of raw energy erupted from the epicenter of the fight, signaling a powerful and decisive blow. The man with gray hair observed the battle, realizing with a start that his opponent's movements were like those of a wild animal, not some average brat. A chill ran down his spine as he understood that if he wasn't careful, he would quickly become the prey. His thoughts were shattered by a sudden, explosive impact that caught him completely by surprise. The man with gray hair could only curse his shitty timing as the situation turned against him. A man in black stood over his pained opponent, a silent predator asserting his dominance. Punches were exchanged in a flurry as the brawlers fought with everything they had left. 2 men were trapped in a savage, close-quarters struggle, neither willing to give an inch. The sickening crack of bone broke through the din of the battle. The man with the scar let out a pained gasp, feeling the tide of the fight shift against him. His opponent pulled him forward, breaking his guard completely. He staggered, his balance lost and his defenses shattered. A chilling realization dawned upon the man with the scar, something was terribly wrong with this opponent. He finally admitted to himself that this guy was not someone he could ever hope to handle. Just then, a devastating blow landed on the black-suited man from behind, a sudden and unexpected intervention. The man with the scar could only stare in stunned silence at the new development. The narration identified this power as Amur Tigro, the Black Dragon River Tiger. The man with glasses explained that while the tiger is normally calm and dignified, it changes once it has singled out its prey. It transforms into a ferocious, merciless predator that knows no restraint. Another of Yoon Deok-soo's men lay defeated on the cold pavement. The remaining subordinates watched in horror as their leader faced this new, terrifying power. A dark, predatory aura radiated from the victor as his opponent lay helpless on the ground. From the mist of battle, the spectral form of a massive tiger with glowing blue eyes began to emerge. The man in red stared in absolute terror, his mind refusing to believe what he was seeing. A sword clattered uselessly onto the concrete as its wielder was overwhelmed. With a final boom, the man in the suit collapsed, unable to comprehend how he could lose to such a fighter. In a single, stunning instant, Kim Shin had taken down the formidable Yoon Deok-soo. It seemed he was truly a man without limits, completely different from the fighter they had previously encountered. It became clear that hiding his true power was a strategic ploy to draw Yoon Deok-soo out and demonstrate his overwhelming strength to everyone. As DS security was publicly humiliated, a thug in sunglasses realized with dawning horror that with their president down, they had no chance of winning. The realization spread like wildfire, it was all over, their forces completely wiped out. The scarred man could only stare in disbelief at the bastard who had orchestrated their total defeat. The man with the red mark on his ear admitted that of all the opponents he had faced, this man's bloodlust and skill were on an entirely different level. The man in the hoodie grimly agreed, stating that he was just like those guys. The victor's feet stood firmly over his fallen enemy, a symbol of absolute conquest. The imposing man advised his foe to admit defeat, declaring that this war was something he couldn't handle. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield, punctuated only by the groans of the defeated. The defeated man questioned his own strength, wondering if this was truly as far as he could go. The street had become a graveyard of ambition, with dozens of men lying broken on the ground. The man with a goatee remarked to the woman with black hair that their past 2 years of work had been rendered meaningless in a single, brutal moment. He confessed that even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe how a human could move so fast, wondering what sort of people they were. The woman with black hair admitted she didn't know, but her curiosity was just as piqued as his. Elsewhere, the man with dark hair and a ponytail observed the victor, noting how profoundly different he was from how he remembered him in the past. The man with intense eyes suddenly roared in fury, declaring that the victor was the same as Kang Min-song. One of his men, lying battered on the ground, questioned his leader's previous claim of owing the victor a favor. Another figure, sent flying through the air, screamed that it was a lie, as the bastard had simply inherited everything from Kang Min-song. Consumed by a jealous rage, the man with dark hair screamed, demanding to know why that guy had inherited everything instead of him. The man in the black turtleneck's anguished question, "Just why?" echoed his burning sense of betrayal. The collapse of a seemingly invincible group and the sudden appearance of a new power sent ripples through the city. Kim Shin and his crew stood victorious on the street, their presence marking a new era. The city of Hoam was filled with tension and curiosity as bystanders gossiped about Yoon Deok-soo's shocking defeat and the identity of the mysterious newcomers. In a dark room, a subordinate reported to his boss that Yoon Deok-soo was no more, defeated by an unknown power from the outside. Another man on the phone confirmed that Kim Dae-jeon had indeed betrayed his boss, but the true leader was a man they had never seen before. An unextinguished ember of defiance remained, as a defeated man mumbled that this wasn't the end. He vowed that his enemies had messed with the devil and he would make sure they paid the price, planting the seeds of future discord. A door creaked open, signaling the arrival of a new player in the unfolding drama. Their biggest threat and future adversary was already making a move, as a man with a mustache tended his bar. A woman with blonde hair and prominent earrings glanced aside, sensing a new presence. As a man in glasses entered the quiet bar and asked if it was open, the weight of their continued struggle bore down on them. In the quiet before the coming storm, Kim Shin and his group had officially become the new owners of the city of Hoam. The story continues, and the community invites you to join them for live updates on the unfolding saga. In the wake of their victory, Kim Shin's core members convened in a modern office to strategize their next move. A single finger tapped the table, drawing everyone's focus. The dark-haired man with the tattoo, Kim Dae-jeon, presented a USB drive, revealing it held Yoon Deok-soo's ledger and the weaknesses of community leaders. He explained it would buy them time to establish their foundation, prompting the blonde man in sunglasses to praise it as an amazing item. The blonde man cheered that this would simplify things, but Kim Dae-jeon indicated he had one more important matter to address. Kim Dae-jeon then formally pledged that from that day forward, he would treat his new leader with all the respect his position demanded. The man with the short beard observed that they still needed to absorb Yoon Deok-soo's organization, and the woman in the brown turtleneck agreed that establishing clear ranks was now crucial. Kim Dae-jeon stated this was his own will and that of his subordinates, humbly requesting that his new leader accept his loyalty. The group's leader accepted the pledge but told Kim Dae-jeon he could act casually with him at any time. The man with blonde hair and glasses laughed, then asked if their victory meant they had officially taken over the entire city of Hoam. A thoughtful silence filled the room as the weight of that question settled among them. Kim Dae-jeon was the first to speak, admitting that one particular person remained on his mind. The woman in the brown top elaborated that after conquering the North Borough, Yoon Deok-soo had spent 2 years fruitlessly trying to oust this individual. She revealed the name of this formidable holdout, Lee-sol from the South Borough. As the name hung in the air, the man with the blonde hair and glasses spoke up, saying he was just wondering about something. He then bluntly asked if this Lee-sol was pretty. On that very same day in Hoam's South Borough, a car screeched to a halt on a quiet street. A blonde man aggressively confronted a man in a white shirt for staring, who merely clicked his tongue in annoyance over the poor bus schedule. The blonde man complained that the local kids had no respect for their elders. A newspaper lay spread open on a bench, its headlines ignored. The man in the white shirt scoffed at Hoam's reputation as a criminal den, having seen no gangsters, while his blonde companion mused that such places were often overhyped. The blonde man boasted that the local toughs were just small fries who would wet themselves upon meeting real-deal gangsters like them. His arrogant rant was cut short as something unusual caught his eye. He let out a startled gasp at the scene unfolding on a nearby bus. A large man in a black t-shirt was kindly offering his seat to an elderly woman, earning her sincere thanks. It was a well-known rule in Southborough, you could defy the police, but you never confronted the burly men in black t-shirts. Though on the surface they resembled rough gangsters, their true identity was far different. In reality, they were a vigilante corps known as the Southborough Hope Young Adult Group, dedicated to protecting the weak, and they were now being summoned to their office. Their leader, Lee-sol, confirmed with his men that the force that crushed Yoon Deok-soo was not Kim Dae-jeon, Cha Soo-min, or Pai Woo-jin. Lee-sol, the group's president, wondered aloud just what kind of sick bastard had come crawling into his city. He was immediately scolded by a woman in a green apron for using such foul language in front of the children they cared for. Lee-sol quickly changed his tone, urging her to serve the food to the hungry kids. He gently offered a young girl another serving, while his mind secretly churned, pondering Kim Dae-jeon's betrayal of Yoon Deok-soo. He questioned what could have possibly compelled Kim Dae-jeon to change his allegiance so suddenly. Lee-sol wondered if Kim Dae-jeon was truly that confident in the power of his new master. At that very moment, a lone figure stood at the bottom of a staircase, facing a group of hostile men. One of the guards on the stairs sneered, recognizing the visitor as Yoon Deok-soo's former stooge. Kim Dae-jeon coolly corrected the man, clarifying that he was an ex-stooge as of that day. He then got straight to business, asking if Lee-sol was in. One of Lee-sol's masked subordinates shouted that he should be addressed as Mr. President, calling Kim Dae-jeon insane for daring to come alone. However, a calm voice from above ordered the men to let him through. The group's second-in-command, In-soo, vouched for the visitor, stating that Kim Dae-jeon was not the type to resort to underhanded tricks. With determined steps, Kim Dae-jeon ascended the stairs into the heart of his former enemy's den. Lee-sol, the Mr. President in question, greeted him with a threat, asking if he'd grown a second pair of balls to walk into the tiger's den. Kim Dae-jeon brushed off the hostility, calmly noting that it had been a long time and that Yi-so looked well. Yi-so ordered him to cut the pleasantries, reminding him that 20 of his brothers were itching to be the first to take his head. In-soo matter-of-factly corrected his boss, pointing out that with one man absent and himself abstaining, it was actually only 18, earning a silent curse from Kim Dae-jeon. The screech of a chair being pulled out broke the tense silence. Kim Dae-jeon began his proposal, assuming Yi-so had already heard the news of Yoon Deok-soo's fall. He declared he would be brief and proposed that they unite their forces. Kim Dae-jeon acknowledged their past rivalry but professed his respect for Yi-so as an honorable man protecting his neighborhood. His hand rested calmly on the table, a gesture of sincerity. He swore it wasn't a mind game, revealing their true goal was to take down Kim Jae-hoon and the castle itself, inviting Yi-so to join them. Yi-so remained silent, his expression unreadable as he processed the audacious offer. He finally spoke, admitting he'd always found it strange that a man like Kim Dae-jeon would work for Yoon Deok-soo, realizing now that he must have had a larger plan all along. Yi-so paused dramatically before delivering his answer to the proposal. With a powerful slam of his hand on the table, his answer was a resounding no. He challenged Kim Dae-jeon's plan, asking if one would burn down a whole house just to catch a single flea. Yi-so conceded that Kim Jae-hoon and his ilk were rotten, but he refused to sacrifice his brothers and family for what he deemed an unrealistic delusion. Unfazed by the rejection, Kim Dae-jeon simply acknowledged his response. He calmly stated that he understood Yi-so's position. As he turned and walked away, his heavy footsteps echoed in the room. Pausing at the doorway, Kim Dae-jeon turned back with a final question, "But, aren't you curious?" He pressed further, asking if Yi-so wasn't curious about the one person who could unite former enemies like himself and Cha Soo-min. Or about the man who could topple the mighty Yoon Deok-soo in an instant. Kim Dae-jeon then revealed the name of this man, calling Kim Shin a colossal monster of a bastard, and professing his faith that this man could indeed topple the castle. He left Yi-so with an invitation to the North Borough the next day, promising a present awaited him. The moment Kim Dae-jeon was gone, one of Yi-so's men, Won Young, burst in, angrily questioning why they let their target of 2 years simply walk away. Yi-so silenced his subordinate, addressing his beloved brothers to listen closely. He explained a code of honor: when an enemy approaches respectfully, you must respond in kind, a lesson his men Won Young and Nam Young took to heart. Privately, however, Yi-so's resolve wavered, a burning curiosity making him want to see for himself just what kind of man this Kim Shin truly was. He gave a decisive order to his men: "Get em ready." One of his subordinates adjusted his tie, acknowledging the order as the long-awaited game in the North Borough. Yi-so then surprised his crew by apologizing for taking this action on his own. His men stood in stunned silence at their leader's unexpected humility. The next day, the South Borough group arrived in force, their collective voice roaring as they demanded to see the man named Kim Shin. The arriving force was composed of 20 men from the South Borough Young Adult Group, led by their formidable president, Yi-so. This impending clash was presented as a critical obstacle Kim Shin had to overcome before waging an all-out war against Kim Jae-hoon. In the tense atmosphere of a narrow hallway, the forces of the South Borough stood poised to confront Kim Shin and his associates. Yi-so silently sized up his opponent, skeptically wondering if this was truly the man who had brought down the formidable Yoon Deok-soo. The group acknowledged they had heard of Kim Shin's resilience, having endured pressure from both Haesung Construction and Yoon Deok-soo himself. Kim Shin formally stated his intention to catch Kim Jae-hoon and his superiors, directly asking to borrow the strength of Yi-so and his group. Yi-so remained silent, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. He then mockingly addressed Kim Dae-jeon, questioning if their prior conversation had been reported correctly. The leader of the Hope Group told Kim Shin to clean out his ears and listen closely, suggesting he was sorely mistaken about their intentions. Yi-so declared his fundamental dislike for outsiders, blaming them for turning the neighborhood into a garbage heap just as Kim Jae-hoon and Yoon Deok-soo had. He ordered Kim Shin to answer his questions carefully from that point forward. With a menacing calm, Lee-seol announced that he had arrived that day fully intending to turn the entire place upside down. He questioned Kim Shin's motives, asking if he was seeking fame or simply aiming to become another pawn for a larger power. Kim Shin stated plainly that he held a grudge and was prepared to do anything to make his enemies pay. A flicker of understanding crossed Lee-seol's face, who conceded that revenge was at least a comprehensible motive. He derisively asked if Kim Shin was truly willing to endanger his own people and provoke dangerous enemies for the sake of his petty vengeance. Lee-seol then provocatively questioned if this reckless path didn't just make Kim Shin another bad-type bastard. Elsewhere, the woman in the brown turtleneck explained to her colleagues that the Hope Group existed to protect the weak, and that their leader turns into a beast when faced with injustice. She expressed her doubt, noting that a man like that couldn't be swayed by simple offers of money or position. An associate pointed out Lee-seol's stubborn reputation, while the narrative confirmed that the 20 members of the Hope young adult group possessed strength and strategy crucial for their goals. The woman pressed her point, asking how Kim Shin could possibly convince them without any tangible leverage, as the youth association held no grudge against the castle itself. Kim Shin revealed he had something special prepared, confident that if Lee-seol and his group knew what it was, they would be profoundly shaken. Back in the standoff, Kim Shin calmly advised Lee-seol to contain his excitement and judge only after hearing the full story. Lee-seol noted the complete lack of agitation in Kim Shin's words, realizing he was not dealing with an ordinary thug. After a moment of consideration, Lee-seol gave a curt order to his subordinate over the phone, "Send him in." A confident smile touched the edge of Lee-seol's lips as he anticipated the coming test. A beaten man in a suit was thrown to his knees, where he tearfully apologized to his big brother. The sight immediately triggered a chaotic brawl between the two factions in the hallway. The brutal sound of a punch landing echoed through the corridor. Lee-seol, his face now covered by a mask, furiously demanded to know why one of his own brothers was being presented to him in such a state. His bearded subordinate gave Kim Shin an ultimatum, demanding an immediate explanation before they were all killed. The scarred man in the suit stared back, unfazed by the threat. He began his explanation, revealing that Lee-seol's so-called brother had joined Yoon Deok-soo's group 3 months prior. The man continued, exposing that the brother had taken money and passed sensitive information to DS Security. Based on that betrayal, Yoon Deok-soo, with the backing of Haesung Construction, had systematically sabotaged all businesses connected to the youth association. The scarred man delivered the final blow, revealing that the group's recent financial troubles were all part of Yoon Deok-soo's scheme to destroy them from within. The man with the beanie reeled from the accusation, his mind struggling to process whether what he was hearing could possibly be the truth. The scarred man turned to the kneeling traitor, who confessed he took the money for his mother before breaking down in apology. The scarred man's intense gaze remained fixed on the unfolding drama, his part in the revelation now complete. A core tenet of the Hope Group was their pride in offering goodwill without a price, an ideal as strong as steel. Yet, this single disturbance caused by an outsider had shattered the society's fragile peace. Kim Shin admitted he was indeed gathering people for his personal revenge and that he wouldn't deny it. He then offered a piece of advice as someone who had already walked the path they were on. Kim Shin warned that their enemies would never tolerate those who opposed them. He grimly added that they would not spare the innocent people behind them either, revealing that was how he had lost his own father and benefactor. Kim Shin looked Lee-seol in the eye, declaring that his brother's betrayal was only the beginning of his misfortune and that Kim Jae-hun would eventually threaten everyone he held dear. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before making his final appeal. With a bow of his head, Kim Shin pleaded for Lee-seol to lend him his strength. The members of both factions watched in stunned silence as the confrontation reached its climax. Kim Shin declared that he was putting his neck on the line so that he could be the one to bring the castle down. He remained bowed, his face shadowed with the gravity of his desperate request. Later that night, the bustling energy of a street food stall provided the backdrop for a quiet meeting. Lee-seol's subordinate found his leader at a table, asking if he could join him for a drink. Without looking up, Lee-seol simply asked if he had found out the truth. The subordinate confirmed that Kim Shin's claims were lies, but only the part about the traitor's mother being terminally ill. He asked why his boss was so shocked, urging him to be more discreet as others might overhear. Sol scoffed, stating that he lived with the determination that he was no one's idiot. He admitted he was merely shocked that as their leader, he had pretended not to see the rot that had already formed within his own group. The subordinate poured a drink, the sound filling the brief silence between them. He remarked that Kim Shin's actions were unexpected, as he never thought the man would bow his head with such desperation. Sol flatly stated that he did not find the man's actions funny in the slightest. He fumed that after receiving such a favor, Kim Shin had embarrassed him by bowing like a dog in his presence. The man in the hoodie sat quietly, listening to his leader's conflicted rant. He then broke the silence with a single, crucial question: "So, are you gonna join him?" Sol's mind drifted to the real men he admired, like Cha Il-guk, Kang Min-sung, Pai Woo-jin, and Kim Dae-jeon. He admitted that Kim Shin was definitely interesting, while his subordinate noted that Kim Dae-jeon would never align himself with the wrong person. Sol agreed with a thoughtful, "yeah," but trailed off as his mind wrestled with the decision. The subordinate, sensing his leader's deliberation, waited patiently for an answer. Sol acknowledged that Kim Shin knew exactly how to attract people and that his willingness to bow proved just how serious he truly was. Having made up his mind, he instructed his subordinate to get Kim Shin on the phone, deciding it was time to check him out personally. In a stark, industrial space, Sol and his men stood before Kim Shin's faction once more. Sol stated that, just as they discussed over the phone, the proposal was, for now, acceptable. Kim Shin expressed his gratitude, recognizing what a great help they would be. Sol admitted he liked Kim Shin's spirit, but immediately added a crucial condition. He declared that his group was the type to only serve one true boss. Kim Shin confidently accepted the challenge, assuring Sol that he would be satisfied with the outcome. With determined strides, Sol began to close the distance between them. As he walked, he mused to himself how long it had been since he felt this way. He acknowledged that no matter how many times he faced guys like Kim Shin, a certain feeling always arose. The boiling blood of a fighter coursed through him, impossible to suppress. An intense desire welled up inside him, a primal urge to fight, to be beaten, and to truly feel alive. The world turned upside down as a wide, exhilarated grin spread across a defeated man's face. Sol, now on the ground, questioned how it was possible that he had lost. His subordinate bluntly confirmed the outcome, stating that he had clearly been defeated. A moment of stunned silence passed as Sol processed his loss. The silence was shattered by a sudden, booming laugh of pure joy. Sol looked up at his victor, shouting with admiration, "What a hell of a guy." He declared his satisfaction, and with his acceptance of Kim Shin as his boss, the 19 members of the Hope Young Adult Group officially joined the Kim Shin faction. The news of this alliance quickly reached Haesung Construction Headquarters, where a woman reacted with utter shock. A man in a suit demanded to know who was behind this sudden shift in power. On the other end of the line, Kang Chong-suk began to deliver his report. The woman in business attire realized with dawning horror that it was Kim Shin. The man in the striped suit repeated the name in disbelief, remarking that it was the same name as one of his old friends. At a corporate meeting, a man in a suit reported that the UAE buyers were scheduled to visit Korea the following week. His colleague, holding a fork, specified their arrival on Tuesday afternoon and proposed several high-end meeting locations. A man with glasses added the crucial detail that the president himself would attend the meeting. Suddenly, the man with glasses erupted at his subordinate, questioning if the man was an idiot for his suggestion. The enraged president revealed his hatred for tall buildings, while his subordinate nervously apologized and promised to reschedule immediately. Elsewhere, a man with blonde hair coldly warned that it was time to leave before someone lost their head. A woman in business attire chided someone to stop messing up at work, as a nearby man in a suit complained about his colleagues stealing his food. The man in the chair, sipping his drink, muttered how annoying the entire situation was. In his mind, he dismissed the fumbling subordinate as an idiot anyway. A quiet, sinister laugh escaped his lips. He recalled a past betrayal, thinking of a subordinate who had dared to bite the master that had done everything for him. As a laugh rumbled in his chest, the man holding a glass mused that the traitor reminded him of his younger self. In a frantic memory, a man identified as Kim Jae-hoon screamed his own name at an assailant, threatening death if he was touched. The terrified Kim Jae-hoon pleaded for the aggressor to stay back, cursing at the silent figure. A narrator's voiceover hinted that the most ridiculous part of the story was yet to unfold. The man wondered how Kim Shin had survived, recalling an official report that had declared him dead after his disappearance. With a grim smile, he considered Kim Shin's audacity in returning, reflecting that people in their line of work were always the same. The man in the fedora vowed to make Kim Shin realize the immense power gap between them, planning to fill his eyes with despair before sending him to meet his father. A woman in a black blouse approached, simply saying, "Hey," to get his attention. The man in the suit gave a curt order to call Kim Shin, the sound of a dialing phone filling the tense air. The electronic buzzing of the phone call continued to ring out. Kim Jae-hoon's subordinate answered the call, sarcastically congratulating Kim Shin on his new role as a gang leader. After mentioning he thought Kim Shin was dead, he was cut off by Kim Shin, who asked if he had received the data sent as a special gift. The subordinate dismissively called the data a pile of garbage, prompting Kim Shin to confirm that it documented his boss's dirty work. Kim Shin turned the tables, asking if his enemy liked his gift, forcing the man to regret not eliminating Yoon Deok-soo earlier. A silent understanding hung in the air. The fate of the data depended entirely on Kim Jae-hoon's next move. On the other end of the line, a woman in a black suit asked her boss what Kim Shin's demands were. Kim Shin's terms were simple. He wanted Kim Jae-hoon's men off his turf and control over Hoam, the territory previously held by Yoon Deok-soo. Enraged, Kim Jae-hoon spat through the phone, accusing Kim Shin of having a death wish. Kim Shin coolly repeated that the outcome rested entirely on Kim Jae-hoon's decision. The woman stood by silently as Kim Jae-hoon begrudgingly agreed, vowing to let Kim Shin enjoy the short time he had left. In response to the threat, Kim Shin feigned fear before making it clear there would be no second negotiation with Kim Jae-hoon. The call ended with the stark, repetitive beeping of a disconnected line. Gritting his teeth in pure fury, Kim Jae-hoon swore that the bastard was done for. In another location, a woman watched a monitor as an explosion sent debris flying. Back in the office, Kim Jae-hoon calmly asked about the status of the cleaners. The woman confirmed that the cleaners were standing by, waiting for his signal. Kim Jae-hoon gave a vicious order to bring him Kim Shin, even if it meant dragging his severed head. A subordinate with dark hair promptly offered to relay the message to the team. A newly arrived woman in a red skirt expressed her surprise, repeating the codename, "cleaner," with interest. A smiling man greeted her, acknowledging that the term was fitting for an expert in such matters. A man in a vest explained he had invited Director Nam, a business partner in the entertainment industry with whom he shared a close friendship. A dark-haired man then posed a cryptic question, asking what kind of relationship they truly had. The newcomer, Director Nam, announced he heard that the shark-like Yoon Deok-soo had been taken down by simple bait. He then offered himself as fresh bait, declaring his intention to clean up the mess left by Yoon Deok-soo's fall. The man in the vest admitted his connection to the bug who eliminated Yoon Deok-soo, as Director Nam vowed to use this chance to end things permanently. The dark-haired man, Nam Gong-hyuk, offered a single, important reminder. Nam Gong-hyuk clarified that his sole purpose was the protection of their major client's personal information. The director of Sujin declared that he didn't want his organization involved in anything tiresome. Nearby, a sweating man in a suit felt a wave of relief, believing that Kim Shin had no chance of survival and that the end was near. The director of Sujin stated with confidence that the person he had dispatched was more than enough for the task. He assured the room that if it was him on the job, it would be done without any issues. As he spoke, a white luxury car, flanked by an escort, drove through the city streets at night. The convoy approached a modern high-rise building, its many windows glowing in the darkness. A caption introduced the man for the job, Shin Tae-jin, a former director of Haesun Construction, known only as the cleaner. From inside the vehicle, Shin Tae-jin gave a one-word command, charge. At his order, 3 men armed with weapons burst out from a garage, storming their target's location. Inside, a surprised individual could only stammer in shock at the sudden intrusion. One of Shin Tae-jin's men brandished a knife, furiously demanding to know where their targets had gone. They found the room completely empty, save for the silhouette of their leader in the green bucket hat. Shin Tae-jin stood in the doorway, his men at his sides, surveying the silent, vacant space. He wondered if their targets had somehow been tipped off and fled, or if their intel had been leaked. He dismissed the thought almost immediately, convinced there was no way his targets could have known they were coming. In that moment of certainty, the horrifying realization struck him, it was a trap. In a different location, a woman with dark hair watched a monitor, her suspicion growing about the cleaner's true destination. Confirming her hunch, she spoke into her headset, announcing that the targets had arrived and giving the green light to proceed. Her internal monologue finished her thought, the cleaners were not heading for Kim Shin, but were instead descending upon Kim Jae-hun. A dark-haired man in a suit calculated that the journey from home city would take 30 minutes at full speed. The man in the vest confirmed their operational window, they had 30 minutes. With their plan in motion and the clock ticking, a man in a suit gave the final order to go in. The woman in the suit demanded to know why he was rushing their plans. The man with dark hair explained his intent to use the element of surprise, knowing the advantage of his supposed death was a one-time only card. The woman with dark hair cautioned him, warning that taking down Kim Jae-hun could reignite old conflicts among his supporters and urging him to reconsider. A heavy silence descended as her words hung in the air. She proposed a waiting period of at least 6 months. However, the man with the eye patch made a bold declaration, promising to finish Castle himself within 6 months because they wouldn't dare make a careless move. The man with dark hair was stunned by this claim, questioning if such a feat was even possible. Back in the present, the man in the dark suit gave his orders, deciding to take only a few people while instructing his lookout to report on enemy movements from outside. Monitoring the situation, the dark-haired woman noted his prediction was correct, though she was disgusted by how the enemy rushed in like a pack of dogs. A cold resolve settled over her as she deemed their actions truly unforgivable. The operational layout was clear, Kim Jae-hun's office was at the top of the right building, with his men staged on the first floor. The plan involved infiltrating through the left building and crossing into the right via the connecting bridge. Their primary objective was to push through the left building towards the bridge, a key point they had to remember. They were acutely aware that they didn't have the manpower for a prolonged hit-and-run battle against an entity like Castle. The clock was ticking, with only 30 minutes left before Jae-hun's main forces were scheduled to return. Their strategy hinged on the fact that the standby security group was not as well trained as the main one. In Kim Jae-hun's office, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of a window breaking. The explosive crash of glass reverberated through the luxurious space. The man with scars on his face erupted in fury, unable to believe Kim Shin would have the audacity to attack him here. His rage was followed by a moment of stunned silence. Down in the lobby of the right building, the situation quickly devolved into chaos. A guard frantically yelled that infiltrators had been spotted at the bridge. Another shouted in panic that all the elevators had been disabled. A bulky man in a suit watched the pandemonium, wondering what the hell was going on. Amidst the chaos, a man with a mustache paused, noticing a strange smell in the air. In the security room, the former Youth and Hope Association member, Du Ji-wong, calmly remarked that he liked the smell of his coffee. Desperate guards scrambled towards the elevator, hoping for a way up. They found their path blocked as one of them yelled that it was locked. A serious man in a black suit quickly shouted the only other option, the stairs. A worried colleague echoed the command, urging everyone to take the emergency stairs. Their escape route became a death trap as men and debris were sent tumbling down the stairwell. A guard caught in the blast could only curse as the structure collapsed around him. As the man with the red tie swore at their attackers, his subordinate pointed out they could still use the stairs near the entrance of the left building. However, the invaders' plan was meticulously designed to block every path except for the one they had used to enter. This carefully preserved route would also serve as their only means of escape. The man with the red tie realized with dawning horror that these bastards had planned for everything. The plan dictated that Seoul and the Youth and Hope Association would hold that critical choke point. Their task was simple: leave the rest of the enemy forces to Jin-tae. A confident voice announced the arrival of the man for the job, Jin-tae. The man with glasses reminded his crew of his earlier warning that they would face foes stronger than any they had encountered before. He specified that their opponents would be tougher than anything they experienced back in Russia. A man with sharp teeth grinned, proclaiming it was time for Magpie to make his official debut in Korea. Their leader gave a final, stark order: escape if things get out of hand, for they didn't have to die for his personal revenge. The man with sharp teeth scoffed at the very notion, declaring that escape was a word not in his vocabulary. A large man on their team taunted the approaching enemies, asking if they were already out of breath. The man with glasses calmly told his men not to worry, as he had experienced this feeling 100 times when he was new to the business. A tense silence fell over the corridor, the two groups facing each other down. One of the enemy guards sighed with condescension, questioning if these local thugs had a death wish. The enemy leader then roared the command to take them all down. With the rear guard engaged, the rest of the assault team would now rush to Kim Jae-hun's office. The vanguard of Kim Shin's team sprinted through the building, a blur of motion. Inside the office, a bowing man expressed his gratitude for someone's arrival. A scarred man stood silently, his imposing presence filling the room. A sharp series of knocks suddenly echoed from the office door. Kim Jae-hun furiously declared that Kim Shin had gone crazy, unable to fathom how he dared to attack him in his own building. He immediately demanded a report on the current situation. A woman in a black dress informed him that 10 security teams were in the hallway, but the main, cleaning crew was still 30 minutes away. Hesitantly, she began to ask for a favor, careful not to cross any lines. A man with dark brown hair snapped at her, sarcastically asking if she was just going to call another crew, prompting an equally frustrated retort. A new, amused voice entered the conversation as Nam Gung-hyuk remarked on the humor of someone rushing an empty house. Nam Gung-hyuk then coolly offered to see what he could do about the intruders. The man with dark brown hair begrudgingly accepted the offer, promising to repay the favor soon. With a simple command to follow, Nam Gung-hyuk announced they were going down. In the hallway below, a man in a brown jacket casually approached the infiltrators, asking if they were lost and looking for the CEO's office. It was Nam Gung-hyuk, who pointed them towards a staircase, helpfully explaining it led directly to their destination. One of Kim Shin's men stared with wide-eyed shock, recognizing the powerful figure before them. He urgently warned his comrades to beware, identifying the man as Nam Gung-hyuk, the director of Sunjin. The name carried immense weight, as Sunjin was a company known to be deeply involved with Castle. In fact, he was known to be the one holding the most power within Castle, and he mockingly asked if they still wished to take the stairs. The hallway erupted into a violent brawl as the two sides finally clashed. An off-panel voice gave Kim Shin the all-clear, telling him to go ahead. A muscular man in a suit from Kim Shin's team vowed to leave this problem to them. Their opponent in a blue tie suit taunted them, challenging them to come at him one by one. Two of Kim Shin's fighters in white shirts faced off against the 3 men accompanying Nam Gung-hyuk. The fight ignited as a man in a white t-shirt launched a powerful kick against his suited opponent. The sickening sound of a bone-jarring impact resounded as a hand gripped an opponent's arm. One of the white shirt men landed a vicious punch, causing blood to splatter across the floor. The man in the light suit was thrown into the air, recoiling from the brutal kick. Two of his allies were sent reeling backwards from devastating, unseen blows. Groans of pain were the only sounds coming from the downed men. One of the defeated fighters could only stammer, "What the hell?" He desperately yelled at his fallen comrades to stand up. The man in the light suit staggered to his feet, ordering his men to get up and fight again. The defeated fighter could only gasp in disbelief at what had just transpired. An observer questioned if the victor was even human, noting that not even the great Kong Min-sung could have beaten him. Another observer, his voice trembling, asked his companion Kim Dae-jeon if they stood any chance at all. Kim Dae-jeon admitted with reluctance that the man was out of his league, urging Kim Shin to go on ahead. Kim Shin affirmed that they would succeed in their mission. An unseen speaker then gave a desperate order to stop the advancing fighter no matter the cost. The hallway erupted into chaos as fighters clashed, with three more figures descending rapidly from above. One of Kim Shin's men threw a punch before finding himself facing an opponent armed with a small blade. The fighter struggled in a close-quarters grapple, now fending off two assailants, one of whom brandished a knife. A man in a white suit with unervingly glowing purple eyes lunged forward, his fist aimed to strike. The agile fighter countered with a swift, high kick aimed directly at the suited man's head. With surprising speed, a hand from the white suit shot out and firmly gripped the fighter's extended foot midair. The man in the white suit effortlessly tossed the fighter backward, who went flying across the hall. Looking up, the man in the white suit saw another powerful opponent ready to unleash a devastating punch. A massive impact, unseen by the viewer, sent the man in the white suit recoiling in shock. Elsewhere in the brawl, a man in black brutally attacked two of Kim Shin's allies in white shirts. One of the white shirt men managed to land a solid punch on an enemy's face. A close-up highlighted the brutal, bone-jarring force of the blow. The fist connected viciously, distorting the man's face on impact. His opponent crumpled backward from the hit, while the man in the white suit watched with a knowing smirk. Kim Shin seized the opportunity, escaping through a doorway as the man in the white suit simply observed. The man in the white suit wasn't worried, thinking to himself that Kim Shin had gotten away. His thoughts drifted to the bodyguards and a certain girl, confident they would handle the escapee. Turning his attention back to the present, he faced the remaining armed men before him. He decided to start with the two defeated men lying at his feet. An associate in a beige suit vowed to make sure the downed men would never see sunlight again. In a different hallway, a man in a brown coat methodically pulled on a pair of black gloves. The narrator's voice explained that over time, memories had a tendency to fade. He often wondered how he had reached this point in his life. It was a question he had asked himself many times over. Yet, every time he asked, he could never remember the answer as he announced he was going in. He decided he wouldn't even try to remember as he gave the order to proceed. The hallway was suddenly plunged into darkness, then pierced by a blindingly bright light. A surprised man in a suit cried out in confusion as the lights went out. The narrator knew that the anger within him was just as potent today as it was yesterday. A thought emerged that every major incident in the world begins with something small, flashing back 10 years. Off-screen voices yelled for someone to stop Kim Shin during a game. On a basketball court, two boys were locked in an intense one-on-one match. The ball swished cleanly through the net just as a hand reached up in a futile attempt to block it. The scene expanded to a brightly lit gym, where several boys were engaged in a spirited game. A short-haired boy expressed his amazement at the player's skill, while another joked about him slacking on his studies. The surprised boy couldn't believe a human could score so much, as another classmate simply called him a monster. One of his friends threw an arm around his shoulder, suggesting they skip studying to go watch the shuttle fight. The term shuttle fight caught Kim Shin's attention, piquing his curiosity. The shuttle fight was an event where a group of boys would gather outside a specific building. It was a brutal game where students from different groups fought in a warehouse while a commentator announced a perfect jab knocking an opponent out cold. They fought one another simply for sport, and anyone who made accidental eye contact with them would be beaten up in public. A man in a suit commented that this wasn't funny, as they were able to get away with such things on campus. The man breathed a sigh of relief, glad he almost avoided making eye contact with the dangerous kids. Kim Jae-hun, however, was getting bored. He was at the very top of this violent food chain. As the heir of a major enterprise, neither students nor teachers dared to touch him. While one of his cronies bragged about his performance, another told him to stop being a loser, reinforcing the fact that Kim Jae-hun was the undisputed king of the school. Kim Shin recalled that he never wanted to get involved with them, believing he had nothing to do with their world until one specific incident changed everything. He opened a classroom door, revealing an empty room except for a single student sitting at a desk. He flinched, surprised to see her there. It was Cha Soo-min. Kim Shin wondered why she was there, as she never stayed in the classroom during lunch. A flicker of recognition passed between them. The scene shifted to Kim Shin's home, where his father, Kim Tae-ha, greeted him. Kim Tae-ha, a detective, jokingly asked his son what time he called this, welcoming him home. After Kim Shin explained he was at the library, his father asked if he was hungry, offering to make ramen. Kim Shin inwardly groaned at the thought of having ramen again. His father proudly asked if his special, dad-boiled ramen wasn't the best in the world. Noticing his son's quiet demeanor, Kim Tae-ha asked if something had happened at school. He told his son not to strain himself, insisting that studying wasn't the most important thing in life. His father continued his lecture, stating that all his son had to do was live a life with honor. He declared that living with honor was the secret to a successful life. Kim Tae-ha told his son to remember his words, even as Kim Shin pointed out his father always worked overtime. The father laughed, admitting it was true, before playfully asking if his son had a girlfriend. Kim Shin contemplated his father's words, to live a life with honor. He believed the necessary conditions for such a life were power, and the justice that could only be maintained through it. It was a power he felt he didn't have, until someone called out his name. A girl named Yusu he approached, asking if he was busy and could help her with something. A quiet moment passed between them. Kim Shin agreed to help, and Yusu he thanked him with a cheerful smile. As Kim Shin explained a math formula, he was unaware that they were being watched. Kim Jae-hun's friends commented that Yusu he was too good for trash, like Kim Shin, noting that Jae-hun seemed to have an interest in her. The woman announced that the problem was finally solved. The narrator's voice confirmed that it all happened right after that moment. The scene violently cut back to the present, with the sounds of brutal combat filling the air. The sickening thud of a powerful blow echoed through the hallway. A jaw cracked under the force of another punch. A muscular man wondered aloud how these thugs had managed to get in. A man with blonde hair observed that the intruders were clearly not just normal thugs. The chief of security, Hwang Bo-min Chul, demanded to know how the bastards got in, uninterested in their reasons for being there. A man with yellow glasses grinned with sadistic glee, announcing that he was going to enjoy this. Another man in a dark suit offered a bizarre choice before the narration corrected his line to announce a mass release. The man with yellow glasses taunted his opponent, calling him a guerrilla president, while the scarred man in the white shirt ordered his men to attack. The muscular man shot back, declaring that if he was a gorilla, his yellow-haired foe was nothing but a monkey. Conceding his opponent was better than expected, the man with yellow glasses continued his assessment. He then laid claim to his target, warning the muscular man not to touch the one with the scar. The muscular man agreed, deciding to handle the fighters on his own side. He noted that the scarred man looked quite strong and offered to take him if his partner couldn't handle it. The man with yellow glasses laughed, adamantly refusing the offer. He fiercely reiterated that the scarred man was his prey and his alone. A sudden, sharp intake of breath signaled the start of the conflict. The man with yellow glasses moved with blinding speed, his body blurring into motion. A swift whoosh cut through the air as he closed the distance instantly. His attack landed true, sending the man in the white shirt stumbling backward. The scarred man grunted, absorbing the unexpected impact. Both fighters let out sharp exhalations, bracing for the next exchange. The rapid tapping of their footwork echoed as they repositioned themselves. The man with yellow glasses paused, complimenting his opponent's skill and questioning the origin of his rough, unrefined movements. The scarred man cryptically stated that his style came from another country. He scoffed at the idea that his opponent was the only one with foreign training, while yellow glasses offered to give him a lesson. The scarred man named his own technique as the kabuki-cho style. He then confidently declared that his opponent's unpolished moves stood no chance against him. The air sliced as the scarred man launched his own swift offensive. Believing he had the upper hand, he declared that the advantage was now his. Another sharp slash followed as he pressed his attack. The man with yellow glasses dryly commented that his opponent was clearly a veteran in this line of work. He then mockingly inquired about the kabuki-cho style, joking about its notorious entertainment district origins. The scarred man's thoughts reeled, wondering about this punk's identity and where someone like him, outside of the castle, could have come from. Elsewhere, a man in a fine suit stood confidently against a stark, dark backdrop. A woman reacted with surprise to the commotion, as a man beside her moved to contact the security room. The man in the suit nonchalantly dismissed the concern, noting that Director Nam had also gone down but that he had his own special bodyguard. He complained that the room was starting to feel stuffy. His casual demeanor shifted as a thought suddenly occurred to him. He ordered his men to check the situation outside, unsettled by the unnerving silence that had fallen. The bodyguard with the sword acknowledged the order and promised she would be right back. A blood-curdling scream from the hallway froze both her and the man in the suit. Disbelief washed over the man in the suit's face as he realized the impossible had just happened. Panic erupted among the men as they realized they were under a sneak attack. Director Nam's voice echoed with a chilling warning, implying he had left the rest for them to handle. As more screams tore through the darkness, men scrambled for weapons and torches. The man with the goatee roared at his men to fight without light, urging them not to be disoriented. A silent, deadly shape moved unseen through the dark. The sickening sound of bone cracking followed a swift, almost noiseless motion. Two guards were sent flying through the air as the dark-clothed attacker landed gracefully amidst the chaos. A bearded man in a suit spotted the assailant and yelled out a warning just before being struck. He cried out in pain as the blow connected. The man with the goatee fought to focus his mind, his vision slowly adjusting to the gloom. The dark-clothed attacker paused, sensing he had been spotted. The man with the goatee lunged, believing he had finally caught his target. He shouted for everyone to converge on the attacker's position before his voice was cut off by an agonized cry. The swift, terrible sounds of blades sinking into flesh filled the hallway. A phantom-like blade whistled through the air again. A man grunted as he was violently struck from the shadows. Another sharp stab was followed by a choked gasp of pain. A man with a scar let out a scream as he too was brutally attacked. A man with a mustache, desperate to see, declared he was turning on his torch. Two more dull thuds echoed as the scarred man stared in confusion. The mustached man could only gasp in horror at the scene his light revealed, his mind struggling to comprehend the carnage. A blade whistled past him in the blink of an eye. The scarred man screamed one last time as he was finally cut down. A final, decisive blow landed with a heavy thud. The sound of a body hitting the floor broke the ensuing silence. The woman in black observed that the entire commotion had lasted less than 20 seconds. A bodyguard noted that the intruder had single-handedly taken out 10 trained groups, admitting he stood no chance. Another bodyguard calculated that even if he could stall, he would be dead before Director Nam arrived to help. The woman in black felt a cold certainty wash over her. A mysterious man watching from afar concluded that if he fought this foe 10 times, he would die 9. The woman in black stared into the darkness, accepting that she might die right there. An observer remarked that at this rate, Kim Jae-hun was finished. The woman in black remained silent, her mind racing. A desperate plan began to form in her thoughts, a sneak attack from behind. The dark-haired attacker turned his head slightly, a faint glow emanating from his eye as if sensing her intent. The woman stood frozen, her eyes wide and vacant with terror. She realized she stood no chance, understanding her only goal now was survival. The person with brown skin felt a familiar, crushing pressure emanating from the attacker. The woman in the brown shirt recognized the suffocating aura from her past. The narration confirmed this oppressive feeling was the same she felt when she first met Baek Du-chan. The woman with dark hair abandoned her plan, concluding that backstabbing was a tactic reserved only for humans. In a large, dimly lit office, the man in the suit greeted a new arrival. He addressed his visitor as secretary, remarking that it had been a long time. The visitor, now identified as Kim Jae-hun, confirmed that an entire decade had passed. A smirking man appeared, interrupting the reunion with a twisted seasonal greeting. He then corrected himself, his smile widening as he replaced "trick or treat" with a terrifying announcement, "mass release." In his youth, Kim Jae-hun was once told by an elder to live an honorable life. Those words became an echo he could never truly forget, tied to a power simmering within. However, the past was a dangerous time where living honorably was a perilous choice. A young man in a suit stood by his bicycle, the day starting like any other. An off-panel friend called out, reminding everyone it was time to leave for Jae-hun's birthday party. A woman with dark hair named Yusu-hee insisted she had to go home, while another friend pointed out she also had to work. A man in a brown suit tried to persuade them, promising they could go home early. A black-haired girl pleaded with Yusu-hee to skip work for just one day, as her friend offered to drive her home personally. The friends revealed that idols would be attending Jae-hun's party, warning Yusu-hee that they wouldn't be nice anymore if she refused. Nearby, a scar-faced man declared that the situation was getting annoying. He aggressively questioned if Yusu-hee thought she was a celebrity, grabbing her arm and demanding she come with them. The man, identified as Gu Sang-hoon, sneered that a girl like her should be grateful for an invitation from Jae-hun. Suddenly, a uniformed man stepped forward, ordering Gu Sang-hoon to let her go or face a fight. Gu Sang-hoon scoffed at the challenge, privately wondering if this bastard was out of his mind. The uniformed man, however, stood his ground with a simple, determined agreement. He coolly confirmed that he had, in fact, said he wanted to fight. In that moment, the uniformed man knew he had made a decision he shouldn't have. As the thugs cracked their knuckles, one of them smirked, anticipating that teaching him a lesson would be fun. His accomplice eagerly agreed, relishing the chance to punish him for acting brave in front of the girls. The leader of the thugs laid out his terms: if the boy managed to win, his actions would be forgiven. For the first time, Jin-woo realized the fight was pointless since Yusu-hee had already left. Resigning himself to his fate, Jin-woo decided to just take the hits, accepting this as the price of living honorably. The leader thug then landed a brutal punch directly to Jin-woo's face. As another thug expressed his disbelief, the leader mocked Jin-woo, saying the rumors of his fighting skills were just a hoax. The leader declared that the weak Jin-woo would now be their new wallet boy. He told Jin-woo to hang in there as their new punching sack, but Jin-woo felt his energy draining, unable to hold on much longer. A thought suddenly crystallized in Jin-woo's mind. He wondered why he was holding back against trash that needed to be cleaned up. He recalled his father's words, questioning if this was the moment he was meant to use his strength. An agonized scream tore through the air. A thug yelled in shock as the once passive Jin-woo suddenly moved with blinding speed. Jin-woo, now a blur of motion in his gray sweatshirt, drove his fist into the face of a thug in a dark suit. Another thug retaliated, landing a punch on Jin-woo. One of the thugs viciously raised a bat, preparing to strike. Jin-woo effortlessly blocked the bat swing, his arm a solid wall against the impact. He countered with a powerful, forward-driving punch. The thug with the bat collapsed to the ground, desperately pleading for him to wait and listen. An unnerving silence fell over the now-defeated thugs. Jin-woo then turned his attention to Kim Jae-hun, warning him to stay away. A terrified Kim Jae-hun shouted his own name, incredulous that anyone would dare touch him. He screamed for Jin-woo to not come any closer, calling him a bastard. Kim Jae-hun let out a final, terrified scream. Jin-woo simply stated he didn't care before striking him down. Later, he would come to a grave realization. That fateful day was the beginning of everything. He never could have imagined how things would end up as they did. Within the Hwasung Construction Company, a meeting was taking place. Kim Jae-hun, the brother, approached a man in a suit, asking him for a favor. Kim Tae-hoon, the managing director, replied that it had been a while since his brother asked for anything. He questioned what the heir of Hwasung could possibly need from him. Kim Yong-sung, the family patriarch, then gave his son Kim Tae-hoon a chilling reminder, to be ruthless and eliminate anyone who stood in his path. Meanwhile, at a different office, colleagues were shocked to learn that Jin-woo's father had been demoted over false bribery allegations. Jin-woo's father stoically accepted the punishment, claiming it was not a big deal, never revealing the truth of the frame-up. He bore the frustration of a man who had lived his entire life honorably, only to be betrayed. Sometime later, a police officer greeted Jin-woo at the station, assuming he was there to bring his father a change of clothes. Jin-woo replied that he was, but that he couldn't seem to find his father's desk. His heart ached as he wondered why his father had hidden his demotion, questioning if it was too hard for him to tell his own son. Back at school, two bullies ordered everyone to get lost before locking the door behind them. The sound of a sharp slap echoed in the now-empty classroom. At the Hwasung group, men in suits gathered as one of them diligently wrote in a notebook. An impatient crony told the writer to hurry up, questioning if he couldn't read the mood. The ear-pierced student, Jin-woo, was confronted by the main bully, who asked what he wanted before bringing up his father's demotion. The bully cruelly mentioned the rumors that his father had been taking bribes. He sneered at Jin-woo's shock, warning him that his entire family would now be at his mercy. Jin-woo's mind reeled, thinking of his honorable father and the bastard who was destroying his life. The bully dismissed his own cruelty, telling Jin-woo to get on his knees and beg for forgiveness. He then offered another humiliating option, lick the sole of his shoe, after which he might consider forgiving him. The bully delivered his final threat, stating that if Jin-woo refused, he would just have to watch his father lose his job. A fist collided with a face, sending a man in a suit reeling back in his chair. Jin-woo relentlessly pummeled the man, who was now falling backward from the force of the blows. The close-up showed another fist about to connect, a testament to Jin-woo's unleashed fury. The other aggressors shouted in outrage, ordering each other to get the punk. Jin-woo, seething with rage, dared the aggressors to fight him. The bullies called him a crazy bastard as they swarmed him, determined to take the son of a bitch down. Unusually, the police interfered in a student fight, but they arrested Jin-woo instead of Kim Jae-hun. Terrified of the police and the powerful Hwasung group, the other students all testified against him. Jin-woo was sentenced to juvenile detention for assaulting Kim Jae-hun, with no one believing his side of the story except his father. His father urged him to hang in there, offering the simple but powerful words, "Because I believe you." Spurred by his belief in his son, Detective Kim began his own investigation into the Hwasung group, soon finding a weakness he wasn't supposed to. His investigation led him to clues about the existence of a shadowy organization called Castle, bringing him dangerously close to their Achilles' heel. But in the face of such a colossal entity, he was nothing more than an ant climbing up a giant's leg. And just like that, an assassin was dispatched, and Detective Kim was silenced forever. His smiling portrait in a police uniform was soon framed by funeral flowers. Jin-woo stood alone, his back to the world, facing the altar dedicated to his murdered father. His face twisted in a silent scream of pure, unadulterated anguish. Fragments of the past flashed by, men in cars, men at computers, and the brutal reality of their violent world. Two small, sharp shivs were held tightly, a countdown clock ominously ticking away in the background. Somewhere else, a wounded Detective Kim realized he was losing too much blood and that the fight couldn't drag on. He desperately strategized, wondering how he could possibly stop his opponent's relentless movements. A plan formed in his mind: he would bait his enemy, targeting the left leg. He feigned a collapse, intentionally luring his foe's left leg towards him. He knew the moment his opponent closed in to take advantage of the opening. That precise moment, he determined, is when his enemy would die. With a sudden, sharp movement, the detective sprang his trap. The man in the white shirt cried out in pain, confused about what had just happened. The detective moved again with blinding speed. He landed another decisive blow. The man in the white shirt cursed, realizing he had been baited by the left leg and that the detective knew his collapse was a fake. The defeated blonde man admitted his utter defeat, acknowledging that his opponent was better than most fighters he had faced in Korea. In another battle, a man in a suit was sent flying by a powerful kick, his knife clattering away. A muscular man remarked with awe that the thugs in Hoam were like middle schoolers compared to these new opponents. The bald man noted that while they still had the advantage in numbers, most of their side was exhausted. The bearded man added that time was running out, worrying what would happen if Kim Shin arrived even a little late. A sudden gust of wind swept through the area as an unknown observer lamented the terrible timing of this new development. A strange, chittering sound began to fill the air. The scarred man urgently told his boys to get ready, as a lot of creepy birds were heading their way. It was his turn for the guards, and one of his allies wondered aloud if they could handle the incoming wave. A man known as the guerrilla president was informed by a blonde subordinate that it was almost time. A silent message was passed: they needed to get ready to go home. Elsewhere, the smirking man in the dark suit posed a familiar, taunting question. But he quickly corrected himself with a terrifying smile, announcing that it was not trick or treat, but a mass release. The bald man shouted at the blonde man, declaring this was a surprise attack and they needed to leave, not do whatever they pleased. But the blonde man countered that in this very situation, he held an immense advantage. He then invited them to enjoy the show he was about to present. The blonde man mockingly suggested they chill down and eat some snacks. The air grew heavy with tension as the combatants braced for impact. A sudden, violent crash echoed as the fighting began. A chaotic brawl immediately unfolded, with figures clashing in a messy free-for-all. The men in suits drew knives, escalating the chaotic fight into a bladed battleground. The blonde man, wearing a checkered jacket, swung his own knife in a brutal arc, sending blood splattering through the air. One of the men in suits desperately pleaded for his life, begging not to be stabbed as he was surrounded. The bloody knife fight raged on, with the blonde-haired man cutting a swath through his adversaries. A horrified man in a suit wondered if the attacker was even human, admitting that while he feared no weapon, knives sent shivers down his spine. He paused, his mind reeling from the brutal spectacle. The man couldn't comprehend how someone could charge a fully armed group with only a knife, questioning if his opponent felt any fear at all. He could only let out a gasp of utter confusion. Another man's pleas to stop were cut short by the swift whistle of a blade. A sickening sound and a choked gasp confirmed another casualty in the relentless combat. The man in the checkered jacket lunged forward again, a predator hunting his surrounded prey. He launched himself into the air, becoming a whirlwind of steel that struck down several men at once. The sharp crack of impact resounded as three men became locked in a deadly struggle. The melee continued in a flurry of blades and spraying blood. With expert precision, the man in the checkered jacket parried a knife thrust from an opponent in a suit. He then gracefully dodged the simultaneous attacks of two other men. Two of the fighters were locked in a fierce, close-quarters knife duel. A hand was shown tightly gripping a knife, its blade slick and red with blood. Gore sprayed through the air as the brutal knife fight reached a new level of savagery. The remaining swarm of figures was suddenly engulfed in a storm of dark, swirling energy. The man with the beard watched in disbelief, having never seen or heard of such power and wondering about the true identity of these men. Nearby, a man with a beanie turned to his comrade, Insu, and ordered him to take care of their injured brothers. Meanwhile, in another battle, a determined man in a suit announced that he was going to take back the pride that he had lost for a while. A sharp clang rang out as two fighters clashed. The man with the ponytail realized with dawning horror that he couldn't win this fight. A powerful punch was thrown directly forward with crushing force. His opponent, a man in a suit, knew he couldn't think about winning anymore as a barrage of blows rained down. The man in the white shirt was brutally kicked, sending him flying down the hallway. A fallen fighter on the floor thought to himself that their enemy was simply too much to handle. Another injured man noted that their ally was already at his limit, having been wounded in the earlier fight between Kim Shin and Yoon Deok-soo. The man in the suit realized with grim certainty that at this rate, both of them were going to die. The first fallen fighter decided he could only serve as a distraction. His goal was simple, to ensure the others could get away. He let out a defiant roar of pain and determination. He charged forward, willing to do whatever it took, even if it cost him his life. He vowed to do everything he possibly could. His opponent, a man in a white suit, admitted his surprise at the reckless, desperate attack. A deranged laugh was cut short by the sickening sound of shattering glass. The desperate fighter was sent crashing backward through a large window. The falling figure let out a choked cry of pain. He screamed in agony as he plummeted through the air. Before he could hit the ground, the man in the white suit caught and restrained him. The defeated figure could only let out a weak gasp of despair. The man in the white suit followed up with a vicious kick. The fighter's body tumbled helplessly across the floor of the industrial space. The man in the white suit stood over his defeated foe in the now wrecked office, a silent, imposing victor. The fallen figure's thoughts drifted, wondering why he had spent all this time living so pitifully. A memory surfaced of the man with the scar, who bitterly recalled doing nothing while blaming his friend for leaving him. Another voice, a woman in a tank top, echoed in his mind, expressing her regret for not helping her friends when they were struggling. Back in the present, the two men grappled violently, their struggle growing more intense. The man in the suit threw a punch just as his opponent's own fist came into view. The man with the scar squared up against his opponent, ready for the next brutal exchange. A new observation was made, his punch had suddenly gotten stronger. The man in the suit thought to himself that his opponent was clearly exhausted. In fact, the fighter was so tired he could be considered powerless. With this knowledge, the man in the suit landed another devastating kick. And yet, he couldn't understand why his opponent kept standing back up. The young man wondered why he would persist, knowing he would just be punched down again. Another attack was launched with lightning speed. The two fighters met in a violent mid-air clash. The man in the suit was stunned, wondering where his opponent could have possibly learned such a move. He swiftly dodged another attack. The man in the suit could only stare in silent disbelief at his opponent's tenacity. A sharp, guttural cry escaped the fighter's lips. Another powerful blow landed with a deafening crash. The impact of the strike reverberated through the entire room. A memory of a long-haired man's lesson surfaced, even if you have blood in your throat, even if you don't have strength in your legs. The young man recalled the end of that lesson, never lower your guard. The battered fighter knelt, his fists clenched in a display of unbreakable resolve. The man in the suit cursed this tenacious bastard under his breath. He realized his opponent hadn't taken the full force of the attack, but had turned his back to reduce the shock. With growing alarm, he noted that the man was catching up to his own strength at a terrific pace, acknowledging how strong he was. He knew that guys like this were rare, and if they ever met again, his opponent would be far stronger. The man in the suit came to a cold conclusion: he could not let this man escape alive. The brutal fistfight resumed in the center of the office. Suddenly, the fighter's thoughts were shattered as he registered the distinct sound of a gunshot. Elsewhere, Kim Shin calmly uttered, "Goodbye," before stating his own name as a final, chilling introduction. The man with a mole reappeared, posing his signature taunting question, "Trick or treat?" But the man with slicked back hair immediately corrected himself with a horrifying smile, announcing this was not trick or treat, but a mass release. Sleek cars blazed down a highway under the blanket of night, their headlights cutting a path toward the distant, glittering city skyline. In one of the cars, the man in the bucket hat grew anxious, having lost contact with Secretary Oh, though he clung to the hope that Director Nam Gong-hyuk's presence meant things were under control. Despite his attempts at reassurance, a persistent feeling of unease gnawed at him. Elsewhere, a white car was relentlessly pursued by motorcyclists through the colorful blur of a tunnel's festive lights. The tense chase was suddenly punctuated by a sharp, unexpected sound. The motorcyclists howled with glee, taunting their prey as they declared tonight's menu would be fried food. Inside the car, the man in the helmet remained silent, his expression grim. The bikers hurled objects at the vehicle, showering it with a spray of glass and debris. The sickening screech of metal followed a loud, jarring impact. The man in the helmet grimly noted that these bastards had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. With another screech and a deafening crash, the car was hit again. A projectile whizzed past and slammed into the vehicle with brutal force. In the driver's seat, the man in the cap could only wonder what the hell was happening. The woman with dark hair resolved to delay their pursuers, yelling that they must buy their friends as much time as possible, no matter what. The man in the cap warned he could only hold them off for a few minutes as the woman desperately hoped for Kim Shin to hurry. Back in the darkened office, a man aimed his handgun, his face a mask of tension. He wavered, wondering if his shot had even connected with the target. Kim Jae-hun furiously berated his subordinate for hesitating, ordering him to attack the unmoving figure immediately. The scared man in the suit thought that Kim Jae-hun was a fool, realizing no one in their right mind would attack a monster when the shooter could barely aim. Meanwhile, the bloody man in the lab coat stood paralyzed, questioning what he could possibly do against such a monstrous opponent. A sickening crunch echoed in the tense silence. The scared man was stunned, questioning if the figure was actually letting him go or if it was some kind of trap. Deciding Kim Jae-hun was done for, the terrified man seized his chance to escape and plunged the room into darkness, prompting an enraged scream from Kim Jae-hun to turn the lights back on. The sound of frantic footsteps faded as Kim Jae-hun furiously screamed for his subordinate to come back. He bellowed into the darkness, promising the traitor he was dead the moment he was found. An ominous, chilling aura began to radiate through the pitch-black room. Kim Jae-hun cried out in terror for Kim Shin to stay away, his pleas punctuated by a frantic volley of gunshots. The hammer of his gun fell on an empty chamber with two useless clicks. The man, now just in a vest, cursed his luck, realizing he had just run out of bullets at the worst possible moment. He desperately tried to calm himself, reasoning that his opponent also couldn't see anything in the suffocating darkness. A sudden movement in the blackness made him gasp. He let out a final, defiant scream against the approaching shadow. A choked cry of pain was violently cut short. He could only manage a strangled groan as the assault continued. Another muffled sound of agony escaped his lips. Kim Jae-hun pleaded for his life, desperately reminding Kim Shin of what happened 10 years ago and warning him that Castle would come after him if he was harmed. Kim Shin ignored the pleas, coolly loading a single, menacing bullet into the revolver's cylinder. Kim Jae-hun frantically offered to give him authority over Hoam, suggesting they were grown men who could settle things peacefully. In the past, Shin had confronted a different man, noting that for all his schoolyard gangster posturing, he had always avoided the rooftop. He fired a shot that shattered a nearby window, causing the pleading man to drop to his knees in terror. The man begged Shin not to do this, offering him a part of his company in a desperate bid for his life. Shin simply ordered him to walk forward. The pleading man tumbled through a hole in the rooftop, suspended perilously above the distant city lights. Dangling helplessly, he apologized and admitted he was wrong, but whimpered that this wasn't right. His voice trembled as he confessed he wasn't responsible for Shin's father's death. He claimed Shin's father went overboard over a simple kid, and that was the real reason Castle had him killed. Twisting the knife, he argued that Shin himself was to blame for his father's death, that none of it would have happened if he had just walked away. Shin listened to the desperate excuses before calmly asking if that was all he had to say. The man erupted in a final, furious outburst, screaming that Castle would hunt Shin down and make sure he wouldn't survive. Back in the present, Kim Shin coldly told Kim Jae-hun to shut up. Kim Jae-hun continued his frantic attempt to reason with him, urging him to think calmly. Meanwhile, in the other room, the long-haired man heard the multiple gunshots and worried that something terrible had happened to Kim Shin. His opponent, the man in the white suit, simply stated his presence. He then declared that it was time for them to wrap things up. The long-haired man stared back, his expression a mask of hardened resolve. The two warriors clashed again, exchanging a flurry of devastating blows. The man in the white suit took a brutal punch directly to the face, sending a spray of blood into the air. The long-haired man grimaced in pain, realizing his nose was broken from the exchange. The man in the white suit acknowledged the danger of his opponent's knuckles, knowing that even blocking would result in damage. A metallic glint reflected off the knuckles as a fist was raised. The long-haired man knew this was his chance, telling himself it was do or die now. The brass knuckles on his fist gleamed, promising a world of pain. Two vicious impacts landed with brutal finality. The two men remained locked in a violent, desperate struggle for dominance. A defeated figure sat bleeding on the floor, the victor's feet standing ominously over him. Watching from a monitor, an older man could only gasp in disbelief at the outcome. The man in the suit with bloodstains admitted to himself that he had severely underestimated his foe. A tall, dark-haired observer expressed his shock, never thinking one man could take down all the others by himself. Another dark-haired man grimly concluded that the fighter was dangerous. Back in the office, the man in the white suit snarled that he would not let his opponent get away from him a second time. With only 8 minutes remaining, he goaded the long-haired man, challenging him to come on. The dark-haired man roared his challenge, asking his foe which side he would attack from. He continued his taunts, goading his opponent to try from the left or the right. The dark-haired man inwardly considered another possibility. He spat out the final option, questioning if his enemy would simply run away in fear. The two men then collided in a furious exchange of high-speed blows. The man in the white suit could only gasp in sheer disbelief. With blinding speed, the dark-haired man landed a powerful and decisive strike. A stunned silence fell over the room in the aftermath of the attack. The air split with the sound of a swift, cutting motion. The scarred man couldn't comprehend how he had missed his target twice, deeming it utterly impossible. The quiet that followed was heavy with the weight of his shocking defeat. Meanwhile, in an office, a man in white declared that Kim Jae-hun's situation was now his absolute top priority. A furious bespectacled man slammed his desk, vowing never to work overtime again and cursing Kim Jae-hun for attracting so many gangsters. The man with glasses sighed, seriously considering retirement as he turned away from the chaos. His eyes suddenly caught something unusual on the floor. A foul stench hit him as he realized with disgust that he was looking at human waste. The terrified bespectacled man could only cry out for his mother. His plea was horrifically echoed by CEO Kim Jae-hun himself, dangling precariously from a great height. Kim Jae-hun was swung mercilessly through the air high above the city streets. He wailed pathetically like a child, begging for his mother to save him. A terrified scream was ripped from Kim Jae-hun's throat. His pleas shifted desperately to Kim Shin, confessing his deep-seated fear of heights. He then began to apologize for everything, trying to downplay the severity of his past actions. The man in the trench coat holding him explained that while his initial intent was to kill, seeing his face made him reconsider such an easy death. Kim Shin then declared that he would not be killing him today. He reasoned that it was far crueler to let someone live every day in fear, forcing them to repent and beg for forgiveness. With a cold finality, Kim Shin told him that he had not yet earned the right to die for all he had done. The man commanded Kim Jae-hun to remember this feeling of utter helplessness and to shiver in fear for the rest of his days. A sickening thud echoed through the air. On the ground below, the now broken Kim Jae-hun babbled incoherently, still calling for his mother. A nearby gang leader watched in disgust, wondering what they were supposed to do with the man who had completely lost his mind. A voice suddenly crackled over a communication line, calling for Secretary O. The woman in black responded, asking if they were truly going to let the thugs get away. The sounds of brutal combat erupted down a nearby hallway. A gang member desperately shouted for his men to catch their enemies and not let any of them escape. One of the charging gangsters yelled back, demanding to know why his comrades had suddenly stopped. The reason for their hesitation was a blood-stained man with a knife, who stood like a grim reaper in a hallway littered with bodies. The man in the black suit calmly drew a line with his foot, offering to let the survivors live if they did not cross it. His voice was laced with menace as he warned that if they valued their lives, they would go no further, or none would see the next sunrise. The woman with black hair reasoned that chasing them would require a cleaner, and that it was better to hunt them down later. Elsewhere, a man in a suit noted that someone had performed better than expected, and that their victory was now just a matter of time. A man smoking a cigarette sneered, wondering if the jellyfishes, who had crawled into their territory had lost their minds. A solemn vow was made that they would pay for their trespass with their lives. Another man in a suit reflected on the event, remarking that it was the first time anyone had dared to launch such a direct attack on their territory. A man's face appeared in a shocked close-up as he realized the entire invasion was already over. The sound of a cigarette being put out punctuated the tense silence. A car screeched to a halt as a door beeped open. Inside, a man in a hat grew anxious, knowing the organization called Castle would not remain silent after Kim Jae-hun's public humiliation. The roar of a car engine filled the air as he sped away. The attack on Kim Jae-hun, carried out inside his own heavily fortified building, had concluded in under 30 minutes. It was Kim Shin who had single-handedly completed this mission, once thought to be impossible. Despite this stunning success, no one on his side was celebrating the victory. They had only gone up against Haesung Construction, which was merely one half of the entire Haesung group. The operation had served as a grim reminder of the immense power gap that existed between them and Castle. The very next day, a humiliating photograph of the incident went viral across social media. The internet erupted with comments of shock and ridicule as people recognized the disgraced businessman, Kim Jae-hun. An incredibly tense atmosphere settled over the Haesung Group's headquarters. The silver-haired Kim Tae-hun, Kim Jae-hun's older brother, formally welcomed the arriving chairman. Kim Yong-sung, chairman of the Haesung Group and father to both sons, stood in stony, furious silence. In a nearby hospital room, Kim Jae-hun, now in a straitjacket, screamed for help while a doctor tried in vain to calm him. Chairman Kim Yong-sung's voice was dangerously low as he demanded to know who had dared to look down on his Haesung group. His son, Kim Tae-hun, could only admit that he did not know. The chairman's face contorted with pure, unadulterated rage. He roared again, demanding to know who was responsible for his son's breakdown. Kim Tae-hun turned his father's fury upon his subordinates, screaming at the useless sons for an answer. A beaten man on the floor could only groan in agony, unable to provide any information. Kim Yong-sung gave his son a single, chilling order: find the bastards who did this and drag them before him. A man in a suit bowed deeply, acknowledging the chairman's absolute command. Outside a quiet church, a stone statue of a woman holding a child stood as a silent witness. The gentle tolling of church bells echoed through the serene grounds. Inside the hallowed building, a lone man knelt in quiet supplication. A new request from Haesung was made clear: just get the head. A man dressed as a priest, Shin Tae-jin, asked the father for forgiveness. The cleaner, Shin Tae-jin, accepted the job, noting that there was another target to handle. In the depths of a dark alley, a tattoo shop served as a front for an illegal medical center that operated under the cover of night. A man with blonde hair tried to flirt with the woman in the white coat, but she curtly replied that she still had other patients to attend to. A man with a goatee observed the scene, his mind lost in thought, unable to forget the fighter's incredible movements and questioning the state of his body. Nearby, a woman in a suit and a man covered in scars silently wondered how he had acquired such wounds, speculating that he might have been through a war. The man in the black shirt, Kim Shin, was then asked by an associate if he had finally gotten his revenge. The woman in the suit broke the silence, admitting she had always believed that Kim Jae-hun would one day be punished by the heavens. A woman in a white suit shifted the focus, asking Kim Shin what he planned to do now, warning him that Kim Yong-sung would not stay still after his actions. She stressed that their own position was not good, and if he planned to fight Kim Tae-hun, he would definitely lose this time. Kim Shin coolly stated that Kim Tae-hun, not his father, was the real power, and he intended to meet with him to negotiate. The woman in the white suit processed this with disbelief, asking what kind of bargaining chip he could possibly have for such a negotiation. He frankly admitted that, at the moment, he had none. However, the man in the dark shirt added with chilling certainty that they would have a very good one soon. Meanwhile, in a lavish office, a door was thrust open with a sudden, loud bang. A woman in a dark outfit bowed deeply to the chairman, apologizing for the trouble and declaring she would accept any punishment. The man with glasses, Kim Tae-hun, dismissed her apology, remarking that it couldn't be helped since the man was digging his own grave. The woman then began her report, turning the conversation to the group that had attacked them. Kim Tae-hun leaned forward slightly, his interest piqued as he repeated her words about the attacking group. She affirmed that it was indeed the new group that had recently emerged in Hoam. The woman identified their leader as Kim Shin, detailing how he had unified Hoam's remaining gangsters and consumed a Hasung construction branch within days of his arrival. She elaborated on his history as Kim Jae-hun's high school classmate, his time in a juvenile detention center after their fight, and the eventual murder of his father by the organization known as Castle. Kim Tae-hun recalled that his father, Chairman Kim Yong-sung, had ordered that hit, which was handled by Baek Do-chan himself, and wondered what Kim Shin had been up to since then. The woman explained that a person is legally declared dead if they remain missing for more than 8 years. Now, after all that time, he had finally returned and made his identity known. The grinning CEO noted with dark amusement that Kim Shin had also managed to inflict a deep-seated trauma upon Kim Jae-hun. Kim Tae-hun acknowledged Kim Shin's skill, admitting Jae-hun wasn't one to be easily broken, before asking if she had seen him in person. A woman in a trench coat stepped forward, confirming she saw him during the raid on their headquarters and described him as a dragon who took down 10 special guards in an instant. She warned that he was driven by a thirst for vengeance and would come after all of them, insisting he must be eliminated. Kim Tae-hun considered this, agreeing that getting rid of Kim Shin would calm the recent disturbances in Hoam, and that it sounded good to him. His decision made, Kim Tae-hun gave the order to call Shin Tae-jin, asserting that he alone should be enough for the job. The woman in the trench coat's mind reeled as she processed the fearsome name she had just heard. The assassin known as Shin Tae-jin was once again being called upon to handle the dirty work, a stark contrast to his religious nature. He was one of the 2 legendary swords who protected the city, his grim profession contradicting his pious life. But in terms of skill, he was among the city's best, the only person trusted to handle a job when the infamous Baek Do-chan was busy. In a quiet church, a man in a bucket hat noticed Shin Tae-jin's departure, asking if he was leaving early today. The priest added that the man hadn't even stayed for his daily confession. A person sitting in a pew observed that, as always, the mysterious man simply left behind money and departed without a word. Elsewhere, Shin Tae-jin, now dressed in a suit and fedora, stood before a door, holding a letter that contained his next target. He scanned the file, noting the lack of additional information and confirming the identities of the 2 people he was sent to eliminate. Back at Kim Shin's hideout, a loud thud punctuated the man in the black shirt's observation that they, too, were missing crucial information. Kim Shin reasoned that since their enemy knew he was strong enough to defeat 10 bodyguards and escape Nam Gong-hyuk, their chosen assassin must be incredibly strong. His associate grimly speculated that their new foe might even be on the same level as the powerful members of Castle. Unseen, a figure peered through a window, surveying a dark and desolate parking lot below. A voice whispered through the darkness, telling its target not to be resentful. The masked figure added that this was retribution, for his target had also sinned. In their line of work, people like them were always prepared to die. The assassin mused that quick reactions were a necessary skill for survival in their world. He coldly justified his actions, believing that in a world divided between the strong and the weak, blame was a meaningless concept. But then, a sudden, sharp jolt of awareness shot through him. The masked figure's mind raced as he felt an unexpected presence, realizing with a shock that his target was right there. A short, sharp grunt escaped from behind his mask. A cruel smile spread across the assassin's face as he relished the unexpected turn, declaring that this was going to be fun. Kim Shin stood his ground, gun held steady with cold determination, as the masked assassin's eye glinted in the shadows. The air filled with the strained grunts of two bodies clashing in a brutal, high-speed exchange. In a blur of motion, Kim Shin's gray-shirt form met the masked figure's attack, their limbs locking in a test of strength. The masked assailant pressed his advantage, his knife arcing through the air with lethal intent. In a breathtaking display of agility, the assassin leaped over another person on the deck of the boat. Kim Shin held a small, sharp weapon, his eyes tracking the masked assailant's every move. The assassin responded instantly, raising his own gun and pointing it directly at Kim Shin. In a flash, Kim Shin twisted his body, narrowly evading the combined threat of the assassin's gun and knife. A searing pain shot through Kim Shin's arm as the blade found its mark, drawing a thin line of blood. The masked assailant thought to himself that the rumors were true, then verbally demanded to know how Kim Shin had anticipated his arrival. Kim Shin shot back that unless his opponent was a fool like Kim Jae-hun, anticipating an attack like this was simply a matter of course for him. The masked assassin scanned his surroundings, confirming his suspicion that Kim Shin was alone, with no other major backup present. The man in the mask considered this, a new understanding forming in his mind. He then realized with a grim certainty that his target had brazenly used himself as bait to lure him into a trap. The assassin scoffed at his opponent's arrogance, believing him to be a man who thought only of achieving victory at any cost. He internally mocked Kim Shin's foolishness, thinking the man truly believed himself to be at the absolute peak of power. But the assassin knew better, certain that there was always another, higher peak waiting to crush such hubris. Filled with confidence, the man in the mask lunged forward to deliver the final blow. "Take this," he roared, thrusting his weapon forward. In a stunning reversal, the assassin was suddenly and violently impaled from the side. A choked, disbelieving "huh" escaped his lips as he stared down at his wound. The sheer force of the unexpected blow sent the man in the mask staggering backward. An entirely new figure, a man with dark hair, turned his head with impossible speed, his motion a blur. Blood erupted as this man in a t-shirt brutally stabbed the masked figure in black, ending his assault. Kim Shin, the man in gray, froze for a fraction of a second as he witnessed the shocking intervention. His mind raced, instantly concluding that the assassin he had been fighting was no average opponent. He understood that a reckless charge would have gotten him seriously injured, as this was no simple bet but a fight against a truly capable enemy. His thoughts flashed back to his recent encounter with the formidable Nam Gong-hyuk. Kim Shin realized this assassin possessed a similar aura, giving him his first true taste of the strength held by a major figure from Castle. He now understood a sobering truth: the walls of Castle were just as impossibly high as he had always expected. As this new reality settled in, Kim Shin felt the very atmosphere of the conflict change around him. He dropped into a lower stance, blade held ready, his eyes glowing with a faint red light as a dark aura began to emanate from his body. The scene shifted to 3 days prior, inside a gritty illegal fighting ring in Vladivostok, Russia. A woman in a hat reported that Python had returned from Korea, confessing that his oppressive aura was so strong she felt her body freeze just being near him. A man with a gold chain questioned this, asking why the colleague killer, a figure from the past, had suddenly reappeared. He scoffed at Python's audacity for contacting Iskra, and made it clear he would not be the one to try and eliminate him. The man decried it as a declaration of war, expressing his disappointment that the great Amor Tigro had retired. A tense silence hung in the air following his words. The woman in the hat replied that Iskra does not rely on those who have departed, and for that reason, she intended to ask him for a favor. Medvedi, the ruthless manager of Iskra's illegal fighting ring, leaned in and instructed her to go ahead and complete her story with Python. A brief thought interrupted the tension, suggesting it was time to grab some snacks before the next chapter. The masked person from before comically considered getting a snack himself, but then hesitated with a sudden fear, wondering if his mother was in the kitchen. He recalled with a sense of doom that his mom always seemed to know, catching him on the exact nights he tried to sneak food late at night. In the confines of a dark alley, blades clashed as Kim Shin fought ferociously against the balaclava-wearing opponent. The masked fighter lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch directly at Kim Shin. Kim Shin recognized this foe as one of the strongest he had faced in Korea, knowing even a moment's hesitation could be fatal. Their knife fight escalated in speed and intensity, a blur of deadly motion under the dim lights. Each combatant gasped for breath, their movements sharp and precise. A sickening sound of impact echoed as one of the fighters took a glancing blow. Kim Shin's grip tightened on his knife, the blade glinting menacingly. He twisted his body with incredible agility, preparing his next move in the high-stakes dance. A sharp crack resounded as a block was forcefully executed. Kim Shin processed that his opponent's movements were too fast for the naked eye, forcing him to remain on high alert. The assassin unmasked himself, a signal that he was now prepared to fight to the death. The unmasked assassin acknowledged the risk to his own life with a sigh, finding the situation troublesome. He then declared that since Kim Shin had seen his face, he could not be allowed to live. Kim Shin's mind locked onto the grim reality of their encounter. This was now a fight to the death. The polished surface of a dark green SUV sat quietly in a nearby parking lot. In the vehicle's side mirror, the reflection of the brutal fight played out in miniature. The unmasked assassin lunged, his blade aimed to kill. Kim Shin barely managed to parry the vicious attack, steel scraping against steel. The assassin found an opening, plunging his knife deep into Kim Shin's arm. A spray of blood erupted from the fresh wound. The fighters grappled in impossibly close quarters. A furious exchange of slashes and stabs filled the air with violent sounds. Another slice cut through clothing and flesh. Kim Shin, his expression distressed, held his knife defensively, blood dripping from his arm. The two warriors exchanged furious blows, their blood splattering across the pavement with each impact. A blade swished through the air, narrowly missing its target. The combatants separated for a split second, blood arcing through the air. In a simultaneous strike, both fighters lunged and connected. The impact of their blades meeting sent a shockwave through their arms. The black-clad fighter saw his moment, thinking to himself, now. They moved in a flash, their bodies colliding. The narration confirmed that they had both landed a hit at the exact same time. A sharp cry of pain escaped one of them. As the injured fighter recoiled, he desperately searched for a weakness he could not find. The black-clad fighter internally compared his opponent to a wild beast. His mind wandered, grappling with the ferocity before him. He was certain that if he ever encountered a real beast, it would possess the very same untamed qualities as his current foe. The injured fighter let out a guttural scream of exertion and pain. A long time ago, a different scene played out. The man with a cross necklace admitted a deep, inner desire. In that past battle, the injured fighter had craved a true power that would finally end his life. He suddenly perceived what he thought was an opening in his opponent's defense. The attacker landed a heavy punch, sending the injured fighter flying through the air. The injured fighter saw his opportunity not for victory, but for release. He prepared himself to end it all. As the enemy's blade neared, he silently urged it toward his heart. The injured fighter looked up in confusion, asking his opponent what he was waiting for. The attacker questioned why he had deliberately given up when he was clearly fast enough to avoid the blow. The injured fighter dismissed the question and begged to be killed, his will to fight completely gone. The man with short dark hair warned his foe that even in death, his people would still perish. He then coldly asked why the man wanted to die so badly. The larger man in gray simply smirked, a cruel and menacing look on his face. As the man with short dark hair knelt defeated on the ground, his opponent stood looming over him. The victor finally relented, stating that if he wanted death so much, he would grant it. The memory faded, leaving behind an image of broken chains and glowing religious symbols. Back in the present, the wounded man's consciousness returned to a gruff voice asking if he was awake. He wondered why he was still alive as he heard a second person note that his toes were moving. The gruff-looking man grunted in confirmation, realizing the bastard was finally awake. As the wounded man stirred with a groan, the gruff man offered a sarcastic apology. The wounded man's mind raced, certain the knife had struck a vital spot and questioning if his opponent had missed on purpose. A large guard reassured him, explaining that their boss had ordered them to keep him alive. The realization dawned on the wounded man that he had been spared intentionally, and the reason seemed obvious. He warned his captors not to use him as a bargaining chip, stating that Hazung wouldn't care about his life. He added that Chairman Kim Tae-hun was not a man who engaged in negotiations. Understanding he was trapped, the wounded man demanded to speak directly with Kim Shin. A female guard informed him that Kim Shin was not there at the moment. She explained that their boss was out for a meeting. A look of dawning horror spread across the wounded man's face as he realized the implication. Elsewhere, a car screeched to a halt, and a man in a suit reacted in shock. The driver apologized to the chairman, explaining a car had suddenly blocked their path as an angry man in sunglasses began yelling at them. The man in sunglasses cursed about his ruined morning and aggressively threatened the driver. From inside the blocked car, a woman recognized the aggressive man from somewhere. She told the man in her car to wait as she got out, while he too felt a flicker of familiarity. The man in sunglasses continued his act, telling the chairman's driver to stay still if he didn't want to get hurt. As a hand clamped down on the driver, the woman in the car realized with a shock exactly who the aggressor was. Inside the assailant's vehicle, two men sat waiting in the back seat. The captive man in glasses demanded to know if they knew who he was, to which the new driver calmly replied that they did. The man in sunglasses turned to his new captive, offering a chillingly polite greeting to Chairman Kim Tae-hun. Trapped and helpless in the back of the car, Chairman Kim Tae-hun could only wonder why he was still alive. Chairman Kim Tae-hun identified his captor's superior as Kim Shin, the very man who dealt with Jae-hun, noting with a cynical smirk that he'd heard some funny things about him. The man in sunglasses' jovial facade vanished in an instant. The chairman's subordinate, a man in a crisp suit, warned that their actions had gone too far. Chairman Kim calmly finished his subordinate's thought, questioning if they truly understood the consequences. The powerful Hazung group member, Ryu Ji-hak, declared that Kim Shin and all his people would not see the next sunrise. The man in sunglasses merely commented that Ryu Ji-hak looked strong. Ryu Ji-hak's gaze sharpened with murderous intent. He growled that with a single gesture, all of them would be dead. Inside the car, Chairman Kim Tae-hun watched the confrontation unfold in silence. A hand suddenly shot out, grabbing Ryu Ji-hak with surprising force. The powerful executive found himself completely subdued before he could even mount a defense. The woman with black hair gasped in horror, recognizing the blade at his throat as the knife belonging to Shin Tae-jin. Kim Shin, the man in the brown jacket, explained that he only ever wanted control over Hoam City and his revenge, both of which he had now achieved. He added pointedly that the chairman would no longer need to share the Hazung group with his brother. Chairman Kim Tae-hun dryly remarked that Kim Shin certainly had a strange way of putting things. Kim Shin simply offered a polite, almost mocking apology. The man in the brown jacket explained that he didn't need much in life, only the desire to protect what little he had left. While the woman with black hair reeled in confusion, Chairman Kim Tae-hun noted that if Kim Shin truly wanted to, he could have annihilated his entire group in under an hour. The chairman pointed out that Kim Shin had chosen not to, prompting Kim Shin to offer his services for any task required. An unsettling silence fell between the two men as the bizarre proposition hung in the air. The chairman abruptly cut the conversation short, stating that it was enough and he had to leave. He permitted Kim Shin to go, promising to consider the offer and contact him later. His subordinate, the woman with earrings, called out to the chairman in disbelief as he turned to leave. Kim Shin replied coolly that he was looking forward to their cooperation. Men in suits quickly surrounded Chairman Kim's vehicle, one of them opening the door for their boss. The woman with earrings anxiously asked the chairman if he actually believed anything Kim Shin had said. The chairman replied that while Kim Shin was difficult to trust, he could be killed whenever he pleased. A man with a scar confidently added that if Shin Tae-jin couldn't finish the job, Ryu Ji-hak certainly could. Speaking to his subordinate, Secretary Oh, the chairman dismissed Kim Shin as a minor issue, certain his key assets could eliminate him at any time. The chairman then ominously explained that the place they were going was a den of monsters, a power that past enemies of Hazung never knew existed. While what happened to Shin Tae-jin was unforeseen, a new power would always emerge to fill the void. A man with short dark hair mused that they would test Kim Shin's ability to survive in Hoem City, and if he passed, they would agree to his deal. A blonde-haired man added a grim caveat: if he couldn't handle it, he was as good as dead. However, another man in a suit pointed out that Secretary Oh had missed a critical detail: Kim Shin was no mere dragon. The woman reflected on Kim Shin's bold yet humble declaration, finding his true motives difficult to grasp. Back at Kim Shin's hideout, his name echoed in the tense atmosphere. The man with sunglasses confessed that Chairman Kim was one of the greatest toys he could ever get, and he had barely endured the urge to start a fight during the abduction. The man with short dark hair remarked that the cleaner Kim Tae-hun had sent the day before, Jin-tae, was far from ordinary. The man with sunglasses confirmed his assessment, stating that the man was on the level of an agent from Iskra. Kim Shin, the man in the brown jacket, admitted that his opponent had given up deliberately, and also recalled a recent encounter with another formidable fighter named Nam Gong-hyuk. A man in a cap concluded that they needed to gather more intelligence on their foes and lay low until then. Another associate agreed, declaring that this was only the beginning and that they would wait for the perfect time to make their move. Kim Shin signaled the end of the meeting, telling his crew it was time to head back. Upon their return, the woman with dark hair saw the look on Kim Shin's face and correctly guessed that his negotiation with Kim Tae-hun had gone according to plan. Kim Shin confirmed the chairman would consider his offer and ordered everyone to remain on high alert. He sat by a bed, confident that he would receive a notification from the chairman very soon. From the bed, the wounded Shin Tae-jin weakly asked Kim Shin why he had spared his life. Kim Shin nonchalantly scratched his head, admitting he had borrowed Shin Tae-jin's knife for a while. He then revealed that he had told Chairman Kim that Shin Tae-jin was dead, hoping the deception might help him. Shin Tae-jin grew suspicious, demanding to know what Kim Shin was planning and warning him not to use him as a pawn. Kim Shin calmly replied that he couldn't make any guarantees. He then made an offer, a new life for Shin Tae-jin in exchange for information on the organization known as Castle. A low, mocking laugh was the initial response. The injured man erupted in a fit of laughter, finding Kim Shin to be an incredibly interesting individual. Shin Tae-jin declared that whether he provided information or sided with him was irrelevant. He vowed to pay the price for his failed mission, and in the end, Kim Shin and all of his allies would die. The assassin acknowledged Kim Shin's strength, a level of skill that no one in Korea should possess outside of Castle's inner circle. He openly wondered if Kim Shin's training came from the Japanese Yakuza or the Hong Kong triads. Shin Tae-jin continued his sharp analysis, noting that all of Kim Shin's techniques were high-class and he could typically identify a fighter's origins. Finally, he posed the critical question, asking if Kim Shin hailed from the Russian organization known as Iskra. Shin Tae-jin conceded that if Kim Shin was from Iskra, it would explain his strength, potentially putting him on par with Castle's top-ranking members. But the bandaged man delivered a stark warning, stating that even that power had its limits. He urged Kim Shin to surrender if he valued his life, because once Castle targeted him, survival was impossible. In a lavish building elsewhere, Chairman Kim Tae-hun and Secretary Oh strode towards an elevator. A familiar voice boomed, with a man exclaiming it had been a long time since he'd seen Chairman Kim. Yoo Woo-sung, CEO of Hwajin and a former triad leader, cheerfully ushered them into the elevator to ride up together. The doors slid shut, sealing the powerful figures inside. A woman in office attire cheekily asked the chairman how he planned to celebrate the recent events concerning his brother. Chairman Kim curtly told her to stop joking, silently cursing Yoo Woo-sung, who laughed at the pleasure of teasing the stern CEO. As the elevator arrived, another man offered his services for any problems Kim might face, boasting he was better than Representative Beck. Yoo Woo-sung chimed in, bragging that his men were experts at making people disappear without a problem. Chairman Kim coolly dismissed the offer, stating he didn't need any help, much to Yoo Woo-sung's amusement. As they walked into a meeting hall, a man with a cheek scar began to explain the ultimate reason why no one could defeat Castle. Here gathered two titans of the underworld, Yoo Woo-sung, CEO of Hwajin, and Kim Tae-hun, chairman of Hazung Group. The scarred man posed a chilling question, asking if they had ever heard of the 7 pillars of Castle. Yoo Woo-sung sarcastically commented on the rude reception from their seniors, while an old man in a suit dismissed their tardiness as trivial. Kim Hwang, a big hand in the national bond market, offered a warm greeting and complimented their security. Im Moo-yeol, a former Yakuza and current CEO of Mori Investment Trust, gave a formal nod of acknowledgement. Chun Il-do, the CEO of Hotel Castle itself, impatiently urged the meeting to begin, as they all had pressing matters to attend. Yoo Woo-sung smirked, remarking that he loved the tense atmosphere created by the assembled seniors. Chairman Kim Tae-hun surveyed the room, his eyes scanning the powerful figures before noting the absence of Representative Beck. The name Baek Do-chan, a former Russian assassin, hung in the air, represented only by an empty seat. A man in glasses officially informed the group that Representative Beck was absent due to a business trip to Russia. The faces of Castle's pillars, a consortium of the most dangerous men in the country, were shown in a chilling montage. The scarred man at the head of the table thanked everyone for gathering and formally declared the meeting had begun. The bandaged man explained that while it began as a truce, Castle had evolved into something far more powerful. He elaborated on its deep-rooted influence in both the political and business worlds. The man detailed Castle's global reach, stretching from the Yakuza and triads in Asia to the mafias and cartels in Europe and the Americas. He warned that with their influence over all of them, there was truly no place left to escape. The informant leaned in, delivering a final, chilling reminder. A smiling man and his long-haired associate coldly promised that the target would not be the only one to die. The man in the brown jacket listened in stark silence, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a man in a gray hoodie griped about thugs disrespecting the country, fantasizing about a vacation once Castle finally falls. His companion, a man with a goatee, suddenly turned to his boss, asking about his rumored affiliation with the Iskra group. A woman in a gray hoodie watched the exchange, no longer surprised by the complex web of connections. A man in a white shirt politely apologized for overhearing their conversation, admitting his discourtesy. The person in the back somberly added that until now, they had all lived as if they were already dead, merely breathing. The long-haired man coldly stated that this desperate struggle, where one courted death, was simply their way of living. A man with sunglasses watched the intense display, wondering what was wrong with this determined bastard. The man in the gray hoodie addressed the assassin in their midst, asserting that they were fully aware of the overwhelming difference in power. The man with the scar on his cheek fiercely declared that despite the odds, they would still face their enemies, even if it cost them their lives. A blond man with sunglasses affirmed his readiness to do anything to take down Castle, while the scarred man told the informant to wait and see. The bandaged man accepted the challenge, deciding to tell them a few more things about Castle. The man with the scar on his cheek cut him off, stating they already knew about the 7 pillars and demanding to know about the specific powers that supported them. He specifically brought up the name Nam Gung-hyuk. As he spoke, the blond man with sunglasses added that they wanted to know about the others as well. The bandaged man asked how long they had even been inside Castle's walls. Seeing their unyielding will to die, he finally relented, promising to tell them everything he knew. He began his explanation, revealing that there were 10 powerful individuals ranked above him. Each of these 10, he continued, was a world-class operative handpicked by one of the 7 pillars. The bandaged man gave them their official title within the organization, Castle's 10 representatives. He confirmed that the notorious Nam Gung-hyuk was indeed one of these 10 representatives. The man in glasses then inquired about the fearsome assassin, Python, asking if Baek Do-chan was also a representative. The bandaged man acknowledged that anyone from Iskra would know of Baek Do-chan, recalling the unforgettable first time he saw him. He recounted that when Baek Do-chan first joined Castle, many people questioned his skills. In response, Baek Do-chan brutally took down all his doubters. In a single, violent display, he had proven his formidable skills to everyone. Laughing grimly, the bandaged man confirmed that of course Baek Do-chan was among the 10, adding that a particular rumor had been circulating about him. The rumor held that Baek Do-chan had now become a completely untouchable existence within Castle. The man in glasses turned to Kim Shin, preparing to ask him a critical question. The man on the bed, their leader, directly challenged Kim Shin, asking how many people he had who could take down both him and Nam Gung-hyuk. The black-haired man in the white shirt, Kim Shin, answered with chilling certainty, at least 5. He explained that to even dare challenge Castle, they needed a minimum of 5 world-class fighters to match the power of the representatives. Kim Shin questioned if they planned to sit idly by, warning them that Castle would not remain still either. He declared it was too late now, for they had already started the fire, to which their leader simply replied that with luck, he might survive. The bearded man conceded that an all-out war must end in their victory, while the woman with long dark hair stated she had no desire to plan a losing fight. The man in the brown jacket accepted the high probability of death but vowed to begin his assault by taking down the representatives who support the pillars. The man with long dark hair then revealed there was one more piece of crucial information left by his benefactor. He disclosed the VIP's true identity, Kim Sun-kyu of the Innovation Party, a presidential candidate. The man in the brown jacket reacted in shock, wondering why this was the first time he was hearing it and if the information had been restricted to the representatives. Back at the Castle meeting, a man with round glasses decided the matter should be left to CEO Kim Hwang, with the president handling the VIP agenda directly. A man in a fedora reminded his brothers that their long-term investment was nearing its result, while another urged caution regarding the Private Weapons Act until the election concluded, and an elderly boss forbade any infighting. The elderly boss gave them their timeline, 6 months. A muscular man in a black suit declared that in 6 months, Castle would be reborn as the largest, most untouchable cartel in history, a timeline the young man with dark hair recognized as their only chance to attack. The young man with dark hair stared at his leader, a shocking realization dawning on him that this man was completely serious. It finally sank in that his boss was truly planning to take down the entirety of Castle. With the weight of this revelation settling in, the young man declared that he supposed their talk was done. A heavy silence fell over the resolute group. Meanwhile, across the globe in St. Petersburg, Russia, chaos was erupting. Gunmen scrambled through a compound, shouting that their boss was in danger. A defender roared in defiance, questioning how these bastards dared to break into their base. A deafening hail of automatic gunfire cut through the air, catching a guard by surprise. With a tremendous crash, a blue SUV smashed directly through a solid brick wall. The surviving defenders stared in disbelief, wondering what kind of monsters they were facing. The mysterious figure inside the vehicle silently asked themselves who they were. The Iskra specialized killer known as Snapper gave his answer, introducing himself as Disaster. Screams of agony were drowned out by another relentless storm of bullets. The scene shifted to a dark, ornate staircase deep within the compound. Two distinct clicks echoed in the quiet hall, signaling an arrival. A terrified man presented a briefcase overflowing with $100 million in bonds, begging to be allowed to live as promised. The man known as Komodo feigned surprise about the promise, casually admitting that while he tries to keep them, he often fails. The scared man sputtered that he was sure Komodo had promised to let him go. As the man screamed his last, the Iskra-affiliated killer Komodo chillingly stated that he did indeed keep his promise. A blond man in a vest leaned back, remarking how local business trips were the best, to which Komodo dryly credited the fun to their recent victim. Komodo confessed he was growing tired of such jobs, revealing he didn't join Iskra just to touch money. His blonde companion argued that a little money never hurt, especially in such large amounts, and reminded him no other gang paid as well as Iskra. Komodo considered his options as the blonde man mentioned a new rumor: Python was gathering useful killers for himself. Komodo mused on Python's true capabilities, while his partner wondered just how strong he could be if the rumors were true. The blonde man in the vest shot a provocative glance at Komodo, asking if he wanted to test him out. They schemed to see whose generation was superior, deciding that if Python was weak they could raise their demands, but if he was as strong as the rumors, a different plan would unfold. The man holding the money from their last job finished the thought: they would follow him and destroy Iskra together. A tense silence filled the car as they considered the implications of their pact. A muscular man finally broke the quiet, agreeing that it sounded nice, for the one who wins gets everything. The name hung in the air like a challenge, as Python prepared to see if his opponent was as good as the rumors claimed. The scene opened in the cold, industrial port of Vladivostok, Russia. A man watching through binoculars remarked that a rooftop entry was less bold than he'd expected, perfectly fitting for someone with the code name Python. His partner, clutching a case of money, countered that this was no average target, noting the venomous sound of his name. The man with the binoculars coolly replied that Komodos eat snakes, implying their leader would handle the real fight. From inside, Python overheard them, nonchalantly telling them to do as they pleased. Elsewhere, a man in a gray suit gave a stark warning to his comrade not to go easy, lest he end up dead. The assault team moved in, with a scarred man noting the strange absence of traps, while his partner with glasses wondered why Snapper was taking so long to make some noise. The man with glasses refused to believe the legendary Python was weak, but the scarred man scoffed that Snapper was an easy opponent to begin with. A sudden, terrible feeling washed over the man with glasses just as his scarred partner froze, sensing something was wrong. The scarred man's eyes widened in sheer horror at the sight that greeted him. His partner was in disbelief, questioning how Snapper could have possibly lost so quickly. A sudden flash of light and a deafening crash signaled the true beginning of the confrontation. The scarred man bellowed his target's name into the chaotic darkness: Python. A brutal, bone-shattering sound echoed as Python intercepted one of the attackers. The man in the light-colored jacket was sent flying back from the sheer force of the blow. The scarred man then met Python in a ferocious mid-air clash, a gun glinting between them. A choked gasp was ripped from one of the fighters as the struggle intensified. The white-haired man realized with dawning horror that Python had deliberately thrown the gun away. He cursed his critical miscalculation, knowing he was now trapped. Python immediately followed up with a powerful punch that connected squarely with his opponent's face. Blood erupted from the white-haired man's mouth from the devastating impact. The man in black, Python, calmly stated that while his opponents were better than the assassins who came earlier, it still wasn't enough. He slid a knife across the floor with his foot, correctly deducing his foe's weapon of choice. The blade came to a sharp, clattering stop just before the downed man. Python explained that knife users were valuable, as firearms were heavily restricted in Korea. He then condescendingly challenged the killer to show him some tricks, calling him baby. The silver-haired man roared back in defiance, vowing to cut him down and kill him. He screamed in frustration, realizing the rumors were a lie. Python was far more of a monster than anyone had described. Pushing himself to his feet, he declared their fight was now a match to the death. He swore to send Python to the afterlife to join the fallen snapper. The silver-haired man admitted he didn't care for concepts like loyalty. He snarled that he was a man who followed no one. A slight smile touched Python's lips as he acknowledged his opponent's spirit, deeming him good. The silver-haired man was stunned, disbelieving his all-out attack had been blocked with just one hand. The two warriors collided once more in a dizzying flurry of mid-air combat. Python looked down on his struggling foe, contemptuously calling him an old man. Just then, the man in the gray suit launched his own attack, screaming that he would take Python down. However, his confident assault proved to be nothing more than a feint. The gray-suited man stared in shock as his move was effortlessly stopped, while a bald man with glowing red eyes laughed, calling Python awesome. The bald man expressed his delight, admitting that Python was far more impressive than the rumors had claimed. The man in the dark coat then boasted that he was among the best knife specialists in all of Iskra. The bald, red-eyed man taunted Python, claiming it was a fatal mistake to have handed him a knife. With newfound ferocity, the two titans clashed in a violent, high-speed exchange. The red-eyed man was shocked that his strike missed, desperately wondering how Python had created an opening. He refused to yield, lunging forward once more with deadly intent. His mind raced with confusion, unable to process how Python was so effortlessly countering him. The defeated scarred man watched from the floor, equally bewildered, knowing that by all rights, Python should have been cut. He clicked his tongue in frustration, noting that Python's impossibly fluid movements reminded him of the legendary Amor Tigro. A heavy, punishing blow landed with a sickening wham. A sharp exhalation of breath followed the next powerful strike. Another solid impact cracked against bone, signaling the fight's brutal conclusion. The scarred man finally understood with chilling certainty that he never had a chance from the very start. As another hit landed, he finally began to voice the horrifying truth. He admitted that it was they who had no chance, completely outmatched by Python's overwhelming strength and ruthlessness. A final, decisive blow landed, cementing the killer's fate. The scarred man uttered his final realization: this monster truly was the Python. In the aftermath, Python stood over the broken body of his opponent, a dark, victorious silhouette. The man in glasses picked up the fallen killer's kukri, remarking that it wasn't bad. He noted, however, that the weapon didn't truly suit the man's fighting style. He then posed a question to the defeated warrior: how long would he continue to serve as Iskra's dog? The victor made an offer, telling the fallen man to cast aside his old master and become his sword. He promised the killer could become so much more, offering him a taste of the black freedom that men like him could only dream of. A weighted, transformative silence filled the space between them. The defeated killer's mind reeled. He had chased strength his entire life and never lost until today, yet this man was offering him the one ideal he could never obtain. It was an offer of pure, unbridled evil. The fallen man made his choice, deciding that from this day forward, Python would be the new god he would follow. In another location, a man with his hair tied in a bun calmly announced that he was ready. With a look of grim determination, he told his opponent that they could begin. A man with short dark hair warned him that facing this challenge without a weapon could mean his death. A man with teal hair made a simple plea to his own opponent, to fight him with their full, unbridled strength. Two fighters stood ready for battle in a wide open space, observed by a lone figure perched on a distant rooftop. In another location, a bandaged man declared that it was enough and offered his thanks. The man in the suit, sensing his defeated opponent's desire to leave Hazang, offered him a new opportunity and a place to stay. A weighted silence settled between them, thick with the gravity of the offer. Meanwhile, from his rooftop vantage point, a man with blonde hair remarked on the incredible view the location provided. His companion, a man wearing blonde hair and sunglasses, announced that the event was about to begin. A man with dark hair expressed his disbelief at their methods, questioning the logic of using a competition to build skills with only 6 months remaining. The blonde man simply told him to shut up and watch, asserting that their boss never did anything without reason. The dark-haired man admitted that although the subject was an unsightly person to watch, the man with the dark hair and scar conceded that Pai Wu-jin possessed a great deal of potential. Down below, the fight ignited as the man in the red shirt threw the first powerful punch. He immediately followed up with another swift strike. A rapid exchange of blows echoed through the empty lot. The violent dance of attack and defense continued with blinding speed. The two combatants locked eyes, their intense gazes clashing in the midst of combat. A sharp crack resounded as a strike was expertly blocked. Another attack was parried with practiced ease. The relentless sounds of their high-speed battle filled the air. The man in red paused the exchange, chiding his opponent for his hesitation and pointing out that a real enemy would have already been defeated. He sternly reminded his sparring partner of his earlier request to be more serious. The man in blue simply acquiesced, stating he would do so if his opponent insisted. On the sidelines, a man in a gray suit commented on Pai Wu-jin's impressive physique, while his companion in a beige jacket remarked that he could now see Kim Shin's reasoning. A sharp thud of impact cut through their conversation. The fight resumed with another furious flurry of movements. The man in the beige jacket exclaimed that the fighter was quite good, unable to believe such hidden gems existed in their town. The man in the red shirt noted that such refined movements couldn't be learned just by seeing, and he asked if they had a teacher. The man with blonde hair and glasses confirmed they did, revealing that Kim Dae-jian, Pai Wu-jin, the boss, and even he himself were all indebted to that one person. A man with slick back hair then revealed the teacher's famous name, Kang Min-sung. The man with blonde hair and glasses asked if the name was familiar to them. The man with slick back hair reacted with utter shock, as the mention of Kang Min-sung made everything fall into place. It was understood that these were ordinary men who had been trained by a VIP to a level where they could qualify for Iskra. This training had also formed the strongest team in history, one capable of taking down the legendary castle. The observers realized that only a teacher like Kang Min-sung could have possibly achieved such an incredible feat. The man in the blue shirt let out a sharp breath, ready to fulfill the unspoken hope that Kim Shin would fight at his best. A trickle of blood appeared, signaling a new level of intensity. The man in the red shirt thought to himself that he just wanted to feel the insurmountable wall of strength his opponent was holding back. Across from him, the man with short black hair let out a controlled sigh. He suddenly declared that was enough, just as the man in red cried out. A heavy silence fell over the sparring area. The air grew still, charged with unspoken tension. The quiet moment stretched on, pregnant with anticipation. Then, the man with short black hair unleashed a vicious kick to his opponent's head. A brutal fist followed, connecting squarely with the man in the red shirt's head and sending a spray of blood into the air. An unnerving quiet followed the savage blow. The man with short black hair reflected grimly that his kick had been excessive and dangerously powerful. A man in sunglasses observing the fight coolly stated that from this point forward, it would not be a pleasant fight. As if to prove his point, the dark-haired fighter drove a punishing blow into the red-shirt fighter's stomach. A gut-wrenching scream tore from the man's lips. A gray-haired fighter then landed a solid punch to the man's face. A man in a black shirt declared that it was not over yet. The man in sunglasses, the red-shirt fighter, struggled to his feet, insisting he wasn't done and admonishing his opponent for turning his back. With a defiant roar, he screamed that it was not over. His defiance was immediately crushed by two simultaneous punches from the other fighters. As he crumpled to the ground, the defeated fighter cursed his own weakness, lamenting that he couldn't even force his opponent to use his full power. He finally collapsed onto his knees, utterly broken. He understood that while Nam Gong-hyuk had been strong, Kim Shin was on an entirely different level of power. At that moment, a new resolve burned within him: he would aim to surpass Kim Shin, no matter what it took. Elsewhere, the soft rustling of bandages being wrapped filled a quiet room. An injured long-haired man asked Kim Shin what their former mentor looked like when he last saw him. Kim Shin replied that Kang Min-sung had appeared calm, confident, and graceful. The injured man smiled faintly, murmuring that it sounded just like him. He then looked at Kim Shin with renewed purpose, reminding him that he had been at the place where Kang Min-sung was last seen. He declared his own firm intention to travel there, to Russia. Back on the rooftop, the muscular man in white admitted that while he had expected it, the boss's strength was far greater than he anticipated. He then turned to his companion, asking if he was saddened to see Pai Wu-jin being pushed so hard. The man in the dark shirt dismissed the concern, stating his absolute faith in the boss's methods and his belief that Pai Wu-jin would also change. He hesitated for a moment, his expression softening slightly. He then confessed that Pai Wu-jin was like a brother to him, and that this day marked a moment where they all began to walk down their own separate paths. The man with the bandana announced that it was getting cold and he was heading inside. As he walked away, he mused that this was the natural order of things: breaking, growing, competing, and relying on each other was the only way to move forward. He added that the scene reminded him of the good old days, when there was never a single moment that wasn't thrilling. His thoughts drifted back to those past days of glory. He recalled a time when they had nothing, yet they were undeniably the best. Min-sung had been strong enough to be considered perfect. And Il-guk had been the very definition of a real man. Their team was the stuff of legends. They were the heroes that everyone had wanted to be like. The man in the black shirt remarked that Min-sung had always lived a life full of trouble, and wondered when he had created another monster like the one they just witnessed. The man with the beard voiced his skepticism, asking his companion if he was truly sure he wanted to bet on them. The man with the mustache resolved to wait, deciding he would see it all through to the very end. He understood that the old guard's time was over, and it was now their turn to take the stage. A new alliance was forming under the banner of the guild. A dark SUV sliced through the twilight, its destination unknown. Their mission was one of national scope, a clandestine expedition. The man driving the car mused that his boss had a real knack for getting people fired up. 2 days earlier, in the city of Hoam, the seeds of this plan were sown. The man in the suit addressed his comrades, admitting they had only just begun to understand the true nature of their enemy, Castle. The man with the cheek scar grimly added that the power difference between them and Castle was immense. The man in the blue shirt began to outline their current predicament. The suited man with glowing glasses stated plainly that a direct confrontation with the Hazung group would mean their utter annihilation. The leader in the blue suit declared a new strategy: they would expand their search beyond Hoam, seeking out others who harbored the same hostility toward Castle. A heavy silence filled the room as the weight of his words settled. After ensuring everyone understood, the man with yellow sunglasses shifted topics, inquiring about Su Min's sister. The man in the blue shirt countered with a history lesson, asking if they had ever heard of the great boss of Taejun, Wang Dok-pil, or Kwak Yung-hyeon, of Busan. The man with the green beanie recognized the names immediately, acknowledging them as legends who once shook the entire country. Cha Su-min confirmed their legacy, explaining they were men who stood beside her father, Cha Il-guk, before being brutally crushed by Castle long ago. She insisted that many powerful individuals once surrounded those two legends, and that they must find the survivors to forge a new alliance. Kim Dae-jeon spoke up, offering his extensive network of connections outside Hoam to aid in their search. The bearded man then proposed a candidate he had in mind for their recruitment efforts outside the city. He described the man as being related to the great boss, a good person with excellent communication skills. The man in the blue shirt gave a curt nod of approval. The man with yellow glasses confirmed that he, Jin-tae, and Yi-sul would begin rallying people outside Hoam as planned. Cha Soo-min outlined her own team's mission. She, Kim Dae-jeon, and the Namgi Youth Association would reorganize businesses and absorb scattered forces within Hoam City. She then announced she was leaving all decision-making to Kim Dae-jeon in her absence. The man in the blue shirt issued a final, stern reminder to the assembled group. He warned them that while Castle was not yet making a move, they could not let their guard down, especially when it came to Haseung. A man in a black suit elaborated that Haseung was restless over Kim Jae-hun's situation, and their leader, Kim Tae-hun, could eliminate them at any time. The leader in the blue suit declared they had only 6 months to slowly and surely build their strength. He vowed they would become strong enough to dismantle the pillars of Castle one by one. With their missions assigned, the leader promised they would all meet again soon. Elsewhere, the man in the cap thanked an ally for their help, admitting he had caused a lot of trouble and promising to make it up to them. The woman with a chest tattoo gave him a grim warning, telling him to be careful if he didn't want an early trip to heaven. The man in the cap offered a quiet word of thanks for her concern. As he turned to leave, a voice stopped him in his tracks. A scarred man holding a cigarette asked if he could have a moment of his time. The man in the cap silently waited to hear what he had to say. Another man, wearing a white shirt, approached and asked if he was truly leaving. The man in the cap confirmed he had a place to visit, assuring him he had no intention of returning to Haseung. The man in the white shirt replied that he didn't think so, recalling what his boss had told him. He mentioned that the boss believed the man in the cap regretted his past actions within Castle. The man in white then changed the subject, clarifying that his past was not why he was here. He brought up their previous discussion about Castle's 10 representatives and bluntly asked how the man in the cap's power level compared to theirs. The man in the cap questioned his curiosity, seeing as he was no longer part of that world. He admitted that Castle's ranks were filled with individuals who might be stronger than him, even outside the 10 representatives. However, he added a chilling caveat: if they were sent to clean him up, he was confident he could slash even one of the 10, and asked if that answer was enough. His declaration was met with a stunned silence. The man in the trench coat, startled, heard a quiet voice agree that his answer was indeed enough. In a shocking turn, the scarred man who had stopped him earlier dropped to his knees. The man in the trench coat stared down at him, demanding to know what he was doing. The kneeling man pleaded to be taught how to fight as well as him. He confessed his shame at being weaker than men like Nam Gong-hyuk, certain he couldn't win even if he teamed up with Pai Woo-jin. The man in the trench coat scoffed, reminding the man that they were enemies and telling him to ask his own boss for training. The kneeling man refused, insisting that it had to be him. He explained that he was running out of time and had to become strong enough to face a representative without being a burden to his allies. With painful honesty, he admitted he lacked the natural talent of Pai Woo-jin and knew that achieving such growth in a short time was nearly impossible. The scar-faced man in the cap conceded that the path would be difficult. A glint appeared in the man in the cap's eye as he declared that becoming strong and winning are two very different matters. The kneeling man explained that he only wished to be strong enough to become capable of fighting Castle. He offered everything he owned, begging for help to achieve his one singular goal. A heavy silence hung in the air as the man in the cap considered the desperate plea. Nearby, the man with the knife reflected that Kim Dae-jeon, Pai Woo-jin, the boss, and even he himself were indebted to the man now being petitioned. The man with the cap finally spoke, ordering the kneeling man to stand up. He agreed to train him but warned that time was short and he would be incredibly rough. The new master declared that before one can study their enemy, they must first know themselves. The silver-haired man with the knife stepped forward, a blade appearing in his hand as he prepared for what was to come. He then cracked a grin and asked if they were ready to get started. The narrative then snaps back to the present day. The dark SUV now sat parked on a lonely street in front of a dimly lit bar. From inside, the guttural sounds of a brutal beating echoed into the night. Amid the crash of breaking glass, a man in a suit cried out in horror for his brother. A powerful figure identified as Gu Il-hwa loomed over the scene, demanding to know who dared to use his name in ch1to119. The man in sunglasses simply smirked at the display, telling boss Kim Shin to watch as he made this supposedly tough guy fall for his violent charm. The story begins under the neon sign of a place called Guild. The chime of a bell announced a new arrival, and the bartender called out a cheerful welcome. A man in a suit approached the visitor, asking what he would like to order. The man in sunglasses waved him off, stating he wasn't there for a drink but was searching for a person. He asked if they had heard of the famous Gu Il-hwa, his voice dropping as an expectant silence filled the bar. The bartender repeated the name, his expression one of cautious surprise. After confirming they knew him, the man in sunglasses leaned in, claiming Gu Il-hwa was like a brother to him. A gray-haired man abruptly stepped forward, demanding to know who the stranger was and why he was so keen on finding their boss. The man in sunglasses casually stated he had his reasons before pointedly asking if they were Gu Il-hwa's men. A sly grin spread across his face as he mused that if they were, it would make them all his brothers. The gray-haired man shot back a warning, telling him not to get ahead of himself. The stranger ignored the threat, instead demanding they bring Gu Il-hwa out for a reunion. Suddenly, the bartender cried out in alarm, calling for his brother. A man in a patterned shirt, the infamous Gu Il-hwa, emerged from the back, demanding to know who dared to speak his name in ch1to119. The man in the suit beside the stranger observed that Gu Il-hwa looked as tough as he remembered. The man in sunglasses coolly greeted Gu Il-hwa, agreeing that he was indeed as tough as ever. One of Gu Il-hwa's men angrily questioned how the outsider dared to use their brother's name. But Gu Il-hwa's fury had vanished, replaced by shock as he demanded to know how the stranger could have possibly found him there. The man in sunglasses recalled a private promise, mentioning the bar Gu Il-hwa had sworn to open, a detail he had only shared with one person. As recognition dawned on Gu Il-hwa's face, the bartender identified the stranger as Il-so, confirming it had been a while. Just as one of Gu Il-hwa's men declared his intent to finally beat the newcomer, the scene flashed back 8 years to the imposing walls of Cheongju prison. Upon Gu Il-hwa's arrival, the inmates and guards alike jeered at the notorious figure from Gangnam, wondering how he'd been caught. A guard shoved him forward, yelling at him to keep walking. Gu Il-hwa stopped dead in his tracks, his voice booming as he made a bold declaration: he was taking over Cheongju prison. As other prisoners whispered that he was crazy, Gu Il-hwa issued an open challenge to anyone who had a problem with his claim. He stood defiantly, shouting that he would gladly take on all of the bastards in the prison. With his challenge hanging in the air, Gu Il-hwa stepped into his new cell. Inside, a younger Il-so observed the newcomer's bravado, listening as Gu Il-hwa announced his name and allegiance. Another prisoner nudged Il-so, telling him to go deal with the loudmouth. But Il-so, with only 8 months left, wanted no part of it. Nevertheless, he approached the new arrival, bluntly telling Gu Il-hwa that his introduction was terrible. Gu Il-hwa gave him a cold look, warning him not to do that again. Il-so sized him up, realizing this was the boss of the room and wondering if Gu Il-hwa truly didn't know who he was. Il-so began to introduce himself, but was cut short by a swift punch from Gu Il-hwa, who reasserted his own identity. Gu Il-hwa grunted, having heard the start of the man's introduction. His eyes widened in shock, wondering how his opponent was still standing after taking such a direct hit. Il-so retaliated with a fierce blow of his own, leaving Gu Il-hwa staggering and speechless. Straightening his collar, Il-so calmly advised him to introduce himself more nicely next time. Gu Il-hwa was completely baffled, questioning where this impossibly strong bastard had come from. He grunted in pain, the force of the blow still rattling him. He speculated if Il-so was from Cha Il-guk's family, confused as to why someone so powerful wasn't more famous. Cursing his luck, Gu Il-hwa realized he had just picked a fight with a seriously underrated monster. Elsewhere, an inmate observed that Gu Il-hwa had attracted a swarm of flies. A man in glasses explained that all the people suppressed by Wang Dokpil saw an opportunity to take down his strongest man, who had foolishly come alone. The first inmate coldly predicted that it was only a matter of time before Gu Il-hwa was crippled for life. A man with black hair watched from afar, vowing that he would be the one to defeat Gu Il-hwa. Later in the showers, one figure stood alone as another approached from the steam. Gu Il-hwa found himself cornered but taunted his ambushers, asking if they thought they were even capable of taking him. He arrogantly declared that if they wanted to take him down, they would need to bring at least 20 more people. A heavy silence hung in the steam-filled room as the standoff intensified. With a furious scream, the black-haired man lunged, revealing the ambush he had spent 3 days preparing. He mocked Gu Il-hwa, asking how his legs were feeling after the trap. Gu Il-hwa knew he was in a bad spot, completely surrounded and boxed in. He felt a cold dread, realizing that a single mistake in the cramped shower room could cost him his life. Suddenly, a voice commanded them to stop, and to everyone's shock, Yi-sol emerged from the steam. Though he didn't know what the commotion was about, Yi-sol firmly warned the attackers not to cross the line. Gu Il-hwa watched, bewildered, unable to understand why his rival was suddenly helping him. The bearded leader of the mob told Yi-sol to stay out of it, claiming it was a personal matter of collecting a debt. Yi-sol scoffed, openly mocking them for calling a cowardly group attack revenge. He derided them as thugs who were tough in a pack but couldn't utter a single word for themselves on the outside. The bearded man could only fume as Yi-sol dismissed them all as a bunch of nobodies. Turning to Gu Il-hwa, Yi-sol told his Gu Hyung to let him take responsibility for this mess. He decided it was his job to clean up the trash. His only regret was not having the sharpened toothbrush he had apparently prepared. Gu Il-hwa found his voice, roaring his name and warning everyone not to look down on him. With a battle cry, the brawl erupted in the confined space. An attacker yelled at Yi-sol to mind his own business. Two of the muscular fighters locked into a brutal grapple. Gu Il-hwa grunted in pain as he fought. In the heat of the moment, he shouted an insult at Yi-sol, calling him a stupid big gorilla. Yi-sol simply called out to him. He told Gu Il-hwa that he was counting on him. The two rivals fought back to back, a powerful and unexpected alliance against the horde of attackers. The man with black hair observed the chaos, realizing that while Gu Il-hwa was injured, Yi-sol was far stronger than he had ever imagined. Two of the attackers froze in wide-eyed terror. A piercing scream tore through the air. An attacker cried out in agony as he was brutally taken down. After the fight, Gu Il-hwa asked Yi-sol why he had helped him when they weren't on good terms. Yi-sol simply stated it was the duty of the room's boss to look after the weak. From that day forward, the two grew closer. The story reveals that Yi-sol had once broken into a house and beaten a child's parents to stop their abuse. He regretted the violence seen by the child and dreamed of raising money to build a nursery for such kids. In prison, a smirking man offered Yi-sol a difficult job, thinking a tough bastard like him would be useful. Yi-sol refused the offer, stating he had his own dreams to pursue. He proudly declared his plan to leave this life and open a bar called Bambino with his brothers, a name one of them found hilarious. Back in the present day, one of Gu Il-hwa's men began to apologize for his hostility. Yi-sol stopped him, somberly admitting that he was not the person he used to be. He had expected this resistance, and as he considered his old friend's hardship, he knew convincing him would not be easy. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man with light hair asked if Yi-sol would have any problems in Cheonan, since he claimed to know someone there. Kim Shin expressed his faith in Yi-sol before turning his attention to their mission. They had found Kwak Jong-hyun. He confirmed this was Kang Min-sung's last known location, as he and Seo Jin-tae finally arrived in the city of Busan. Within the walls of the Cheonan Guild, a tense meeting was underway. One of Gu Ilwa's men felt the atmosphere shift, while another quietly wondered if the man before them was truly their boss's respected elder brother. Sol, however, casually waved them off, claiming to be busy with construction and instructing the bartender to give the men the best drinks on his tab. A subordinate mumbled to Gu Ilwa about Sol's odd behavior, questioning if he was truly that busy. Sol's voice cut through the room, stating he was certain that the Gu Ilwa he knew would never shut up, even with a knife to his throat. He then revealed that he was aware of Gu Ilwa's repeated visits to the nursery just to see him after being released from prison. In a fond memory, a caregiver called for the children to come inside out of the cold, but they were mesmerized by a large pile of presents. One of the children excitedly shouted that they had seen the person who left the gifts. The child explained that the mysterious benefactor looked exactly like the director, but with curly hair. The memory showed Sol carefully looking around, making sure he hadn't been seen. Back in the present, Gu Ilwa's subordinate questioned leaving without a proper meeting after coming all this way. Gu Ilwa replied that it was okay since Sol seemed to be doing well, admitting they weren't as close as they had been in the old days. As he walked away, he silently wished his brother well. Gu Ilwa reflected on how people often give up when times get tough, seeing no shame in it as just another part of living. But then, a powerful memory broke through his resignation. He recalled Sol's sharp words, declaring that the brother he once knew was never a coward who ran away and made excuses. Sol had fiercely stated that if Gu Ilwa had truly become so weak, then the brother he cherished was long dead. The memory softened to a moment of reconciliation, with Gu Ilwa inviting Sol for the drinks they had so often dreamed of sharing. In the present, Gu Ilwa finally apologized for his earlier behavior, admitting he had wanted to live a fresh, clean life. He confessed that his loyalty to his boss Dokpil forced him to remain in the underworld, and he felt ashamed that Sol had to see him this way. With the air cleared, Gu Ilwa asked how his friend was doing and how the nursery was faring. Sol's expression grew heavy as he admitted that he desperately needed Gu Ilwa's help. Gu Ilwa immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and urged him to speak freely, promising to help in any way he could. The weight of the conversation hung heavy in the air between the two old friends. Sol finally spoke the name that made Gu Ilwa's blood run cold, Castle. He described his simple happiness running the nursery, giving children with nowhere to go a chance to have dreams and goals. But he lamented that the world was so rotten that powerful bastards always appeared to destroy what was precious, and he had given up in fear. Gu Ilwa leaned in, demanding to know what Castle had done to him. A fire reignited in Sol's eyes as he slammed his fist on the table. He explained that, unbelievably, someone had appeared like a shooting star, offering a partnership to destroy Castle, a chance he couldn't refuse. Gu Ilwa listened in stunned silence, processing the incredible news. He then revealed his own tragic connection, explaining that Castle was responsible for shattering his Taejuncheon family and for issues related to his boss, Wang Dokpil. Clenching his fist with resolve, Gu Ilwa declared that he was ready, as he had already crossed the point of no return with Castle. Looking his brother in the eyes, he swore that he would definitely help him. Sol let out a breath of relief, thanking him and admitting he knew he could trust him. A spark of curiosity then appeared on Gu Ilwa's face as he asked just who this reckless person was that had changed Sol's heart. A small smile touched Sol's lips as he called the man terrific, promising an introduction soon. He added with a grin that he was certain Gu Ilwa would love the chance to spar with him. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Pai Wu-jin asked someone to take care of Su Min in his absence. The man in the blue shirt, Tigro, stopped him and held out a small, significant object. Tigro instructed him to find a man named Medvedi at Club Ballerino and show him the medal to receive anything he needed. Pai Wu-jin stared silently at the heavy medal resting in his palm. His journey took him far from home, to the Vladivostok International Airport in Russia. Pai Wu-jin's determined profile showed he was ready for the dangerous path ahead. He recalled Tigro's final words, informing him that a guide had been arranged for his first time there. Tigro had warned him that a blonde woman named Lisa would be his guide, cautioning that she was far more dangerous than she appeared. In the present, a sleek car slid to a stop before him. A stunning blonde woman emerged, coolly calling out his name, Pai Wu-jin. He recognized her immediately. This had to be the dangerous guide, Lisa. Soon, they were driving down a long, empty highway stretching across the vast Russian landscape. The powerful rumble of the car's engine was the only sound for miles. Lisa broke the silence, asking if this was his first visit to Russia. Pai Wu-jin gave a short, simple confirmation. Offering him a choice, Lisa asked if he wanted to go straight to his hotel or if he had another place to visit first. A beat of silence passed as Pai Wu-jin considered his next move. He gave his answer without hesitation, Club Ballerino, to meet a man called Medvedi. Lisa gave a slight smirk, thinking to herself that Tigro had sent a very tough guy this time. The car sped up, accelerating towards its notorious destination. They finally arrived at the infamous Club Ballerino. The club occupied the basement of a former ballet school, its rough and dangerous nature a stark contradiction to its elegant name. This was a place where desperate people fought in a cage nightly for their freedom, and those who sought Medvedi came for only two reasons. The first, as a burly fighter inside knew well, was to make money. Pai Wu-jin, however, was there for the second reason, to obtain power. As she led him inside, Lisa remarked that she had a hunch he was the latter type. They entered a lavish room, their eyes falling upon the man they had come to see. An armed guard stood by his boss's side, a silent and intimidating presence. The man in the green chair, Medvedi, glanced at Lisa and dryly asked what brought her to him so often lately. Lisa introduced her companion as Pai Wu-jin from Korea, stating that he wished for a meeting. Tossing a file aside, Medvedi coldly rejected the request, claiming the fight roster was full and he wasn't interested. Pai Wu-jin stood perfectly still, his face an unreadable mask. He then stepped forward and placed a heavy object on the desk, stopping Medvedi cold. Slamming the metal down with a resonant thud, Pai Wu-jin made his declaration, "I want to surpass Kim Shin." Medvedi's eyes widened as he recognized the insignia, questioning Pai Wu-jin's connection to Amor Tigro. Lisa casually exhaled a cloud of smoke, confirming that Amor Tigro was indeed Kim Shin's real name. The initial shock gave way to booming, unrestrained laughter from Medvedi. Leaning back in his chair, he declared the entire situation to be absolutely crazy. He snatched the medal, confirming it was the one he'd given to Amor Tigro, its engravings a symbol for no light. Medvedi declared that regardless of how Pai Wu-jin got it, possessing the medal meant he must now become a master worthy of its legacy. However, he warned that he was no god and could not grant him strength in an instant. If Pai Wu-jin truly wished to surpass the legend, he would have to prove his worth. Pointing a decisive finger, Medvedi issued his ultimatum: Pai Wu-jin would fight in the cage that very night to prove he could survive. On the arena screens, the matchup was announced, pitting him against his first opponent, the fearsome, inescapable, Basil. A spectator in a red dress smiled in anticipation, remarking that this was going to be an interesting fight. Another viewer looked on curiously, wondering about the strength of this product from Korea as Pai Wu-jin's own stats appeared on screen. In the raucous arena, a spectator in a gray shirt roared his support for Basil, betting everything on him and screaming for the kill. Nearby, another man in a suit confirmed he also bet on Basil, citing his recent winning streak. His friend, a man in a cap, expressed a strange feeling, recalling a time 4 years ago when a lone Asian fighter dominated the entire roster. The man in the suit scoffed at the mention of the legendary king, dismissing the idea of history repeating itself and urging his friend to just bet on Basil. The man in the cap tried to recall the newcomer's name, Pai Wu-jin, noting it sounded Korean. A man in the background overheard the word Korean, his knuckles cracking with a sudden, intense focus. Inside the waiting area, Pai Wu-jin was briefed on the grim reality of the ring. All attacks were permitted in this lawless fight with no rules or referees. A tall man derisively addressed Pai Wu-jin as a yellow monkey, questioning his presence in Russia. A muscular man added a chilling warning, telling Wu-jin he would be paying hospital bills instead of making money. At the start of the fight, the muscular man taunted Wu-jin, revealing his sadistic hobby of tearing off limbs and listening to screams. The two fighters immediately clashed in a powerful exchange of blows. The muscular man's thoughts reeled in shock, wondering when his opponent had closed the distance. An audible grunt of pain escaped the tall man as the initial skirmish concluded. The tall man sneered that the fight would end quickly, asking if Wu-jin was going to get serious or just let himself be taken down. The muscular man, enraged, cursed at his opponent's resilience. He threw a wild punch, mockingly asking how Wu-jin ever thought he could win. The powerful, arcing punch flew through the air towards Pai Wu-jin's head. From the stands, the crowd watched with rapt attention, a young boy's eyes wide with focus. The young boy observed internally that the punch had indeed landed. Yet, his intuition told him that something was not right with the impact. A bald spectator explained that Basil was an amateur sambo champion who had once even killed an opponent in the ring. Standing his ground as if rooted to the spot, the blonde fighter Basil gave Pai Wu-jin a predatory welcome to Russia. The fight instantly went to the ground, with both men grappling for dominance. A powerful arm shot out, aiming for a decisive lock. Basil gained the upper hand, pressing down on Pai Wu-jin with immense force. Pai Wu-jin found himself on the mat, his head bowed under Basil's looming figure. Basil gloated that he loved this ring because no one would stop him, even if he tore his opponent's limbs off. The struggling Wu-jin realized with alarm that his opponent was too strong, making it impossible to bend his arm. A sudden surge of power radiated from Basil's hold. Pai Wu-jin let out a pained groan under the immense pressure. He grimly acknowledged the crushing strength of his opponent's grip as it tightened. The force of the lock intensified in a powerful wave. The man on top, Basil, grunted with effort and satisfaction. Having finally secured his position, Basil laughed, promising to make a dramatic show of tearing Wu-jin's limbs off. An observer in the crowd watched in horror, recognizing the technique and worrying for the Korean fighter. The crowd knew this was Basil's signature lock. It was said that once caught by Basil, that inescapable, no one could break free, a stark contrast to Pai Wu-jin's hit-and-run style. A man in Medvedev's private box wondered aloud if Tigro had judged Pai Wu-jin's capabilities incorrectly. Medvedev, his eyes glinting, calmly asked why he would think so. Lisa, the blonde woman, directed Medvedev's attention to Wu-jin's eyes. She declared with certainty that she did not believe he would lose, even as Wu-jin struggled against Basil's crushing strength. Medvedev's own thoughts revealed his true assessment: this was merely the beginning of Wu-jin's transformation into a beast. As Pai Wu-jin let out a defiant roar, the real fight was only just beginning. Meanwhile, in Koreang Chinatown, Busan, a different story was unfolding. A man in a suit impatiently complained about how late their seniors were. A man named Amor Tigro finally arrived, flanked by his formidable companions, Croft and Shire. The man with dark hair simply stated Croft's name in acknowledgement. The man with the scar expressed his surprise that Croft had contacted him so soon. A bald man noted his own surprise at seeing him, eager to hear the conclusion of their search. The scarred man got straight to the point, announcing that he had found traces of Kong Min-sung. He reported that the last sighting of Kong Min-sung with his colleagues was 2 years prior. Shortly after that, Kong Min-sung was murdered, with the infamous organization Castle being responsible. He continued, explaining that while Castle suffered a considerable loss, there was a strange rumor surrounding the incident. The rumor spoke of an unbelievable feat. An imposing man relayed that Python's vanguard cleaning team had been half wiped out. A man with glasses reacted in disbelief, wondering just how strong Kong Min-sung truly was to accomplish such a thing. The man with the scar clarified that Kong Min-sung did not act alone, he had received help. His allies were among the top killers from Iskra. They were an elite unit known only as the Fixers. The investigation was inconclusive due to the lack of bodies, but the timing was perfect, as the Fixers had disappeared right after the incident. A man in a suit listened intently, processing the new information. He then asked the crucial question, where the last trace of Kong Min Sung was found. The scarred man warned that the lead wouldn't be much help, spitting on the ground. He explained that Castle only becomes more desperate and dangerous when faced with a powerful opponent. Strangely, the survivors of the Bulwi group had chosen to live instead of dying honorably, paying a price to Castle for their lives. The man in the suit suggested that visiting these survivors would make everything clear. Tigro accepted the intelligence, confirming the location of a man named Kwok. The bald man warned him to be on guard, as Mori Investment Trust, one of Castle's main pillars, was active there and had been responsible for destroying Kwok Jung-hyun's entire group. A narrator explained that Busan was now an ownerless town, a power vacuum left after the biggest faction collapsed. A man in sunglasses mused on why no one had claimed such a charming city now that Kwok Jung-hyun was gone. The bald man explained Mori's philosophy: they would rather let the fish rot than let another cat take it. He elaborated that Mori's most trusted right-hand man, a notorious troublemaker from the jail Yakuza, was currently managing Busan. This individual had apparently spent most of his time working in Japan. The bald man lamented that he was searching for a successor for Busan, but no one seemed suitable for the role. The narrator then introduced another player, Mo Sung-gyu, who had betrayed Kwok Jung-hyun and was now cleaning up Mori's messes. And then there was another emerging force, a group comprised mostly of people in their early 20s. Their leader, a 20-year-old newcomer famously called the Busan Kid, was already making waves across several locations in the area. Jin Woo, Amor Tigro, listened to the report and stated he would provide more information on the Busan Kid later. He thanked his informant and asked if he would be returning to Japan. A blond man confirmed his departure, offering his services as he frequently traveled between Tokyo, Osaka, and Busan. Jin Woo looked on, wishing his brother good luck on his journey. Croft and the tall man, Shire, walked through the airport. Their meeting concluded. Shire turned to Croft, asking why he withheld the information about Python being on the move. Croft explained that while Tigro was his benefactor, he was strictly bound by Iskra's protocols and could not reveal such sensitive information. Shire then asked Croft to keep their meeting a secret, which Croft acknowledged with a hint of amusement. When Shire commented on the noise, Croft defensively insisted he wasn't screaming in the nearly empty airport. Croft's eyes suddenly fixed on a man in the distance, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. He quickly dismissed it as nothing, telling Shire to keep moving while inwardly reminding himself of his strict duty to Iskra. The man Croft had noticed, Oduwa, grumbled to himself about that old man, annoyed at being called loud. Complaining of his old body's fatigue, Oduwa decided to hit a sauna, his identity revealed as one of Castle's 10 representatives and the second in command of Mori Investment. A muscular man in red shorts obliterated a chain-link fence with a single, brutal punch. Nearby, a defeated blonde combatant lay on his back, grimacing in agony on the cage floor. The brutal struggle continued as one fighter was violently slammed into a shattered wall. The blonde fighter, Basil, spat out in disbelief, demanding to know what was happening. He furiously cursed his opponent, calling him a monkey. A moment of confusion washed over Basil as he suddenly found himself trapped, a dark-haired man with glowing red eyes looming just behind him. Basil's mind raced in panic as he realized his opponent had locked him in a headlock from behind. The dark-haired fighter leaned in close, calmly stating it was time to end their match. A tense silence filled the cage as the two men grappled with immense, straining effort. In the crowd, a purple-haired woman worriedly questioned what was wrong with Basil's performance, while a bald spectator noted the Asian fighter's impressive skill. A young man in a cap watched intently, observing that the fight was not over yet. Beside him, a man with an earring agreed, remarking that the lawless cage was never a place for easy victories. A white-haired man in the audience watched with a single bead of sweat on his temple, his expression one of pure, focused intensity. A sharp, sickening impact echoed throughout the arena. Basil, now bleeding from a fresh wound, furiously demanded to know what his opponent was doing. The dark-haired fighter simply sighed, retorting that within the cage, anything is allowed. A blonde woman named Lisa commented to her companion that she had initially underestimated Basil, but now saw he was truly exceptional. Her companion, the dark-skinned man Medvedi, conceded that Basil was brilliant but noted the true secret to surviving the cage was something different. Basil snarled that he had only planned on breaking an arm or two. His intentions now escalated as he vowed to kill his opponent by biting him until his veins and arteries bled out. Medvedi explained that Basil was a lunatic who enjoyed murder, a man so feared that even veteran fighters avoided him. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, formally introducing the dark-haired fighter as Pai Wu-jin. He then posed a dramatic question to the crowd, asking how Pai Wu-jin could possibly defeat a lunatic so bent on killing him. A swift strike landed with a heavy, flesh-on-flesh thud. The two fighters relentlessly exchanged a volley of powerful, brutal blows. The announcer continued his commentary, stating that no matter how skilled a fighter was, they could never fully escape their body's natural instincts. A look of stunned pain crossed Basil's face as a devastating blow sent blood flying from his mouth. From an unknown location, Kim Shin's voice provided sharp analysis, explaining that even a monster reflexively stops when it sees an attack coming. Basil's mind raced, desperately trying to find an opening to tackle his opponent. But as Basil groaned in pain, Kim Shin's voice cut through again, declaring it was not over yet. Kim Shin continued, stating that since Basil had tasted his blood, he was now going to pay the price for it. As if channeling those words, the fighter drove a vicious knee strike directly into Basil's head, the impact echoing through the cage. A shocked spectator gasped in disbelief, while another wondered aloud where this incredible Asian fighter had come from. The man with the cap stared with absolute certainty, convinced that this fighter would definitely become a champion, as the crowd erupted with cheers for the new rookie and jeers for the fallen Basil. After his victory, the fighter, Pai Wu-jin, declared he had a long way to go and no time for scum like Basil. Lisa observed the victor with a keen eye, labeling him a cruel yet clever hunter, a wolf named Pai Wu-jin. Medvedi reflected on the fight, marveling at how Pai Wu-jin finished it without hesitation and wondering if it was experience or innate nerves of steel. Lisa instructed Medvedi to train the boy well, and Medvedi acknowledged that if Pai Wu-jin survived, he would become a major player. Medvedi then revealed the boy's staggering ambition, to become even stronger than Kim Shin. Lisa wisely reminded Medvedi that ultimately, only Pai Wu-jin could decide which path he would walk. She then conceded with a laugh that she lacked the option to force him down any particular road anyway. The scene shifted as Pai Wu-jin walked away from the cage, his footsteps nearly silent. The young man in the cap watched him go, noticing the significant amount of blood dripping from his arm. He worriedly wondered if the injured fighter even knew where to find a first aid kit. The young man suddenly let out a small gasp of surprise. A man with a ponytail appeared and instructed someone to take the boy with them. A bald man explained that the boy, whose mother was Korean, would now serve as a translator for his trashy English. The man with the ponytail could only respond with a strained, humorless laugh. A figure in dark gloves gave him a conditional pass, but issued a stern warning that he had too many faults. The bald man informed him that this new hell would forge him into someone stronger, offering him the chance to give up if he proved too weak. The man with the ponytail calmly replied that hell was more comfortable to him than heaven. Meanwhile, in the Gamcheondong district of Busan, a new search was just beginning. A blond man with glasses marveled at how complicated the neighborhood was, while his companion sought confirmation they were in the right place. The companion, a man in a gray shirt, affirmed that this was indeed the area they were looking for. On a rooftop ahead, they faced the back of a solitary figure sitting before them. The figure was a bearded man, who sat smoking a cigarette as he stared out over the city. The leader of the duo, a dark-haired man, asked for the bearded man's business there, as the blond man watched with apprehension. The dark-haired man continued his questioning, a specific name on the tip of his tongue. He finally asked if the bearded man was the infamous Kwak Jung-hyun, causing the man to visibly startle. Kwak Jung-hyun irritably demanded to know what they wanted, sick of strangers asking him the same thing. He curtly denied his identity, telling the intruders they were mistaken and should leave. The dark-haired man was unfazed, simply stating that Kwak Jung-hyun was a bad liar. He elaborated that he hadn't come unprepared, as he possessed an innate sense for those who have killed before. He declared with chilling certainty that Kwak Jung-hyun was not just a killer, but an experienced professional. The dark-haired man then invited him to tell his story, stating he was ready to listen. Suddenly, a new voice interjected, as a man in a wheelchair rolled into view, insisting they stop. The bearded man in the wheelchair claimed they knew nothing, dismissing the visitors. He described his group as nothing more than disabled men who couldn't see or hear anything of importance. The blonde-haired man with glasses muttered in disbelief, finally understanding a cryptic warning he'd received from Croft. The man in the wheelchair curtly asked them to take the hint and leave immediately. Unfazed, the dark-haired man played his trump card, revealing that they were students of Kong Min-sung. He then posed a loaded question: didn't they want revenge on the castle, the very organization that had left them in this state? The man in the wheelchair bitterly dismissed the notion, stating that revenge is a word only the powerful can afford to speak. As they departed, the blonde-haired man with glasses complained about the old man's stubborn, hot-headed nature. He then worriedly asked his leader if they had failed their task, or if there was still a chance the man would listen. The man once known as the Beast Killer had been completely defanged, having given up not just physically, but mentally as well. The dark-haired man reflected on the grim scene, realizing this was Castle's signature method: the stronger the person, the more thoroughly they were broken. He made his decision, telling his companion it was time for them to go. The man with glasses lamented that seeing the destroyed remnants of Kwak Jung-hyun's crew wasn't worth the long trip. He then asked his boss for their next move, wondering if they would now go to meet those kids. The dark-haired man agreed, deciding they should check them out to avoid the trip being a complete waste. His bespectacled subordinate eagerly volunteered for the reconnaissance, boasting that he was an expert in such matters. Elsewhere, the scene cut back to the man in the cap, who pleaded earnestly for something he desperately wanted. He stood in tense silence, his fervent request hanging heavy in the air. An injured man on the floor weakly called out for his boss as a newcomer arrived, shocked at the scene of carnage. A man with sunglasses surveyed the devastation, calmly asking two figures if they were the ones responsible. A hooded figure stepped forward, acknowledging their fighting skills before warning them that they had just gone wild in his turf, revealing himself as Pyo Yong, the Busan Kid. In a flashback, two men were locked in a fierce training session, one wielding a pipe as the other relied on his fists. Their bodies moved in a blur of intense combat, their strikes echoing in the empty room. Hands locked in a desperate struggle, grappling over the cold steel of two different blades. The scowling mentor's voice cut through the air, explaining that a knife is an extension of the fist and that the key is to watch the opponent's feet and shoulders. He then issued a sharp command: rush in the exact moment the enemy's foot touches the ground. The tattooed trainee executed the move flawlessly, twisting the pipe from his opponent's grasp. The scowling man looked on in momentary disbelief, wondering how his student had mastered the technique so quickly. The man in the black shirt observed that a blade rushing in with a step was the signature move of Baek Du-chan. His training partner agreed, adding that none of the 10 representatives possessed a skill quite like it. The man in black then dismissed his student's move as a mere imitation, stating that a true master would have left a hole in his neck, before calling for a break. He tossed a bottle of water to his exhausted pupil. The two men took a moment to themselves, one rehydrating while the other scrolled through his phone. The man in the white shirt knew he was reaching his limits, realizing that simply knowing how to counter the skill was leagues away from actually executing it. He grimly concluded that if he wanted to stand a chance, he would have to fight with a knife himself. His mentor shot down the idea, warning him that training to the point of shredding himself with his own blade was a useless endeavor. The student resolved to focus only on what he could accomplish in the present, seeing it as his only viable path forward. The thought echoed in his mind, centering on the single most important thing he could do right now. The mentor suddenly announced that the break was over and it was time to begin again. The scarred man was stunned as a blindfold was presented to him, questioning if this was the next phase of his training. His mentor's response was cold and simple: either stop complaining about the method, or leave. The cold-eyed man explained that the blindfold would stop him from being distracted by the knife, adding a grim warning not to be nervous about an accidental strike to his vitals. He challenged the scarred man to predict his movements completely blind, stating it was the only way he could ever hope to avoid the attack. The mentor then reminded him of the stakes: a confrontation with the 10 representatives in only 6 months. A heavy thud emphasized his words as he declared that to achieve such a thing, one had to be ready to throw away their life and leap into battle without hesitation. Even as he resolved himself, the scarred man felt a surge of doubt, realizing how truly reckless this was. The blindfolded man stood frozen in disbelief, wondering if his teacher would actually go through with the attack. A sudden rush of air signaled that the assault had begun. The man in black could only think that this entire exercise was pure madness. The scarred man panicked, trapped with no way to retreat and unsure if the threat was real or a bluff. He screamed at himself internally to focus, knowing that his survival depended on avoiding the incoming blow. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air as the attack came perilously close. The two figures clashed in a violent explosion of movement, a blindfolded fist lunging forward to meet the challenge. Another whoosh filled the void as the man with scars moved on pure instinct. They engaged in a furious and dynamic exchange of powerful blows. In a critical moment, a determined fist intercepted a hand gripping a knife, halting the attack. The man in white realized with dawning clarity that this was the first true counterattack against the style of the 10 representatives. The muscular mentor instructed him to remember that feeling, warning that a man who fears a knife will always be ruled by it. Without a moment's rest, the order was given to get ready and do it all over again. Meanwhile, in the present day, a subordinate frantically tried to reach his boss. The man in the blue shirt burst in, demanding to know why the boss's phone was off during an emergency. Visibly annoyed, the man in the red hoodie warned his underling that this had better be important before asking what the emergency was. The subordinate finally got the name out: Mo Sungyu. He hastily explained that Mo Sungyu had sent 2 people who were currently dismantling their forces at the hideout. The man in the red hoodie mused that he would go talk to them, hoping his guys hadn't done anything stupid to provoke the attack. A smirk spread across his face as he decided it was time to go get some revenge on Mo Sungyu. Back at the hideout, the dark-haired man calmly informed one of the fallen thugs that they had no interest in his turf and were only there to meet his boss. He added that he'd heard their leader was the strongest fighter his age in the entire area. The man with glasses wryly commented that a good beating was the perfect medicine for hot-headed youth, but found it odd that the boss hadn't appeared yet. Just as he spoke, the man in the red hoodie arrived on the scene, and his subordinate nervously greeted him. A heavy silence fell as the leader surveyed the devastation, realizing his men had been taken down even without their rival, Sungyu, being involved. He stared at the 2 outsiders with cold curiosity, asking if they were the ones responsible for all the bodies. He mockingly complimented their fighting skill, noting that for a couple of old men, they were certainly good. More of the leader's men arrived, announcing they had brought the entire crew to deal with the 2 intruders. The reinforcements stopped in their tracks, shocked to see 2 men standing calmly amidst the wreckage of their gang. The man in the red hoodie ordered his subordinates to close the gate, knowing things were about to get very noisy. He screamed at them to hurry up, threatening to beat them up next if they didn't move faster. The subordinate nervously urged the others to shut the gate before the boss got any angrier. The man with glasses attempted to de-escalate the situation, insisting they were not bad people and were only there to talk business. Annoyed by the chatter, the man in the red hoodie decided he'd had enough talk. He declared that he would kick their asses first and sort out the details later. The man with glasses stepped forward, asking his partner to let him handle this and to watch his back. The man in the suit casually agreed, telling his companion to go easy on the kid. The man in the red hoodie exploded forward, launching a direct charge at his new opponent. He leaped into the air, his body twisting in preparation for a devastating spinning kick. The leader unleashed a powerful sweeping kick aimed squarely at the man's head. His foot met only empty air, leaving him to wonder in disbelief how he could have possibly missed. The man with glasses taunted him for his lack of focus, sarcastically remarking that it made him jealous. The two combatants became a whirlwind of motion, with the man with glasses delivering a high kick from midair. The man in red was sent flying from the force of the blow, as a crouched figure watched the exchange. The hooded leader, Pyo-young, was stunned by his opponent's overwhelming strength, his mind racing to understand why these bastards had come to his turf. The man with sunglasses warned Pyo-young not to look away, telling him he would have to go through him first. The fiery young leader was Pyo-young, a notorious name in the area. His aggressive attitude and refined movements were far beyond that of any ordinary kid. As a powerful strike landed with a sickening crack, the question hung in the air, just who was this incredible young fighter? Outside the warehouse, Pyo-young's subordinates murmured amongst themselves, one asking if they should obey the order to block the door while another questioned when they had ever disobeyed. A man in a white shirt voiced his own unease, wondering why the door needed to be shut and if their leader could possibly lose. Another thug scoffed at the very notion, confidently stating that such a thing could never happen to the legendary Busan Kid. One of the men suggested they should use the opportunity to attack the other intruder waiting outside. His companion agreed, reasoning that this would prevent Pyo-young from chewing them out when the fight was over. Inside, the battle raged on in a blur of swift, almost invisible movements. The man with glasses, Jin-tae, couldn't help but admire his opponent's form, thinking to himself that it was a beautiful move. Another quick exchange flashed between the two combatants. Jin-tae thought he had spotted a clear opening in his opponent's defense. The whirlwind of motion continued unabated, with neither fighter gaining a clear advantage. Jin-tae analyzed the fight, realizing he couldn't close in despite seeing openings, as his opponent's top-tier, yet flawed, movements made it impossible. He likened Pyo-young to a relentlessly spinning cog, knowing that a reckless charge would only result in him being crushed. Jin-tae shouted a taunt, sarcastically complimenting Pyo-young's beautiful footwork and asking if he was on fire. Enraged, the red-hooded Pyo-young warned Jin-tae to stop acting so relaxed, questioning if he was prepared for the embarrassment of defeat. Meanwhile, one of Pyo-young's subordinates charged at the dark-haired man, vowing to make him pay for his brothers. The subordinate lunged forward with a ferocious battle cry. Jin-tae continued his verbal assault on Pyo-young, asking if he was unable to control his flashy openings because he didn't know how to manage his top and bottom. Pyo-young disregarded the insult, admitting he was glad to have the chance to fight someone of Jin-tae's caliber. A tense silence hung in the air for a brief, charged moment. The dark-haired man effortlessly neutralized a thug, coolly stating that's how it was done. A pained grunt escaped the thug as the blow connected with brutal efficiency. The man in the white shirt crumpled to the ground, spitting a spray of blood. With a flick of his head, the dark-haired man turned his attention to the next threat. The dark-haired man internally questioned if this was truly one of Busan's top gangs, thinking that aside from Pyo-young, the rest were as weak as scarecrows. As Pyo-young was thrown to the ground, the man wondered how this boy could have earned the title of Busan Kid, all on his own. Pyo-young, however, defied expectations by twisting mid-air and delivering a sharp kick from the ground. The dark-haired man noted the instinctual counterattack, concluding that Pyo-young must have honed his skills fighting people far stronger than himself. He sensed that Pyo-young had not yet shown his true strength, instead relying on his ingrained skills with absolute self-belief. The raw, untamed nature of his fighting suggested he had never received professional training. A shadowy aura seemed to emanate from Pyo-young, making the dark-haired man question who this incredible young fighter truly was. Lying on the ground, Pyo-young cursed in frustration. The dark-haired man glanced at the defeated thugs, amazed that they hadn't even lasted a single minute. Pyo-young cursed his worthless subordinates, bitterly lamenting that his entire life had been nothing but shit. As he reflected on his past, Pyo-young's resolve hardened with the thought that his life had always been this way. Jin-tae felt a sudden, palpable shift in Pyo-young's momentum and fighting spirit. He watched with widening eyes, perplexed by this sudden transformation. His confusion quickly morphed into a disbelieving smirk. Jin-tae found himself genuinely impressed, admitting to himself that this little bastard was surprisingly creative. With renewed vigor, Pyo-young unleashed a ferocious kick aimed at Jin-tae. Pyo-young leaped into the air, positioning himself directly above Jin-tae for a follow-up attack. The dark-haired man watched with concern as his partner, Jin-tae, faced the revitalized opponent. The powerful attack landed, forcing a grunt of pain from its target. Jin-tae managed to counter the blow, striking Pyo-young and knocking him back. Jin-tae forcefully yelled for the fight to stop. The dark-haired man stepped forward, agreeing that was enough. He declared that their test was complete, while Jin-tae stood by in silence. The dark-haired man told Pyo-young to call him once he had come to his senses. He then promised to fully reimburse Pyo-young for all the damage they had inflicted on him and his warehouse. As they turned to leave, Jin-tae asked if they were really just going to leave Pyo-young there, questioning if they shouldn't be taking him with them. The dark-haired man simply asked Jin-tae for his own opinion on the kid. Jin-tae admitted with a hint of exasperation that Pyo-young was strong enough to make him fight seriously. The dark-haired man acknowledged that the 20-year-old had pushed Jin-tae, but chided him for the beating, noting Pyo-young's current weakness belied his immense future potential. Admitting he was getting greedy, the dark-haired man decided he would stay in Busan for a while to watch over Pyo-young. His attention then shifted as he asked Jin-tae if he also sensed the person who had been tailing them since Gamcheon-dong. In a nearby alley, their pursuer lurked in the shadows. A man in a trench coat suddenly broke the silence, loudly complaining that their pursuer's footsteps were so clumsy even a cat would be scared. The dark-haired man attempted to de-escalate, asking their follower to reveal their affiliation and purpose so they could all leave peacefully. A heavy silence answered his request. The figure in the trench coat suddenly lunged forward. Jin-tae's eyes widened in alarm. He shouted a fierce warning as he moved to intercept the sudden attack. The two combatants met in a blur, their fists colliding with explosive force. Jin-tae was immediately taken aback, realizing his new opponent was incredibly fast. The dark-haired man looked down at the object pressed into his hand, confused as to why it was a notebook. The first page held a simple, cryptic message, Kwak Jung-hyun had sent him. The note's instruction was clear, telling him to follow because someone important wanted to meet him. In the silent aftermath, the dark-haired man's mind raced as he realized his old connections had not completely given up on him after all. The dark-haired man and his blonde companion followed their mysterious guide into the oppressive darkness of a narrow alley. The blonde-haired man sarcastically wondered what kind of someone awaited them inside. As the sharp sound of metal locking echoed, he mockingly asked if this was some kind of cultural welcoming party. The dark-haired man's eyes narrowed as he realized they had been led into a trap. Unfazed, the blonde-haired man calmly informed their ambushers that they were making a big mistake. A wry smile touched his lips as he added that it was fine, as he had debts he still needed to repay. The man in the white shirt exploded into motion, felling two masked opponents with a single fluid strike. Simultaneously, the blonde man in sunglasses landed a heavy blow on an attacker in a dark coat. The alley filled with the determined faces of seasoned fighters locked in brutal combat. A sharp swish cut through the tense air as the brawl intensified. A sickening crunch resounded as a well-aimed strike found its mark. The sounds of the fight were punctuated by sharp cries of pain. All the attackers wore traditional Korean masks, obscuring their faces behind unnerving, painted smiles. Another bone-jarring impact cracked through the night. A pained grunt was forced from one of the masked combatants. The man in the white shirt expertly defended himself as two opponents pressed their attack. Observing from the sidelines, the man with gray hair noted that his assailant's individual skills were not particularly refined. He conceded, however, that against a lesser fighter, their coordinated attack would have been instantly fatal. The man in the green coat came to the grim conclusion that these must be Busan's most skilled fighters, as any normal person would have already died. The bearded man, however, noticed a critical weakness in their offensive. The man with gray hair agreed, seeing that their formation was riddled with openings. Exploiting one such gap, the blond man in glasses launched a swift kick, striking the man in the green coat. The impact of the blow echoed loudly in the confined space. The blond man in glasses gave a sharp command, telling them to stop. The bearded man immediately yielded, admitting they had made a mistake and pleading for them to stand down. As he bowed in apology, the man in the green coat also asked for their forgiveness. The masked man in the white shirt explained they had to be certain, as they couldn't rule out the possibility that Castle had sent them. The dark-haired man asked if they had now confirmed their identities as the students of Kong Min Sung. The bearded man affirmed that while their style was mixed with other movements, the foundation was unmistakably that of Kong Min Sung. He paused, indicating he had more to add. The dark-haired man acknowledged their sincere thirst for revenge, questioning if he was even worthy of their time. He recounted a tale from 2 years prior, of two fools who jumped into a trap just to save their friends. The bearded man grimly finished the story, stating that the aftermath was terrible and that only a few of them were still alive. He implored Kong Min Sung students to control their hatred, warning that even the strongest can fall. As the bearded man begged them not to throw their lives away, the dark-haired man remained lost in thought. He then posed a heavy question, asking if they were truly okay with the way they were living. An enraged man's voice cut in, confessing that his blood boiled with rage at the mere mention of the name, Castle. A shadowed figure pointed out the contradiction, noting that for a man praised as top class by Iskra, his words lacked conviction. A scarred man posed a difficult question, asking what he should think of men who continue to live after their limbs have been severed and eyes ripped out. A man in a suit reminded them all that even Kong Min Sung, the strongest of them all, was forced to run despite his powerful allies. He drove the point home, stating that Kong Min Sung did it all just to protect them. A masked man then challenged them directly, demanding to know what they were doing with that sacrifice now. The man in the suit accused them of embodying the very weakness that forced their master into hiding, questioning if this was what he was humiliated to protect. The bearded man's tone softened as he asked how long they could truly continue to live like this. Meanwhile, in a noisy arcade, a man in a red hoodie sat hunched over a row of slot machines. His underlings grumbled nearby, unable to believe that just 2 men had decimated their entire gang. Jung Sung Young sharply told them to shut up and read the atmosphere. When someone mentioned Mo Sung Gyu, another gang member furiously told him never to say that name. The man in the black cap agreed, seething that just hearing that name filled him with uncontrollable anger. The man in the red hoodie slammed the machine in frustration, wondering when that bastard Mo Sung Gyu would finally die. Another man started to complain, only to be silenced by Jung Sung Young's quiet but firm command to stop. Suddenly, the leader roared at his bickering subordinates, demanding they all shut their mouths. An uneasy silence fell over the arcade as all eyes turned to Jung Sung Young. With his back to a broken machine, the man in the red hoodie finally rose to his feet. He warned his men that they were finished if they kept fighting amongst themselves, then announced he had a job for them. An unseen person called out to Jung Sung Young, who immediately answered. The man in the red hoodie gave his orders, they would beat up those 2 bastards tomorrow, and he wanted them to search every single building in Busan. The man in the striped shirt nervously agreed to the immense task. Back in the alley, the tense negotiation continued. The striped shirt man muttered under his breath, calling the new leader a loser with anger issues. The leader in the white shirt posed a rhetorical question, asking if they were expected to step down simply out of fear of losing what they hold precious. He then revealed he also had something precious, a kid from Busan he trained himself, a statement that caught the blonde man's attention. The blonde man in sunglasses' mind raced, a flicker of recognition dawning as he wondered if it could be that kid. A bearded man in a wheelchair explained that men like them naturally refrained from family, as they didn't dare dream of happiness with blood on their hands. He spoke of one man who broke that unspoken rule, resulting in the birth of a baby. Unable to abandon a new life, the entire group took the child in, raising him as their own. The bearded man admitted that, ironically, they all found happiness in watching the child grow. But a young man somberly interjected that their karma eventually came for them. One by one, their members started to die, including Kong Min Sung and the child's own father, until only a handful remained. It was in this moment of weakness that Castle finally made its move. The scene shifted far away, to the vibrant city of Osaka, Japan. A man in a hat stared intently, a memory surfacing as he finally recognized a notorious figure. He recalled seeing the man only once before, at a rare gathering of Japan's most powerful Yakuza executives. The figure was a legendary Korean Yakuza who joined the violent Yanagawa-gumi at 17 and had reigned at the top ever since. This legend recalled an old saying as he relaxed, "If there is a python in the north." He took a slow sip of hot sake in the middle of a steaming sauna. Then in the east, there is a tiger, and the tattooed man sighed, thinking there was nothing better than this moment. Sensing a presence, the tattooed man opened his eyes, languidly asking if his visitor had something to say. The visitor introduced himself as Mo Sung-gyu, the head of Busan's largest group, expressing his honor in meeting Vice President Oh Do-hwa. Watching this encounter from afar, the man in the hat felt a deep sense of foreboding. On one side stood Tigro, a group of survivors consumed by their quest for revenge. On the other was a powerful representative of Castle itself. The observer knew with certainty that if these two forces were to meet, a devastating conflict was inevitable. The man in the wheelchair recounted their critical decision, whether to die fighting Castle or to give up and survive as miserable wretches. The man in the bucket hat confessed his only real regret would have been the child, wondering who would have looked after him if they had all perished. The man with yellow sunglasses then recalled seeing Pyo-young struggling due to a man named Mo Sung-gyu, realizing the boy couldn't possibly know the truth about his family's fate. The bearded man confirmed grimly that the boy knew nothing of their world. The hooded young man explained that Pyo-young had no idea how his father and uncles had truly lived their lives. He continued, stating that the boy simply believed they had all abandoned him one by one. From the child's perspective, his father went missing, and soon after, his uncles vanished as well. The hooded man admitted with pain that they had no choice but to look away from him. This was the price they paid, he explained, because they wanted so badly to save him from their hell. The man in the collared shirt listened to their story in heavy silence. The bearded man earnestly begged them to leave, insisting that protecting the child was the last task they had given themselves. The man in the collared shirt fully understood their position, but stated that their story only made his own path clearer. His masked allies understood his meaning instantly. Their final goal was to destroy Castle. The man in the hat agreed, vowing to achieve it not by running or living pitifully, but by sheer force. Stepping forward, the man in the white shirt made a bold declaration, "I'll take over Busan first." The angry bearded man erupted, demanding to know how he thought he could accomplish something so incredibly difficult. However, the man with a scar advised the elder that what they said could not be so easily ignored. Another ally, pulling on his mask, added that simply avoiding the fight would never break their current situation. Seo Jong-chi then announced that as the remnants of the Bulwi family, they would help him fulfill his goal. Another man bowed his head in deference, agreeing with the plan and pledging his life to repay the kindness he'd been shown. One of the men in a suit explained that their traitor, Mo Sung-gyu, had been targeting the Busan kid for a long time to gain recognition from Castle. The bearded man lamented that their boy had already been swept away by Mo Sung-gyu's ambition. The scene then shifted to the past, where a tattooed Oh-doo languidly asked his nervous visitor if he had something to say. Mo Sung-gyu bowed low, introducing himself and stating his desire to work for Mori in Busan. One of Oh-doo's subordinates scoffed at the audacity of the request, warning Mo Sung-gyu that he was risking everything he had. Despite the threat, Mo Sung-gyu insisted that he would join Mori, no matter the cost. Oh-doo's close assistant, Masa, observed that the vice president's visit to Busan after so long surely meant something big was about to happen. Mo Sung-gyu seized the opening, offering to take care of such events and grow his power under the vice president's shadow. A low, mocking chuckle echoed through the steam-filled room. Mo Sung-gyu internally cursed the condescending bastard before him. Masa sneered, questioning how an ant like him even dared to dream of living under Mori's protection. Oh-doo watched impassively as his tattooed subordinate held a knife, a silent and brutal demonstration of power against the kneeling man. As the second most powerful man in Mori, Oh-doo was legendary for his ferocious and brutal nature. It was said that if any organization resisted him, he would have their entire family, even the babies, chopped to pieces. Though terrified, Mo Sung-gyu knew he couldn't lose this opportunity and desperately pleaded for a single chance to prove himself. He continued to beg, trying to convince the powerful Yakuza of his potential usefulness. Kneeling before the gangster, Mo Sung-gyu braced for what he thought was an inevitable, fatal blow. A thin cut appeared on his cheek as sweat dripped down his face. Oh-doo noted with detached amusement that the fly before him didn't budge, admitting the man had a lot of guts. With a flick of his knife, however, he pointed out that the man couldn't even control his bladder in the face of death. Seeing some value in his desperation, Oh-doo gave Mo Sung-gyu 3 days to take over the messy city of Busan in his own name. The vice president added a chilling condition: if he failed, he would have to pay the ultimate price for his bravery. A sharp sound cut the air as Mo Sung-gyu bowed his head in complete submission. He swore to the vice president that he would do his absolute best. The quiet click of a camera shutter was heard twice, capturing a memory. The name Min Wook was recalled from a time long past. In a flashback, a man in a black shirt spoke, saying that spilling blood without ambition was simply a vain act. His companion warned him that the guilt from such deeds would one day swallow him up whole. After a moment of silence, the man in the white shirt simply replied that his friend was wrong, for he was now about to reach his own goal. The scene shifted to the opulent office of a chairman, whose subordinate announced the arrival of Executive Director Ma Hak-young. The man in the white shirt coolly permitted the meeting. An electronic sign glowed with a simple, yet imposing, welcome. The chairman greeted Ma Hak-young, a powerful castle shareholder and executive director. Ma Hak-young bowed respectfully, inquiring after the chairman's well-being. The scarred chairman invited his guest for tea, acknowledging his long journey. Pouring the tea, he casually mentioned that he had just finished closing their latest business deal overseas. Ma Hak-young congratulated his superior on the successful venture. He then revealed the true purpose of his visit, explaining that he'd heard unsettling rumors he believed the chairman needed to know. Ma Hak-young paused, carefully considering his next words before the powerful chairman. He finally posed the question that was on his mind: do you really trust Representative Baek Do-chan? The chairman answered with unshakable confidence, stating he had picked the man himself and had no reason to doubt him. Ma Hak-young persisted, relaying rumors of Baek Do-chan growing stronger in Russia and reminding the chairman of his long history of acting independently. He laid out his intelligence, confirming that a connection between Haesung's chairman Kim Tae-hoon and Baek Do-chan had been established several times. In addition to this, the chairman of Gold Capital and Mori Investment Trust had also been holding frequent and secret meetings. Ma Hak-young concluded his report by asking if the chairman truly intended to overlook these suspicious events. The chairman simply said Hak-young's name, commanding his full attention. He then asked a cryptic question, tapping the table: what do you think of Castle? A bewildered Ma Hak-young asked what his leader could possibly mean. The nature of their organization was clear: Castle was no mere garden pond. The chairman described it as a glacier, its waters so pure and cold that not even a single fish could survive within it. Another executive asserted that the men in question were faithfully playing their roles, and there was no need to keep an eye on them. The chairman set down his cup with a soft click and prepared to deliver his final word on the matter. He confidently asked what there was to fear when he had every single one of them in check, leaving Hak Young to simply agree. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man mused that it wouldn't be so bad if one of them acted on their own, but now was not the right time. A game piece was deliberately moved across a board, signifying a quiet, strategic maneuver. A stern-faced man observed prophetically that dark clouds always gather in silence. Two of Castle's powerful figures looked up at a foreboding, stormy sky. A deep, haunting laugh seemed to echo on the wind as the storm began to brew. The man in the suit gloated, declaring they were almost finished with their target, his sinister laughter echoing as he angrily demanded to know where the little rat was hiding. He asserted that the target couldn't have gone far and was surely still nearby, while the man with the baseball bat barked orders to search the entire area. A stern-faced man reported that he had located those two bastards. An unknown voice urgently asked for the location, confirming understanding, as the stern-faced man instructed them to stay put, announcing his imminent arrival. The man with the gray hair stood in silence, an unreadable expression on his face, as a sudden movement occurred. The blonde glasses man regretted rushing in, yet acknowledged that his previous attack had largely worked despite a recent mistake, believing he still held a chance. A screeching sound filled the air as the blonde glasses man, filled with fierce resolve, vowed that he would never lose. The gray-haired hooded man pondered his necessity to live a long life. He resolved to do so entirely on his own terms. The man in black jacket acknowledged the arrival of someone important. He pointed towards a bar, informing the gray-haired hooded man of the target's location, and cautioned him that the two individuals there were formidable opponents. The gray-haired hooded man asserted that the targets wouldn't be overwhelmed by numbers and declared his intention to confront them individually, then curtly demanded to be shown the way, to which the man in black jacket hesitantly agreed. The man in black jacket instructed that the two targets would be found just around the corner. A bald man inquired who their first target should be, specifically mentioning Yellow Glasses, to which the gray-haired hooded man replied that Yellow Glasses still owed him. The gray-haired hooded man echoed the name Yellow Glasses, prompting the man himself, Yellow Glasses, to respond, "Are you talking about me?" The man in beige jacket dramatically announced his presence with a "tada," followed by surprise. Jung Sung-young angrily exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" demanding to know the reason for the commotion. He continued his outburst, accusing them of fooling around. A bald man, wielding a baseball bat, loomed menacingly over another man who lay helpless on the ground. A gurgling sound emanated as an unseen character gasped, "Oh." The unseen character uttered another strained, "Oh." The man with baseball bat confronted Jung Sung-young, questioning his presence and remarking on his disrespect despite the dire situation, only to be met with Jung Sung-young's furious retort, "I'm 2 years older than you. You fucker." The man in beige jacket sarcastically chastised Jung Sung-young for wasting time at the arcade, questioning the youth of today, and pointing out his lack of appreciation for their efforts while he played games. Jung Sung-young, exasperated, cursed and urged them to just kill him already. The man with baseball bat cheered, delighted at the prospect of finally beating the punk. A pained "arg" escaped the gray-haired man. The gray-haired man's head throbbed, feeling as though it might explode, as he desperately thought of an escape, but the large man in purple shirt suddenly questioned his intentions. The large man in a purple shirt brutally kicked the gray-haired man, while another attacker stood poised to join the assault. The large man in purple shirt taunted the gray-haired man, asking if he expected a smooth life if he were too strong, as the gray-haired man groaned in pain, prompting a further sarcastic inquiry about his well-being. The large man in purple shirt observed that his victim was too beaten to respond, then ordered his men to drag him to a more private location before finishing him off. The gray-haired man recognized his assailant as the brown bear associated with Mo Selingyu, realizing these bastards had successfully cornered him. The gray-haired man grunted, determined to make it out alive despite the pain, and urged someone to run if they could. Two attackers observed as the gray-haired man and another figure desperately fled down a narrow alley. The man with the golden necklace snarled, ordering his adversaries to get out of my way. The large man in purple shirt reacted with incredulity, utterly disbelieving the situation. The pursuing man in black suit shouted an order to grab that little fucker's legs. The silver-haired man delivered a powerful kick to the man in the white shirt, sending him sprawling. An aggressive man in a black suit angrily demanded an explanation for the perceived incompetence. The silver-haired man cursed, wincing in pain as a distinct crunching sound indicated injury to his ankle. A pained gasp escaped the silver-haired man as he wondered if he was bleeding too much, a chilling realization that he could no longer feel anything. A guttural "UGH" was followed by a sharp exclamation, indicating sudden pain or surprise. With a sharp intake of breath, a man in a white shirt gripped a knife, his face contorted in a mix of determination and agony. Silence permeated the dimly lit space as the pursuing man with a knife moved cautiously through it. The pursuing man with a knife declared their target was not present, prompting the man in the gray sweater to direct him to check elsewhere. The man in a gray sweater sighed in relief, admitting he thought his end was near, only for the silver-haired man to confront him with a bewildered and expletive-laden question about why he had offered help. The man with the clear visor defiantly stated he was unlike the traitors, while the hooded man ironically observed that the silver-haired man had never thanked anyone before. The hooded man gently reminded him of their friendship, questioning how he could abandon a friend to die because of Mo Sungyu, before falling silent. The man with the clear visor, uncharacteristically, uttered a halting, "Thank you," then quickly reacted with surprise. He acknowledged their perilous situation, finding their unexpected alliance strange, and wondered how they would escape. He then inquired if the hooded man knew of any hiding places or potential allies, but the hooded man remained silent. In a stark contrast to their current predicament, a memory surfaced of a man in a school uniform standing in a room, while the hooded man appeared visibly distressed. A past narration apologized, stating they had to leave him to his own devices, advising him to live his life. The man with the clear visor, growing impatient, demanded to know why his companion was so quiet and what he was doing. The man with the clear visor cried out, "Hey," as he watched the hooded man collapse to the ground. A wave of panic washed over the man with the clear visor as he grappled with the impossible task of carrying his fallen comrade while fending off attackers, fearing he wouldn't last 5 minutes. The man with dark hair suddenly remembered that they had offered help, realizing they were likely not affiliated with Mo Sungyu. He mused that since he intended to kill Mo Sungyu regardless, he was in no position to be picky, a quiet groan escaping him as he wondered if he should just commit to the desperate act. A close-up shot revealed a person's feet clad in black shoes, standing amidst dark liquid staining the floor. With a smooth gesture, the blond man in sunglasses greeted Shire, stating, "Nice to meet you again." The man with dark hair identified the figure as Yanagawa Gumi's cleaner and, surprisingly, the second most important person of Mori, now present in Busan. The shaved-head man with mask reported encountering him at the airport, adding that he appeared to be seeking someone to oversee Busan under his authority. The blond man in sunglasses expressed his concern that the fear of the Japs had materialized, then asked if the infamous, crazy guy, Oh-do-wa, whose name he'd often heard, was truly strong. The shaved-head man with mask confirmed Oh-do-wa's formidable reputation, stating he was as famous as Python in his era, and emphasized that his national standing in Japan remained unshakable. The man with dark hair then delivered a message, indicating it was from Krot. The man in hat and suit questioned if Tigro's target wasn't Python, advising him to avoid confrontation and the great risk it entailed, while urging him not to lose sight of his ultimate goal. The blonde-haired leader declared that their opponent's actions were futile, as they had already publicly announced their intention to take over Busan, a low hum resonating in the air. The dark-haired strategist clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, clarifying that Python was merely one component of his larger objective. Shire acknowledged the instructions twice, then confirmed he would depart immediately, understanding that, as Krot had foreseen, a clash was now unavoidable. The dark-haired strategist then instructed Shire to monitor Oh-do-wa's movements closely. Shire confidently replied that as long as Oh-do-wa remained in Busan, he could keep track of his activities, a slight hesitation in his voice. The blonde-haired leader announced to the unseen Jinte that they were going out for air, prompting Jinte's confused response, "Huh? Right now? It's raining outside." The dark-haired strategist mused, maybe. Then concluded that he could finally envision the new drawing, hinting at a grand scheme. An unseen voice echoed through the streets, ordering a group of kids to follow him. A muscular leader furiously questioned his subordinates, asking how they could fail to capture a single person. A sweaty subordinate confessed that their previous efforts were merely child's play, admitting they had underestimated their target. The man with the slick back hair coolly inquired about the status of his knife men. A subordinate with a bloodied nose reported that the knife men were searching all over Busan, and he was awaiting their updates. The leader confidently asserted that their target stood no chance against the real deal, as the man with the ponytail and mustache silently reflected that working with this guy was nothing but trouble. Clicking his pen with a sharp snap, the slick-haired man declared it wouldn't be long before Pyo-young was dead. The muscular man in the white shirt suggested they use this chance to eliminate the last remnants of Kwak Jung-hyun's group. He gave the order to summon the Sirium team, a command that made his subordinate flinch with shock. The leader delivered a chilling ultimatum: within 2 days, every new boss in Busan, except for Vice President Oh-do-wa, was to be eliminated. In another part of the city, an injured man groaned, his head spinning in a dizzying haze. The man with blondish hair watched in confusion, wondering what was wrong with him. Drifting in and out of consciousness, the injured man weakly called out for Uncle Harry. A familiar voice suddenly called out to Pyo-young. In a dream, Uncle Harry scolded Pyo-young for sleeping in, while the young man's mind faintly registered his uncle's presence. Pyo-young's father then spoke, his voice gentle as he told his son to sleep more if he was tired. Drifting deeper into the memory, Pyo-young found the nostalgic smell of the gym floor and sweat oddly comforting. He realized he was in the old taekwondo gym, the place where his dad and uncles used to train every morning. Pyo-young recalled that even though they were poor, his father's movements had always been faster than any fist. He remembered how his father tried to hide his embarrassing fighting style, the very one that a younger Pyo-young used to imitate. Pyo-young reflected that his own modified version wasn't true taekwondo, but a style he had made his own. And it had turned out to be remarkably effective. He remembered his initial surprise, never imagining that his unique skill could take down a person instantly. The young, silver-haired Pyo-young recalled the immense power he had gained, yet felt a pang of loneliness, knowing no one ever truly followed him. The painful memory of a hastily written note surfaced, a memory he constantly tried to suppress. He bitterly questioned why they had abandoned him, realizing it was around this same time of year that they had run away. He cursed them as losers who couldn't even manage their own lives properly, convincing himself he was better off without a father or uncles. Sick and tired of that life, he resolved to live his own way, certain he could thrive on his own. He desperately tried to believe that he was good enough alone. He was the only one he needed. But the memory twisted into a nightmare as a baseball bat swung down from behind, shattering his false bravado. The younger Pyo-young's confidence crumbled as he admitted it was too much, his heart aching as he wondered why everyone had abandoned him. The vision shifted to him lying injured in a bed, watched over by 2 solemn men. Pyo-young gasped for air, his eyes snapping open as he awoke from the haunting dream. He heard the weak voice of Uncle Harry, now scarred with an eye patch, trying to warn him about Castle. Pyo-young stared in horror at the brutal injuries to his uncle's eye and neck, wondering what could have happened. With great effort, Uncle Harry managed to utter a critical piece of news: Oh-do-wa was in Busan. A wave of dread washed over Pyo-young as he fully recognized his uncle's voice, the grim reality of his condition setting in. The bearded man in the green jacket explained that Mo Sungyu would use Oh Dua's presence to seize control, while another man warned of the danger. He then admitted he hadn't told Pyo Young the full truth, fearing this very outcome and knowing he couldn't be fooled twice. The blonde-haired man with glasses interrupted, stating that he still didn't understand the gravity of the situation. The bearded man argued that since their enemy was a skilled fighter, it was worth taking a chance if they could gather more people. He began to reveal Oh Dua's true long-cherished desire, something far beyond the money and status he already possessed. What Oh Dua truly wanted was to see them all live tragic lives until their very last days. The story went back in time, explaining Oh Dua's deep connections to the gangster world from a young age. As a young upstart, Oh Dua had once been forced to flee in disgrace. His humiliating defeat was at the hands of Kang Min Sung, the greatest assassin ever born of unknown origins. The devastating truth was then revealed: this legendary assassin was none other than Pyo Young's father. Oh Dua's hatred for Kang Min Sung had festered ever since, burning from the very bottom of his heart. When Pyo Young was just a baby, Oh Dua returned, his own fighting skills honed to their absolute peak. Their fateful rematch in Russia was a complete reversal of their first encounter. But Oh Dua's vengeance was not complete, as he then came to kill all of his rivals' comrades under the pretext of eliminating forces opposed to Castle. They knew that if they resisted, their growing power and hatred would have led to a fight that would have cost the young Pyo Young his life. The bearded man asked if anyone had ever valued something more than their own life and honor, desperate to convey the weight of their sacrifice. The man with the axe grimly added that they had accepted their fate, facing his axe with smiles on their faces. Another young man explained it was all done to keep Pyo Young's existence a secret. As Pyo Young choked on his sobs, the horrific truth crashed down on him: their limbs were severed and their eyes and tongues were pulled out, all to save him. He screamed that he was pathetic trash for ever blaming them, while the bearded man frantically yelled for him to come back inside. A raw, guttural cry of pure agony tore from Pyo Young's throat. He felt his heart was about to burst with a tidal wave of anger and sorrow, wanting to destroy the world that had taken everything from him. But the most crushing realization of all was that he was far too weak to do anything. A new fire burning in his eyes, Pyo Young turned to his uncle and vowed that it was now his turn to protect him. The bearded man looked at him with profound sorrow, finally conceding that he could no longer hold him back. In a quiet room, a man in a gray suit calmly asked Pyo Young if he was truly strong. The silver-haired Pyo Young apologized for his past actions and begged the man to help him take revenge. A man with gray hair warned him that the path ahead would be harsh, asking if he was absolutely sure. Pyo Young stared back with grim finality, stating that he could never go back now. Elsewhere, two men marveled at Kim Shin's audacity to challenge Castle, agreeing that immense bravery was the first requirement for such a feat. A man in a blue shirt gave a perilous command, wanting someone to stick their head directly into the lion's mouth. Because of the sacrifice of the pillar in Muyal, their existence had remained completely hidden from Oh Dua. Mo Sungyu's assassins located their target, noting the quiet perfection of his hiding spot as they prepared to finish the job quickly. The man with the scar stepped forward, confidently offering to handle it himself, his reputation ensuring a clean result. A man in a purple jacket mused that he was finally about to see the infamous Busan Kid, the so-called evil demon, Gang Chong-suk. But as he laid eyes on the target, a dark-haired man could only stammer in utter disbelief and shock. Their target was a blond man with glasses who greeted them casually. As a new plan unfolded, Pyo Young would now go undercover into Oh Dua's organization to eventually strike at Mori. The man with gray hair gave the final order, confirming their first target was Mo Sungyu, and declared it was time to go catch a raccoon. Two men in suits reacted with disbelief at the hooded figure before them, noting his tall stature was completely different from the rumors they'd heard. A man with a goatee judged the figure to be inexperienced in fighting, confidently offering to finish the job himself. The man in the purple suit, however, recognized the ominous figure from a previous encounter and began to panic. Screaming for his men to handle it, the terrified purple-suited man turned and fled the scene. His subordinates watched in confusion, wondering what had possessed their associate to run away. The man with glasses and blonde hair appeared, mockingly expressing his sadness that the fleeing man ran away without even a simple greeting. The man with the goatee yelled out, trying to stop his cowardly colleague from escaping. An older man taunted the so-called Busan kid, telling him to stop making a fuss and just die quietly while they were still being nice. The hooded figure remained perfectly still, his silence more menacing than any threat. A sudden grunt of pain shattered the tense standoff. The hooded figure himself let out a cry of agony, stumbling slightly. An unnerving silence fell over the alleyway once more. Through gritted teeth, the hooded figure issued a chilling warning, "Put the knives away, or everyone there would die." Elsewhere, the man in the purple suit raged about the son of a knife appearing in Busan, blaming the mysterious man for his life going down the drain. The blonde man realized that the figure's presence meant Kim Shin was also in Busan, sensing a much bigger conflict was unfolding behind the scenes. A single, desperate thought consumed the purple-suited man: he couldn't die here. Suddenly, the man in the purple suit crumpled and fell to the ground. A man with a knife stared at his blade in utter confusion, certain he had landed a cut but finding no blood on it. A nearby masked man watched the impossible feat, wondering who the hell their opponent was. Back in a planning room, the silver-haired Pyo-young counted his allies, asking if all 7 of them were present. A dark-haired man confirmed their numbers, noting that only 8 pinouts were left, but at least they didn't have any fakes among them. Pyo-young wryly commented that considering the dark-haired man's temper, it was quite generous for anyone to have stayed with them. Pyo-young then turned his attention to his ally, the Busan kid. The man in the white shirt affirmed that he and Ikcheon had also decided to support Kim Shin, explaining that they would be useful in the raid since Mo Sungyu didn't know their faces. Pyo-young thanked them for their help, vowing to pay back the enemies of Kwak Jung-hyun, the great boss of Busan. A man in a black jacket handed out gear to the new allies, telling them to put it on since they were on their side now. A man in a dark shirt reviewed the plan, noting that even though their enemies were numerous, they only had to take down 3 or 4 key targets. With the plan set, the narrator declared it was time to begin the raccoon hunt. The sounds of brutal combat immediately echoed as the assault commenced. A man in a suit yelled in panicked confusion, demanding to know who the hell these bastards were and where they were coming from. Another guard screamed about the emergency right before being struck down. A man with a bandana taunted his foes, sarcastically claiming their parents sent him before proudly declaring they were pin out. One of Mo Sungyu's men cursed the attackers, shouting that the crazy bastards must have a death wish for barging in. In the chaos, the soft whisper of a blade being drawn went almost unnoticed. 3 men in suits found themselves locked in a desperate, grappling struggle against the invaders. The brawl escalated into a chaotic free-for-all, with the thud of fists and bats filling the air. The battle dissolved into a series of frantic, close-quarters fights across the compound. A masked man ordered his subordinate not to drag out the fight, instructing him to clear a direct path to Mo Sungyu. Disturbed by the racket, a muscular man emerged from a side room, annoyed by the loud noise. Another annoyed man appeared right behind him, complaining that he couldn't sleep with all the commotion. A scarred man followed, gruffly demanding to know what the hell was going on. In a brief flashback, one of the strategists realized their plan would take them right into the mouth of the lion. A man in a cardigan had explained that Oh Do-hwa was looking for a successor in Busan, and Mo Sungyu was the current frontrunner. A dark-haired man clarified that Oh Do-hwa was merely using Mo Sungyu to clean up Busan before taking it for himself. The man with gray hair had laid out the mission: Pyo-young would beat Mo Sungyu, become Oh Do-hwa's dog, and wait for the right time to strike. Back in the present, the scarred man promised to give them the knife to end this long day. The newly arrived enforcers confronted the intruders, with one of them immediately recognizing the infamous Busan kid. The bullies reminded each other not to let their guard down, knowing the fearsome reputation of their opponent. Pyo-young worried internally that his right foot wouldn't last long, knowing he had to save its strength for Mo Sungyu. One of the thugs complained that he couldn't take down these thick-necked bastards with just his fists alone. Pyo-young then burst into motion, his body a blur of dynamic action as he launched his attack. He calculated his movements on the fly, deciding to lift himself with his left foot to protect his injured ankle. Knowing a jump would leave him vulnerable, he decided to use his injury to his advantage instead. He braced himself, thinking that this unconventional approach would be good enough to win. A sharp crack resounded as a powerful blow landed, sending one of the men reeling. A bald man cursed at his agile opponent, calling him a rabbit-like bastard. Pyo-young knew that if he wanted to save his ankle, he could no longer avoid a direct confrontation. A powerful, crushing grip seized one of the combatants. A thug was sent flying from a devastating blow, blood splattering from the impact. An enraged victim staggered to his feet, screaming for the bastards to bring it on. A masked fighter silenced him with a brutal punch to the face. The beaten man could only glare, weakly vowing to kill his attacker. The masked man cursed back at the defiant victim. A silver-haired fighter suddenly intervened, telling Pyo-young that they would take care of the grunts. His ally urged him to go take care of Mo Sungyu and bring an end to the entire fight. Meanwhile, on a different city street, a lone figure stepped out of a car. A large man in a green shirt spotted him, raging that the rat-sized Pyo-young dared to show up and vowing to kill every last one of his crew. The large man bellowed at the newcomer to get out of the way, while a nearby thug wondered if he was just a delivery guy. The masked man stood his ground, silent and unmoving. The large man repeated his threat, furiously declaring that the masked figure was going to die today. In an instant, the masked man lashed out, planting a devastating punch directly on the large man's jaw. A watching thug couldn't believe it, stammering that he couldn't even see the attack. The large man collapsed to the ground, unconscious, as the masked stranger stood over his defeated form. The thug's mind reeled in shock, unable to process that his boss had been knocked out in a single blow. The masked man issued a cold ultimatum to the stunned crowd: come at him all at once if they wanted to live, because he didn't have any time to spare. The remaining thugs stared in disbelief, questioning if this lone figure truly expected them to attack all at once, and wondering who he could possibly be. In the tense silence, the jarring ring of a cell phone cut through the air, but the masked man remained perfectly still. To the utter shock of the gangsters, the man in the black cap answered his phone, coolly stating he was busy and that they should keep things simple. On the other end of the line, a gray-haired driver urgently warned Tigro that the situation was dire and everyone needed to evacuate immediately. The smoking man on the call added that the notorious Dua was already on his way to their location. A thug armed with a knife seethed with anger, believing the masked man was a cocky fool who thought he had backup. His rage boiling over, the thug decided he would be the one to end this disrespectful bastard right now. With a guttural cry, he lunged forward to strike. The man in the black cap calmly told his caller he would phone them back, instructing them to continue following their target. As he ended the call with a quiet beep, he asked who was driving the car parked nearby. A thug watched in confusion as one of his own suddenly raised a hand in surrender. The charging attacker's lunge was cut short by a scream of pure agony. A sickening crunch echoed through the alley as a limb was brutally broken. Another thug cried out in pain as the masked man continued his assault. Chaos erupted as the man in the black cap systematically dismantled his opponents, striking with brutal efficiency. The chorus of screams continued as the gang was taken down one by one. Only pitiful grunts of pain could be heard from the swiftly defeated men. A short-haired man watched in horror, his mind reeling at how their arms and legs were broken in mere seconds, realizing they had encountered a monster he'd never even heard of. A sudden whoosh of air signaled the masked man's approach. The terrified short-haired man stammered, weakly asking the figure looming over him what he wanted. Meanwhile, in another location, a voice mused that inspiration is like fire, and a delay of a day or two wouldn't change the world. The short-haired man nervously questioned if this was all right, reminding his companion that Imo Sungyo's true capabilities remained a dangerous unknown. A man with a blindfold casually dismissed his concerns, retorting that it didn't matter who it was, as they could always find a replacement for him to fight. Elsewhere, a bald driver remarked that a certain old man cared for Seoul above all else. He then addressed his passenger, a vice president, confirming their arrival in Korea. The driver's focus sharpened as he announced that they were being followed. The blindfolded vice president cursed, wondering which persistent bastard was tailing them. He ordered his driver to lure the tail out into the open so they could identify who had sent them. A tense silence settled within the car as they prepared for a confrontation. In the pursuing vehicle, the driver noticed the target's strange detour, realizing the path they were taking didn't lead to Mo Sungyu. A thought crossed the driver's mind: his target must have realized he was being followed. In yet another car, a younger subordinate apologized to his vice president, believing the person they were tailing had spotted them. A man with a shaved head wondered aloud who would send someone after them, while a smoking man considered if it was Ha Zung or another rival. The smoking man dismissively called their pursuers greenhorns, while his subordinate found nothing strange about being targeted. The shaved-head man urged they depart to avoid wasting more time, to which the man smoking, his vice president, agreed. Their black sedan continued its journey through the city streets. The masked driver tailing them identified the vehicle and its primary occupant, the vice president, Oh Do-wah. An unknown speaker on his comms instructed Tigro to proceed 2 more blocks to where allies were waiting to help him force a retreat. Tigro refused the assistance, stating this was now beyond their duty and ordering his support to leave the area. His contact warned him that he was no match for Oh Do-wah and urged him to be careful. The man on the comms observed that Oh Do-wah had stopped, likely waiting to confirm if he was still being followed. The ally mused that while Tigro's movements were good, he was not perfect and would need to devise a new way of fighting to overcome his weaknesses. Tigro's thoughts, however, had already deviated from the original plan. This was an unexpected opportunity, and he wanted to personally test his opponent. His interest was deeply piqued, as Oh Do-wah was one of the legendary 10 representatives of the castle. Back at another fight, a door was slammed open with tremendous force, revealing a gray-haired man in the doorway. A man with a ponytail angrily yelled at the intruder, accusing him of trying to break the door. A man with a buzz cut stared in shock, recognizing the newcomer as Pyo Young. Pyo Young glared at him, coldly ordering him to stand up unless he wanted to be beaten again. The man with the ponytail furiously demanded to know who Pyo Young thought he was to dare show his face there. A large, seated man calmly ordered his subordinate to stop, dismissing Pyo Young as nothing more than a pebble in their path. The leader gestured to a briefcase, suggesting they cool down and open it. A man with a ring presented the contents as compensation, expressing his hope that it would be accepted. In a different room, a silver-haired man exploded with rage, demanding to know why the hell he should accept their offer. A man with a scar taunted him, boasting of his own grand dreams and the wings to achieve them, while pointing out that the silver-haired man stood alone. A muscular man scoffed at the tension, questioning the point of them fighting each other when they were all from Busan. The silver-haired man sarcastically parroted their proposal of teaming up to rule Busan and perhaps the whole country. He then spat on the floor, calling their offer a fucking drag. He sneered at the man with the scar, calling him a raccoon and accusing him of being scared to make such an uncharacteristic proposition. The scarred man's face hardened as he decided it was time to eliminate their poisonous little kid, giving the order to lock the door. A nearby man in a suit looked up, utterly confused by the sudden command. At that moment on a dark road, 2 cars collided in a violent crash. The deafening bang of metal on metal shattered the night's quiet. Inside the wreckage, the man with the shaved head roared in fury, demanding to know who dared to ram their vehicle. He froze upon seeing the attacker, then immediately turned to his boss, the vice president. Oh Do-wah calmly stated that he knew who it was. He mused aloud, wondering if his pursuer had finally decided to pick a direct fight with him. Outside, Tigro crouched low to the ground, his body coiled like a spring, ready to attack. Oh-doo-wah gave an order to his subordinate, telling Masa to go first. Masa bowed slightly and replied, "Itakimesu," before stepping out to face the challenger. The brawl ignited instantly beside the twisted metal of the cars. A close-up view captured the brutal impact of a fist connecting squarely with a jaw. The sickening sound of gushing blood followed the devastating blow. One of Oh-doo-wah's men in a suit was viciously struck down from above. With the first exchange of blows, the deadly confrontation had officially begun. On a desolate road, the two combatants were locked in a lethal dance, their knives flashing in the dim light. The masked fighter launched himself into a brutal kick, a blade held ready in his hand. A pained grunt echoed as a blow found its mark. The man in the white suit, Masa, let out a furious battle cry as he pressed his attack. Steel screamed against steel as their blades clashed violently in the middle of the street. The masked fighter's mind reeled in disbelief, a single thought echoing, "No way." Masa furiously demanded to know who had sent the assassin, privately cursing that his attempt to sever a ligament hadn't cut deep enough. The masked fighter's thoughts, however, were already on his true target, the man watching from the car, Oh-doo-wah. He replayed the last exchange, realizing he had only just avoided the attack as Masa had unexpectedly increased his axe's range at the last second. The masked fighter had to admit his opponent was exceptionally skilled, realizing Masa's fearsome reputation was no lie. Regretting his earlier hesitation, he openly taunted his opponent, asking Masa if he was afraid of getting his hand chopped off. From the safety of the car, a scarred man remarked to the vice president that their opponent looked strong. Oh-doo-wah sternly commanded Masa to focus, declaring that their foe was a worthy opponent and 2 mistakes in a row were unacceptable, to which Masa simply replied, "Wakari yashira." As the narrator warned of a lightning-fast axe, the masked fighter knew that a single careless move could mean his death. He understood that Oh-doo-wah wasn't one of the 10 representatives for nothing, and from that moment on, the stakes were higher. A grim certainty settled over the masked fighter, his very life was on the line. The desperate struggle intensified, a whirlwind of flashing steel from a knife and an axe. Their fight devolved into brutal, close-quarters combat as they abandoned their weapons for their fists. A wicked blade glinted menacingly, held just inches from the masked fighter's face. Their knives collided once more, igniting a shower of brilliant sparks in the night. A powerful blow was exchanged, the raw impact shuddering through both combatants. Masa lunged forward to grapple his opponent, pulling him into a deadly hold. A sharp grunt of pain escaped as a weapon swung through the air with crushing force. The two warriors were locked in a dynamic mid-air clash, defying gravity for a split second. A punch landed with such incredible force that it seemed to ripple the very air around them. Masa cried out in a mixture of pain and disbelief, utterly stunned that his opponent had blocked his axe with his bare hands. The masked fighter retaliated with a devastating kick that sent Masa flying backward. One of Oh-doo-wah's subordinates, a man holding a cleaver, wondered aloud if fighters of this caliber truly existed. The hooded figure coolly observed that his opponent was counterattacking even while desperately trying to block. The masked man, Tigro, was genuinely impressed, thinking that his opponent was much younger than him yet possessed unbelievable skill. Inside the car, Oh-doo-wah chuckled with delight, comparing this rare battle to special sashimi he never expected to find in Busan. Thoroughly enjoying the spectacle provided by the unknown assassin, Oh-doo-wah roared for him to continue the entertainment. The man with the cleaver's attention was suddenly diverted as he noticed a new disturbance. Meanwhile, inside a locked room, a gang of thugs had completely surrounded a lone, silver-haired individual. A man with a bloody nose snarled in anger, questioning how the ungrateful bastard dared to kick him after they were being so nice. Another thug brandished a knife, promising the young man a death filled with regret as the sound of drawn steel filled the room. With grunts of pain and fury, the entire room erupted into a chaotic, violent brawl. The silver-haired man expertly weaved between two attackers who were wildly swinging bladed weapons. He landed a clean kick on one opponent, sending him stumbling back as another man dove for cover. A buzzcut man cheered in awe while his companion finally put a name to the fighter, identifying him as the infamous Busan Kid. The scar-faced man instantly deduced the kid's strategy, realizing he was targeting their boss, Missouri Sungyu, first. The buzzcut man realized he was witnessing a true fighting genius, one whose skills were far more renowned than Mo Sungyu's. He vaguely recalled that a team of Syrian wrestlers had been sent after the kid before, wondering if he had defeated them as well. In a memory from the past, a man known only as the teacher called out to the boy. The teacher gruffly asked the kid if he had reviewed his lessons and had any idea how he was going to approach the fight. The young Busan Kid shot back with youthful arrogance, declaring that the next time they fought, he would definitely win. His teacher merely cackled at his pretentiousness, reminding him that the first step to victory is realizing one's own weaknesses. A younger man with glasses challenged a gray-haired man to a spar, prompting the latter to call him a jerk before reluctantly agreeing to teach him on the boss's orders. Surprised by the sudden change, the man with glasses questioned how his new mentor's attitude had flipped so quickly. The dark-haired fighter began the lesson, advising him to trust his instincts when rushing a bigger opponent. He then presented a scenario where an opponent deliberately leaves an opening, warning that falling for it would result in a double whammy. The solution, he explained, was to feign taking the bait, letting the enemy think they had a golden opportunity. And then, the instructor continued, pausing for dramatic effect. You go for the opening created right after their committed attack. The flashback showed his hand shooting out, demonstrating the precise timing for the perfect counter. Back in the present, the silver-haired man reminded himself not to rush, confident that he would be the last one standing anyway. Elsewhere in the room, a masked man frantically warned his brother that the doors were locked, only to be told by the cap-wearing fighter to mind his own business. Watching the brawl, a man in a bloody shirt mused that Mo Sungyu was still a major challenge, even for someone like Pyo Young. Another thug fighting alongside Pyo Young cursed in frustration, questioning what kind of monstrous body Mo Sungyu possessed. A man with scars was in disbelief that his kicks, strong enough to break an ankle, did barely any damage, before he taunted the brute about his legs shaking. This was the man who had become Kwak Jung-hyun's personal guard using only his fists, as his attacker mockingly offered him a foot massage. It was an undisputed fact in the underworld, to earn the title of number one in Busan, you had to defeat Mo Sungyu with your own strength. 3 more men lunged toward Pyo Young, who stood perfectly still, ready to receive their assault. The man in the brown jacket could only let out a pained grunt as a powerful blow connected with him. For a brief moment, a heavy silence fell over a corner of the fight. 2 more assailants broke the stillness, charging forward with weapons raised. Back at the roadside brawl, Tigro angrily confronted an ally who had joined the fray, demanding to know why he hadn't left as ordered. The bald man passionately confessed that even during his most brutal training, he had always dreamed of fighting alongside the legendary Amor Tigro. Tigro accepted his help, vowing to repay this debt and urging his companion to hang in there. Back inside the chaotic room, the man with the knife declared with grim finality that he would be the one to set the course for this fight. The air hung thick with the scent and sound of explosions. Gunpowder continued to crackle, signaling the peak of the chaotic battle. The masked man concluded he had seen enough of Oduwa's skills to understand his patterns. With a sharp twirl, he readied his own weapon for a counterattack. He then issued a new command to his allies, telling them to focus solely on retreating. The man with the knife realized the feint, cursing as he understood the real target was not him, but his momentum. From his vantage point, the masked man wondered if his opponent was truly trying to escape the engagement. He bellowed a challenge, questioning the audacity of anyone thinking they could escape his sight. A furious combatant, his eyes glowing a menacing red, lunged forward to press the attack. The masked man observed coldly that his enemy was treating his own men like nothing more than cannon fodder. This brutal truth was confirmed as he saw his foes sacrificing his allies without a second thought. Another body was unceremoniously thrown through the air by a devastating blow. The attack continued with a powerful punch that whistled through the air. The man in the suit felt a surge of indignation, realizing he was being deliberately mocked. The man with the mask shuddered at the close call, knowing his wrist would have been ripped off if he had committed to the attack. He re-evaluated the fight, understanding that a more careful approach was needed against Oh-doo-wah. An ally in a white shirt screamed in frustration that their target would be killed before they could get away. The brown jacket man gasped for air, his body aching from the relentless assault. He could only let out another strained grunt as the fight wore him down. A blade sliced through the air with a vicious swoosh. The white-top man fought desperately, his mind reeling with a single question. He wondered how the legendary Tigro could have possibly dealt with so many of these monstrous fighters at the same time. The sharp sound of another attack cut through the din of the fight. The brown jacket man's punch was met by a solid block from the man in the white top. Suddenly, the masked man appeared beside his distracted opponent. He taunted the fighter, demanding to know where he was looking. Elsewhere, a man with an axe coldly told Amor Tigro not to hurry, as he would be losing his arms and legs soon enough. The masked figure simply stared back in silence. He then remarked with chilling calm that his opponent's timing was perfect. A man with scars suddenly appeared on the scene, his face a mask of fury. He screamed at the masked figure, demanding to know what he had done to his junior. A sickening thwack echoed as a brutal hit found its mark. The surrounding battles intensified, a maelstrom of violence and desperation. The man with scars cried out in agony as he was struck down. A figure was hit with extreme force, a blow aimed directly at their chest. On the street below, the chaotic brawl continued with unrelenting ferocity. A fighter narrowly dodged a strike that whizzed past his head. Standing amidst the carnage, Doo-wah cursed his grim situation under his breath. The man in the black mask noted he was the only one left standing, as his companion in a blue hoodie asked if it was time to play like they used to. The masked man considered the opportunity to get rid of the witness while his main target was incapacitated. However, citing unexpected variables and their low rank, he declared their withdrawal, deciding it was too early to kill him. His partner in the blue hoodie protested that he had just arrived, but was told they had already achieved their goal. The man in the black mask curtly called his eager companion an idiot. With a final threat that Doo-wah would die next time, he turned to leave, but Doo-wah challenged them to try a bit more. Doo-wah stood in silence, watching the two mysterious figures depart. The man in the mask thanked Doo-wah for the experience, prompting the reply that his neck would already be on the ground if he had been serious. In the aftermath, a man in a suit stood over the bleeding form of an injured subordinate. The man with short hair insisted he could still move, begging his vice president for orders to retaliate. A voice calmly told him not to act rashly, leaving the subordinate confused. The man with dark hair then voiced his suspicion that their assailants were Baek Do-chan's dogs. Far away, in the criminal underbelly of Southeast Asia, a major transaction was underway. A man in a purple suit stared at a massive pile of cash, remarking that it was enough to live on for the rest of his life. A man with a shotgun offered to buy the merchandise at a premium, questioning how a simple barista could handle the logistics. However, in the world of Castle, baristas were not normal, and the man in purple was gruffly told to shut up and find a ship. The man in the purple suit quickly tried to laugh off his comment, claiming he was just saying. The man with the shotgun was stunned, as he was certain he had watched everyone involved get drugged into a stupor. Suddenly, soldiers guarding the warehouse cried out in panic, yelling for the lights to be turned on. One soldier in a green beret identified the monstrous intruder, screaming that it was Monkey. His comrade confirmed his fear, yelling that the barista had sent his secret weapon. The soldier in the green beret's defiance was cut short by a blood-curdling scream. As chaos erupted around him, he desperately wondered how their hidden warehouse could have possibly been found. He cried out to his god, his voice filled with utter despair. Cornered and terrified, the soldier begged for his life, promising all the money he had in exchange for mercy. His plea was met by a man with a sewn mouth scar, who cryptically offered him a gummy worm. Nearby, the captured barista laughed weakly, daring his captors to kill him. In the next moment, his bravado shattered, and he began to beg for forgiveness. The man in the white shirt and cap clicked his tongue in disgust, calling the old man boring as a loud slam echoed through the room. From a car watching the chaos unfold, a man cursed that another war was starting and decided it was too dangerous to stay. He ordered his driver to shut up and keep going, leaving the scene behind. Elsewhere, a man in sunglasses leaned back, realizing he was completely screwed. A man with a vest cheerfully approached, welcoming the person from Korea to their turf. A woman in purple grumbled about her bad mood, which a man with a scarred arm attributed to some birds from earlier. The true barista, identified as Baek Do-chan's left arm and the largest drug dealer in Southeast Asia, asked what business they had in his shabby establishment. A formidable figure named Nam Gung-hyuk was introduced, carrying the infamous title of Castle's puppy. The defeated barista demanded to know their business in his shabby place, only for the man in the suit to cryptically introduce himself as Castle's puppy. A low, feral growl echoed through the warehouse, amplifying the tension. The crouching man with red eyes unleashed a primal scream, his body coiled like a predator. Amused, the man in the pinstripe suit sarcastically asked the red-haired man if this strange beast was a new hobby of his. As the creature, monkey, continued to snarl, the man in the pinstripe suit commanded him to stop and back off. The red-haired man with stitches calmly corrected him, stating that monkey was a normal, albeit exceptionally innocent, human being. Monkey suddenly cried out, "Brother," a word which the red-haired man affirmed, stunning the man in the pinstripe suit into silence. The red-haired man explained that he had freed Monkey from a life of captivity in the uncivilized mountains of Myanmar's Golden Triangle, at the hands of a fancy-dressed kid. He continued his lecture, noting that a beast's heightened senses naturally led them to be owned by the most despicable and hypocritical people. Cutting through the sarcasm, the man in the pinstripe suit declared that he was there on a mission from the CEO. The red-haired man scoffed at the title, prompting his counterpart to mockingly ask since when their boss had become the president. He then brutally reminded his brother that he'd been disgracefully robbed by a mere group of junkies from Hazung, urging him to wake up. The red-haired man delivered a sharp warning, stating that if one keeps taking scraps from the trash, they will remain on a leash forever. Getting back to the point, the man in the pinstriped suit finally announced that he carried a message from the CEO. The red-haired man finished the sentence with grim certainty, his voice low as he said, "Prepare for war." The man in the pinstriped suit relayed the orders to consolidate their operations and for the red-haired man to stop taking his medicine to build his body back up for the fight to come. A slow, dangerous smile spread across the red-haired man's face as he remarked that it was good news, as things had been getting far too boring. He then turned his attention to the messenger, suggesting it would be better if he regained his former lively eyes rather than his current blurry ones. The man in the pinstriped suit shot back, asking why the red-haired man didn't simply regain the blood-red eyes he had while slaughtering people, since he planned to deal with things himself. The red-haired man roared with excitement, declaring it was time for a party to celebrate the long-awaited good news. The man in the pinstriped suit merely grunted, his face an unreadable mask. His thoughts, however, drifted to his old bloodied eyes as a forgotten rage began to surge within him. The dark-suited man resolved that reclaiming that part of himself was the bare minimum he needed to do to face his rival. Elsewhere, the man with dark hair expressed his sympathy to an injured bald man, acknowledging the trouble he'd been dragged into. The bald man quickly dismissed his injuries as nothing serious, though his mind was clearly on something else. A man with glasses urgently told the dark-haired man that it was time for him to go. The man with dark hair agreed with a heavy heart, voicing his concern that their associates in Busan were now in danger. In Busan, two fighters squared off, the air crackling with anticipation for the battle to come. The bald man's mind raced with panic as he took in the massive size of his opponent, wryly wondering if he'd stumbled into a wrestling match. Despite his fear, the bald man braced himself for the inevitable clash. The man in the suit charged forward, his only strategy being to avoid getting caught by the titan before him. He was instantly shocked by the raw, unbelievable power he felt in his opponent's thighs. The gray-haired man let out a short, sharp gasp of surprise as his attack was effortlessly blocked. He cursed as he realized the vast difference in their strength. In the next moment, the gray-haired man was violently thrown through the air, his body flailing helplessly. All he could manage was a choked gasp as the wind was knocked out of him. The dark-haired man brought his foot down in a powerful, decisive stomp. He admitted the fighter was better than expected but cruelly mocked his light frame, rendering him ineffective. Pinning his foe, the dark-haired man lectured that there's a weight class in every battle, a gap that is impossible to cross. He boasted of his own grueling daily training, carrying hundreds of rice bags through sand since he was a boy. The defeated gray-haired man spat that having a few thugs didn't make him special, but his opponent simply dismissed him as another street thug. The dark-haired man grumbled that the annoying piece of shit had still managed to kick him hard. With a menacing glint in his eye, the man with the newly acquired facial marks declared it was his turn to search for a weakness. In a quiet office, the young dark-haired man issued a new directive: they would cease contact with Pyo-young for the time being. His short-haired subordinate reacted with shock, questioning the decision given the precarious situation. The young strategist coolly explained that he had given Pyo-young all necessary instructions, and the mission's outcome was now entirely up to him. He paused for a moment, his faith in his agent unwavering. He concluded with absolute certainty that Pyo-young would succeed. A sickening stab echoed through a chaotic brawl happening elsewhere. A sharp gasp of pain followed as a man was brutally twisted around. The man in the dark shirt tightened his grip, choking the life out of a gray-haired man in a textured jacket. A man with dark hair steadily aimed a pistol, a sliver of his target's blue hair visible in his sights. The silver-haired Pyo-young delivered a swift kick to a man's chest, never once lowering the phone in his other hand. The man on the ground wheezed, cursing the damn thug who had just floored him. He spat another curse into the dirt, his body racked with pain. Nearby, a bleeding man with glasses watched the brutal beatdown with a grim expression. The man in the air, having been launched by the dark-haired brawler, desperately swore he wouldn't let him get away. From the ground, Pyo-young coldly informed him that he talked far too much. He continued his verbal assault, clarifying that this was a battlefield where people die, not a sandbox, and called the brawler a pathetic raccoon. It was then revealed that the man lecturing about weight classes was, in fact, Mo Sungyu. The silver-haired man in the car asked the young strategist why he placed so much trust in the boy, Pyo-young. The man in the car explained that the path to the top is paved with necessary trials which Mo Sungyu lacks but Pyo-young possesses in spades. On the battlefield, a man in a black suit cried out in terror to his brother. He frantically yelled, questioning why his brother was just standing there doing nothing. Pyo-young's defining trait flashed across the scene, his wild nature. The man with light hair, Pyo-young, roared a challenge at his enemies, embodying the untamed essence he was born with. One of the men in a black suit stumbled back in disbelief, refusing to accept defeat at the hands of such a little foe. While a man with a top knot despaired that it was all over, his beaten comrade swore he would beat the shit out of Pyo-young for his scrawny fists. The defeated man in the black suit could only grit his teeth and curse the one who had brought him so low. Pyo-young stood silently over the aftermath, his face smeared with the blood of his enemies. A defeated man in a black suit began to grovel, desperately pleading that he had lived his entire life like a dog for his boss. The man with messy hair, his boss, looked down and asked with chilling indifference, "Who are you?" The scarred man stammered, utterly confused, as he insisted that he was his boss's loyal dog. The boss stood tall and unmoved, a silent, imposing figure surrounded by the men he had just allowed to be broken. Gripped by a terrifying realization, the scarred man could only ask his master, "Who are you?" One masked man nervously questioned his partner if their plan was truly all right, while the other revealed that Mo Sungyu was now working for the very madman who had slaughtered his family with an axe. He confirmed it was Kim Shin's direct order to entrust the entire operation to Pyo-young, admitting his own confusion about the leader's intentions. The young man respectfully introduced himself as the Busan Kid, stating it was an honor to finally meet the infamous figure before him. The man with scars scoffed, questioning how the boy had heard of him yet still chose to be the one who caused all this chaos. He then directly asked if the boy cared about his life at all. After a tense silence, the Busan Kid boldly stated he heard the man was looking for someone to manage Busan. Observing from afar, one of the masked men noted it was like offering a wolf cub to replace a dog. The silver-haired man added that the previous dog had, after all, just been disposed of. The boss was visibly taken aback by the boy's sheer audacity. He inwardly acknowledged the boy's bold confidence, noting how this little rat wasn't shaking in his presence. The boss mused that the boy was the only one left standing, having overcome the previous dog all on his own, a sign of considerable talent. A thought crossed his mind as he weighed the boy's potential usefulness. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully, the soft sound echoing in the tense quiet. Finding the boy's stiff posture annoying, the man in the suit curtly ordered his bodyguards to get rid of him. With the sharp ring of drawn steel, his men moved to carry out the order. Pyo-young's mind raced, he knew he could not drop his guard just yet. The fight was not over, as a sudden burst of action erupted in the alleyway. The man with light hair resolved that he must never reveal his true skills to Oh-doo-wah. He felt a pang of regret for what he was about to do next. He concluded that he had no choice but to imitate their techniques. Oh-doo-wah let out a startled grunt, caught completely off guard by the boy's move. A brief, startling image flashed through his mind, himself, axe in hand, being restrained by two other men. An unnerving silence hung in the air following the sudden vision. For a fleeting moment, Oh-doo-wah was utterly bewildered, his mind reeling from the strange sensation. A sudden, inexplicable chill shot down Oh-doo-wah's spine. He reflected on the recent pattern of raiders, both desperate and skilled, who would attack his turf and then withdraw. In the midst of this, Mo Sungyu, who had been his chosen successor, was conveniently attacked. And right on cue, a far more attractive option than Mo Sungyu had appeared directly in front of him. A deep sense of disharmony washed over him. The day's events felt far too orchestrated and out of the ordinary. Believing the boy was the only clue, Oh-doo-wah's instincts told him to keep him close and watch him, and so he took back his axe. Observing the change, the silver-haired man gave a quiet order to his associate to stand down. Oh-doo-wah informed his subordinate that he would send someone soon, ordering that the new arrival be treated with the same respect he himself received. The subordinate bowed deeply, thanking the vice president for his trust. Suddenly, a crucial thought occurred to Oh-doo-wah. He turned to the boy, realizing they hadn't even properly introduced themselves. The vice president then asked the young man, "What's your name?" A moment of silence passed, heavy with anticipation. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic beating of a heart growing louder. The boy finally spoke, revealing his name was Pyo-young. The name struck Oh-doo-wah like lightning. A boy named Pyo, here in Busan, working for him. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a connection to them. He tried to dismiss the thought as impossible, certain he had already killed everyone involved with that name. With no trace of their movements ever found, he began to question if he was just being delusional. Watching from high above, an unseen observer let out a soft sigh of pity. The orchestrators of this elaborate event watched the scene unfold with keen interest. Oh-doo-wah was unknowingly playing right into the maze of a person he should have never crossed. The man with scars let out a bitter chuckle, cursing the arrogance of the bastards who set this trap. An unknown voice declared that they were crossing a definitive line. The man in the suit thought to himself that it didn't matter if the boy was a trap he had been set up with. The bearded man swore he would use anything and everything to find his target, vowing to rip the masks from the faces of the children involved and strangle them. Meanwhile, a lone masked figure strode purposefully down an empty, resonant hallway. Elsewhere, a man with a ripped shirt stared into the distance, muttering that he no longer cared about the money he was supposed to earn from Oh-doo-wah. A different man, trembling but defiant, vowed that he would be the one to ultimately destroy the man who looked down on him. On a windswept rooftop, the bearded man turned to his visitor and asked why he was there. The man in the striped shirt remarked that his host possessed many skills, unable to believe he had previously lied about them. He then reported that Oh-doo-wah had not yet fully accepted Pyo-young into his confidence. The strategist explained that they had to accelerate their plans because Oh-doo-wah had moved faster than they anticipated. He noted that Oh-doo-wah had many enemies, and all he did was throw himself into the chaos between them. The man with silver hair stated that Pyo-young had successfully claimed Oh Sung-gyu's former position and would now serve as a powerful trump card. The man with the beard nodded, acknowledging that he knew Oh-doo-wah's hand had to be forced eventually. He then asked the young strategist how it truly felt to have fought and survived a battle against the infamous vice president. The man with short dark hair admitted it was amazing, acknowledging Oh-doo-wah had rightfully earned his title as one of the best fighters to come from Japan. The bearded man drily observed that it sounded like the strategist believed he could have won the fight. The man in glasses clarified that the experience would serve as a good reference for when he finally confronts the person he is truly looking for. The bearded man offered a stern warning, cautioning him not to let his guard down, for the true terror of Oh-doo-wah is his relentless persistence. He elaborated that once you become his target, the man named Oh-doo-wah can transform into more of a monster than anyone could imagine. In the shadows, two figures discussed how Oh-doo-wah had killed Kong Min-sung, noting a pattern where Castle's big shots have all risen by defeating legends of the previous generation. The man with short dark hair quietly reflected on the fact that, unlike them, he had not yet accomplished such a feat. The bearded man then tossed him a device, telling him to use the complete file of information he had compiled on Castle, as it would surely help. Looking the young man in the eye, the bearded man bluntly stated that he did not like him. He confessed his hatred for the dangerous path the young man walked, but admitted his firm belief that he was the only one who could ultimately save him. The young man simply bowed his head and quietly asked the elder to please be careful. The bearded man gave a final assurance, declaring that although his enemies would unite against him, he could assure him that they would not win. With a deep and respectful bow on the rooftop, the young man silently acknowledged the elder's words. Watching him go, the bearded man thought of Min-sung and all his other friends who had already fallen. He felt that even though they had failed, this particular young man could somehow succeed where they could not. A sense of peace settled over him. He was glad he hadn't followed his friends in a hurry, for now this old man could help the boy achieve his goal. Yet, no one truly knew what lay at the end of this long and treacherous journey. The wheels of a complex and dangerous game had been set in motion, with fates intertwined and destinies yet to be written. In the city of home, a new chapter was about to unfold. Having returned from his tour of Chungcheong province, Isol's presence was felt as a man sat reading, deep in thought. The streets buzzed with idle chatter about local personalities, a stark contrast to the unfolding tensions. One man asked about Kim Dae-jeon's recent affairs, only to learn he was busy running around in one specific area. Nearby, a subordinate questioned if his brother was really getting involved with such a person. The man in the foreground assured his brother not to worry, stating he would gather everyone since he was the only one free to do so. Elsewhere, a man eating noodles cursed his situation, feeling the pressure to do something significant. Looking at his phone, the man identified as Cha Soo-min noted that an incoming update was highly unusual. The news spread like wildfire, causing men to jump to their feet, declaring they couldn't be left out and had to go immediately. A man with a beanie watched the commotion, interpreting it as a sign while asking what else was happening. With a knowing smirk, Kim Dae-jeon found the entire situation to be a very interesting case. Raising his voice, Kim Dae-jeon called out for Cha Soo-min. He theatrically announced his arrival, ready for the confrontation. Cha Soo-min questioned his excitement, prompting Kim Dae-jeon to reveal he'd heard someone important was coming from Haseong and asked if they knew who it was. As a car pulled up, Cha Soo-min admitted they didn't know yet, and his associate Jang Ho added that the other party had dictated the time and date. Jang Ho commented on how busy Kim Dae-jeon had been, but was swiftly cut off by the latter. Kim Dae-jeon took a call, confirming the guest's arrival and instructing they be brought upstairs. When Jang Ho asked about the call, Kim Dae-jeon curtly dismissed him with a simple, nothing. Kim Dae-jeon's mind raced, concluding that if this person was Haesung's substitute, they must be a big shot. He declared that despite the recent peace negotiated by their boss, they would accept most of Haesung's demands. A sleek figure slid out from the newly arrived car. A tap on the shoulder caused a man with sunglasses to turn in surprise. The deliberate sound of footsteps echoed through the space as the guest approached. The man with sunglasses was utterly captivated, exclaiming that a woman of immense beauty had arrived. Kim Dae-jeon instantly recognized her as Kim Jae-hoon's secretary, wondering if she had switched her allegiance to Kim Tae-hoon. Stepping forward, Kim Dae-jeon formally introduced himself as the head of business management in Home City. The woman in the white coat was unimpressed, stating she didn't need a stand-in and demanding to see the real representative. Kim Dae-jeon smoothly explained the representative was away but assured her that he held full authority for the project. With a cold finality, the woman in white declared that they should begin. Under his breath, the man with sunglasses cursed her as a crazy, rude bitch. His insult was met with a sudden, shocking response that left him speechless. The woman in white announced they only needed one representative, instructing everyone but the top decision-maker to wait outside. Another woman with short black hair stepped up, insisting it would be faster to talk to her as she was in charge of all the work. A third woman with a dark hair bun silently pondered if this newcomer was Cha Il-guk's daughter, resolving to investigate just in case. The men from home reluctantly agreed, and everyone prepared to sit down for the tense negotiation. The meeting commenced with finances, as a man in a dark suit outlined that the current payment for Haesung construction was set at 15% of sales. The woman with short black hair bluntly rejected this, declaring they were not a charity and would be taking 30% with no objections, fuming internally at the pressure. To everyone's surprise, the man with the scarred face agreed to the terms, but with one condition: Haesung would remove their drug operations from Home City. The woman with the dark hair bun dismissed the request, claiming that Yoon Duk-soo's drug dealings were a private matter unrelated to Haesung. The scarred man countered that the money had clearly funneled into Kim Jae-hoon's slush fund, but he ultimately backed down and accepted her terms. A woman in striking red armor changed the subject, asking about a product that Home's representative had directly delivered to the president. The woman in white cut to the chase, demanding to know the current location of the owner of the knife. The woman with red lips mockingly rephrased the question, cynically wondering if they could have possibly found Shin Tae-jin alive. A suit coolly suggested that by now, Shin Tae-jin was likely at the bottom of the West Sea, being feasted upon by crabs. A man with dark circles under his eyes exploded in anger, questioning how the former lap dogs dared to speak with such arrogance. A heavy and threatening silence fell over the room. The woman in white decided to let the matter drop, announcing it was time for her and Mr. Huang to leave. Pausing at the door, she added one final thing. She delivered an ultimatum: their representative must greet the president as soon as he returned, where he would be reprimanded alongside a manager from the merchant ship. The lead man in the gray suit assured her the message would be delivered, as the woman in the brown jacket seethed, calling her a crazy bitch in her thoughts. As they left, the lead man in gray mulled over Kim Dae-jeon's new confidence, a stark contrast to his time under Yoon Duk-soo. His thoughts turned to the reports on Kim Shin and Seo Jin-tae. He recalled that these were the individuals who had briefly managed to tie the hands of director Nam Gung-hyuk. The woman in the white coat silently contemplated the potential of the man they had just met. She turned to her subordinate, remarking that their opponents possessed quite a useful sword. Back in the negotiation room, the man in sunglasses cried out in alarm. He yelled for Cha Soo-min, demanding to know what was going on. Without warning, a man in a gray suit punched the woman in the brown jacket, even as the woman in the white coat stood poised with a drawn katana. The woman in brown jacket yelled in disbelief at the sudden violence, but the lead man in gray sternly ordered them to stop. Kim Dae-jeon calmly pointed out that while the sword was a decoration, it was a real weapon, and chided Ms. Oh for being too curious. Stunned by the turn of events, Ms. Oh could only whisper Kim Dae-jeon's name. As she was pulled back, Ms. Oh reflected that had she been alone, she might have found an opening to fight back during the chaos. It was noted that while director Nam Gung-hyuk once handled him easily, this man was now considered a threat second only to Kim Shin. Director Nam Gung-hyuk expressed his astonishment at the woman's audacity and quickly checked if Cha Soo-min was all right. The director was secretly amazed that his subordinate, Hwang Bo, had not only accompanied her but also displayed incredible reflexes by pushing Cha Soo-min to safety. Across the room, Kim Dae-jeon made a swift mental calculation, admitting to himself that he would probably lose if he had to fight the director. Meanwhile, director Nam Gung-hyuk's associates asked if their chairman was heading back to Namgu or if he wanted to get dinner. Though they suggested a tempting menu, the director was too preoccupied by the recent events to even listen to his younger brothers. Suddenly, his troubled thoughts were shattered by an interruption. A man in a suit burst into the room, passionately begging his older brother to fight him 100 times. The bald man at the counter recognized the intruder as Isol, bewilderedly asking what he was talking about since they weren't even open. An argument ensued, with the bald man demanding Isol stop covering for Pai Woo-jin and help him clean up the mess. In another, darker part of the world, a young boy declared that it was now someone's turn. The scene shifted to the arena for the final, brutal game of the day. An announcer hyped up the crowd for Woo-jin, the undefeated beast from Korea who had mercilessly trampled all his opponents to reach this stage. His challenger, George Silva, was introduced as the pinnacle of the ballerinas, under immense pressure to secure a victory. As the crowd roared, a man watching from the railings remarked on what a scary bastard Pai Woo-jin had become. He observed how Woo-jin absorbed skills like a sponge, growing stronger with every match, just as a bald man promised him a promotion to level 2 if he won. Elsewhere, a man on a phone call reported that their target hadn't shown up again, suggesting they call it a day. A woman in a red dress commanded him to keep watching, confident that their targets would eventually appear. She explained that the man Tigro sent from Korea was now fighting in an underground ring, following the same path Tigro once did. The woman was certain that once news of this fight reached him, the man they were looking for would undoubtedly come to meet Woo-jin. As if summoned by her words, a hulking, heavily muscled figure emerged from a shroud of smoke. The man's eyes glowed ominously as he began to speak of Tigro. Revealed as Gustav, Iskra's undefeated top killer, he finished his sentence, declaring that Tigro was the one person he wanted to kill more than anyone else. The crowd's roar was a chaotic mix of cheers for Silva and vicious taunts directed at his opponent. Amidst the deafening chants for Woo-jin, a young boy's voice trembled as he realized the depth of the trouble they were in. A muscular man, irritated by the noise, demanded to know what the commotion was about as the boy stammered over the match list. With a gulp, the young boy finally revealed that the opponent was the notorious George Silva. A heavy silence descended as the weight of that name hung in the air. The narrative recalled how George Silva, a monster fighter, had appeared from nowhere a year prior to demolish the ballerina's most promising fighters before disappearing. Now, for his comeback match, Woo-jin was facing not just a nobody, but a legendary phantom of the ring. Against such a foe, being careless was a luxury one could not afford. A loss here meant the end of the road, with no chance of advancing to the next round. Inside his own mind, Woo-jin was unfazed, ready to face any challenge on his path to Kim Shin and burning with impatience to begin. The referee's sharp command to fight ignited the arena. Like a bolt of lightning, Woo-jin charged in the very instant the match was declared started. A powerful high kick connected squarely with George Silva's face. His initial punch was just a feint, a clever setup for the brutal kick that followed. Woo-jin pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless, non-stop combination of attacks. An unseen commentator wondered if Woo-jin would end the game without giving Silva a single chance to fight back. In a conversation before the fight, Wu Jin had acknowledged Silva's strength, viewing him as Medvedev's final hurdle. A young man in a cap had desperately tried to warn him, insisting that this time was different and that fighting without information was hopeless. He had explained Silva's expertise in outfighting, a style where he toyed with opponents as if they were puppets in his hands. The man had stressed that once a fighter lost sight of Silva, victory became impossible. What was even scarier, he continued, was a specific part of Silva's arsenal. It was his kick, a strike so unpredictable that by the time you knew it was coming, it was already too late. He described how Silva's timing was impossible to predict and his kicks were strong enough to shatter bone, recalling how he broke an opponent's leg with one low kick. Unimpressed, Wu Jin had asked for weaknesses rather than scare tactics, chiding the man for acting like a coach without giving helpful advice. In another memory of a past fight, a different fighter resolved to counter Silva's low kick, willing to sacrifice his own leg for the opportunity. In that moment, a sudden flicker of movement appeared. A sweating observer from that past fight could only wonder in shock how Silva had appeared there so suddenly. A young man in a beret had started to point out his weak point. But the observer's own mind concluded the grim truth: Silva had nothing of the sort. The fighter in the memory was struck across the face by a devastating kick. He could only curse Silva, calling him a rat-like son of a bitch. Dazed, the fighter looked around, bewildered as to where his opponent had vanished. A brutal punch suddenly slammed into his unguarded body. The fighter let out a choked gasp of pain. The sweating fighter from that memory couldn't comprehend the speed and power he had just witnessed. A dreadlocked fighter, another of Silva's past victims, despaired over his inability to even reach his opponent. The man in the cap recalled his own grim conclusion: Silva's weaknesses were never revealed because no one could escape the palm of his hand. He had understood Silva's game, knowing that falling back was a trap and his opponent would be on him in an instant. An unseen speaker had called Silva a bastard, and the man in the cap had to agree, thinking of him as just a rat. The man's thoughts were shattered by a terrifying voice as a large man with red hair threatened to kill him. A chilling atmosphere descended as the man in the cap stared in horror, wondering what kind of monster this was. The large, red-haired man chuckled cruelly, annoyed that someone else was having fun with the rat he was supposed to catch. He leaned in, menacingly asking the terrified boy if he wanted his eyes gouged out. With a final, echoing laugh, the red-haired man was gone. The red-haired man, Shamo, casually remarked that the bear had bad taste. A bald man with a beard, standing nearby, wondered aloud if the kid in the ring was simply going to get hit and die. Back in the ring, the brutal dance continued as a vicious low kick whistled through the air. An explosive punch landed with concussive force on a fighter's head. A powerful kick slammed into the side of the body. Wu Jin's consciousness barely registered the incoming middle kick. The final, devastating kick to the head sent a crimson spray through the air. The young man in the cap watched in dismay as Wu Jin was thrown completely off balance, realizing this was more than a beating. Hunched over and defenseless, Wu Jin took a punishing blow to the stomach. He staggered across the ring, groaning as his body began to give out. Every impact forced another choked gasp of pain from his lips. A bearded man in the crowd grimaced, muttering that the beatdown was just too much. Wu Jin finally collapsed onto the canvas, defeated, as George Silva stood over him. Silva looked down, his voice dripping with disappointment as he asked if this was all Tigro had sent. He sneered, questioning if Tigro had lost his senses or if weakness was the true reason for his retirement. The bald man frantically screamed for the referee to stop the fight, but the young boy insisted it wasn't over. The man with red hair, Shamo, told the kid not to bother, explaining that Silva was just taking a bit of his anger out. Shamo, identifying himself as Iskra's killer and a close friend of Amor Tigro, clarified that Silva purely respected Tigro and told Wu Jin to just go home. As another Iskra killer, Shamo ominously added that for a real fight to happen between them, one of them would have to die. His words trailed off as he cryptically mused that there must have been a guy like Wu Jin before. In another place, a tattooed man remarked that clumsy newcomers should at least have the decency to leave a scar. A man with green hair calmly acknowledged that he understood, as it had been a long time. A man with dreadlocks shot back with contempt, calling the green-haired man trash who had lost his mind. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched hall far from the fight, a man in a suit, director Ryu Ji-hak, stood alone. His hand gently clutched a sparkling crucifix necklace. A woman in a white suit, Mrs. O, approached, telling him she was surprised to find him in a place like this. The director turned, formally addressing her as Mrs. O. She returned the formality, addressing him as Director Ryu Ji-hak. The man in the white suit reported that he just got back from home city after meeting the people who had replaced the former director Tae-jin. Mrs. O observed that they seemed to be docile now that their president was away. She questioned how she could trust his insights, but the director coolly replied that he was just following orders from the higher-ups. With a sharp, knowing look, Mrs. O stated her belief that Shin Tae-jin was not dead. Asserting that the director knew him, she then demanded that he tell her where he was right now. Cornered by Mrs. O, Director Ryu Ji-hak faced her pointed questions about the supposedly deceased Shin Tae-jin. The director deflected, claiming he was just returning from being off-duty and that his understanding was limited. Mrs. O pressed on, certain that the director also believed Shin Tae-jin's death was nothing more than an elaborate cover-up. In a separate debriefing, a masked man detailed how Shin Tae-jin was no ordinary agent, having survived countless missions where others would have failed. Another suited official added that while the strong can fall, Shin Tae-jin was a professional survivor, better at staying alive than anyone. Based on this, Mrs. O concluded that he didn't fail to return, but simply chose not to. The director let out a sharp, pained sound, begging her to stop. He insisted that they drop the subject immediately. The woman in white shifted her approach, asking about the director's personal relationship with the former director, Shin Tae-jin. She noted that for a man who kept to himself, Shin Tae-jin was the only one the director was ever truly close with. Mrs. O then proposed a deal, offering to stop digging into the matter for the time being. In exchange, she asked that when the time comes, he would handle a certain problem without any hesitation. The problem she referred to was Kim Shin, whom a red-haired man had previously identified as a future threat to Ha-sung, vowing to eliminate him personally. A small, humorless laugh escaped the director, prompting her to ask if he found this amusing. He dismissed her concerns as a delusion, scoffing that her stubborn loyalty had clouded her judgment. Director Ryu Ji-hak stated with cold finality that Shin Tae-jin was dead, claiming that death was an old wish of his anyway. He challenged her to persuade the chairman if she truly wanted action, promising he would then take care of the target anytime she wanted. Elsewhere, a woman with dark hair reacted with fury to the news, realizing Shin Tae-jin might have been mere collateral and vowing to increase the pressure on her enemies. Director Ryu Ji-hak descended a staircase, his mind heavy with the conversation. He quietly wondered if Home City was indeed the place where Shin Tae-jin was hiding. Back at the fighting ring, Woojin's young companion informed the fallen fighter that the person he was looking for wasn't there. With a sharp jab, Woojin clarified that if they were looking for Taegro or Kim Shin, they had the wrong man. He warned the downed opponent to stop searching for his past enemies within him. The injured man, confused, muttered that he was sure he had already knocked the boy out cold. The young boy watched in despair, realizing that even with Woojin back on his feet, nothing would change, and he had no idea how to get him out of the cage. From the sidelines, Shamo observed that impatience was exactly what Krisa wanted, predicting the fighter would now switch to a defensive strategy. A powerful crash echoed as Woojin, in his reckless charge, fell right into his opponent's counter. The dark-skinned man, Krisa, abandoned all pretense of honor and rushed forward. He landed a solid blow, warning Woojin not to play games with him. Shamo watched intently, trying to discern if Krisa was attempting a takedown or a grapple. Krisa reminded his opponent that it had been a month since their agreement. As Woojin moved, Krisa confidently declared that his technique wouldn't work. Wu Jin landed a hard, sharp strike against Krisa's defense. In that moment, a small but critical mistake appeared in Krisa's otherwise perfect balance. Wu Jin exploited the opening, landing another piercing blow. Staggered, Krisa was forced to acknowledge the surprising strength of his opponent's guard. He quickly decided to create distance and fight from the outside to break Wu Jin's momentum. Wu Jin, however, embraced the grueling, close-quarters brawl, likening it to a mud bath. He roared at Krisa, inviting him to get down and dirty with him. Krisa internally noted that Wu Jin was aiming for his head but couldn't connect, dismissing the wild swings as amateurish. His confidence was shattered as Wu Jin landed a powerful, unexpected kick to his side. Wu Jin's young friend yelled in excitement as Shamo realized, for the first time, a clean hit had been scored. Krisa's mind reeled in shock. He couldn't believe he had been unable to avoid the attack. Wu Jin gave his opponent no time to recover, immediately shoving him back against the cage. The dreadlocked fighter crossed his arms, desperately trying to shield himself from the follow-up assault. A guttural scream of pain tore through the arena. Shamo remarked on Wu Jin's incredible strength, as the boy with the cap noted he sent Krisa flying despite the significant weight difference. It was a familiar sight, as Wu Jin had a history of throwing opponents far heavier than himself. The truth was laid bare. Wu Jin's greatest weapon was a monstrous strength that completely defied weight classes. In an instant, the entire flow of the match had been reversed. A new resolve formed in Wu Jin's mind: simply winning this fight was no longer enough. Shamo leaned forward, sensing Krisa was finally getting serious. Suddenly, a man in a suit interrupted the scene, lunging forward with a weapon in hand. The weapon struck true multiple times in quick succession. The bald referee immediately moved to intervene, shouting for everything to stop. He declared the match over, angrily dismissing protests from the fighters and ordering the intruding official out of the cage. A man with black hair in the audience complained bitterly that the uninvited guest had ruined the match's flow, turning a real fight into a mere show. Wu Jin replayed the final moment in his head, realizing the last hit Krisa had been preparing felt entirely different. Krisa, too, understood the danger he had narrowly avoided, knowing that punch was no normal strike and had been aimed directly at his throat. The bald man informed a defeated party that they had just stepped into hell, calling it a complete defeat. The announcer, however, declared it was only the first round and the fight would resume tomorrow, leaving Wu Jin stunned and confused. The bald man revealed the truth to Wu Jin: he was never meant to win, but only to test how much of Krisa's full power could be drawn out as a minimum condition. As if offering a consolation prize, the announcer promised to give the young boy something related to Krisa's final, lethal punch. The bald man's attention was drawn to a nearby red curtain, sensing an unseen presence. Shamo tensed, realizing his associate had arrived, which meant the rest of his dangerous crew was likely present as well. A man in a suit, Gustav, growled at the massive man called Silva, cursing the bear for stopping the fight just as it was getting fun. Another observer with close-cropped hair noted that this was the brat Tigro sent, thinking he was nothing like the original. A man named Frigate, an Iskra killer, openly mocked Gustav for failing to even get close to the scaly fighter. Frigate then turned to his silent superior, Aquila, the undisputed top killer in all of Iskra. In another part of the venue, a woman named Lisa expressed her surprise at finding an acquaintance there, as she had expected to see him in the ring. A man with a mustache lamented that it was difficult to see one of his scouted newbie candidates sent away like this. Lisa brushed off his concern, stating she had simply been taking care of some leftover trash. Gustav's cold gaze fell upon her as he declared there was one more piece of garbage that needed to be disposed of. With chilling intensity, Gustav demanded Lisa tell him exactly where Amor Tigro had gone. Gustav's voice was a low growl as he fiercely demanded to know where Tigro was. In a flash of movement, Lisa sharply deflected his hand, coolly stating that Tigro was hardly the most important issue at that moment. She casually noted his audacity for confronting her in her own house, as her bodyguards fluidly moved to surround him. They were the elite Blue Iskra Special Guards, a force defined by their loyalty to her. The hooded man, Gustav, warned Lisa that he would not repeat his question. His scarred associate echoed the demand, ordering her to reveal Tigro's location. Lisa, the formidable blonde woman, feigned shock, sarcastically asking if they planned to kill her for not answering. The scarred man explained that killing her wasn't so simple, to which Lisa dryly added that she would have flies swarming her from every direction. She then paused, a calculating glint in her eye as she prepared her counter. Lisa calmly noted that the men surrounding them, her guards, were an entirely different story. One of her special guards quietly assessed the madman Gustav as a subpar fighter, while his comrade marveled at the impressive sight of being surrounded by armed specialists. A tense silence descended upon the room, thick with unspoken threats. Lisa probed Gustav, questioning why he couldn't find Tigro himself and taunting that Tigro likely wouldn't even bother with someone like him. She continued her verbal assault, asking if his uncontrollable desire to win stemmed from his lust for the title of Amour, a title that already belonged to another. Gustav flatly replied that Tigro had merely caught his eye, and it was nothing more than that. He confidently told Lisa that she couldn't stop him, adding that he had heard Tigro retired. With Tigro's retirement, Gustav declared that killing him was no longer a taboo he had to respect. Lisa conceded the point, admitting she had no reason to stop him and couldn't imagine why she would even try. However, she issued a stark warning: he would have to pay a price, for no one takes anything from her without payment. Gustav fell into a contemplative silence, weighing her words. As she poured a glass of wine, Lisa mused that his obsession with reaching the top was such a simple-minded problem. She smoothly suggested he try his hand at something new instead of pursuing his tired ambition. Leaning in conspiratorially, she offered him an alternative path forward, one that involved her. She whispered her intriguing proposal directly into his ear, the specifics hidden from all others. Stepping back, Lisa coolly inquired what he thought of her offer. Gustav stared at her, a strange mix of revulsion and awe in his eyes as he called her the craziest fox he had ever met. He took a long, thoughtful drag from his cigarette, considering the deal. With their agreement apparently struck, Lisa revealed Tigro's location: home city, Korea. Elsewhere, in a corporate office, a black-haired woman wondered if the recent shakeup meant Kim Tae-hoon was now the company's owner. Her colleagues gossiped openly. One mentioned hearing that the other CEO, Kim Jae-hoon, was problematic, while another expressed relief that an idiot wouldn't be running things. The discussion turned to family drama, with one man recounting how the former president favored his second son, even gifting him a construction company. The black-haired woman grimly concluded that a bloody war between the first and second sons was imminent, noting that their only concern should be their paychecks. Unseen by them, a scarred man in a suit fumed at their words, vowing to teach the gossiping bastards a lesson they wouldn't forget. An assistant in a white coat calmly advised against it, knocking on an office door and reminding him that any internal strife would be venomous to their president. Knocking again, the assistant announced their arrival to the man inside the office. A voice belonging to a chairman in a plaid suit bid them to enter. The secretary in the white coat entered the room and formally announced his return. His professional demeanor faltered as he noticed an unexpected guest in the room. He uttered the name Gang Chong-suk in disbelief, while the chairman nonchalantly confirmed the man was from the old group. Gang Chong-suk offered a polite greeting to the secretary, all while internally seething about the little bastard's presence. A sudden, horrifying memory seemed to seize Gang Chong-suk, causing him to cry out in terror. In his mind's eye, he was on his knees, begging for his life as a powerful hand gripped him tight. The vision fractured, leaving Gang Chong-suk blinking in confusion. The source of his past terror was shockingly revealed to be nothing more than a gurgling baby. Within that same memory, a man in a hat made a solemn vow to keep his hands clean so that the child would never have anything to be ashamed of. The scene shifted to a violent confrontation where a man in a suit lunged forward, a discarded weapon lying nearby. A man in a maroon suit cried out as he was brutally attacked. He grunted in agony as the vicious assault continued without mercy. The grim sounds of the struggle echoed in the confined space. The man in the maroon suit thought back on how he barely managed to survive, even as a man with glasses cackled in the background. A man sitting in a chair casually told the survivor not to be so frightened, explaining he was summoned because he brought interesting news. A woman with dark hair then delivered a critical piece of intelligence: Kim Shin was in close contact with Mori's Busan branch. A man in a checkered suit found this a funny coincidence, questioning how Kim Shin dared to walk a tightrope between Ha-seung and Mori. Secretary Kim internally processed the information about the crazy Kim Shin, concluding that his reckless behavior was actually for the better, as it took him out of the picture. The nervous informant in the dark suit quickly excused himself and departed. Secretary Kim pointed out to the president that this was clear evidence of betrayal, but the president simply smiled, saying the more he saw, the more he liked it. When Secretary Kim expressed his confusion, the president remarked that his brother, Jae-hoon, looked just like their father at that age. The president then noted with a strange admiration how his brother left no mess, despite coming from trash. The president turned his full attention to his secretary. He declared that it was time for Ha-seung to move into the light, even though their growth would inevitably cause Castle to try and pull them back into the shadows. Secretary Kim warned that such a move would mean directly opposing Mr. John, reminding the president that he was already considered out of their sight. The president repeated the phrase dismissively, asking his secretary what was so wrong with that. He lamented that his current title of chairman was worthless and that his father wouldn't even deign to give him a servant. With cold resolve, the president, a man with sharp glasses, avowed that he would take what he wanted on his own. An advising woman told the president that the one thing he needed above all else was time. She elaborated that their adversary, Mr. John, held a hidden trump card called Season1, and a rash move would lead to failure, just like the incident in home. The woman proposed that offering their enemies something instead would be a savvy political move. The president privately questioned if time was truly on his side, knowing that any allies he gathered would still be loyal to his father and brother. He openly wondered if any neutral party with enough influence would ever be willing to join his cause. He mused on finding a figure powerful enough to turn the tide, bringing up the name of Castle's Holdings chairman, Choi Min-wook. The woman observed that Kim Shin was a massive troublemaker, yet also a great toy capable of making even the president's father disobey Castle. The president unveiled his strategy: he would force them all into a game designed to make them commit a fatal mistake. His female advisor finished the thought, vowing to make the disgusting gangsters destroy each other all at once. The president then addressed his secretary once more. The woman in white gently corrected him, calling him her friend instead. The president, the ambitious man in glasses, declared that it was now time to let his father rest. The woman in white simply replied with 2 words, "Trust me." The setting changed to the luxurious villa of the Ha-seung group. A pained groan was heard from within as Kim Jae-hoon cried out that he was dying. On a balcony above, a man watched the scene unfold while another beside him muttered Kim Shin's name in anger. The man on the balcony was identified as Kim Yong-sung, the former chairman of Ha-seung Group and father to both Kim Tae-hoon and Kim Jae-hoon. An assistant approached, informing the former chairman that he had an incoming call. Kim Yong-sung answered, introducing himself and greeting the caller, noting it had been a long time. The person on the other end of the line was a man known as Representative Beck. A distinct click echoed in the quiet room as a phone call ended. The woman in white stood in contemplative silence, her mind already racing ahead. Her thoughts drifted to the patriarch who founded the family, a man whose later years were filled with both happiness and a creeping dread. This deep-seated fear was a constant plague on his mind as he grew older. She considered the unique terror a father feels when he senses his own son has surpassed him. It was a fear so potent it could devour a man's rationality entirely. The woman knew his judgment hadn't failed due to age alone. Kim Tae-hoon's mother had been the one to truly establish a stronghold alongside the former chairman, Kim Yong-sung. The advisor wondered if Kim Yong-sung's blind jealousy for his wife had now transferred onto their son. After all, the former chairman's ultimate desire was to rule as an emperor, not to remain a smaller version of Castle. She acknowledged he was a great man, one willing to shed any amount of blood for his own child. Turning her focus to the present, she affirmed her unwavering belief in Chairman Kim Tae-hoon's victory. The woman in the white shirt declared that the position was his and his alone, vowing she would make it happen. With her decision made, she announced her next move would be to find Shin Tae-jin. Meanwhile, Chairman Kim Tae-hoon considered that the former chairman might have a different opinion. An associate lamented that such a small knife was all that was available to protect him. In a different location, a man sitting in a chair offered his condolences to Chairman Kim Yong-sung for the recent incident involving his second son. On the other end of the line, the elderly Kim Yong-sung expressed his regret that his guest was still overseas, blaming the entire affair on his foolish son. Kim Yong-sung feigned concern that Mr. Baek might be uncomfortable, pointing out that Jae-hoon was injured while under the protection of Baek's own underling. Mr. Baek offered his sincere apologies, but Kim Yong-sung simply questioned what could be done now. The former chairman then questioned if a strict order from Chairman Choi Min-wook should be used merely to start some noise. With a dry chuckle, Kim Yong-sung prodded Mr. Baek, stating that the world-class Baek Do-chan dealing with mere ants was already more than enough to cause a commotion. Mr. Baek downplayed the situation, dismissing it as nothing more than a minor problem. Kim Yong-sung urged him to think bigger, explaining that he wished to confirm the trust between them through this very act. Mr. Baek repeated the word trust, pointedly asking when Kim Yong-sung was going to demonstrate how to earn it. The former chairman assured him that he would naturally show him. Kim Yong-sung then revealed that with Mr. Baek currently outside his turf, he had been told to restore its lost ownership. He recalled how dealing with Kang Min-sung's case required him to eliminate the extended family, a necessary step he and Chairman Choi had agreed upon. With a mocking laugh, Kim Yong-sung mused that his target wouldn't be around much longer, asking Baek if he was getting delusional. In another clandestine meeting, the silver-haired Kim Yong-sung instructed his new associate to keep going. He reminded the man that Chairman Choi Min-wook had already tasted blood against a man who thrives in it, certain his listener understood the implications. The president, the older man with glasses, suddenly declared that Representative Baek was no longer suitable for his position, listening intently to Kim Yong-sung's proposal. The former chairman laid out his offer. He needed help breaking his oldest son's habit, and in return, he would provide all necessary military funds and shares from Haesung Group. Kim Yong-sung acknowledged he was banking on the man's credibility and formally asked what he thought of the old man's offer. A long, drawn-out sigh filled the room before the president's response. The president then erupted into a booming, maniacal laugh. He scoffed that it would take more than 10 years before Kim Yong-sung's oldest son could even begin to reach his father's level. Ignoring the jab, Kim Yong-sung stated he would send the information on the targets he wanted taken care of. The woman in the white shirt confirmed the deal, saying she would look forward to good news soon. As a final addendum, she mentioned something she couldn't tell him earlier. She revealed that the one instigating the ants was connected to a hit Mr. Baek himself had orchestrated about 10 years ago. The president laughed at the irony, remarking that the seed of revenge was never properly dug out and now the son was to face the same helpless fate as his father. The woman in white praised Mr. Baek's multifaceted skills just as the call disconnected with a beep. The president cursed the sly old man, annoyed that someone weaker kept trying to spoon-feed him. Looking over a scene of carnage, he dryly noted that at least someone had been working diligently. He surveyed the messy aftermath, disgusted that a supposedly well-organized assassination had turned into such a disaster. With cold finality, the president gave a simple order to his men: get rid of them all. Komodo stepped forward to ask if they were finally heading back to Korea. The president told him to wipe the knife behind his back, promising he would have something to use it on very soon. In another location, a man in a black jacket confirmed to his boss that the data from Kim Yong-sung of Haesung had arrived. A subordinate pointed out the person of interest, noting the option to take him alive, as the scarred man stared intently at the file. The scarred man's eyes widened in disbelief as he quietly breathed the name, Tigro. The scene shifted to a modern skyscraper standing starkly against a colorful sunset sky. Inside, a spacious and luxurious living room was visible through an open doorway. A man took a deep breath as he reviewed a mountain of intelligence, combining notes from the Bulwi leader with existing information from Iskra. He concluded that the pillars of castle were divided into roughly 4 internal factions. While one side held strong political positions and vast funds, the other was overwhelmingly superior in force, acting more like a guardianship. Based on current information, he identified 2 groups to be avoided at all costs based on pure strength: Choi Min-wook's castle holdings and Baek Du-chan's overseas-based killer corps. He noted that Baek Du-chan had suffered considerable losses in past battles with Kang Min-sung. However, he was certain that Baek had more than recovered by now, realizing that no matter how powerful they became, it wouldn't be enough. The analyst determined that a head-on fight would lead to certain defeat, lamenting that they were running out of time with only 5 months remaining. The rustling of papers was the only sound as he frantically organized his thoughts. Realizing his targets would soon be untouchable, his concentration was broken when the man with dark hair asked what he was peeking at. Startled, the man with blonde hair and glasses apologized, calling his friend's intense planning selfish. He suggested that since his mind was so full of their next move, he should let off some steam instead of being cooped up in the small hotel room. The blonde-haired man excitedly pointed out a nice gym right in front of the hotel, urging his friend to go with him. After a moment of silence, the man with dark hair reluctantly agreed. They soon arrived at a gym filled with punching bags and various exercise equipment. The dark-haired man remarked that a recent encounter felt great, reminding his companion that he was still fully responsible for him. The blonde man called his concern cute and confirmed that the training gear would work. He stretched his arms, remarking on how long it had been and how sick he was of just following their target around. The dark-haired man began to say that compared to that last time, they were. Suddenly, the blonde man exploded into motion, launching a swift and unexpected attack. The 2 fighters met in a dizzying blur of aerial combat. The dark-haired man was sent reeling as the blonde man connected with a powerful kick. In a flash, the blonde man lunged forward, a knife glinting in his hand. The dark-haired man cursed, shocked at how fast his opponent had drawn the blade. Parrying the strike, he grimly noted that nothing had changed since the last time they fought. The blonde man chillingly asked if he should have added more flavor, or perhaps if he knew how to cook an amour tigre. A heavy, terrifying silence fell between the 2 former comrades. The dark-haired man, Jin-woo, breathed out a single, horrified name, Jin-tae. The blonde man, Jin-tae, coldly told him that he should go back at this point. Jin-woo desperately warned his friend, "If you stay with me, you'll die." With a heavy breath, Jin-woo issued a grave warning, stating that anyone who came near him would die. The blonde man, Jin-tae, simply smirked, remarking on the rising tension between them. He taunted Jin-woo, confidently stating his belief that he would win no matter the circumstances. Jin-woo calmly retorted that his friend seemed dangerously overconfident. To prove his point, he questioned if Jin-tae truly believed he could handle a monster like Oh-doo-wah. Ignoring the question, Jin-tae lunged forward, his knife slicing through the air towards Jin-woo. As he parried, Jin-woo's mind raced, questioning how he would manage if there were many more foes as powerful as the man he just mentioned. The 2 former allies engaged in a fierce dance of blades, their knives clashing in the tense atmosphere of the gym. Jin-tae grunted that it had been a while, sarcastically asking if Jin-woo intended to go into battle without practicing first. Their hands blurred as they locked blades, each trying to find an opening in the other's defense. The fight was a symphony of violence, with blades clashing above as fists and feet met below. Jin-woo saw his chance and lunged, thrusting his knife toward the blonde man's chest. Their intense battle raged on, a dizzying array of kicks, dodges, and parries. A flicker of surprise crossed Jin-woo's face as the raw skill of his opponent became undeniable. A memory surfaced of Jin-woo recounting his hellish training, having pledged to be reborn stronger and following his boss into the jaws of death at Iskra. In that training session from the past, the dark-haired man had challenged his opponent to demonstrate Oh-dua's techniques, promising to let him show off. A sharp slap echoed as a hand found its mark. A pained grunt escaped from the fighter who took the hit. He took a sharp breath, steeling himself for the next attack. The memory recalled Oh-dua's deadly experience, where an axe would appear like lightning just when victory seemed assured. Back then, the dark-haired man had analyzed his sparring partner's form, noting that while his knife was swift, it was too fast to land truly devastating blows. A blade swished cleanly through the air. He had taunted his downed opponent, asking how long he intended to lie there. Oh-dua had coolly replied from the floor that he was just planning to get up after the nagging stopped. The memory continued with the dark-haired man expertly dodging a powerful kick from his relentless trainer. Another slice cut through the air, narrowly missing its target. The explosive crack of an impact resounded through the training hall. Back in the present, Jin-woo landed a solid kick on Jin-tae, knocking him off balance. Jin-tae reminded Jin-woo that unlike others who have nothing to lose, he and Cha Soo-min were different. He pointed out that Jin-woo still had a precious person he needed to protect. Jin-tae twisted the knife, mentioning that his little sister was likely waiting for him, even if he was a useless brother. The vicious sound of a knife cutting through fabric and flesh filled the gym. Shoving him back, Jin-tae urged Jin-woo to return to Russia. A heavy silence fell as both men caught their breath, their standoff far from over. Jin-tae crouched low to the ground, his knife held ready for the next assault. Jin-woo scoffed at the idea of returning, warning Jin-tae not to come crying to him when he eventually leaves. Jin-tae agreed he would go back, but only after he had finished his work there. Jin-woo shot back, passionately asking when in their lives they had ever operated without putting everything at stake. Jin-tae sneered, declaring he wouldn't fall from something so trivial. He boasted that he had already stared into the gates of hell multiple times and returned. The air crackled with tension as they prepared for another brutal exchange. With renewed fury, the two men clashed once more in a desperate, violent struggle. Jin-tae's voice cracked as he remembered the day his boss, Jin-woo, had rescued him from a living hell. He yelled that ever since that moment, he had been determined to repay that debt from the very bottom of his heart. Jin-woo stared, taken aback by the raw, desperate loyalty in his friend's confession. The scene flashed back to Jin-tae acknowledging the extensive preparations they had made. In that past conversation, Jin-woo had designated Jin-tae as their ultimate weapon, to be unleashed only at the most critical moment. Jin-tae had grinned, admitting he would have been disappointed if Jin-woo hadn't said so. Jin-woo had then given him his mission, return to home and help him manage it. Confused, Jin-tae had questioned why Jin-woo wasn't coming with him right after reigniting their partnership. Jin-woo had cryptically stated that time was short and he had someone else he needed to meet. The scene transitions to an office where a line of men in suits bow, loudly greeting their president. A stern man, Im Muyal, the president of Mori Investment Trust, barks at them to be quiet, chastising their lack of decorum. One of the subordinates meekly explained they felt compelled to come since opportunities to see him were rare. A man in a brown jacket cheekily complained about being summoned, then suggested they all enjoy whatever was happening. Another subordinate clicked his tongue at the man's audacity, who retorted that the one who makes a mistake is often the first one to get angry. In another meeting, a dark-haired man questioned whether Baek Do-chan was truly the one behind a recent attack. This strategist pondered that although the method seemed Russian, the execution was sloppy and incomplete, which was unusual. His associate in a blue-gray suit disagreed, arguing that Baek Do-chan, though rash, would have finished the job completely. He advised the strategist to lay low until allies arrived from the mainland, as causing a stir would be unwise. The strategist revealed he was sending his children to Busan for safety, declaring that their period of simply being on standby was officially over. He mused that their work was almost done, admitting he had never personally encountered the entity known as Gold. He explained that Gold Capital, run by the same bastards who once sold organs in Balgeo village, was now handling their money. The man in the blue-gray suit sighed, acknowledging that while those criminals were no match for them in a fight, they posed a different kind of threat. He then asked his companion, Duwa, if he knew who the most influential figure in the criminal world of Castle truly was. Oh, Duwa hesitated for a moment before guessing it might be Ha-zung or Yu Woo-sung. The man in the suit conceded that both were certainly powerful. But, he elaborated, gold's true power was its ability to use immense wealth to instantly buy loyalty, washing its dirty money all over the country. The grim reality set in, gold capital was no ordinary criminal enterprise. Elsewhere, Kim Hwang, the chairman of Gold Capital himself, screamed for his assailants to stop. A foot pressed down hard on the chairman's back, pinning him helplessly to the floor. A chilling voice belonging to ch1to119 promised to warm up their bodies as cries of agony erupted. Back in the office, the man in the blue-gray suit warned Oh Duwa that gold capital was not without its own formidable power. He paused for a moment before revealing the name of the man who wielded that power. That man was Choi Dal-cheon, the president of Gold Capital and one of Castle's 10 representatives, who was at that very moment inviting his latest victim to a deadly showdown. The man with brown hair in a suit expressed his distaste for the cafe but reluctantly decided they should go inside. The chime of a small bell announced their entrance. Inside, Vice President Oh boisterously welcomed Brother Im and Brother Kim, while a man in a host hat ushered them forward. Brother Im gave a curt nod in greeting. Brother Kim followed suit with a silent nod of his own. Vice President Oh suggested they order drinks before getting down to business. He requested a dark latte with a firm egg yolk, while Brother Kim asked for a simple cup of coffee. Brother Kim specified his coffee should have 3 tablespoons of sugar, as another man in their party decided to also try the curious egg yolk drink. The man wondered internally how anyone was supposed to drink such a strange concoction. Vice President Oh chuckled, boasting that this cafe's version was the real deal as he took a satisfied gulp. After the drinks arrived, Brother Kim immediately steered the conversation, asking for opinions on the future plans of Baek Do-chan and Kim Yong-sung. He voiced his uncertainty, questioning whether Baek Do-chan would truly become the sword for Ha-sung's young president, Kim Tae-hoon, or remain loyal to Kim Yong-sung. He concluded with a grim look that he didn't believe times had changed that much just yet. Brother Kim speculated that the old geezer Kim Yong-sung had probably cast aside Wang Jian. He noted the suspicious quietness of Kim Yong-sung and Chun Il-do, comparing them to sea life hiding from a storm. He continued his metaphor, stating that because they had never dared to go against the waves, he was able to maintain control for so long. Brother Im finally cut him off, ready to get to the heart of the matter. He declared that he would get straight to the point. Brother Im then directly asked what Brother Kim's plan was. Brother Kim let out a small laugh, remarking on Brother Im's bluntness. Kim Hwang, as Brother Kim was also known, explained that while he had a nose for money, chasing small bills would cause him to miss the bigger prize. The man in the fedora laid out his strategy, to step away from the messy conflicts and aim for the single most profitable opportunity. He explained that the first step would be to secretly weaken their own main forces without anyone realizing. This manufactured crisis would force Chairman Choi, desperate for a VIP's election win, to rely on them and delegate work, an offer he couldn't refuse despite the losses. Through this manipulation, they would emerge as the single biggest beneficiary of the VIP's election. In a different meeting, a bearded man erupted in laughter, praising the genius of the plan and confirming he had made the right choice in his partner. A man lounging on a couch added that securing Ma Hak-young and Baek Do-chan was crucial, dismissing Yu Woo-sung as someone who wouldn't make a move anyway. The bearded man instructed Duwa to stop thinking like a hooligan, reframing their business as a professional hunt. He conceded that the current tense situation made using guns a difficult proposition. However, he stated their targets would be simultaneously facing Japan's top fixer and Korea's best hitman, leaving no room for failure. A silhouetted figure skeptically asked if that was the full extent of their preparations. A man in a dark suit anxiously inquired if the dead meat crow had been located yet, stressing that they needed to watch out for him. A heavy silence fell over the room as his warning sank in. One of the brothers, a man with a beard, dismissed the concern, claiming their target's lack of self-interest was a known weakness they could easily exploit. He then announced his family would be arriving from the mainland to infiltrate Busan in teams, telling the others to be prepared. He declared with chilling certainty that the day they made their move, the very sky would change. Elsewhere, Young Sung-young, a man in a purple hoodie, waved a casual goodbye as a breeze swept past. He then paused, his gaze drifting thoughtfully to the side. A wave of dread washed over him as he realized he had just spotted a particularly dreaded figure from his past. His first thought was to flee, cursing himself for how he had ended up in such a miserable state. A man with a distinctive fringe and scar called out his name, stopping him in his tracks. The gray-haired man acknowledged the awkwardness of their reunion, while Young Sung-young bluntly asked if this was for revenge. The gray-haired man considered this, admitting that Young Sung-young might indeed see it as a form of revenge. He then made a stunning proposition: "You should work under me." Shocked, Young Sung-young sputtered in disbelief, exclaiming that he would rather be beaten up than entertain such a ridiculous idea. The gray-haired man simply replied, "Just so." He then confessed that things just didn't feel right without his old crew around. Young Sung-young warily asked what guarantee he had that he wouldn't be betrayed again. The gray-haired man retorted with a joke about his persistence, causing Young Sung-young to flinch as he remembered the pain in the back of his head. A chastened Young Sung-young apologized before changing the subject, asking about the gray-haired man's strange outfit. The gray-haired man brushed off the question, telling him to stop asking things and hurry up, as they had a busy day ahead. He was preparing to welcome some unsavory characters who had just arrived from Japan. A noisy, bustling crowd filled the arrival hall. A man in a suit standing guard quietly announced, "He's here." The sharp, zipping sound of a bag being opened cut through the air. A silver-haired man looked around nervously at the massive crowd, wondering why so many people were there for a simple visit. A faint, tense sound escaped someone's lips in the crowd. The silver-haired man's eyes widened in shock as he spotted a familiar, intimidating figure. A polished shoe stomped down with authority, narrowly missing a small, red object on the ground. The silver-haired man could only stare, utterly speechless. His subordinate hissed at him, urgently telling him to bow his head to the guest. The silver-haired man, Pyo-young, quickly composed himself and formally introduced himself as the head of the Busan branch. The long-haired visitor was revealed to be Hyde, the right-hand man of Oh Do-hwa and the formidable head of Mori Trust Investment. Hyde looked down at the young man, asking if he was the one who had defeated Mo Sung-gyu. After a brief comment in Korean from Hyde's associate, Pyo-young confirmed that it was him. Hyde remarked on Pyo-young's youth with amusement, adding that he thought Mo Sung-gyu had seemed more promising. The air grew thick with tension as Hyde's unspoken assessment hung between them. Hyde slowly repeated that the situation was very interesting indeed. He then cryptically told Pyo-young not to worry, because they would be going somewhere soon. Pyo-young was inwardly baffled, having brought a Japanese interpreter only to find their guest was completely fluent in Korean. One of his men noted that something was different, but Pyo-young couldn't immediately grasp what he meant. Then, a sudden realization hit Pyo-young as he exclaimed that the footsteps were different. His confused subordinate asked what he could possibly mean by that. The 19-year-old Pyo-young possessed an uncanny insight, a sharp eye for talent that was honed by countless brutal fights. Having been surrounded by powerful men since childhood, he had become familiar with their every breath and movement. The subtle cues of the truly strong were deeply imprinted upon his subconscious mind. And now, as he stood before men whose power defied common sense, the genius within him finally began to awaken from its shell. Yet, in this moment of dawning self-awareness, he felt the crushing gap between their strength and his own with every fiber of his being. The soft click of heels announced the arrival of a woman, who let out a small, surprised "oh." Meanwhile, two other men sat together, engrossed in a serious conversation. A woman with her hair in a neat bun grimly observed that their situation had just become much more complicated. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. In the quiet mountain retreat of home, a gentle rustling filled the air. The wind whistled softly, carrying a distinct chill. The sound of clattering dishes echoed from a small establishment. A man with black hair reflected that the weather had grown quite cold, feeling he had nothing more to teach his student. His companion with sunglasses agreed, musing that Kim Dae-jeon was now skilled enough and only needed real-world practice to grow stronger. Suddenly, the sharp sound of something crashing shattered the peace. The black-haired man clutched his trembling hand, realizing with dread that his condition was getting worse. He grimly accepted that his time was running out, knowing he was already a dead man and a final decision had to be made. Elsewhere, an elderly shopkeeper chided a man for his clumsiness, reminding him just how expensive the plates were. The man apologized, explaining that his hands were shaking and that he would be more careful. Noting he must have been drinking, the shopkeeper told him to go home after he was done and placed a dish on the counter with a clunk. When the man asked if he could have it, she simply replied that it was a snack on the house. He looked down at the food, thinking that the loud old woman had given it to him. A private thought crossed his mind: he didn't even like snacks. A faint sizzle rose from the complimentary dish. He wondered why he felt such a baseless attachment to this particular place. Now, it was time to wrap things up. Back in the city, a man in a suit asked a colleague if she was going to the warehouse again. The woman he addressed was named Cha Soo-min. The man pointed out that Soo-min hadn't stopped by the office once since Kim Shin left, reminding her that the person in charge should be there. He then admitted she was better at managing people and pleaded for a much-needed break. Growing serious, he asked her just how far she intended to push things. Cha Soo-min calmly reasoned that they had already gotten what they wanted, questioning if it wasn't enough of a reason to finally stop. A heavy silence hung in the air between them. The man finally spoke, admitting he hadn't properly apologized, but Soo-min coldly remarked that nothing good ever comes from an apology. He insisted, confessing his past cowardice and explaining he was only trying to prevent their deaths. He stated he wouldn't regret his actions, but lamented that he could no longer ask for forgiveness from her father, Cha Il-guk. A bearded man added that he had discovered Castle was using a man named Yoon Deok-soo to keep them in check all along. Soo-min darkly compared the manipulation to putting a dagger to a grieving person's neck. A woman in a white blouse resolutely declared to Soo-min that she would follow their boss to the very end. A man with a scar agreed, stating that despite his regrets, he was determined to see it through. The roar of a motorcycle engine suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. The scarred man was startled, wondering why their visitor had arrived so damn early. A man in a suit stood waiting for him, his hands casually in his pockets. The scarred man demanded to know why he was there, his mind racing with the terrible possibility that they had found out. A blond man accompanying the visitor stepped forward, demanding to know where Shin Tae-jin was. The scarred man feigned ignorance of the name and bluntly told them to leave. The blond man simply stared back in cold, calculating silence. He then correctly deduced that the scarred man must be a member of the gang that attacked Mr. Kim Jae-hoon. The man in the suit sighed, wishing for a sincere answer but knowing he wasn't going to get one. The man with the scars froze, realizing with a dreadful certainty that Ha-sung knew the truth. The man in the suit warned his blonde companion to stay focused, sensing this encounter was about to become very troublesome. The blonde man silently agreed, acknowledging that his opponent was certainly not a pushover. With a curse, the man in the suit decided to take the lead himself, lunging forward. A vicious blow instantly caved in the scarred man's face. He staggered back, admitting to himself that he couldn't even see the attack. Yet, his body knew instinctively how many hits it could withstand. The blonde-haired man let out a small huff of surprise. A rapid series of strikes violently threw the scarred man backwards. He realized with sheer terror that his attacker used a knife, barely escaping a hole in his stomach. This was no normal fighter. He knew that if not for his training with Shin Tae-jin, he would have already lost. A tense stillness settled over the battlefield. 50 points, the man in the suit announced, causing the battered man to look up in confusion. He elaborated that the man had earned 50 points for his correct decision-making, acknowledging his skill. He then asked if it was Shin Tae-jin who had taught him such moves. The battered man simply told him to relax. The man with scars defiantly declared that he didn't need a knife to deal with chickens. The two fighters collided in a fierce exchange of close-quarters combat. One man landed a powerful, decisive blow against the other. The scene shifted, leaving one to wonder just what was truly happening. An unnerving silence fell over the aftermath of the fight. The blond man's mind reeled in disbelief, questioning if he could even win this fight. His opponent, a dark-haired man, reflected on how he had trained to his absolute limit just for a chance to fight the top 10. He had entered the battle believing he had a slight advantage and a real possibility of victory. But as the blond man crumpled in defeat, he was shocked to have lost to a complete stranger. The gap in power was undeniable, it was like he was a child fighting a full-grown adult. The victorious dark-haired man was left wondering what the point of all his grueling training had been. The focus shifted to the grim, determined profile of Shin Tae-jin. A figure moved with lethal grace. The glint of steel caught the light. An attack sliced through the air. An injured companion screamed Shin Tae-jin's name in desperation. Shin Tae-jin turned his intense gaze on Kim Dae-jeon, asking him if he could still run. The injured man urged Dae-jeon to escape while he bought some time, but Dae-jeon refused, insisting he could still fight. His companion furiously ordered him to shut up and do as he was told. He warned Dae-jeon that the man in front of them was far from just a low-round fighter from Castle. He then revealed the horrifying truth: their opponent was one of Castle's top members. The short-haired woman reflected that she was not the only coward among them. In her past, all she could do was cry and swallow her own boiling anger. She was powerless even when the very man who killed her father shamelessly appeared at the mortuary. The woman, Cha Soo-min, now wondered if she could ever fight monsters like that, her thoughts broken as someone called her name. A man with short dark hair stepped forward, telling the person to leave her alone. As he moved, Soo-min wondered if he was completely crazy. She then thought to herself that he was the only one she still knew from all those years ago. The name, Cha Soo-min, seemed to hang in the air. As she walked down the city street, Cha Soo-min turned, looking back over her shoulder one last time. The man with a scar on his face confronted the newcomer, questioning why he was alive but hadn't reported back, and accusing him of training the enemy. His associate in the suit grimly added that this was a clear sign of betrayal. The man with blonde hair sneered, asking his senior if he no longer wished to live. Kim Dae-jeon's mind raced, insisting to himself that he did it simply because he wanted to. The scarred man urgently yelled for Kim Dae-jeon to run for his life. But Dae-jeon confessed that he wouldn't last much longer. He desperately screamed for his companion to go. The intense gazes of Kim Dae-jeon and the blonde man locked in a moment of extreme tension. A look of pure shock and distress washed over the scarred man's face. Kim Dae-jeon and the blonde-haired man were caught in a desperate, violent struggle. A choked gasp escaped Dae-jeon's lips as he was overpowered. He fell backward, his knife clattering uselessly to the ground. A stunned silence hung in the air at the sudden conclusion of the fight. The scarred man's mind reeled in confusion, unable to comprehend the blur of motion he had just witnessed. He cursed in helpless fury, screaming for the violence to stop. As Kim Dae-jeon groaned in pain on the ground, the man in the suit pleaded for the blonde man to stop. The blonde man coldly mocked the fallen fighter's slow reactions, announcing that his work there was finished. The scarred man could only process the baffling declaration with a silent, questioning thought. Both the man in the suit and the scarred man demanded to know why the assassin hadn't simply killed them. The blonde man mused that if murder had been his goal, they would already be dead. In a flash, a hand brandishing a knife cut through the air. The blonde assailant clarified that he hadn't come there under anyone's orders. The scarred man warned him that the secretary had already grasped his movements. The blonde man acknowledged that sooner or later, an order would be issued to hunt him down. He resolved to survive if he could, knowing Chairman Kim Tae-hoon would never allow him to truly escape. He grimly accepted his fate as the chairman's hunting dog, bound to move only when the order was given. A dark premonition settled, foretelling that the order would come in 2 or 3 days. The man in the suit quietly told the blonde man to get away from there. The blonde man looked up from the ground, asking his former subordinate why he hadn't been killed, since he wasn't bound by anyone's orders. The man in the suit offered only a heavy silence in response. He finally suggested it was perhaps because he remembered the meals they once shared, a reason the blonde man couldn't comprehend. The blonde man simply offered a quiet word of thanks. The man in the suit then recalled that he was told the other wasn't in home. He was left to wonder if that, too, had been a lie. A chilling realization dawned on him as he recognized the man before him as one of Castle's legendary top 10 from the past. He could only stammer the word "boss" in a voice laced with shock and awe. A newly arrived dark-haired man observed the scene, speculating that Kim Dae-jeon must have fought them. The man with scars brushed the thought aside, indicating it wasn't the time. The man in the suit reported to his superiors that he had just gotten back. The man with blonde hair relayed that the chairman was waiting and ordered the dark-haired man to hurry to Hazung. The dark-haired man simply acknowledged the command. Elsewhere, a lone figure cast a long shadow from a dimly lit doorway. A man with dark hair observed Kim Dae-jeon, noting his injuries seemed worse than after their last fight. Kim Dae-jeon, wearing a brown jacket, explained that he was still recovering but could manage such minor fusses. He then asked his mentor if he was free to talk. The mentor, a man in a gray suit, replied that he had one last thing he wanted to say. Kim Dae-jeon understood that his mentor was leaving, which the man confirmed with a nod. The mentor revealed he had arranged for a ship and supplies as his tuition fees, for which a grateful Kim Dae-jeon thanked him. Kim Dae-jeon asked awkwardly if the mentor was discouraged after witnessing his recent defeat. The mentor stated he never expected to conquer Castle in such a short time and wouldn't have even started if he intended to remain a loser. Kim Dae-jeon quietly agreed that he was right. The man in the gray suit offered encouragement, insisting Kim Dae-jeon was not weak, but that his opponent had simply been special. Kim Dae-jeon admitted that he didn't believe he could defeat the man, whom he identified as 3rd or 4th among Castle's top 10. As his final lesson, the mentor reaffirmed Dae-jeon's strength, praising his unique tenacity and unwavering faith. He challenged his student to re-examine the fight from a new perspective, to see the movements that were previously invisible to him. The mentor promised that once Dae-jeon achieved this, he would find his own path and possess the strength to fight against Castle. He reflected that the last month had been meaningful and wished for Kim Dae-jeon to achieve all that he desired. Now alone, the mentor wandered, wondering where he should go next. He pondered where he could peacefully end his sinful life, his thoughts interrupted by a sudden rustling sound. A fortune cookie's message foretold a granted wish as he thought of a recent lunch, wishing Kim Dae-jeon had been the one to open it. His musings were cut short as something nearby caught his eye. An old man sat nearby, happily enjoying a simple meal. A gentle expression crossed the mentor's face as he reached a hand toward the old man and the small child with him. The scene shifted to a small, bustling town in Southeast Asia. A man in a black cap cautiously approached a small shop. Uncle Carlo, the shop owner, welcomed the stranger and asked what he could do for him. The man in the black cap cut to the chase, requesting a Grade A passport to any nearby country. Uncle Carlo scoffed at the absurd request in his fortune-telling shop, but the man desperately offered to pay double. A woman named Marina suddenly intervened, telling her uncle to make the passport for him. Marina vouched for the man's identity, confirming he was a highly skilled killer known as a cleaner. The man in the cap was bewildered, wondering about the identity of this woman he had never seen before. Marina let out a small groan, seemingly from a minor injury. Citing Marina's guarantee, Uncle Carlo reluctantly agreed and directed the man to a back room, warning that a Grade A document would be difficult. From a balcony above, a bald, muscular man silently observed the man in the cap walking down the alley. The sound of determined footsteps echoed between the tight walls. The steady, rhythmic pace continued as he moved deeper into the building. A close-up highlighted the intense focus on the man's face as he approached his destination. He entered a room to find 3 men waiting, armed with a knife and a shotgun. The red-haired man holding the shotgun let out a gasp of disbelief. His shock morphed into sheer terror as he finally recognized the person who had just walked in. Yelling that he was seeing a ghost, the red-haired man's words were cut off by the deafening blast of a gunshot. The red-haired man with the shotgun demanded to know if the newcomer was the ghost everyone was talking about. The man in the black cap ironically called it a wonderful coincidence, expressing his surprise at their reunion. Internally, the man in the cap noted his predicament, realizing he was cornered with 2 men blocking the entrance. He calmly brought up a rumor he'd heard, that Hasung's legendary cleaner was dead. He continued, recalling how he'd dismissed the rumor, stating the cleaner was as persistent as a cockroach and not so easily killed. The red-haired man agreed, scoffing that his old comrade wasn't the type to die to some insignificant threat. He then offered a truce, promising not to speak of the ghost he saw today for the sake of their past as comrades. The man in the cap offered his thanks and prepared to depart. The red-haired man taunted him, asking if he was afraid that Ryu Ji-hak would track him down. He then revealed his own plans to go to Korea and clean up the cleaner's mess, ensuring Hasung wouldn't be able to pursue him. Confused by this turn, the man in the cap asked what he meant. The red-haired man explained that he was the one who handled the messes when the cleaner failed, his words punctuated by the sharp crack of a gunshot. In a different time and place, a man in a cap bid farewell to someone he called barista, hoping they would meet again if fate allowed it. As he walked away, the man chuckled to himself, deriding the barista as a coward. The scene shifts to a quiet view of palm trees swaying under a clear sky. The man in the cap, observing from afar, questioned why the barista was suddenly on the move. His mind connected the pieces, recalling that Kim Yong-sung had also sent the formidable Baek Du-chan to Russia. He concluded that Kim Shin's group, despite their potential, stood no chance if professionals were to make a move against them. As the wind whipped around him, he understood that the barista must have been in the black market preparing for this very conflict. Deciding there was no reason to remain, he resolved to leave immediately, willing to settle for a lesser-grade passport elsewhere. Elsewhere, a scarred man expressed his gratitude, admitting he had learned a great deal. He then clenched his fist, cursing under his breath as the pressure mounted. An armored vehicle, tailed by a white pickup truck, sped down a highway. Beside them, a man on a heavily modified 3-wheeler kept pace with the larger vehicle. The man with dark hair swore that he would use this opportunity to pay back Kim Shin and Kim Dae-jian. Meanwhile, his companion, a man in sunglasses, declared his intent to kill the barista right then and there. He let out a wild laugh, acknowledging their reunion was not a heartwarming one and that the real fun was just beginning. The man in sunglasses mocked the very idea that a reunion between the barista and the cleaner could end so peacefully. He then unleashed a torrent of automatic fire from the back of the truck, targeting the vehicle behind them. Bullets tore up the asphalt, narrowly missing the tire of the 3-wheeled vehicle. Unfazed, the lone driver pressed on, maneuvering through the barrage of projectiles. A passenger in the armored truck exclaimed in disbelief, wondering how their pursuer was managing to keep up. The man with sunglasses gave a simple, cold command to his driver, after him. Behind a pickup truck, 2 men stood locked in a tense standoff. The man with sunglasses offered a chilling welcome to the cleaner, inviting him into his world. In a smoke-choked alley, 3 men cautiously aimed their rifles into the haze. The men in the red and white shirts uttered sounds of confusion, unsure of what they were seeing. A man with a ponytail stood perfectly still, his eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Suddenly, the men in red and white shirts cried out as they were violently struck. An assailant in a brown jacket savagely drove the butt of his rifle into an opponent's chest. A man in a gray shirt followed up, brutally attacking the man in red with his own weapon. The assault ended with an attacker in a tan jacket standing over the fallen man, his rifle aimed down. A red-haired man watched the chaos impassively until his dark-skinned subordinate called for his attention. The subordinate announced that the village beggars had arrived on the scene. He sneered at their grim expressions, guessing they had come to beg for money. He then eagerly asked for permission to kill them all, but the red-haired man remained silent in thought. $100 bill lay starkly on the dirty ground, surrounded by an array of deadly knives. The red-haired man made his offer, promising 10 times that amount to whoever could capture their target. Driven by greed, the armed crowd surged forward as one. The red-haired man watched them with satisfaction, remarking that he liked their desperate thirst for money. He turned to a bizarre masked man beside him, asking for his agreement, to which the creature only shrieked. The red-haired man explained to the cybernetic man that the civilians were merely bait, knowing the hypocritical Shin Tae-jin would hesitate to kill them. A man holding a gun gave his orders: drive the target toward a specified building, where he would personally finish him. With a final command to go, he set the plan in motion. An animalistic scream pierced the air. The man with stitches, Shin Tae-jin, paused, wondering if he was hearing an animal's cry. He yelled into the chaos, demanding to know if his tormentors were listening. An old man's voice echoed back, declaring that every man trying to kill him was an innocent civilian, forced to take up a knife to survive. The old man continued his taunts, stating that while they were poor, Shin Tae-jin would have to kill them all if he wanted to live. Impatiently, Shin Tae-jin demanded to know what his adversary was waiting for. He shouted in frustration, questioning the silence where he expected to hear gunfire. A desperate and brutal struggle erupted within the frenzied mob. A man caught in the fray, Shin Tae-jin, realized the situation was rapidly deteriorating. He felt himself being overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. 3 distinct gunshots finally ripped through the cacophony of the brawl. The man with the gun resolved not to commit a total slaughter, deciding to only eliminate those who were also armed. His true objective remained clear in his mind: he had to hurry and kill the barista. The heavy sounds of impact and struggle continued to echo through the streets. Nearby, a young boy watched the unfolding violence with a look of pure shock. The gunman took a steady, deliberate aim with his weapon. His expression became a mask of cold, intense focus. The brutal sounds of combat raged on without pause. A muscular man taunted his opponent, nostalgically asking if he remembered being a rookie and daring to point a gun at his head. He declared that his opponent's brazen attitude hadn't changed at all over the years. The man in the brown shirt screamed at Shin Tae-jin, demanding he stop pretending to be noble. The scarred man joined in, yelling for Shin Tae-jin to finally show them his true, monstrous nature. At that moment, the ape-like creature lunged forward, attacking the man in the brown shirt. Sweat poured down the man's face as he struggled against the inhumanly strong beast. While locked in combat with the monster, he was suddenly and brutally stabbed from behind. Already wounded, he was kicked to the ground, still desperately clutching his knife. A single, terrified eye reflected the sinister glow of a blade gripped by an unseen hand. The air was split by the sound of flesh being torn asunder. A bloodied man gasped that his attacker was more formidable than any other man in the castle. With his dying breath, he condemned his killer as a devil soaked in blood. The bloodied man grimly accepted his condemnation, repeating the word devil. He then conceded with a hollow resolve that devil was the perfect word to describe him. From a dark cell, a hand reached out towards the cold bars of a window. In the war-torn streets outside, 3 armed men moved with tense caution. A silhouetted figure then violently crashed through a window in a shower of glass. The narrative rewinds, flashing back to a fateful operation from a few years ago. The memory was a chaotic storm of brutal impacts and deafening gunfire. A soldier complained that they had already wasted 3 long weeks on this single target. The silver-haired woman in command declared that Kang Min-sum was finally cornered, and they could not afford another failure. A man with glasses gave the chilling order to kill everything and everyone alive. The man with the gun hesitated, thinking of the humble hunter couple who only held a weapon for self-protection, and apologized in his heart. Wearing a heavy coat to ward off the cold, he took aim with his rifle. His focus was broken by the sight of a small, crying child peering from behind a curtain. After a moment of heavy silence, the man with the gun cursed, realizing the child was far too young to be a target. He quickly ordered the boy to stay hidden until the gunfire ended and not to emerge for at least a full day. The gunman then whirled around, demanding to know what his approaching colleague was doing. The man with the red collar coldly reminded him of the direct order, stating that any disobedience was a form of betrayal. The gunman argued back, questioning if the boy looked like a gang member and calling the potential kill a waste of ammunition. The man in the brown jacket sarcastically mocked his frugality before suggesting he could just use a knife instead. In response, the man in the blue jacket drew his own weapon, daring his colleague to try it and warning he wouldn't live to see what happened next. The man in the brown jacket reacted with disbelief, calling him a madman for pointing a gun at a comrade. A low, sinister chuckle cut through the tense standoff. The air grew thick with a strained and dangerous silence. The man in the brown jacket finally relented, stating he would let the little brat live. As he backed away, his colleague warned him that he would be reprimanded for his insubordination and told him not to regret it later. The scene snaps to a different, more recent struggle, where the sound of gunfire once again fills the air. 2 men were locked in a deadly standoff, their pistols aimed directly at each other's heads. The man in the brown jacket let out a dark chuckle, musing on the unexpected turn of events. Shin Tae-jin, the man with dark hair, grimly wondered if this situation, too, could be called a turn of events. A red-haired man taunted him, threatening that a bullet hole in the lung would be excruciatingly painful. The 2 adversaries glared at one another, their mutual hatred palpable in the air. The memory resurfaced as a radio call announced Kang Min-sum was surrounded, ordering all units to converge on Point B. The red-haired man asked his opponent if he knew what was most important to a drug dealer. He answered his own question with a single word, credit, before vowing that the debt between them would be paid in full. The scene shifts to Shin Tae-jin standing alone in a sparsely furnished room. A kneeling man apologized for being unable to help further, urging him to take the gathered supplies and flee to the next town. Shin Tae-jin stood silent for a moment before asking for forgiveness, admitting he was the one who dragged the man into this hell. Dressed in a hooded parka, he stood before a wooden door as the first flakes of snow began to fall. He cursed the snow, recognizing it as a double whammy that would complicate the escape. Despite his outward resolve, he couldn't help but wonder if the person he left behind would be okay. He forced the thought away, trying to convince himself they had the courage to get away safely. His mind was then seared by the memory of a boy's face, screaming in Russian for the devil to die. It was in that moment he understood that to the child he tried to save, he had become the worst devil in the world. Back in the present, the muscular man from his past advanced, holding a rifle. A subordinate in a tank top cried out a warning to his boss. Nearby, a blood-caked hand tightened its grip on a metal pipe. The man with stitches remarked bitterly that his fallen comrade had been used as bait, his body hung up as part of a trick. The scarred man's expression hardened into a deep, vengeful frown. He let out a furious roar, screaming that he would tear Shin Tae-jin to pieces. As the sound of a weapon being armed echoed, an unseen man challenged Shin Tae-jin to come out and face him. The barista, a man with a knife and glasses, calmly advised Shin Tae-jin to stop sending assassins and to call it a day. A wounded hand trembled as it raised a pistol toward the sky. A bald man faced off against a fighter in a tank top, their movements a blur of red. In a flash of motion, a man in a tan shirt drew his pistol. Though grievously wounded with a knife in his back, another man took aim with his revolver. The revolver fired with blistering speed, its bullet path marked by a streak of blue energy. An opponent was thrown back, his body pummeled by a volley of unseen projectiles. The red-haired man with stitches coolly aimed his rifle, the mechanism clicking into place. A spray of fresh blood erupted into the air. The battlefield was a cacophony of whizzing bullets and brutal impacts. An assailant crumpled to the floor, his weapon falling from his grasp. The red-haired man taunted Shin Tae-jin, asking if he remembered the little rat who shot him in Russia. As he pushed for an answer, Shin Tae-jin, now injured, weakly insisted that his enemy had no idea what he was talking about. Shin Tae-jin's mind raced, desperately trying to discern if this was just another one of his enemy's cruel tricks. A sudden, overwhelming memory flared in his mind's eye. He remembered waking up to a blond man who informed him he'd survived a gunshot, but that healing would take months. The injured Shin Tae-jin addressed the man as Director Ryu, asking if he was the one who had saved him. Director Ryu Ji-hak explained that Chairman Kim Tae-hoon had paid a fortune to cover up the mess, indebting Shin Tae-jin to him for the foreseeable future. But Shin Tae-jin's only thought was of the child, desperately asking if they had seen the boy who shot him. Director Ryu's associate, a man with light brown hair, offered only a heavy, foreboding silence. In the present, the masked barista mocked him, questioning how he could believe the boy escaped just because his body was never found. A devastating realization began to dawn on Shin Tae-jin as he stared at the barista, unable to voice his fear. The memory returned with the final, crushing blow, as the light-haired man had bluntly stated, the kid took his own life. A large henchman bellowed from the shadows, demanding that devil come out. For Shin Tae-jin, it was all over. He had dragged his miserable life on for far too long. With all hope extinguished, he whispered to himself that it was enough and finally welcomed death. In his final moments, the man with dark hair confessed to his father in his thoughts, believing he had lived an unforgivable life and couldn't ask for redemption. A powerful kick from a black dress shoe sent shards of glass scattering through the air. He held on to a single, desperate wish as he pressed his attack. The red-haired combatant's eyes glowed with malice as he gripped his weapon, poised for the kill. The man's only desire was for both of these villains to die, believing it would benefit the world. A single shot rang out, a hot bullet casing ejecting from a pistol held in a firm grip. With his boomerang weapon now broken, the red-haired combatant took cover and aimed his pistol. In a flash, the dark-haired combatant scaled a wall, a knife gleaming in his hand. The red-haired man fired relentlessly during the intense close-quarters combat. Locked in a deadly struggle, the two fighters fell through the air together. Even while falling, the dark-haired combatant managed to fire his pistol during the frantic knife fight. The red-haired combatant shoved his pistol against his foe's head just as the dark-haired man launched a strike. The two men became a blur of violence, firing pistols at point-blank range while one desperately wielded a knife. Hands grappled for control of the pistol, one man's sleeve torn and tattered from the struggle. The black-haired man's face was a mask of strain, a fresh cut marking his cheek. He landed a brutal kick to the red-haired man's side, drawing a spray of blood. The black-haired man launched himself into an airborne attack with two knives, but the red-haired man met him with his pistol. They became locked in a deadly stalemate, each combatant holding a pistol to the other's body. A flicker of confusion crossed the red-haired man's mind as he wondered if his opponent was intentionally hiding his other side. The black-haired man realized with dawning horror that his opponent was specifically targeting his right side. The red-haired man exploited the opening, driving a kick into his enemy's side and splattering more blood. A blindingly fast strike arced through the air, marked by a sharp white line of impact. For a split second, the dark-haired man lost track of his foe, wondering if he had simply disappeared. A guttural grunt of pain was followed by the deafening sound of an impact. Something whipped through the air with a sharp, whirring sound. The distinct, sickening crunch of bone breaking echoed in the silence. In that moment, he was forced to admit the harsh reality that his opponent was now stronger than him. He had become dull while his enemy had only grown sharper, a fact he already knew all too well. A memory surfaced of a scarred man in a white shirt explaining that not everyone understands a key principle of combat. The man in the memory had taught that every opponent mentally maintains a specific gap, a self-imposed distance in a fight. Baek Du-chan snarled, taunting Shin Tae-jin and mocking his weakened body for ever thinking it was a match for him. But in that momentary taunt, Shin Tae-jin saw his chance, an opening. Baek Du-chan let out a choked gasp as blood suddenly sprayed from a fresh gash on his neck. There was only one chance left, one final shot. The two rivals collided in a ferocious, final exchange as a gun fired between them. Baek Du-chan let out a raw scream of agony. With a sharp crack, the black-haired protagonist landed a solid punch squarely on Baek Du-chan's face. Shin Tae-jin's mind reeled as he realized his gambit, his last shot, had just gone up in smoke. Just as he'd suspected, Baek Du-chan's left arm had moved with inhuman speed to deflect the attack. With his final plan foiled, he grimaced, knowing the odds were now impossibly stacked against him. He grunted in pain, grimly amused that he was desperately looking for a way to survive even while wishing for death. Taking a sharp breath, the black-haired protagonist forced the conflicting thoughts from his mind to focus. His mind drifted to a past memory of a violent sword fight. In that memory, the injured man had felt his consciousness slipping away from massive blood loss. His strength had been rapidly abandoning him. Despite his fading strength, he had faced his opponent in a tense standoff, both men armed with knives. Though his body was failing, his mind achieved a state of absolute clarity, like a quiet dawn he had never before experienced. The man in the striped shirt recalled how his opponent's movements became utterly predictable, a level of insight he never had even at his peak. The injured man had boasted that he could kill anyone in that moment, just as a hand reached out to steady him. The memory blurred into a surreal image of him standing before a crowd of people with unnervingly blank faces. Back in the present, the two fighters collided with a final, explosive burst of energy. The man was struck with overwhelming force, blood spraying wildly around him. In a last, desperate attack, a knife plunged into the man with red hair from behind, causing him to seize in pain. The man with red hair gasped, admitting he almost died and cursing his resilient foe. However, an accomplice with tattoos on his face stepped forward to interrupt. He looked down at the fallen warrior and coldly declared, "You lost, Shin Tae-jin." Lying defeated on the ground, the man with green-tinted hair fought to keep his eyes from closing. He desperately willed his body to move just one more time, consumed by the need to kill his enemy. A man in a suit loomed over him, his voice cold as he announced that the time had come. With a faint chuckle, he delivered the final verdict, "Die." This was the moment Shin Tae-jin had always wished for, but instead of happiness, he only felt a profound sense of loss. His final thought was a simple, painful regret: he should have lived a better life. The red-haired man spat in frustration, cursing the persistent man for having wasted so much of their time. A bald man mockingly told the broken fighter to make himself at home like a monkey. With their dark work seemingly done, the figures began to turn away. The red-haired man gave one last order, telling his men to leave the dog to rot where he lay. The heavy thud of their retreating footsteps slowly faded into the distance. Unseen until now, a group of people appeared from above, looking down with curious and concerned expressions. An old man among them wondered aloud about the rice cake that had just fallen into his lap. A wicked grin spread across the old man's face as he declared the body would be perfect for his dogs. A single, purposeful footstep landed on the ground nearby. One of the observers flinched, letting out an audible gasp of surprise. From out of nowhere, a young boy's voice shouted that he would get it. A light, sharp sound broke the tense silence. A young boy wearing a cross necklace looked on, his eyes wide with awe. The scene flashed to a memory of the same boy kicking an object as he ran from two other children. A nearby hand clenched into a tight, determined fist. The day Shin Tae-jin left home was marked by the arrival of new conflicts and old debts. One young of the South Borough group confessed his dissatisfaction with recent events. His associate, Nam Yong, complained that their president was only focused on training, even traveling to ch1to119 to see his estranged brother. They lamented being the first to wear the new group outfits, a task they felt was beneath them. One of the men cursed under his breath, regretting that Kim Dae-jeon had ever talked him into this. A sharp sound cut through their grumbling. The man on the far left nervously glanced around at the mention of Kim Dae-jeon's name. The bald man reminded them they still had to deliver more group clothes, while the man with the cigarette noted he was free for the day. Suddenly, a man in a leather jacket appeared, ordering them all to freeze in place. He expressed his relief, glad that he didn't have to search far to find them. He then bluntly demanded to be taken to Kim Dae-jeon's office. The stranger mockingly told the group not to mind him, as if they were beneath his notice. Infuriated, the muscular man and the bald man shouted that Kim Dae-jeon had no time for trash like him, threatening a severe beating. Unfazed, the man in the leather jacket remarked that their predictable aggression was just perfect for his plans. Meanwhile, in a nearby gym, a muscular man with sunglasses powered through a heavy barbell squat. In a different scene, a man in an apron complained about being stuck in the kitchen while his associate expressed shock over their new Russian colleagues. A young man stood by, uttering only a hesitant sound. The man with the knife snapped at him, telling him to shut up and peel onions if he truly wanted to learn any tips. The meat restaurant owner, clad in a red apron, confessed he was too worried about this month's sales to offer much help. The young man then asked his senior for advice on how to handle his frustration, wanting to help Kim Shin but feeling powerless. A thoughtful silence filled the air as the question hung between them. A man in a white shirt then offered a new perspective, suggesting that true strength could be utilized in ways beyond mere punching. He then pointedly asked the man in the blue apron if he had lost to Kim Shin despite possessing his own brand of strength. The sharp remark hit its mark, causing the young man to flinch as if struck. The muscular man clarified that the young man's real strength was indulgence, a rare charisma that drew people to follow him unconditionally. The man in the blue apron quietly considered that this power must stem from his unyielding righteousness. The man with the lighter warned him that as his influence grew, all sorts of people would gather, but few would possess a heart as strong as his. He was then urged to search for his own unique role within their burgeoning family. Elsewhere, a man with a bandana and a cigarette stood with a look of quiet resolve. The man with the glasses observed that their allies harbored deep resentments, unaware of the monsters they could become. The man in the blue apron worried that if they lost the power to control themselves, it would surely lead to their own destruction. The man with the bandana declared they needed someone to prevent the misuse of power, identifying that person as Seol and only him. The man in the suit somberly added that it was a role he himself had failed to fulfill. In yet another location, a man with a beanie and prominent tattoos held his drink, his thoughts a world away. His contemplation was interrupted by a phone call. After questioning who was being taken, he confirmed he was on his way. Back at the gym, the man with the beanie eagerly asked his boss if they could go for one more set. The man with the eye patch scoffed, declaring that he had just finished warming up. He instructed his subordinate to put on his weight belt, preparing for another intense lift. A sudden flurry of motion was accompanied by a triumphant cheer from an unseen brawler. Back on the street, the captured bald man and man with a scar warned their attacker that he wouldn't get away with this in home. The man in the checkered jacket sneered, announcing he was finally on his way to meet his beloved prince. He revealed he was searching for the new hero of the Korean fist-fighting world, the one who took down the infamous Yoon Deok-soo. His target, he declared, was Kim Dae-jeon. A heavy thud echoed as a large figure landed nearby. A powerful voice roared out, demanding to know which dog had dared to touch his brothers. One of Tolbae's thugs dismissed the newcomer as a bulked-up pig, while Tolbae himself asked if this was Kim Dae-jeon. The thugs quickly warned their boss that this man was no ordinary opponent and had approached with suspicious intentions. The newly arrived man in black saw that his subordinates, Won Yong and Nam Yong, had been defeated, realizing the situation was tough. He confronted the man in plaid, demanding to know why he had beaten up his brothers. The man in the white shirt claimed he'd only asked a few questions before being jumped, prompting the man in plaid to mock their supposed confidence. He then brushed it aside, stating that their reasons didn't matter anymore. He admitted his own interest in their group, revealing he was scouting hotshots and had heard that Chianen's Guilwa was on the move. The man in the checkered jacket then formally introduced himself as Tolbei of Yosu. One of Kim Dae-jeon's men, a man in a red jacket, scoffed that he had never heard of such a person. Kim Dae-jeon questioned if beating up his men was Tolbei's typical way of arranging a meeting. The man with the shaved head and scar simply confirmed that yes, that was his style. He brazenly explained his rule was to fight to decide who was hot and who was not, claiming he only patted them during the scuffle. The man with the beanie observed that a new crazy bastard had arrived in the city, an assessment the man with the goatee silently affirmed. Tolbei felt he had improved and was ready for a proper fight, even if he didn't know his opponent's identity. The man with the goatee noted the challenger's undeniably feisty attitude. Tolbei then locked eyes with the burly man and once again asked the crucial question, "Are you Kim Dae-jeon?" Unaware he was speaking to his boss, the man in the beanie nervously asked if they should contact Kim Dae-jeon for help. Tolbei had a moment of clarity, wondering if this confrontation was the very role his senior had spoken of. Finally, the muscular man's voice boomed as he confirmed, "Yes, I'm Kim Dae-jeon." With his target identified, Tolbei declared that there was nothing more to discuss. He lunged forward with a roar, challenging Kim Dae-jeon to show him his true skills. Watching the chaos unfold, the man with the goatee lamented the imminent destruction of an expensive pool cue. A pair of eyes narrowed, focusing with lethal intensity on the escalating brawl. A pool ball rocketed past a man's head as Tolbei swung the cue with ferocious power. An older man carrying a tray looked up in sheer shock as the projectile whizzed past him. The fighter's expression hardened into a mask of pure, unyielding determination. Cries of shock and grunts of pain erupted from the various men caught in the fray. The two main combatants were locked in a dynamic exchange of powerful kicks and brutal blows. Amidst the fight, Tolbei gasped out Kim Dae-jeon's name, impressed by his opponent's strength. The man with the black shirt stared in disbelief, his mind reeling as he questioned if this truly was the famed Kim Dae-jeon. In a quiet office, a crucial piece of intelligence was being reviewed, a picture obtained through the Chinese triads. The woman with the bracelet presented the data, explaining it was secured by a Russian private investigation agency and included both recordings and witness testimony. She elaborated that the information, previously blocked for privacy reasons, was likely being released due to a recent internal issue within the target's organization. The file identified the subject as an S-class Asian killer from a Russian syndicate, whose father was assassinated by Baek Do-chan in the past. After reviewing the evidence, the man in the trench coat stated with cold certainty that the killer had to be Kim Shin. The man in the black shirt with hope muttered the name that had started the entire brawl, Kim Dae-jeon. The man with the scar watched the chaos unfold, his eyes narrowed as he questioned if the fighter was truly the infamous Kim Dae-jeon. A man in a suit approached the owner of the pool hall, who nervously confirmed his ownership. The man in the suit calmly asked to borrow a pool cue, promising not to interfere with business. The owner, holding his billiard cue, silently cursed the man's audacious slyness. The man in the brown jacket roared in fury, questioning why his opponent was taking him so lightly. A sickening crunch echoed through the hall as a powerful blow landed. The man in the black shirt lay on the floor, bracing for the impact of an incoming foot. The man in the brown jacket viciously stomped on his downed opponent, who could only cover his head. The man in the black shirt seethed with rage, thinking his foe deserved to die for stepping on the sacred billiards table. He then coldly ordered the man to come down from the table. A swift, unseen attack sent the man in the brown jacket staggering backward. His target grunted in pain, his mind reeling from the incredible strength that felt like it could snap his spine. With a sharp grunt, the man in the black shirt readied his next move. He chastised his opponent, noting that if left alone, the brute would likely destroy the entire room. The man with the gold-trimmed jacket sneered, reminding the brawler that he was the one who famously defeated Yoon Deok-soo. In response, the man in the black t-shirt slammed a powerful fist into his opponent's face. The man with the gold-trimmed jacket was shocked by his attacker's unbelievably strong physique. The man in the black t-shirt felt as though he was punching solid stone, wryly commenting that his opponent's fists were better than any weapon. He then declared he was deducting 20 points for strength and would personally train him to become stronger. The man with the gold-trimmed jacket could only stammer in confusion. The man in the black t-shirt then launched forward, announcing a special, Kim Dae-jeon punch. His opponent let out a sharp cry of pain as the blow connected. The man in the black t-shirt mused aloud, surprised that his foe went down in a single punch. The inexperienced fighter was a man of explosive, uncontrolled power. The observing man with the goatee saw this as pure, unrefined potential, a sight that reminded him of his younger self. He reflected that more people like this would keep appearing, and that a warm hug was a better solution than a fight. The man in the white shirt, Isol, resolved to greet them and become the last, unbreakable wall for them to lean on. He then playfully called out to his babies, asking his senior for affirmation. Elsewhere, one man in a suit informed his colleague that Tolbae had officially joined them, with Isol taking full responsibility. The other man expressed his approval, impressed that Isol had once again succeeded. The first man voiced his concern about their boss's destination, reminding his colleague of a recent, dangerous call from Chairman Kim Tae-hun. His colleague agreed, certain that the chairman would retaliate for their role in hiding Shin Tae-jin. He also recalled Secretary Oh's blatant hostility, predicting the chairman would use this opportunity to question them. The first man grimly conceded the point, knowing what her presence signified. The man with the scar acknowledged that they couldn't fool Chairman Kim Tae-hun forever and would eventually be caught. Therefore, he concluded, he needed to personally go and see what cards the chairman was holding. He then designated Kim Dae-jeon as his substitute while he was away, but Kim Dae-jeon protested the risky plan. The man with the scar insisted no organization lets its boss move alone, but Kim Dae-jeon stood his ground. Kim Shin ultimately decided to go with minimal backup, stating that a single person who could drive would be enough. In the back of a car, Kim Shin sat with his eyes closed, lost in thought during the journey. The driver finally broke the silence, announcing to his boss that they had arrived. Jang Ho, identified as Kim Dae-jeon's close aide, confirmed they had reached the coordinates sent by Ha-sung. Kim Shin took a deep breath as he looked out at the desolate, windswept beach before them. Jang Ho couldn't hide his nervousness, questioning why only the two of them had come to such a place. They were met by a man and a woman in a blue shirt, who curtly stated the chairman was waiting and instructed them to follow. The four figures walked in tense silence along the rocky shore toward the open sea. The man in the suit accompanying Kim Shin felt a growing dread as they were led deeper into the private beach. He desperately hoped he was dreaming, unable to comprehend the grim reality of their situation. A chilling realization dawned on him, this was not just a simple meeting. They had been led to an execution ground. A sharp click signaled the beginning of the confrontation. The man in the dark suit, Kim Shin, was told to proceed, while his associate looked on in fear. The associate in the gray suit stammered out a yes, forcing himself to move forward. Kim Shin coolly greeted the chairman, remarking that it had been a while since they had spoken. The man with glasses, the chairman, wryly replied that it was indeed hard to see his face. He continued that he called the meeting because they had never had a proper conversation, despite Kim Shin being one of his men. As electricity crackled from a device, the chairman mused that he should prepare something for their meeting, and asked if Kim Shin liked to drink. Kim Shin simply replied that he drank a little. The chairman laughed, declaring it was great and offering to pour him a drink himself. He paused for dramatic effect, his smile vanishing. He asked if it would be a mutual drink to confirm their trust. Or, he continued, if it would be a drink to commemorate his guest's memorial service, leaving the choice to Representative Kim. Kim Shin feigned confusion, claiming he didn't know what the chairman was talking about. The sound of a blade being unsheathed cut through the air. The man in the dark suit, now revealed to be the chairman, accused Kim Shin of making a fool of him by keeping Shin Tae-jin alive. He continued, stating he knew of Kim Shin's secret plans to build something new in Busan. But the most reprehensible thing, the chairman declared, was that Kim Shin had become capable of being a threat to him. The man fishing by the sea added that if not for this threat, he would have remained a harmless puppy, but now the story was different. The man in the dark suit formally declared Kim Shin an enemy of Castle. The man with glasses warned him that he would have to be very careful from now on. The bearded man in a suit then stepped forward, demanding Kim Shin give him one reason not to kill him. He challenged Kim Shin to provide a reason right there so that he could leave the place alive. The woman with a gun leveled her weapon, stating there was no way out and that Kim Shin had no cards left to play. She then ordered him to show his true self. The dark-haired man in the suit echoed her command, demanding Kim Shin reveal his true intentions. The woman with dark hair coldly stated that their assessment was wrong. Kim Shin calmly explained that if the chairman's true intention was to kill him, he would have mobilized all of Haesung's resources. A surprised subordinate reeled at his audacity, wondering if he was bluffing or simply unfazed by the dire situation. The man with the clenched fist realized it wasn't a bluff, questioning if Kim Shin was truly that significant of a threat. The air grew heavy with unspoken tension. The man with glasses watched in silence, his expression unreadable. The waves crashed against the shore, mirroring the turbulence of the standoff. A sudden, sharp movement made the chairman's subordinates flinch in unison. The bearded man in the suit let out a surprised yelp. The sound of rushing water filled the tense silence. The blue-haired man, Kim Shin, confirmed that everything they had investigated was true, and with that, his purpose should be clear. He stated his desire to make a deal. In exchange for financial support and inside information on Castle, he would remove the biggest obstacle to the chairman's goal. The chairman erupted into wild laughter, mocking the very idea that a bitch like him could possibly comprehend his grand ambitions. The force of his rage was so immense that the solid wooden chair beneath him cracked and shattered. The man with glasses spoke a single name, dripping with venom and history, Baek Do-chan. Kim Shin met his gaze without flinching and made a chilling promise, "I'll kill him." The relentless sound of waves crashing against the shore set a somber, unyielding rhythm. Chairman Kim Tae-hun, seated before the ocean, calmly raised a single hand. Behind him, his subordinates, including a woman in a dark suit and several men, stood in silent, rigid attention. His hand extended forward, giving a silent, decisive command. At the signal, the woman with dark hair turned to the armed guards, her voice cutting through the tension. With absolute authority, she ordered them all to stand down. On the rocky coast, under a simple canopy, two opposing forces had finally come to an understanding. Kim Tae-hun began to speak, recounting the history of a brutal organization that once dominated the entire country, an entity even the law was afraid to touch. He explained how that empire was unexpectedly toppled by a small group of young men in their 20s, led by the founder of Castle, Choi Min-wook. In the aftermath, Choi Min-wook became an untouchable figure, a sky above all others in the criminal underworld. The chairman revealed that after founding Castle, Choi Min-wook had gone to Russia to personally seek out his own successor. It was there that the infamous Baek Do-chan first entered the picture. The vigilant elders of Castle, wary of this newcomer, decided to put his legendary strength to the test. The results were undeniable, as everyone present witnessed his astonishing and overwhelming power. Though the elders considered conscripting him, they ultimately chose to back down, seeking to prevent a costly and unnecessary conflict. But Kim Tae-hun knew in his heart that their retreat was nothing but a lie. The simple truth was that the elders of Castle were terrified of losing to Baek Do-chan. In the years that followed, many powerful individuals flocked to join Castle's ranks, swelling its influence. After taking a sharp drink, the chairman declared that despite everything, Baek Do-chan remained the undisputed symbol of Castle's strength. He set his glass down with a decisive click, his gaze fixed on the man before him. Kim Tae-hun then posed a simple, heavy question, "Are you confident?" Kim Shin replied with chilling indifference, stating that Baek Du-chan was merely a man of flesh and bone who would die if his heart was pierced or his throat was cut. The chairman fell silent, processing the cold, pragmatic threat in Kim Shin's words. He then warned that beyond Baek Du-chan, his formidable death squad would also have to be dealt with first. In a factional clash within Castle, justification was paramount, making the entire endeavor incredibly troublesome. The plan became clear: they would manufacture the necessary justification through an incident involving the chairman's own company, Ha-sung. One of Kim Shin's men affirmed their strategy, explaining they would use both time and justification to their advantage. His female companion added a precise timeline, stating their preparations would commence just 1 month before the VIP's election. Once they were ready, the operation would begin without a moment's delay. Kim Tae-hun smirked, impressed that they had already identified the VIP and acknowledged the thoroughness of their work. He then mused aloud, questioning if the mountain of lives about to be lost was truly worth it just to avenge Kim Shin's father. A companion of Kim Shin finally asked him to reveal his overarching plan. A tense silence hung in the air, thick with anticipation. The stern-faced man from Kim Shin's crew explained they would infiltrate Castle, for which Ha-sung's inside information was absolutely crucial. The chairman's side listened without a word, mulling over the proposal. Secretary Oh, the woman in the light blue shirt, was the first to concede that, honestly, it was not a bad plan. Another of the chairman's men considered the strategic upside, realizing that with Kim Shin taking the lead, Ha-sung could focus its power on crushing the other pillars of Castle. The guard holding a gun agreed, noting that even if Kim Shin failed, simply diverting Baek Du-chan's attention would be a victory for them. However, the woman with her hair in a bun voiced her dissent, stating she couldn't trust Kim Shin and that he was far too dangerous. Kim Tae-hun listened to her concerns, his expression unreadable. As seagulls cried overhead, the chairman watched the birds for a moment before quietly coming to a decision. Turning back to the group, Kim Tae-hun gave his consent with 3 simple words: "Fine, let's do it." He immediately ordered Secretary Oh to provide all the necessary funds in Home City and every piece of information they had, which left her visibly startled. Recovering from her surprise, Secretary Oh formally acknowledged the chairman's command. Kim Tae-hun, however, added a critical condition: he alone would decide the time for the operation to commence. He advised Kim Shin to use the time to become stronger, reminding him that no matter how perfect the strategy, he was still weak compared to Baek Du-chan. With the terms set, the chairman officially proposed they form an alliance for now. Kim Shin accepted the terms of the temporary pact, which would last until he finally took down Baek Du-chan. The 2 men drank together under the seaside canopy, sealing their dangerous new partnership. The chairman promised to make room for Kim Shin next time, alluding to a future beyond their current objective. Seizing the moment, Secretary Oh spoke up, wishing to ask a question to commemorate the new alliance. She directed her question to Kim Shin, asking if he was aware that his actions would directly endanger the life of Ha-sung's elder. Kim Tae-hun answered for him, coldly stating that the elder was not his biological father and giving his full permission to proceed. A heavy silence fell upon the group, the weight of the chairman's chilling declaration sinking in. Secretary Oh watched as Kim Shin and his companion turned and walked away along the rocky shore. Noticing her troubled expression, Kim Tae-hun asked if there was a problem. She confessed her unease, noting that for a man who always profits from his deals, he seemed to be making a major concession this time. The chairman smiled, confidently revealing that it was fine because he already knew Kim Shin's weakness, giving him the leverage he needed for control. The other woman wondered aloud what kind of weakness could possibly hold such a man in check. Kim Tae-hun then admitted that in his assessment, he had underestimated one crucial thing about Kim Shin. He spoke Kim Shin's name, a thoughtful and perhaps worried look crossing his face. As Kim Shin's crew waited elsewhere, one of his men, Kim Tae-hun, acknowledged that their leader was far more prepared than he had ever imagined. Kim Shin later reflected that the chairman's test was just as he had expected, and in the end, he had successfully obtained the result he wanted. The chairman mused that while Kim Shin would be a great asset for destroying Castle, he also recognized the terrifying possibility that Kim Shin could become the single biggest wall standing in the way of his own ultimate goal. Meanwhile, a group of imposing men in suits arrived at a new location, their backs turned to the viewer. The sound of a sudden confrontation echoed through the air. A man with prominent scars aggressively demanded to know who they were. A man in a green suit roared at the locals, demanding they bring out their boss immediately. Another man brandished a knife, threatening to retrieve their boss themselves if their demands weren't met. A man with a stern expression stepped forward, ordering his own agitated men to stand down. The scarred man who had just arrived stepped forward and began to declare their new status. His ally in the green suit finished the sentence, announcing to the shocked onlookers that they were now a family. A member of the newly arrived crew sighed, muttering that their associate, Kim Dae-jeon, had once again done something needless. The man with a bandana addressed his boss as others voiced their concern, and it slowly dawned on one of them that the young man before them was the true leader. A subordinate's mind reeled with the revelation that his boss had gone alone into this den of killers to negotiate, proving his strength was on an entirely different level. He realized with dread that his comrades had nearly walked into a life-threatening situation. One of the senior members of the crew calmly announced that the negotiations had successfully concluded. He then instructed his men to turn around and leave the way they came. The subordinate approached Kim Shin, humbly admitting that while their boss could do anything on his own, they had been unable to do anything for him. He swore their absolute loyalty, declaring that even losing their limbs would be nothing if it was for their boss's sake. In a dark alleyway elsewhere in the city, a mysterious hooded figure stood waiting in the shadows. The man, Gustav, had finally arrived in home, and he looked upon his target, disdainfully asking why a warrior like Tigro was hanging around in a junkyard. 3 men in suits walked forward, the largest among them effortlessly carrying a smaller man over his shoulder. The man in the suit with dark hair coldly ordered someone unseen to bow their head. In a lavish room, a man in a crisp suit stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze directed upward. The location was revealed as the exclusive True Name Club. The man was Kim Shin, his piercing eyes reflecting a deep and calculating resolve. Kim Shin inwardly questioned the audacious suggestion to get Kim Tae-hun. The memory of the discussion played out in a dimly lit room where he sat across from his advisors. The man in the brown suit affirmed the plan, stating that Chairman Kim Tae-hun was a different breed from the other pillars of Castle. The man with glasses elaborated, explaining that Kim Tae-hun was a thorough businessman with ambitions to make Hazung independent and would likely become an ally. A heavy silence hung in the air following the bold proposal. The man in the brown jacket acknowledged the difficulty, pointedly reminding Kim Shin that the chairman was responsible for his own father's death. His associate insisted a possibility remained, pointing out that the old man's grand goals made them potential, if unlikely, partners. Kim Shin made his decision, declaring he would do it and make an offer that Kim Tae-hun couldn't possibly refuse. He thanked his advisors for their counsel, but was told they needed to hurry as there was still a long way to go. The man in the brown jacket stopped him, revealing he had one final, crucial message to deliver. Kim Shin turned back, his expression serious as he prepared to listen. His advisor delivered the stark warning, Kim Shin could not beat Baek Du-chan yet. An uncomfortable silence descended upon the room once more. The man admitted his words sounded presumptuous, daring to compare 2 titans who were far beyond his own level. Nevertheless, he asserted his authority on the matter as the only one who had experienced both their strengths, assuring Kim Shin he would soon understand. He then posed a question about an imaginary fight with the unbeatable foe. He asked Kim Shin if he had ever, even in his mind, managed to slit Baek Du-chan's throat. The advisor explained the gap between them wasn't just in experience and skill, but that Kim Shin's slight anxiety was the true, larger problem. He warned that the emotional agitation from fighting such an unshakable prisoner would bring ruin not only to him, but to his entire family. While facing monsters like Baek Du-chan, the man continued his cautionary lecture. Even a single, small flaw is all it takes to determine the final, fatal outcome. Standing firm, the advisor declared that the mind itself is a weapon, a level of understanding he had certainly reached. He finished his thought, stating that the mind has the power to both change and completely destroy a human being. Now in the present, Kim Shin stood alone, gazing out at the sprawling city at night as the words echoed in his memory. He resolved then and there to trample over the bodies of his enemies and proudly look down upon their defeat. His mind was burdened by the one obvious truth: if he were to fail, it would lead to everyone's death. To achieve a clear-cut, undeniable victory, he knew what was needed. A mock fight was necessary to test his limits. He mentally listed the requirements for an opponent: similar skill, a perfect physique, and considerable experience. He needed to find someone on a level similar to Baek Du-chan. His thoughts focused on the best person he had encountered in a long while. A single name solidified in his mind as the perfect candidate: Gustav. His decision made, Kim Shin sprinted across a darkened rooftop, a blur of motion against the night sky. He moved with incredible speed through the winding alleyways of the city. His hand gripped a high ledge as he descended into the junkyard where his target was last seen. Elsewhere, a man in a suit was violently thrown backward, a glass falling from his hand. Amor Tigro, brushing himself off, noted with some annoyance that his opponent was late. Nearby, one of his men wondered aloud if the boss was concerned about something else, as their negotiations had already concluded. The ding of an elevator startled the man with short hair. He watched as a foreigner stepped out, prompting Tigro's scarred subordinate to aggressively demand who he was. Tigro wryly thought to himself that this sort of tense confrontation is exactly what would have happened back when he was active overseas. The scarred man noted that the newcomer was obviously after him, a feeling he'd had since his return to home. He recognized this feeling as the distinct sensation of a professional assassination attempt, the first he'd felt in a long time. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the standoff. The man with short hair announced to his boss that he had a visitor. A man in a jacket entered the room, greeting Amor Tigro as an old acquaintance. Tigro's eyes narrowed into slits, his focus entirely on the newcomer. The visitor, a masked man, identified himself as Blue Iskra's secret informant and asked if Tigro remembered him. Tigro gruffly questioned what business he could possibly have with a retired man. The masked man revealed he was there under Lisa's orders, causing Tigro to turn and fall silent. Tigro vouched for his associate, instructing the informant to speak freely. The masked man agreed, deciding to get straight to the point. He began to deliver the unfortunate news he had for Tigro. In a blunt and chilling tone, the informant declared that Gustav was in the city specifically for Tigro's head. Tigro finally understood. The unsettling feeling he'd had earlier was the presence of Gustav himself. The informant quickly explained that Gustav had threatened Lisa, and that the wild man simply wouldn't listen to reason. Tigro was incredulous, unable to believe that Lisa, of all people, would give in to a threat. The air crackled with a sudden, palpable tension. His eyes glowing with a faint red light, Tigro furiously questioned if Lisa wasn't a woman who was supposed to be untouchable within Iskra. The masked man began to sweat, rendered speechless by Tigro's intimidating presence. The scene shifted to a secret underground space at Club Ballerino in Vladivostok. The sound of steady footsteps echoed through the clandestine facility. The sharp, brutal sounds of intense combat training pierced the silence. Two loud bangs indicated heavy blows landing with force. The footsteps continued, signaling relentless movement and sparring. A figure dashed forward with blinding speed. The sharp clang of metal striking metal rang out. A fighter slid and slipped across the floor, expertly evading an attack. A heavy thud was followed by the swoosh of air from a powerful strike. The fighter dashed forward once again, continuing the assault. A sharp cry of pain echoed through the training room. Medvedi, a muscular dark-skinned man, expressed his disbelief at how much the trainee had changed in just a few days. However, he immediately dismissed the progress, stating the trainee had a long way to go and was still far below his mark. A blonde woman argued that he was being too harsh, insisting the talented fighter needed real-world experience to truly grow. Medvedi reminded her not to forget their purpose, stating that Wu Jin's ultimate goal was to surpass Tigro himself. Lisa, the leader of Iskra, interjected, revealing she had a suitable mission for him and asked for their thoughts. Wu Jin, a young man with his dark hair tied back, glanced to his right, his interest piqued. Lisa laid out the tantalizing scenario of a wounded wolf at the edge of a cliff, asking her subordinates if the thrilling uncertainty didn't excite them. A furious Tigro questioned the masked man, sarcastically asking if Lisa was truly the scariest woman in Iskra. The masked man conceded the point but insisted that no matter how scary Lisa was, their immediate enemy was Gustav. He reminded Tigro that Gustav was openly hostile even during his active service, and with his retirement, there was nothing to hold the man back. The agent explained that Lisa had attempted to mediate the situation, and his presence was part of that effort. He argued that while most people would shy away from confronting Gustav, he had chosen to come and inform Tigro directly. The man further revealed that they had prepared a place for Tigro to compete, free from any external pressures. He confessed that although he served Lisa, he held a deep and personal respect for Tigro. Just as the agent finished speaking, Tigro's voice cut him off, declaring that he had heard enough. Tigro mocked the man's performance, asking if Lisa had prepared the script, causing the flustered agent to curse under his breath. Demanding privacy to speak with his colleague, Tigro ordered the masked man to get out. The agent gave a silent, defeated nod before taking his leave. Medvedi then asked if the visitor was an old acquaintance from Russia, while cautiously advising Tigro that making an immediate move would be dangerous. He correctly deduced that Tigro had already made up his mind and was planning to go alone. As Tigro remained silent, Medvedi firmly told him to stop pretending. Tigro finally spoke, clarifying it wasn't an issue of trust but a personal problem that he had to resolve on his own. Honoring his previous pledge of loyalty, Medvedi accepted the decision and offered to make all the necessary preparations. Tigro stood for a moment, lost in solemn thought. Elsewhere, Wu Jin outlined his strategy, identifying a formidable man named Gustav as a necessary stepping stone before confronting Baek Du-chan. He explained that his motives were not purely personal. Defeating a symbol of Castle's power would force the organization to recognize them. Wu Jin was also confident that this act would make his ultimate target see him as a valuable asset to be recruited. His subordinate listened, realizing with some surprise that this was the first time his boss had openly shared the grander scope of his ambitions. Far away, Tigro stared out a window, pondering Lisa's true intentions in sending Wu Jin his way. He admitted to himself that in the current circumstances, he also had need of the young fighter's skills. With his mind made up, Tigro resolved that he was more than willing to face the challenge that awaited. A sharp, decisive click echoed through the quiet room. Back at the training grounds, one of Wu Jin's peers questioned if he was seriously going through with Medvedi's seemingly insane mission. The man with dreadlocks urged him to give up, bluntly stating that with his current abilities, the mission was suicide. Wu Jin simply grabbed his gear, insisting time was short and promising to settle the score with a revenge match upon his return. The dreadlocked man scoffed, remarking on his friend's stubborn refusal to quit. Wu Jin zipped up his jacket, his expression set with grim determination. His steady footsteps echoed down the hall as he walked away from his concerned comrades. He then paused his stride, turning back for a final word. Wu Jin calmly asked the dreadlocked man if he had anything else to say. His peer mocked him for dreaming too big by attempting to follow the same path as the legendary Amor Tigro. Wu Jin coldly told him to continue living his life just looking up to others, before shoving past him and telling him to get out of the way. He brushed past the man without a second glance. The swoosh of his coat was the only sound as he moved swiftly towards the exit. Over his shoulder, Wu Jin offered a parting tip, remarking that it would be no fun if his opponent died too easily. A memory of Medvedy's warning surfaced, reminding him that the guilt and fear of killing were dozens of times greater than he could imagine. Medvedy had told him that once a choice is made he must follow it, as this was a world where you must give up something to gain something. His mentor's final words were a command to survive at all costs and not to tarnish Tigro's reputation with a pointless death. A heavy silence followed as Wu Jin contemplated the weight of that advice. In the car, a map was unfurled, revealing the layout of the target location. The hideout was a 4-story red brick building, with the target on the top floor where loud hip-hop music was already blasting. Wu Jin dryly noted that he had been assigned one very noisy target. His bald driver began the briefing, identifying the enemy as the ch1to119 gang, notorious for contract killing, drug trafficking, and worse. The driver warned him not to underestimate the dozen members in their 20s, whose immature skills were still lethal enough to make local mafias hesitate. Wu Jin issued his own instructions. The driver was to circle around to the other side of the building in exactly 15 minutes, and he would wait for no more than 3. The driver turned to him and wished him good luck. A door creaked open as Wu Jin began his infiltration into the enemy's den. From a landing above, he peered down a grand staircase, assessing the building's interior. The incessant thumping of hip-hop music echoed from the upper floors. Ascending the stairs, Wu Jin confirmed only one guard was posted at the entrance, deducing the rest were preoccupied. He identified a party in the large inner room and decided to clear out an adjacent small room first. In that small room, a bald man with scars on his head tilted his head upwards, as if sensing a new presence. The bald thug stood perfectly still, listening for any unusual sound. Outside, Wu Jin readied his weapon to eliminate the first obstacle in his path. His primary target was the guard. Through the rifle scope, he centered his aim on a bald man with a lip ring, who was completely engrossed in his phone. Wu Jin carefully placed his finger on the trigger. His finger tensed, a fraction of an inch from firing. The booming bass of the party music seemed to pound in sync with his own racing heart. As he prepared to shoot, panic seized him and his hands began to shake uncontrollably. He desperately tried to rationalize the act, telling himself he was just getting rid of human trash, but found himself physically unable to pull the trigger. Downstairs, the bald thug leader grew suspicious of the prolonged silence from the guard's post and headed up to investigate, muttering about his useless underlings. Before the man could react, Wu Jin struck him from behind with a crushing blow. The bald thug cried out in shock and pain. Wu Jin immediately pressed his advantage, determined to incapacitate the man. The thug grunted as he was slammed into a wall, sliding down to the floor in a heap. Despite the assault, the man managed to gasp out a desperate warning about an intruder. Wu Jin delivered another sharp blow to cut off his cry. A frantic thought raced through Wu Jin's mind: he had to kill him, as there was no backing down now. He told himself to finish it quickly and not give the man any chance to move. The cold, hard reality of the moment washed over him. He was about to kill someone. His resolve wavered as the image of a woman's face flashed in his mind, and he wondered what she would think of him now. The desperate struggle continued with grunts of pain and the brutal sound of a stabbing blow. At that precise moment, a tall figure in a white suit appeared in the doorway, observing the chaotic brawl. A nearby gang member immediately leveled his gun at the newcomer and ordered him to put his hands up. Unfazed, the man in the white suit calmly asked if they were members of the ch1to119 gang. An uneasy silence fell over the room as the gunman stared at the impossibly calm intruder. The man in white answered his own question, coolly supposing they were not. The downed thug on the floor desperately urged his crony to shoot, but the gunman hesitated, recognizing the intruder was not someone who could be easily intimidated. The man in the white suit gestured with open palms, pointing out that he was visibly empty-handed. The injured thug tried to tell his subordinate about a pistol in his waistband, but the gunman screamed at him to shut up. The gunman then frantically ordered the man in white to stay back, his voice trembling. The newcomer simply made a small, dismissive sound as he adjusted his collar, completely ignoring the gun pointed at him. The gunman called him a weirdo, warning him that his strange confidence would get him killed. In a flash, the man in white seized Wu Jin's struggling arm and forced his finger to pull the trigger of his own gun. A single gunshot exploded through the room. The man in the suit, Gustav, turned his chilling gaze directly toward Wu Jin. Gustav, the last surviving member of Iskra's legendary team, Cold Snow, looked down at the young fighter and declared that he was not good at this. He finished with a contemptuous sneer, telling the kid to go crawl back into Medvedev's arms. As Wu Jin stared up in disbelief, Gustav leaned in and repeated that the boy was simply not good at this. Gustav finished with a sneer, telling the kid to go crawl back into the arms of Medvedev. Elsewhere, a man in a red hat shouted in confusion, demanding to know who dared to attack the Joshmov gang. A guttural scream echoed through the building. Another thug was brutally dispatched in the chaos. A final cry of agony filled the air as the assault continued unabated. The remaining gang members panicked, questioning if their attackers were even mafia and wondering how many of them there were. One of them yelled out in defiance, but his partner screamed back that they didn't care who their opponents were. A single gunshot abruptly silenced their bravado. A man with dreadlocks ordered everyone to rush in as another commanded them to surround the lone fighter. A sickening thud resounded as another body hit the floor. The man in the trench coat was struck by a bullet, his body recoiling from the force of the impact. An iron grip seized another one of the thugs. A brutal strike landed with a heavy, final impact. The man in white leaped down from a height, landing gracefully amidst the carnage he had wrought. He let out sharp grunts of exertion as he moved through the remaining thugs. With swift, practiced motions, he cut down another opponent in a spray of blood. The screams of a man in a black suit and another in a dark jacket were cut short. One of the last men standing gasped for breath, paralyzed by terror. The man with the cap watched the non-stop killing, realizing with dawning horror that the man's momentum was completely unstoppable. In that terrifying display of power, he finally saw it. This, he understood, was the very definition of true strength. Meanwhile, a lone figure walked away from a fenced-off industrial area. The bald man stared into the distance, his expression grim and contemplative. He mused that Lisa must have known from the beginning that the boy would fail, criticizing her for continuing to play with more and more killers. One of his subordinates began to voice a hesitant concern. The camera focused on a man's face, twisted into a wide, unsettling smile. A man with sunglasses and a beard questioned if it had truly been necessary to use that crazy bastard for the job. In a quiet bar, a man looked at his phone before setting it down with a soft click. The man with long hair slid his empty glass forward, slurring a request for one more bottle. The bartender politely refused, suggesting that the man had already had more than enough to drink. As the long-haired man reached for a new bottle, the bartender moved to snatch it away from him. A hand firmly grabbed the bartender's wrist, stopping him cold. The long-haired man looked up, his eyes hazy as he began to question the bartender's actions. He drunkenly mumbled, asking why they would stop him from drinking when it was their job to serve. A blonde woman sitting nearby coolly interjected, questioning why they would even bother to stop him. The man with long hair scoffed at her words, admitting that he had just been playing around. He then picked up the bottle and chugged its entire contents in a few large gulps. Slamming the empty bottle down, he turned to the woman and demanded to know why she gave him the mission if she knew this would be the outcome. The blonde woman simply asked for his opinion, stating that she only cared for talented people because she didn't want them to lose. Wu Jin scoffed at the mention of talented people as a bitter laugh escaped his lips. He confessed that he realized after seeing Gustav in action that he wasn't someone who could casually kill people like they could. With a look of utter despair, he admitted that he just couldn't bring himself to do it. The blonde woman remarked that his target had also known that about him. Wu Jin revealed that was the very reason he had chosen Kim Shin. A memory surfaced of a person trapped in a cage, weakly telling someone to just leave him alone. Back in the present, the blonde woman feigned ignorance, claiming she didn't know what he meant by casually killing people. The voice from the cage echoed in his mind, explaining that anyone who has lived a life worse than death knows the line between them ceases to exist. A man with long black hair then appeared in his memory, urging Wu Jin to stop wallowing in self-pity and realize he could become even stronger than Kim Shin. The blonde woman's voice brought him back to reality, as she offered to help him if the task was too hard. In a different location, a discreet box was lifted open, revealing its contents. A masked man explained that they had secured a deserted water reservoir not far away as the location for a monumental fight. He elaborated that they had cordoned off a 10-kilometer radius and prepared a cover story for any gunfire, ensuring no outside interference. A man holding a knife added that while the area was vast, he didn't know Gustav's precise location within it. A tall man standing nearby coolly suggested that perhaps his opponent would know. The scene shifted to reveal a stilted wooden house sitting ominously over a misty body of water. An unnerving silence hung heavy over the reservoir. Suddenly, a man in a black tank top let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. His attacker, a grotesquely mutated figure, responded with a terrifying roar of its own. The figure, his eyes glowing with malice, sneered that he would finally get to kill his target. From a distant vantage point, an observer watched the stilted house across the foggy landscape. The masked man admitted the situation was extremely dangerous but framed it as a once-in-a-lifetime fight. His narration explained that Gustav is a monster who can be called the strongest, with very few in Iskra able to rival his skill in a knife fight. The focus of the explanation then pivoted to Gustav's opponent, Tigro. The narrator described Tigro as Iskra's best killer, an unparalleled hunter whose skills were plain and simple. His genius was legendary, he hunted with perfect plans, boasted a 100% success rate, and had once led Iskra's most powerful team. The masked man clarified that today's fight was not a mission, but a personal confrontation between two titans. He stated that Gustav would not stop fighting Tigro, and that he couldn't allow a time bomb like Gustav to remain active in Korea, leaving Tigro with little choice. The grim conclusion was that there was a high probability one of them would not survive to see the next sunrise. Without warning, a figure dashed forward with incredible speed toward the house. The masked man watched intently, announcing that Tigro was closing the distance. From a high angle, Tigro appeared as a blur, racing across the narrow wooden bridge suspended over the dark water. From inside the house, a single, glowing eye peered through a crack in the wooden wall, tracking the rapid approach. The muscular man inside, Gustav, calmly prepared his weapon with a sharp click, muttering that they should start with something easy. Outside, the man in black, Tigro, expertly dodged a hail of incoming projectiles while simultaneously returning fire. He grunted, feeling the pressure of the relentless assault. Tigro quickly realized that he would not be able to break through the barrage of fire. In a split-second, decisive action, he leaped from the side of the bridge. A loud splash shattered the sounds of combat as he plunged into the murky water below. An eerie silence fell over the reservoir once more. Inside the house, Gustav observed that his target had vanished from sight. The masked observer watched in shock, wondering aloud if Tigro had truly jumped into the water just to avoid the bullets. He commented that fighting while soaked would be troublesome, putting Tigro at a clear disadvantage in the lake. A man holding a machine gun countered that even crossing the bridge wouldn't have granted an advantage, as Tigro was now in Gustav's true territory. However, another observer in black argued that a careful man like Tigro would never have jumped without a plan, which could only mean he was confident. The masked man laughed, admitting the thrilling turn of events was giving him goosebumps. A voice representing Iskra's legacy proclaimed that today, the organization's coveted title of World's Strongest. A blue-haired man finished the thought with barely contained excitement, declaring that the title would be decided right here and now. Soft splashing sounds rippled through the darkness of the reservoir. A figure broke the surface of the water with a heavy, thrashing plunge. With a final, violent surge, the man fought his way out of the suffocating depths. Tigro, his hair now appearing blue in the dim light, pulled himself onto the dock, a knife already clutched in his hand. He moved with the silence of a predator, the only sound a soft drip of water on wood. As he crept forward, a sudden, cold realization washed over him. Tigro's mind raced as he understood the situation. He had walked right into a trap. The night's tranquility was shattered by the sudden, explosive sound of a violent confrontation. In a memory from long ago, a green-haired man had greeted him, remarking that it had been a long time. A dark-haired associate had added that Tigro's face remained as stern and unwavering as ever. That same memory echoed with the brutal sound of a heavy impact. Vicious, inhuman snarls were torn from throats in another forgotten battle. In yet another memory, a hand tightened its grip on a weapon, preparing for a killing blow. The sharp, metallic click of a mechanism being locked into place echoed from his past. The green-haired man from his memories stood motionless, his face an unreadable mask. A spent cartridge was ejected with a sharp ping. A soft, final click confirmed a weapon was reloaded and ready. Tigro recalled a moment in another fight where his hands moved with expert speed to reload a pistol. He remembered disarming a stocky opponent with a powerful kick, sending a knife flying away. His body had moved like a blur, following up with a high kick that sent a pistol spinning through the air. The stocky man had cursed his fate as they both tumbled into the water, locked in a desperate knife fight. A single hand had reached out from below the surface before the man sank into the murky abyss. From that same water, Tigro had emerged victorious, now armed with his defeated foe's pistol. He had even mastered the art of firing while submerged, a testament to his deadly adaptability. Back in the present, Tigro's mind was a silent void, focused entirely on the now. He scanned the dark water, his thoughts fixated on a single, pressing question: where was his target? With grim determination hardening his features, he peered intently into the oppressive gloom. From the depths, Gustav's shadowed form lunged, forcing Tigro to brace himself for the attack. A blade caught the dim light, a glint of steel ready to deliver a finishing strike. The two men crashed together in the churning water, Gustav pressing his knife hard against Tigro's chest. Tigro's eyes burned with fierce intensity as he struggled against his larger foe. Beneath the surface, their two knives became silver blurs, clashing in the suffocating darkness. As Tigro lunged with his blade, Gustav caught him from behind, turning the battle into a deadly grapple. Watching from a safe distance, an observer voiced his disbelief, wondering what on earth was going on. His mind reeled. He had assumed Tigro would keep his distance, and this head-on assault suggested a hidden plan. The observer cursed under his breath, knowing that getting any closer meant being caught in the lethal exchange. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden disturbance in the water, his attention drawn to a new movement. A violent splash erupted nearby, signaling another sudden turn in the chaotic fight. Gustav and Tigro were locked in a furious, close-quarters battle for their lives. They traded vicious slashes with their knives, each movement economical and deadly. A raw scream of pain ripped through the night. Gustav's massive arm tensed, his fist clenching with devastating power. A dreadful certainty settled in Tigro's mind. He knew he would die, but he held on to one last, defiant promise. He snarled at his opponent, declaring that this was the same for you, Gustav. An agonized roar echoed over the reservoir. Another brutal impact sent a shockwave through the water around them. The sound of blades cutting swiftly through the current was sharp and relentless. A powerful fist smashed into a scarred face, the blow landing with sickening force. The two warriors continued their bloody, underwater dance, a maelstrom of blades and fury. One of the spectators, a grinning man, whispered that this was how a true fight was meant to be. Gustav's powerful legs stomped down into the water, a display of his overwhelming physical might. The muscular man, his hair streaked with green, confessed that this fight made him feel alive. A voice narrated Gustav's past, explaining he had grown so strong that life itself had become boring. His unmatched power left him seeking ever more extreme stimulation, a thrill his weak victims could never provide. He remembered being offered a new drug from China called lecha, promised as a shortcut to heaven. But Gustav knew then, as he knew now, that such empty pleasure wasn't the thrill he truly craved. He recalled his younger self wondering if the legendary python, who killed his era's amour, suffered from the same profound boredom. As a hooded figure, he had stalked the world's strongest, contemplating whether to hunt Aquila or the beast known as Medvedi. His search brought him to an underground ring, where one fighter arrogantly taunted an opponent to bring it on. Gustav, still cloaked, realized the fighter was under Medvedi's protection and schemed that killing him might finally provoke the beast into a worthy battle. Blood sprayed across the canvas as the two fighters exchanged savage blows. Spectators screamed in frustration, demanding the Asian fighter they bet on to get it together. The focus shifted to the fighter's gloved hands, capturing the brutal, punishing detail of the bout. Yet Gustav, observing from the shadows, saw something unique in this specific combatant. An unseen commentator noted the fighter was deliberately taking hits, calmly gauging his opponent's maximum strength without a hint of fear. The fighter, a younger and more stoic Tigro, endured the onslaught with an unreadable expression. Gustav, now masked, wondered if he had found a kindred spirit who had also lost interest in simple fighting. Disguised in a grey hood, he watched in shock as the fighter, who had been feigning weakness, claimed victory, confirming his suspicions. Later, clad in a trench coat, Gustav became certain that this man possessed the potential to one day surpass even Medvedi. In yet another disguise, he found pleasure in the wonderful thought that this fighter would definitely reach his level one day. Gustav, in a final cloaked observation, decided that this developing warrior was too good to kill now, he would let him grow stronger for the ultimate hunt. Back in the present, Gustav's reverie was shattered as Tigro suddenly grabbed him from behind. A man in black among the observers coolly remarked that for a nut job, a hunt is the best medicine. A heavy, contemplative silence followed his words. The man then added with a sigh that, for him, it just doesn't work anymore. In the reservoir, the two combatants resumed their violent, desperate struggle. Gustav roared at his opponent, demanding to know if that was all he had. He bellowed that this effort was not worth the years he had spent waiting for this moment. Straining against Gustav's hold, Tigro gasped that he just needed a little more. Gustav goaded him, ordering him to finally take out his true power. Their knives met again, the clash echoing through the churning water. With a final, desperate surge of strength, Tigro began his ultimate declaration. He roared his true purpose to the heavens, screaming, "I came here to kill you." A look of grim, ecstatic satisfaction spread across Gustav's face. This was the fight he had craved. Tigro broke the clash and followed through with a savage kick that connected squarely with Gustav's jaw. As they briefly separated, Tigro acknowledged that, as expected, Gustav was the one he had been searching for. Gustav spat a mouthful of water and blood, agreeing that Tigro was the only opponent who wouldn't go down easily. Tigro confessed he needed someone to force him to see his own limits, but all his previous challengers had died too quickly. The water bubbled furiously around them as they prepared for the final, decisive exchange. Watching from a distance, a bearded man began to laugh, understanding that the real fight had only just begun. A man from Iskra's elite killer team, Aquila, bluntly stated his disinterest in joining a family fight. The man with a beard asked in utter disbelief if the subordinate before him was truly requesting a vacation. In a stark office, the subordinate stood stiffly, awaiting a verdict from the man seated at the desk. The man with the bun explained that the deceased was like a father and teacher to him, and that he had died there in Russia. He continued, admitting he didn't know the grave's exact location and would need time to find it. After a heavy silence, the superior, a stern bald man, granted him only 3 days for his journey. The bald man warned that a vacation was a luxury he couldn't afford, as any break would be detrimental to his relentless training. The man with dark hair simply promised that he would be back soon. The tense meeting concluded with the two men turning away from each other without another word. Later, arriving at a quiet location, the man with dark hair realized with a start that the person he sought was not there. It dawned on him then that he hadn't seen the chattering, noisy little kid in several days. In a memory, the bald man had once gruffly demanded to know the whereabouts of a half-Korean kid who used to work in the area. An elderly bald man had spat back, angrily asking how he should know where the little snitch was. The man with dark hair recalled a chilling streetwise warning: if you don't see someone for a while, they've likely been sold on the market. At the time, he had callously decided that if that were the boy's fate, it was none of his business. His feet remained planted on the ground, rooted by the weight of his past indifference. Two pairs of sneakers now stood on the dark ground, a silent confrontation poised to begin. The man with the hair bun hesitantly asked the person before him if they knew where the boy lived. The narrative violently shifted back to the present, where two warriors were locked in a brutal knife fight upon misty waters. The muscular man, Tigro, now knelt in the boat, brandishing two knives instead of one. His opponent, Gustav, was momentarily stunned by the change, wondering if Tigro had always used two blades. Gustav answered the surprise with a dynamic spinning kick, his own knife arcing through the air as blood splattered. The present violence of his lunge was haunted by the background image of the desperate fight still raging in the boat. Tigro grunted through the pain, confirming with grim satisfaction that Gustav was indeed a hell of a fighter. Gustav admitted that unlike other dual-wielding trash, Tigro was a completely different story. Their boat was moored near a dark structure, shrouded in the misty night. The masked attacker, Gustav, hissed that he would now give Tigro his special treatment as his blade scraped forward. Tigro's mind raced. He knew that was his best chance to strike, but his body felt weak and his attack wasn't deep enough. Sweat mixed with water on his hands as he desperately gripped his two knives. An unfamiliar and draining sensation began to creep over his body. A bead of sweat traced a path down his chin, mirroring the loss of his strength. With his remaining power, Tigro launched a powerful kick to repel Gustav's lunging attack. The force of the impact was enough to rip the fabric of Gustav's shirt at the point of contact. Tigro's eyes were wide with focus, tracking every micro-movement of his adversary. A fresh gash was visible on Gustav's arm where the kick had forced his own blade to graze him. The two became a whirlwind of motion, red lines tracing their deadly dance in the dark. Gustav felt the impact at the very ends of his fingertips, a shocking jolt of contact. He analyzed the exchange, realizing he had missed his opponent's intestines and only grazed a rib as Tigro barely dodged. A chilling thought then occurred to Gustav: perhaps his opponent was getting hurt on purpose, and he was coming again. For a moment, Gustav was completely lost, unable to comprehend his opponent's strategy. The two men clashed again, their blades drawing blood in the chaos of their brutal sword fight. Tigro let out a guttural scream of exertion and pain. They were now locked in a grapple, knives scraping against each other as they fought for leverage. With a surge of raw power, Gustav lifted Tigro completely into the air. The fight devolved into savage close-quarters combat, marked by the spray of fresh blood. Tigro's face was a battered mask of fury and determination. The only sounds were the grunts and growls of the two combatants pushing past their limits. From a low angle, a mouth opened in a primal roar of effort. A close-up showed a bleeding mouth, teeth bared in a grimace of pure agony and rage. Tigro let out a final, desperate scream that echoed across the water. While Tigro screamed for him to die, Gustav could only think that this level of resilience was impossible. A flickering light caught Tigro's eye, and he let out a short, sharp laugh. Gustav gasped and groaned as the tide of the battle turned against him. The masked fighter was forced to a knee, his own knife his only support. As the battle raged, the purpose of it all was slowly becoming clearer to one of the fighters. Within this desperate clash, a profound realization was taking shape. Tigro, the man in the water, recalled that he accepted this thoughtless encounter for one reason: to see what a perfect win felt like. The masked man, Gustav, just needed 10 more seconds to achieve his goal. Tigro reflected that for a moment, he truly felt he was at the crossroads of life and death. The two men remained locked in their brutal, knife-wielding struggle. The intense close-quarters combat continued, with both fighters sustaining more injuries. Water splashed violently around them as the battle grew even more intense. In a climactic move, the two figures leaped from the boat to clash with their knives in midair. Close-ups revealed faces twisted in masks of extreme pain and superhuman exertion. The fighters continued their desperate and frantic exchange of deadly blows. Watching through binoculars, an observer noted how extremely dangerous the fight was, expecting a head to fly off at any second. Another masked observer worried that things were not going according to Lisa's plan. A man with a watch nervously checked the time, wondering why their backup hadn't arrived yet. The masked observer sighed in relief as he spotted their reinforcements finally arriving. On the water, the fierce sword fight continued, drawing more blood from both warriors. The combatants locked eyes, their intense gazes conveying a murderous focus. They exchanged another furious volley of powerful punches and slashing attacks. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the chaos, as a man with a gun declared that was enough fighting for the adolescent kids. The man covered in blood, Gustav, snarled the name of the newcomer, Aquila. Gustav defiantly shouted that he wasn't done with Tigro yet. The muscular man, Tigro, agreed, stating his own thirst for battle had yet to be quenched. The bearded man with sunglasses, Aquila, coolly stated he wouldn't warn them a second time, promising the next shot would be in the crocodile's head. Tigro, the muscular man with scars, boldly challenged Aquila, threatening to kill everyone there instead. He taunted the Iskra killer, claiming that such a feat would be hard, even for him. From the shore, two figures watched the tense standoff unfold between the two groups by the water. A man named Frigid, another Iskra killer, mocked Tigro for facing 4-to-1 odds and threatened him with an alligator skin duffel bag. Aquila boasted that the others didn't even have to move, as not even God's descent could make him miss at this distance. A grim man with short dark hair, the Iskra killer Shamo, impatiently told Tigro to make his decision. Tigro looked at the assembled killers and told them to stop this family fight. Aquila and Shamo delivered their final ultimatum, either back down or become fish food. Frigid loudly declared that Tigro was obviously a retired asset. Gustav retorted that they had no reason to stop his personal vendetta. Tigro mockingly questioned why Iskra would break their own rules to defend a retiree. The bearded man in sunglasses, Aquila, coolly stated that his most important rule was to remove any potential poison to Iskra, his gun clicking ominously. Tigro dared them to try, warning that if anything went wrong, they would be the ones losing their limbs. A new figure stepped forward, casually asking if they were expected to disfigure the crocodile's head so badly it couldn't be recognized. The man with long black hair revealed that both Snapper and Komodo had already been terminated, all thanks to an old relic named Python. Tigro stood in shock as the injured Baek Duchan uttered the name he just heard. Gustav realized he had been kept completely in the dark, either through carelessness or by design. The long-haired man elaborated that due to these circumstances, Lisa was trying to get rid of Python by making the two warriors fight each other. He questioned the logic of fighting a powerhouse like Tigro in this situation, noting how uncharacteristic it was of Lisa's usual scheming. The man in partial view confirmed that Frigid's assessment had been correct. Gustav sneered that one of them was still an active Iskra killer being a nuisance, with no sense of pride. Tigro shot back, accusing Gustav of retiring irresponsibly and now attempting to harm one of Iskra's own. Aquila declared that from his perspective, it was in Iskra's best interest to eliminate such pathetic men being swayed by outside forces. A heavy silence fell as Tigro assessed his situation. He had obtained less than 70% of his desired data and was too damaged to continue fighting. He concluded that the new information about Python and Lisa's suspicious actions made intelligence gathering more important than the immediate battle. With his decision made, Tigro slowly relaxed his fighting stance. He informed Gustav that he would have to call it a day. Tigro warned him that Lisa's machinations had gone too far, and that continuing this path would only lead Gustav into a bigger mess. The devastating truth settled in for Gustav: Lisa had traded Tigro's location, not his life, and then intervened just as the fight reached its peak. Gustav vowed he would achieve his goal sooner or later before a man in a black suit curtly told him to go back. He angrily asserted that he, not them, was the one who made the decisions in this confrontation. He conceded, however, that to experience more fun later, he would first have to deal with some tedious obstacles. With a final grimace, Gustav promised to take the day's disgrace to heart. As Gustav and his men retreated, the tense standoff across the water finally began to dissolve. The long-haired man let out a sigh of relief, stating that they had, in any case, accomplished their mission. He then nervously asked if he still had to proceed, fearing that the shitty crocodile would come for his head first. A masked man yelled for a comrade named Blue to hurry up and report to Lisa, warning that they would get in trouble if they were caught dawdling. The sound of footsteps sloshing through the water marked the departure of the other fighters. Aquila stopped Tigro in his tracks, informing him he couldn't move just yet, as they needed to talk in private. He then demanded that Tigro explain, without missing a single detail, exactly what he was up to in Korea. In a different part of the city, a man in a black jacket lit a cigarette between two grimy buildings. He explained that there was a village formed by migrants where the kid he was looking for lived in a rented apartment. He claimed that was the extent of his knowledge, telling his companion to figure out the rest on his own. A young boy with him then asked a critical question: did he even know the kid's name? The boy revealed the name was Alexia, while a bald man beside him taunted the man in the jacket for not knowing it just 10 seconds prior. The man in the jacket called the bald man a jerk, who simply offered a piece of free advice in return. The bald man warned him not to meddle in other people's affairs if he wasn't prepared to handle the consequences. Later, the man in the black jacket arrived at a worn apartment and knocked on the door. From behind the chained door, a frightened voice pleaded that they had paid off their debts and asked what more was wanted from them. The man, his hair now tied in a bun, asked if a kid named Alexia lived there, pretending to be a concerned former co-worker. A woman with red hair suddenly appeared and viciously told him to stop searching. He noted the crazed and desperate look burning in her eyes. A drunk man holding a bottle stumbled into view demanding to know what the commotion was, as the woman tried to tell him it was nothing. The woman frantically shoved at the man in the jacket, screaming at him to get away if he wanted to live. While trying to calm her partner, she shrieked at the visitor to leave, her voice cracking with fear and desperation. The man from inside peered through the cracked open door, his expression changing as he realized the visitor wasn't a debt collector. He leered, noting that the visitor was Asian, just like the woman he called a whore. The man holding the bottle aggressively demanded to know what he wanted. The visitor repeated his purpose was to find Alexia, thinking to himself that the parents must have sold their child. The man in the tank top scoffed, referring to Alexia as the whore's useless son. He then roared with aggression, questioning why a stranger was so curious about the boy. The sickening crunch of a bottle shattering against bone echoed through the hallway. The man in the tank top howled in agony as he was brutally assaulted. The black-haired attacker paused, thinking to himself that the man's reaction was weird. The red-haired woman realized with a jolt that her partner always flew into a rage at the mere mention of Alexia's name. Under the pressure of excruciating pain, the man in the tank top screamed that Alexia had left home and that they didn't know where he was. The black-haired man scornfully questioned his character, asking if he was stupid enough to be drinking while his son was missing. The red-haired woman spat back, caustically asking if he intended to raise the boy for her. She shrieked that her life had been ruined because of Alexia's birth, demanding to know why he was interfering in their lives. Trying to slam the door shut, she threatened to call the police. For the man in the black jacket, the wretched scene felt hauntingly nostalgic, a memory he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In his mind, he heard the voice of an adult from his past, screaming insults at him as a child. An angry woman's face flashed in his memory, telling him he looked just like his father and ordering him to get out. He reflected on a harsh truth: no matter where one goes, there will always be scum in the world. As the woman inside cried out to her partner, a wave of disgust washed over him. He felt he couldn't do anything more for Alexia, recalling the cynical advice a repairman had once given him. A different memory surfaced, a man with long brown hair kindly offering a lost young boy a place to stay in his messy store. The man had clarified it was a pawn shop, to which the young boy replied that a pawn shop was a good place. The visitor's eyes landed on a flyer that revealed a horrifying secret, an advertisement in Russian seeking the organs of healthy children. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. The door to the apartment was violently kicked open. It slammed against the wall, splintering off its hinges. The bald man inside stared in disbelief, calling the intruder a crazy fucking bastard. His threat to kill him was cut short by a brutal, disfiguring strike. Panicked, the red-haired woman frantically rummaged through a drawer. Her fingers finally snatched a wad of cash. She slammed the money down on a table, ready to make a deal. But when she looked up, she froze in terror as the intruder appeared right in front of her. The man with tied-back black hair glared down at her, his voice dripping with venom as he called her a fucking bitch. The red-haired woman stammered, begging him not to harm her. Identifying himself as Kang Min-sung, he asked her one last time where Alexia was. She laughed nervously, pleading that it was useless to continue. She screamed for him to stop as he began his interrogation, while he coldly stated that the dog had already gone to a good place. Broken, she confessed everything. She had sold Alexia to the Dmitry gang, who needed healthy kids, claiming it was to save her family from starvation. In a final, desperate act of depravity, she offered to share the blood money with him. A raw, agonized scream tore from Kang Min-sung's throat, filled with rage and despair. The name Kang Min-sung echoed as his past unfolded. The narrator wondered if he had been misled by a fleeting moment of warmth, as a memory showed gangsters casually discussing their human trafficking quotas. The bald man in the suit suddenly noticed a stranger in their midst who was clearly not part of their gang. A single thought surfaced in Kang Min-sung's mind as he relived the memory: he had forgotten. The bald man confirmed with a red-haired subordinate that no visitor had been announced at the entrance. The doors to their den burst open, a violent reminder of the harsh truth of the world he had realized as a child. A younger Kang Min-sung, a specter of vengeance, flew through the air wielding 2 pistols. A gangster watched in horror as a comrade's neck was snapped, wondering what kind of blunt weapon was used. Kang Min-sung silenced that thought with a devastating kick to the man's face, splattering blood across the room. The gangster's mind reeled, finding the entire situation utterly ridiculous. He couldn't comprehend how a single person could kill another so brutally with just their bare hands. Kang Min-sung descended upon him with relentless, furious blows. The core tenet of his philosophy echoed in his mind: if you don't crush them. A long-haired man from his past finished the sentence, cementing the brutal law of survival: then you'll be the one getting crushed. In the filth of a back alley, the consequences of violence lay discarded like trash. The brutal memory of his past continued, a fist connecting squarely with a gangster's face. The scarred man sidestepped a knife thrust, delivering a vicious kick that echoed with a pained grunt. His momentum carried him forward, another punch sending a man in a green jacket soaring through the air. The long-haired man let out a desperate, pleading roar as he fought. From amidst the chaos, the man in light clothes urged his comrades on, his eyes fixed on a fallen figure. He begged for the kid to be alive, swinging his weapon with frantic desperation. He brought his arm around in a powerful, sweeping arc, ready to clear a path. The weapon connected, and a fresh spray of blood painted the scene of the brawl. The scarred long-haired man continued his own rampage, delivering a crushing blow to a thug's throat. He callously used a henchman as a human shield, absorbing a point-blank shotgun blast. A thick streak of crimson slid down the wall, a testament to the carnage. As he carved his way through the compound, a single frustrated thought echoed in his mind. He desperately wondered where she was, terrified that he was already too late. His feet skidded to a halt in the darkness. The scarred long-haired man stood silhouetted in a doorway, a specter of vengeance. Inside, a man in an apron worked over a body while a blue-haired man watched calmly from a chair. A sickeningly slick sound cut through the air. The first blow landed in a blur of motion, sending a spray of blood across the room. The scarred man stood before them, his eyes closed and his face a mask of cold fury. The monstrous figure with white hair roared a curse at the intruder. The man in the suit, however, simply fanned himself, questioning why the room was so hot. The human trafficking leader, Dmitri, mockingly asked how he had managed to get past all his men. The scarred man swayed on his feet, exhausted but unbowed. Dmitri scoffed at his silence, condescendingly praising the young man's admirable courage. A bald man, observing from afar, noted the importance of keeping one's cool on the brink of death. He mused that the moment you lose your composure, the fight is already over. Back in the slaughterhouse, bodies were thrown against surfaces with devastating force. Fists met flesh in a brutal, close-quarters exchange. The scarred man, his face smeared with blood, lunged forward with a knife. The man with blue hair seemed to be explaining something as the blade arced towards him. A hand reached down, feeling the bodies of the recently dispatched guards. The observer noted the warmth was still fresh, meaning they had been dead for no more than 30 minutes. It was clear the intruder had arrived in a foul mood and had finally made his decision. The observer recalled the target's name, Dmitri, a talented man who had once graced Iskra's kill list. Rumor had it he fought with dirty methods, and the observer wondered what he had done to provoke Wu Jin. The scarred man sliced his own arm, the blood dripping onto his blade. He then burst forward with blinding speed, a crimson-tipped whirlwind. The man with blue hair felt a strange pity, asking if the boy simply couldn't understand the situation. The attack was a swift, whistling blur. The man in the black shirt, Wu Jin, was suddenly motionless. The blue-haired man stared in shock, wondering how his attack was just caught, as Wu Jin's other hand dipped into a container of liquid. Wu Jin renewed his assault, the struggle intensifying in a splatter of blood and paint. The blue-haired man screamed that the situation hadn't changed, that the boy was still outmatched. Wu Jin drove his blade forward in a piercing strike. The man in black realized he had missed, while his opponent was stunned that he could still see after being splashed. The blue-haired man swung wildly, screaming that his opponent was just lucky. A quiet gasp escaped Wu Jin's lips. He let out a sharp cry of pain. A heavy silence fell over the room. The man with blue hair choked, gasping that he couldn't breathe as a hand tightened around his throat. His mind raced in panic, he had gravely miscalculated, realizing his opponent was on a completely different level from the start. He concluded the intruder must be a hitman from a major organization. As the blue-haired man thought only of escape, Wu Jin desperately tried to ask for help. His words died in his throat. The sound of a body hitting the floor echoed in the quiet room. Dmitri was now alone with the silent killer. The terrified gang leader began to stammer, pleading for his life. His plea was cut short by the swift, final slash of a blade. A small girl in a white dress stared blankly from a nearby cage. Wu Jin's heart sank, it wasn't Alexia. He tormented himself with the thought that if only he'd been earlier, he could have saved them all. He looked upon the scene with a deep, suffocating guilt. As he opened the door to their cage, the chained children stared back with terrified eyes. One young boy's face was a portrait of pure fear. Wu Jin, his own face bloodied and broken, offered them a faint, reassuring smile. He stood before them, a silent protector born from tragedy. The bald man in the suit, watching the events unfold on a monitor, remained silent. He reflected that Wu Jin had already reached the level he'd hoped for, he just hadn't known how to use his abilities. The narrator explained that his training had dulled his senses, but losing his reason had awakened them completely, leaving Dmitri with no chance. The bald man smirked, congratulating Wu Jin on passing the brutal test. He turned to his companion, asking if she was thinking the same thing he was. The woman with blonde hair replied, wondering if he meant that Wu Jin would become a big shot someday. She celebrated that for today, they would have to be satisfied with the birth of the Voke, the wolf. Meanwhile, in Suncheon, a man in a suit stood before a gruesome scene, utterly bewildered. His subordinates rushed to his side, all screaming his name in a panic. A man identified as Yeo Min-soo, the rising fist of the Honam region, questioned who would do such a thing in this day and age. A man with glasses casually greeted the newcomer, admitting with a smile that he was simply old school. After parting ways with Kim Shin, Jin-tae journeyed through the Honam region to vet the candidates chosen by Kim Dae-jeon. He found none of them interesting, wondering with frustration what he would report back to his boss. Elsewhere, one of Yeo Min-soo's men grew impatient, demanding to know what was taking his boss so long. While one man pleaded for them to wait, a scarred colleague taunted him not to cry when the beating eventually came. Jin-tae, having heard the target was a heavy hitter, decided to pull up his information. The file described Yeo Min-soo as a rising power in the Jeolla provinces, whose personal skills posed a real threat despite his organization's other weaknesses. Jin-tae noted the man's bad blood with gold capital and a past defeat at the hands of Choi Dal-cheon. The report mentioned one of his eyes, making Jin-tae wonder if this target might be more than he could handle. A sudden clicking sound broke his concentration. At a different location, Yeo Min-soo's subordinates were thrown into a panic by a gruesome sight and a mysterious international call. Staring at the carnage, Yeo Min-soo wondered aloud who would do such a thing in this day and age. Jin-tae greeted the arriving gang leader with a casual smile, admitting he preferred to do things the old-fashioned way. He mused that it was time to check Yeo Min-soo's skills firsthand. Jin-tae then cheekily asked why the fearsome boss looked so fierce in person. He twisted the knife, openly mentioning the rumor that Choi Dal-cheon had been the one to take his eye. Yeo Min-soo's men erupted in fury, screaming at Jin-tae for daring to insult their brother. Another subordinate attempted to calm his enraged comrades, telling them to stop picking fights for nothing. But Yeo Min-soo declared that after the mess Jin-tae had made of his men, it was time he got revenge for them. Jin-tae observed the henchman's typical reaction, still wondering what was so special about their boss. Yeo Min-soo cryptically replied that he would have to find out. With a deafening crash, the fight began. Jin-tae warned his opponent to be careful, stating that he was looking forward to this after all the trouble he'd been through. One of Yeo Min-soo's men lunged forward, furious at the provocation. Yeo Min-soo commanded his subordinate to step back. He stated plainly that his men were no match for this opponent. Jin-tae feigned surprise, sarcastically claiming he was touched to be acknowledged by the boss. The subordinate stepped back, muttering that the intruder wouldn't be yapping for much longer. The first exchange of blows was swift and brutal. Jin-tae analyzed his opponent's movements, realizing the style was neither boxing nor karate. Yeo Min-soo raised a clenched fist high above Jin-tae's head. He let out a sharp breath, preparing to bring his fist down. Jin-tae quickly identified the unfamiliar style as raw street fighting. Yeo Min-soo followed through, throwing a devastating punch. Jin-tae was shocked that the man had withstood his kick, finding his opponent's durability to be ridiculous. Yeo Min-soo braced himself as he was struck with immense force. The impact sent Jin-tae flying backward across the room. Jin-tae quickly righted himself and launched a kick at Yeo Min-soo. The two fighters clashed in a furious storm of punches. Jin-tae managed to land a powerful kick squarely on Yeo Min-soo's face. Without missing a beat, Yeo Min-soo retaliated with a punch of his own. Jin-tae grunted in pain from the force of the counter. Yeo Min-soo cursed as he was grabbed and thrown with incredible force. He gritted his teeth, admitting that the attack actually hurt. A violent kick from Jin-tae sent Yeo Min-soo crashing onto a couch. His momentum carried him backward, and he fell through a glass table, shattering it to pieces. Yeo Min-soo immediately rose from the wreckage, standing atop the broken table with clenched fists, glaring down at Jin-tae. Jin-tae looked up with genuine admiration, admitting, "That was awesome." Yeo Min-soo's mind raced, realizing his opponent would have to aim for his weak points to secure a victory. At the same time, Jin-tae knew he needed to find and draw out that very weakness. With a sudden lunge, Jin-tae changed tactics, attacking with a knife. Yeo Min-soo instinctively countered with a punch to the face, the speed of the exchange blurring their movements. Jin-tae swung his knife downwards in a deadly arc. The blade whistled as it cut through the empty air. Jin-tae recognized his opponent's movements, realizing he was facing a veteran of countless street brawls and knife fights. He commented on Yeo Min-soo's past scars, warning him that his brawling style would be fatal against a professional killer. An angry subordinate could no longer stand by, screaming that he was joining the fight against the pretentious bastard. His men knew the intruder wasn't bluffing, but Yeo Min-soo simply affirmed that he was right. He calmly stated that his own life now depended on how his opponent chose to proceed. Jin-tae was impressed, realizing Yeo Min-soo possessed the skill to accurately assess the power gap between them. He also noted the man's concern for his subordinates, concluding that Yeo Min-soo was a truly cool guy. Shifting gears, Jin-tae brought up Yeo Min-soo's feud with Gold Capital and its connection to Castle. He then awkwardly confessed that the entire fight had simply been a test. Jin-tae explained he had come based on Kim Dae-jeon's information about him. He revealed they were planning to take down Castle and were recruiting skilled people like him, formally extending an invitation. Yeo Min-soo scoffed, finding the entire proposal ridiculous. Pointing to his beaten men, he demanded to know what made Jin-tae any different from their hated enemy, Choi Dal-cheon. Yeo Min-soo declared that all Jin-tae could take was his life, and warned that their next meeting would not end with him leaving unharmed. Jin-tae knew it then, this man was different, and he was exactly the kind of person his boss was looking for. He mentally kicked himself, realizing he'd botched the approach and that the failure was entirely his fault. He sincerely apologized to Yeo Min-soo for his rudeness and for the harm he'd caused his men. Announcing he would leave, Jin-tae promised to return the next day to give him time to think over the offer. One of the dark-haired subordinates defiantly warned that if he returned, he would have to face him. Jin-tae brushed off the threat with a dismissive, whatever. Jin-tae walked off alone down the desolate sidewalk. He reflected that this messy recruitment wasn't his style, but he was now determined to bring Yeo Min-soo in, even if he had to burn everything to the ground to do it. His thoughts were interrupted by his incessantly ringing phone, which he answered with an exasperated shout. A woman named Marina coolly asked why he was so flared up and what he was doing. Jin-tae's anger vanished as he instantly recognized her voice. After he exclaimed her name, Marina briskly asked how Gina was doing. Jin-tae reported that Gina was doing fine and that he had even asked Aquila for a favor regarding her. He laughed while explaining how a hillbilly dude was taking good care of her, before curiously asking how Marina got his number. Marina boasted that getting his number was child's play for her and revealed she knew he had followed Tigro to Korea. Jin-tae scoffed, clarifying that it was less a choice and more of a vacation given by Aquila, who would never truly let him go. Marina bluntly called both him and Tigro fools. She then shifted the conversation, beginning to pose a hypothetical question. Marina asked him, if it came down to it, would he choose Tigro or Gina? Jin-tae was furious, demanding to know why she would ask him such a terrible question. After a tense pause, Marina changed the subject, asking if he'd ever heard of Yu Woo-sung of the Triad's Black Dragon branch. Jin-tae immediately recognized the name as the director of Wajing Consultancy, their current target, and demanded to know why she was asking. Marina reminded him of the terrible history between his siblings and Lu Kai, the head of the Triad branch in Guangzhou. She then delivered the final, shocking piece of the puzzle: Yu Woo-sung was Lu Kai's brother. A concerned subordinate urged his boss to get to a hospital, but the injured man brushed him off, insisting it was fine. The boss reflected bitterly that his opponent had held back on the final strike, concluding that the bastard had gone easy on him. He mentally conceded that he was still hopeless when it came to fighting opponents armed with knives. An uncomfortable silence descended upon the group. The subordinate broke the silence, pleading with his boss to stop being so stubborn. A bald man in their crew turned to the subordinate, coldly asking him to say that again. Trying to keep the peace, the boss once again assured them that his wound wasn't that deep. A scarred man in the group clarified that his concern was not about the knife wound. The bald man grew agitated, demanding to know if the other man truly understood the dire situation they were in. The boss, now confused by the tension, asked what exactly he was talking about. ch1to119 then told the man to speak his mind and let out all the frustration that was boiling inside him. The story began, and Yeo Min-soo's mind reeled at the shocking news that his brother had lost to ch1to119 and had his eye gouged out. He internally scoffed, refusing to believe the tale being spun by the man with yellow hair. In the flashback, a younger Yeo Min-soo had sarcastically asked a menacing figure if he was the boss. Yeo Min-soo then angrily demanded if the man knew what his underlings had dared to do on his turf. ch1to119 coolly replied that they were just useless underlings and should be discarded for causing their boss trouble. Yeo Min-soo cried out in protest as one of ch1to119's subordinates moved in to grab him. ch1to119's men laughed cruelly, mocking the man they now had at their mercy. Yeo Min-soo desperately apologized for his men entering the territory, offering to give up anything if they were allowed to go free. One of ch1to119's men taunted him, remarking that his head was held a bit too high for someone begging. A large man in a white shirt leaned in and instructed him to stop saying sorry and instead begged them to save him. A heavy silence hung in the air following the humiliating demand. Another man suggested they stop, as he was going to pay the price anyway, before the large man asked if he was truly willing to give up his body. The man with short dark hair, Yeo Min-soo's brother, calmly affirmed that he was. He then stoically stated that he was ready for the deal. The large man laid out the sadistic terms: he would pluck out one of the brother's eyes, and if he made no sound, his men would be freed. As the man began to state the consequences for failure, the brother finished his sentence, asking if his entire gang would be disposed of if he made a sound. His battered men screamed at him not to accept the horrifying terms, threatening to kill everyone if they touched their boss. One of ch1to119's scarred subordinates muttered in annoyance at their defiance. The large man simply told the captive brother not to worry about his men's protests. The man in the gray shirt steeled himself and told his tormentor to take it. A bearded man, ch1to119 himself, praised his captive's bravery, acknowledging that he was just as reputed. He then leaned in, posing a sinister question. ch1to119 whispered that pain always goes far beyond human imagination. Onlookers watched in horror, commenting on the unimaginable pain as fingers pushed deep into the man's eye socket. One of the brother's own men cried out his boss's name in utter despair. The sickening sound of the brutal act echoed through the tense silence. A man with a scar from Choi's crew watched in disbelief, calling the victim a monster for impossibly enduring the pain without screaming. The bearded man, ch1to119, admitted he was surprised the man hadn't even groaned and, impressed by his wild tenacity, decided to let him go. One of the brother's bloodied men cursed under his breath, realizing the horrifying ordeal was over. The muscular ch1to119 ordered his men to clean up the mess and throw the defeated gang out of their territory. An unconscious member of the defeated gang weakly mumbled his boss's name. The storyteller explained that their boss, Min-seo, had been the only one in Jeollado who could challenge Choi, while the injured brother merely said he wasn't dead. He had given up his eye to protect his men, an act which led to the gang's financial ruin and ultimate disbandment. While only a few loyal members remained with Min-seo, ch1to119's power surged after gaining the sponsorship of Gold Capital. ch1to119's abilities, fame, and influence grew to unimaginable heights. Back in the present, one of Min-seo's remaining men questioned how long they could linger in town while ch1to119 soared. Another member furiously told the doubter to shut his mouth. The man continued, noting that gangsters from all over, including Kim Dae-jeon, were gathering in home. He insisted they were planning something big and reminded everyone that their boss was stronger than most, having saved all their lives. The loyal subordinate knelt before his boss, vowing to make him the best in the land, even if he had to die to do it. A profound silence followed his impassioned declaration. Meanwhile, the narration recapped the shocking revelation that Yu Woo-sung was the brother of Lu Kai, the triad head with a dark history involving Jin-tae's siblings. Marina had explained that the familial relationship was a deep secret, which she found highly unusual. For the past few years, the triad had been embroiled in a war for supremacy, with Yu Woo-sung at its very center. Marina informed Jin-tae that this brutal war was now finally drawing to a close. Jin-tae mused that Yu Woo-sung might just become the next big loser on Hong Kong streets, telling Marina not to worry. Marina urged him, calling him Magpie, to return to the safety of Iskra in Russia for the sake of his siblings. Jin-tae gratefully thanked Marina for the invaluable intel, promising he would find a way to pay her back someday. After the call, Jin-tae was left to ponder the unbelievable connection between his target, Yu Woo-sung, and his old enemy, Lu Kai. He cursed aloud at the fucked-up twist, a possibility he had never once considered. Getting out of his car, Jin-tae cheerfully answered a call from his sister, Jin-ah, and asked if she had eaten yet. In another location, Marina apologized under her breath to Magpie, wishing she could have told him everything. She believed that if he would only go back to Lisa, all of his problems would be solved. Elsewhere, a formal report was being drafted for this very Lisa. The report confirmed Lisa's predictions. Yu Woo-sung had absorbed major triads and was now conducting a massive, bloody purge in Hong Kong. It was now only a matter of time before he became the undisputed master of the city. A bound captive defiantly spat that the other triads weren't weak and wouldn't stay silent forever. A woman warned Yu Woo-sung over the phone that his recklessness would endanger Jean, and that bringing the triads' war into the open was crossing a line. A blood-spattered man simply called the woman on the phone a stupid little pig. Yu Woo-sung calmly strode through the carnage, sarcastically remarking on how busy everyone was with keeping the peace. He dismissed the slaughter as a mere cleanup and announced that they were heading to Korea when they were finished. A subordinate with a scar questioned the plan to expand overseas so soon after conquering Hong Kong, finding the open declaration of his plans odd. A blade was drawn with a faint, sharp whisper. Yu Woo-sung sadistically thanked his victim for the local Hong Kong meatballs. He then violently shoved a wad of cash into the man's mouth. The gagged man desperately tried to plead for his life, his words lost. With a final, merciless swing, Yu Woo-sung brought the knife down. After the execution, an associate calmly lit a cigarette. A bearded man reported to Yu Woo-sung that he had located the man called Magpie in Korea and asked if they should pursue him. Yu Woo-sung nonchalantly confirmed that he knew who Magpie was. He dismissed the idea, seeing it as a waste of time to chase after a mere rat. A woman in a suit chimed in, suggesting it was Magpie's revenge to claim anyway. Yu Woo-sung declared he would rather gather them all and pop them at once, before deciding to simply observe his target's future moves. The report to Lisa continued with an update on Python, stating there were no sightings of him in Southeast Asia, leading Yu Woo-sung to believe he wasn't there. It was noted, however, that Python's second-in-command, Barista, had recently smuggled a large number of his men into Korea. The report concluded that by observing Barista's actions, they could likely deduce Python's true intentions. The man with red hair accused his counterpart of fighting Castle purely for personal revenge. The bearded man, Gustav, coldly dismissed such motives, stating that people like him could not understand risking one's life on something as useless as revenge. Gustav asked if that was all he wanted to know, but the bandaged man, Tigro, declared their meeting over. With a sudden turn, Gustav questioned the rush, reminding Tigro that he came as a mediator. The dark-haired man affirmed he was certain Gustav would come, knowing Lisa wouldn't send someone like him without a purpose. He then revealed his suspicion that Gustav wasn't the only one sent. A look of confusion crossed his face as he asked what that meant. Gustav turned sharply, challenging the dark-haired man to guess Lisa's true intentions. The man grimaced, processing the weight of the question. He concluded that Lisa was undoubtedly using him to eliminate Baek Du-chan, viewing him as the perfect card to use without Iskra getting its hands dirty. Gustav noted, however, that the day's spectacle was far too grand for just that purpose. The creature-like man interjected that one of the show's objectives was to tame Gustav himself. The dark-haired man realized the other purpose was a message intended directly for him. He recalled the silver-haired woman, Lisa, offering her hand, promising an easier path to his revenge with Iskra's powerful members at his side. This, he understood, was the core of her message. Tigro, listening intently, questioned if Lisa's ultimate aim was castle itself. Gustav clarified that her goal was more precise, to become a member of it. He explained her long-held ambition to form a cartel, a criminal empire wielding unimaginable power and black money. Gustav reasoned that Iskra's growth was limited, and its current generation of killers desired power and money, leaving him with no justification to stop Lisa. As he poured a drink, Gustav proposed that if Lisa was using Tigro, then Tigro should take advantage of her in return. Tigro fell silent, contemplating the dangerous possibility that Gustav was suggesting. Gustav laid out the scenario, wondering what Lisa would do if he were chosen as castle's head on the condition that she and Iskra were offered a seat. He then directly asked Tigro what he thought her choice would be. The silver-haired man realized with a start that Lisa would never miss such an advantageous deal. Gustav ominously suggested that the next time they met, they could very well be enemies. The man in black offered to give him Magpie's location, but Gustav waved it off. He dismissed the idea as unnecessary, stating that Magpie himself understood the consequences of the decision he had made. The injured man agreed, suggesting they call it a day. He then wished Gustav a safe trip back home. Suddenly, a burly man moved to restrain the injured man. The burly man remarked that severe insomnia must have worn him out. The injured man retorted that Tigro wouldn't be able to relax anymore in the future, as he would stand guard for him. He told his brother, Tigro, to sleep, for many hardships were yet to come. Meanwhile, at Pyo-young's office in Busan, a new situation was unfolding. A man with gray hair asked if the information he was holding came from Japan. Nobuchi confirmed he got it from a secret Yakuza contact, adding that he had a rough idea of the Hyde dude's strength. The gray-haired man revealed that Hyde was a famous killer in Japan, number 2 in the Mori clan and considered Oduwa's successor, though slightly weaker. He ordered all collected information to be sent to Home City where it could be used more effectively, and Nobuchi complied. Nobuchi then asked if there was any message from Hyde, to which the gray-haired man confirmed there was. Nobuchi complained that Hyde only gave him small errands, making him feel they weren't being taken seriously. The gray-haired man sternly warned him not to do anything rash, reminding him they were all tough guys. With that, he declared the break over and told everyone to get back to work. He then called out to a man named Jung Seano. The gray-haired man asked if today was the day for that. The black-haired man confirmed that indeed, it was today. He reluctantly asked if he really had to go, complaining his arms still hurt, but the gray-haired man curtly told him to get out. A sickening crunch echoed through the room. The black-haired man cried out in pain. He whimpered that he was going to die as the man in rolled-up sleeves declared the session finished. The bearded man surveyed the scene and simply announced it was time for the next participant. A man with a cheek scar called out for Seo Young-chi and Song Ik-cheon, asking if they could continue, and the man in the white t-shirt affirmed they could. The man with the cheek scar paused for a moment before continuing. He then called for Pyo-young to enter the training area. A person in a gray hoodie stepped forward, respectfully greeting the seniors. The scarred man noted it would be a 1 versus 2 fight and placed himself in his boss's care. The 3 fighters took their positions on the floor, readying themselves for the confrontation. Close-ups revealed the intensely serious expressions of the 3 men. A foot was poised for action, digging into the ground in anticipation. With a sharp grunt, the fight began. The scarred man threw a heavy punch, connecting with the man in the white t-shirt. The person in the gray hoodie instantly countered, striking the scarred man from behind. The scarred man grunted in pain from the unexpected blow. The fighters moved with brutal efficiency. The man in the gray shirt launched a powerful kick, sending his opponent flying into the air. Another fighter cried out as the blow landed. The man in the gray hoodie was then hit with a forceful kick. The dark-haired man watching from the side thought to himself that someone was going to get killed at this rate. The man with short hair observed that Pyo Young's skills had improved noticeably, but he knew it still wasn't enough. An attacker's hand shot out, grabbing the chest of a man who had been knocked to the ground. The man with short hair concluded that Pyo Young was not yet strong enough to take them both down. The camera focused on the determined face of the blue-haired figure under the hood. The chaotic brawl continued with a flurry of punches and kicks. The man with the scar yelled out for them to end it. The man in the gray hoodie expertly threw another fighter over his shoulder as the other two continued to grapple. Hoodie guy followed up with a kick to a downed gangster in a white shirt. He then executed a low sweeping kick while the other two men exchanged punches above him. Two gangsters watched in shock, wondering how he pulled off such a sick move. The scarred gangster's mind raced, realizing this fighter was on another level and that an opening had vanished in a single, crazy move. He could only stare in stunned silence. A masked gangster suddenly stepped in, yelling that it was enough. A man in a bucket hat called out the name Ilho. Hoodie guy was shocked, realizing that Uncle Ilho himself had intervened. Ilho began his lesson, warning that most future opponents would have a weapon and that Oh-Doo-Wah had complete mastery over axes. The instructor, Ilho, stated that no matter how diligently Pyo Young trained, a few years were not enough, and he needed to get used to fighting with blades. The bearded instructor reflected that Pyo Young had been compensating for his lack of strength with big movements, but such a style only benefited his opponents. He mused that Pyo Young's true talent was extreme agility, just like his father, and the best weapon for him would be a pair of karambits. With those weapons, he believed Pyo Young's skills would rise steeply. The bearded instructor lamented, however, that their own disabilities prevented them from teaching him enough, and that Pyo Young had to fight and learn on his own. Young confidently declared that once he surpassed this level, he would reach Oh-Doo-Wah's level within a year. The instructor, Ilho, zipped up his jacket with a determined look. The bearded instructor chuckled, impressed by the bold brat spirit and his unwavering focus on his target. Two men, one in a white shirt and another in a yellow jacket, peered cautiously into a dark room. The man in the white shirt wondered aloud if the sound he heard was just a cat. From the darkness, a long-haired man ominously spoke Pyo Young's name. He condescendingly remarked that for his age, Pyo Young was up to some cute little things. Pyo Young gasped for air, knowing that at this rate, he wouldn't last much longer. He reflected on the previous day's disappointing defeat, haunted by the thought that he had been so close to winning. His opponent's fists had been a blur, and he knew his kicks were no match for his uncle's blade, leaving him to wonder if wielding a weapon was the only path forward. An urgent voice shattered his thoughts, repeatedly calling his name, but Pyo Young just groaned for the noise to stop. The unseen person frantically declared that they were completely screwed, forcing Pyo Young to tiredly ask what had happened this time. A terrified man burst in, pleading with Pyo Young to hide, warning that he was here and gathering all the local boys. The man questioned if Pyo Young had noticed anything strange, but Pyo Young admitted he'd seen nothing unusual, as the men had just been drinking with women like always. Elsewhere, a bald man stood at attention, respectfully welcoming a man he called Leader Hyde. A woman in sunglasses, an associate of Hyde, coldly commanded one of the men to take her to Mori's Nawabarai business hideout. The gray-haired man reluctantly complied, his mind racing with questions about Hyde's sudden and unexpected arrival in Busan. The imposing figure of Hyde, clad in sunglasses and a long coat, strode down the street flanked by his two subordinates. The gray-haired man observed his leader, thinking that Hyde was a strange man who lacked any discernible sharpness, making him question how he ever became Oh-Doo-Wah's successor. One of the subordinates suddenly stared ahead in shock, blurting out a question about what a group of men were doing. The gray-haired man's eyes snapped forward, his attention immediately captured by the confrontation unfolding before them. He addressed a silver-haired man leading the group, acknowledging that he was surprisingly strong for someone with no influential background. The gray-haired man then interrogated him, pointing out that he had recruited former members of Kwak Jung-hyun's crew, a gang previously crushed by Mori. The silver-haired man calmly explained that they were the best fighters available in Busan, offering to disband his group if it was deemed a problem. He added that he didn't care about their past as long as they had skill, prompting the gray-haired man to comment on the impressive size of his organization for someone so young. But Hyde, the man with long black hair and sunglasses, stepped forward to correct him, stating that calling these men the best option in Busan was a mistake. His hand clenched into a tight fist as he declared that true monsters, far beyond their level, resided in this city. The gray-haired man's thoughts immediately flashed to the name Bulwi, the infamous gang that once belonged to Kwak Jung-hyun. Hyde began to recount a story from the past, explaining how his master, Oh Do-hwa, had once been humiliated in a defeat at the hands of the Bulwi. The gray-haired man added to the tale, recalling how Oh Do-hwa eventually exacted his revenge, slaughtering his old rival and maiming all others involved so they would live in perpetual pain. Hyde conceded that while he respected his master, he believed that particular judgment was flawed. He then fixed his gaze on the silver-haired man, claiming he could sense a connection between him and a certain baby he had heard stories about from that time. Hyde warned that even a small spark could reignite a massive fire, especially with their old enemies still enjoying their lives. He then leaned in, pointedly asking the silver-haired man if his own fire had finally gone out. The gray-haired man added to the tension, ominously questioning if that spark might grow into a fire that could burn down the entire forest, a clear threat to Oh Do-hwa's empire. The silver-haired man quietly considered that if the baby were still alive, he would be around his age. He brushed off the insinuation, reminding Hyde that Oh Do-hwa himself had chosen him as Busan's new representative and that the baby was likely long dead. Hyde simply stared back and asked with a chilling quietness if he really thought so. The silver-haired man confidently affirmed that he did. In a flash of steel, a knife was thrust directly toward the silver-haired man's unprotected eye. The blade stopped just inches from his face, held steady by Hyde, who had launched the sudden, terrifying attack. Hyde observed his opponent's unflinching reaction, noting that his eyes were alive and deeming him worthy of the knife. He explained that this particular blade could be used as an extension of one's fist, allowing even a novice to wield it with some proficiency. Tossing the weapon to the silver-haired man, Hyde instructed him to never let go of it in a fight, as it would compensate for his weaknesses. Hyde then revealed he had been watching the previous night, stating that he enjoyed seeing the silver-haired man's fire. The now distressed man was stunned, the words "last night" echoing in his mind. His thoughts spiraled as he realized Hyde knew everything about his secret fight and his connection to the knife, leaving him to wonder just how much the mysterious man knew. The unsettling encounter left a single, crucial question hanging in the balance: was Hyde an ally or an enemy? The scene shifts to a memory, where Shin Tae-jin sat with his arms crossed, his face a mask of grim determination. A scar-faced man began his narration, recalling that the power gap between them was simply too vast, and admitting his own shortcomings were laid bare. He remembered feeling utterly helpless in front of their opponent, despite all of Shin Tae-jin's training, and sensed a deep history between the two combatants. Even though his opponent was clearly stronger, the narrator recalled that Shin Tae-jin fully intended to fight him. The fight had begun with both men aiming for the throat, but the narrator soon lost track of Shin Tae-jin's movements just before his defeat. The memory focused on their footwork, and the narrator realized the knife had struck from outside Shin Tae-jin's point of view. He analyzed the angle, concluding that the attacker, Ryu-chan, had planned from the very beginning to strike from his opponent's blind spot. The scar-faced man reflected that while Shin Tae-jin got away with a minor injury, he himself had been unable to dodge the blow. He confessed that he couldn't follow Ryu-chan's movements in the slightest. The speed of the attack had been simply too fast for him to process. No matter how many times he replayed the fight in his mind, the scar-faced man admitted he could not devise a counter-strategy. Doubts about that fateful encounter continued to haunt him. He considered his own disadvantage, noting that while Shin Tae-jin was ambidextrous, he could only fight with his left hand. He recalled asking Shin Tae-jin for help in training to fight a major figure from Castle, and his mentor had simply shown him a single trick. Shin Tae-jin had then left it as homework for him to decipher, hinting that the clue was hidden within that very fight against Ryu-chan. But even now, the scar-faced man lamented that he still couldn't figure it out. Back in the present, a different man, Jang Ho, exhaled a cloud of smoke with a weary sigh. Kim Dae-jeon approached him, chiding him for waiting alone after finishing his work. Kim Dae-jeon insisted that as the boss of their family, he couldn't allow Jang Ho to move around by himself. He promised to deal with the other brothers and pleaded with Jang Ho not to put him in this difficult position again, earning a quick agreement from a nearby subordinate. When Kim Dae-jeon asked for his destination, Jang Ho simply stated he was going to the hospital. Kim Dae-jeon instantly understood he was going to visit their big brother, Sung-jun. Jang Ho confirmed it had been a while and assured Kim Dae-jeon he would return on his own. After a brief pause, Jang Ho's tone turned serious as he asked for an update on that ongoing matter. Kim Dae-jeon reported that since the fall of Kim Jae-hoon and Yoon Deok-soo, the main drug ring had fractured into scattered groups of small-time dealers. Jang Ho voiced his deepest regret for ever letting them into home and ordered Kim Dae-jeon to eradicate them completely, reminding him to call if any trouble arose. Kim Dae-jeon solemnly acknowledged his boss's command. Meanwhile, the grizzled man in the suit, revealed to be Jang Ho on a separate mission, confirmed to his own men that they had found their targets. He observed them from a distance, noting that, as expected, they were secretly back to dealing drugs, though on a much smaller scale. In a quiet moment of resolve, he mentally apologized to Dae-jeon for acting alone, hoping his brother would forgive him for this one transgression. With his decision made, Jang Ho gave his men the signal to move in. Their ambush was sprung, and an aggressive thug leader roared that they had finally caught the little bastards. A man in a black helmet shouted in panic, telling his comrades to run for their lives. He stopped dead in his tracks, however, recognizing the man leading the charge as his own brother. The grizzled man, Jang Ho, grabbed him by the collar and furiously demanded to know why he wouldn't just quit this life. His voice cracked with emotion as he reminded the younger man that he was his brother. Jang Ho yelled, asking why he couldn't understand that his actions were a betrayal to Dae-jeon, the very man who had saved their lives. Jang Hoon, his younger brother, sobbed that he was sorry, explaining that he had tried to quit but the addiction drove him back. One of Jang Ho's men cursed, realizing that the young man was still hopelessly lost in his addiction. The man then grunted in pain, suddenly unable to move forward. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth as he was violently struck by an unseen assailant. A chorus of derisive laughter echoed through the clearing as a new group of men mocked the dramatic family confrontation. Two of the newcomers jeered, telling the brawling men to keep it going for their entertainment. One of Jang Ho's subordinates furiously warned the interlopers not to expect to get out of there in one piece. A muscular man from the opposing side stepped up, issuing a cold challenge to see if they could still laugh when he was done with them. Suddenly, one of Jang Ho's men shouted a desperate warning to his boss. Another of his men realized with dawning horror that something was terribly wrong. Miles away, Kim Dae-jeon felt a chilling premonition, sensing that the drug dealers his brother was confronting were not alone. The true scale of the trap was revealed. A massive force of men, cars, and motorcycles had gathered in the dark woods, waiting for them. A man with a short beard stepped out from the crowd, sarcastically asking if his surprise appearance was cool, even if it was a bit premature. Panic seized Kim Dae-jeon as he realized the grave danger his brother was in, whispering that he had made a terrible mistake. The leader of the ambush, a man in dark glasses, coolly surveyed Jang Ho's small team and contemptuously asked who these small flies were. The man in the light blue shirt sarcastically presented the ambush as a surprise he had prepared, even if it was a bit early. He then mockingly asked if the newly arrived guests were not happy with their reception. A heavy silence fell over Jang Ho's men as they stood paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. The red-haired man in dark glasses contemptuously asked who these insignificant, small fries were. The man with the short beard, Jang Ho, looked away, his expression hardening with a grim realization. His mind raced, he was certain he knew who this man was. It was the same person who had deeply humiliated both him and Dae-jeon in the past. Jang Ho recalled Dae-jeon's words about this man being a key figure in a smuggling ring, realizing their true target was not just his crew, but the entirety of Home City. Jang Hoon, the man in the helmet, knew he had to be careful, as any mistake would put Kim Dae-jeon and the entire gang in grave danger. The leader of the ambush casually leaned out of his car window, asking if they were from home. Thinking fast, the man in the white shirt, Jang Ho, claimed they were just there for his younger brother, hoping the lie would be enough to get them out alive. The ambusher leader considered his words for a moment before asking, "Really?" Jang Hoon spat, calling his own brother a stupid fool, believing someone named June would never save such worthless individuals. He made a desperate calculation, deciding it was better to side with the drug distributors than to be taken by Kim Dae-jeon's men. With a sudden cry, Jang Hoon betrayed them all, revealing they were gangsters from Home City working under Kim Dae-jeon. The man with sunglasses let out a slow, "Oh. Really?" savoring the moment of betrayal. While Jang Hoon pleaded that he was just a civilian, one of his former comrades cursed him, knowing this betrayal would only make things easier for their enemies. Another of Jang Ho's men grimly agreed, understanding the weight of the turncoat's words. The man with the angry expression swore, realizing the young brat had just sealed their fate. In a flash, one of the ambushers pressed a cold knife to the traitor's throat. The man with sunglasses offered a chilling, "Thank you for letting me know." Pinned to the ground, the man in the helmet stammered in terror, asking why this was happening. The leader chuckled, announcing they had removed the irrelevant civilian and could now begin a beneficial discussion with the related people left behind. The implication of his words hung in the suffocating silence. Inside a car, an observer watched the scene unfold with cold detachment. A grim message was relayed, only the first one to volunteer would be spared. The man in the dark shirt calmly reviewed photos of his targets from the safety of his vehicle. A man with cuts on his face began a terrifying countdown, shouting, 5. Another hand flashed a signal for the number 4. Jang Ho tried to reassure his brother, wondering aloud if anyone there lived without resolution. The man with glasses calmly continued the count, 3. Before he could finish, one of Jang Ho's men was violently grabbed by the arm. The woods erupted into chaos as an attacker lunged forward with a knife. A man in a suit with a scar screamed for everyone to run and think only of surviving. The man with sunglasses watched in amusement as his victim yelled for his men to escape at any cost. Jang Ho charged forward with a furious roar, ready to fight back. The clearing became a brutal free-for-all, with men fighting desperately in close quarters. A fist clenched, knuckles white, as the brutal confrontation intensified. The violent struggle unfolded in a grim and silent dance of death. The chaos reached a bloody crescendo as a knife was plunged into a man's chest. The man in the white shirt, Jang Ho, cried out as he clutched the bleeding wound in his chest. The ambushers in suits moved with terrifying speed and precision through the woods. A chaotic battle raged near a car, a desperate fight for survival amidst the trees. The gray-haired man, Jang Ho, grappled with an enemy, his thoughts turning to his traitorous brother, Hoon. Sweat beaded on a man's forehead, his back to the camera as the life-or-death struggle raged on. The fight devolved into a savage brawl on the forest floor, with one man relentlessly punching another. The man with short brown hair, Jang Hoon, screamed his brother's name in despair. He frantically urged his wounded brother to go, to save himself. Jang Ho, gasping for breath, begged his brother to survive and tell Dae-jeon what had happened here. Jang Hoon refused, sobbing that for once, they had to escape together. Jang Ho pleaded with him, begging him to listen just this once. Overcome with regret, Jang Hoon could only choke out apologies to his dying brother. A car tire spun violently, kicking up dirt as it sped away. The man in sunglasses coolly extended a hand from the car window, a lit cigarette between his fingers. As a man in a white shirt fled with a trail of blood, an assailant holding a knife prepared to strike from the car door. A strangled cry echoed briefly before being cut short. An ambusher in a black shirt stood over the fallen body, illuminated by the car's headlights with a knife in hand. The crying man, Jang Hoon, fell to his knees, realizing that everyone was doomed because of a piece of shit like him. He knew in his heart that this place would be his grave. In his final moments, his thoughts turned to his boss, Dae Jeon. The man with the cigarette, Jang Ho, whispered a final, "I'm sorry about it." He regretted that he had to go first, unable to repay the favor he owed. He reflected on his past, a life lived bowing his head to others. It wasn't until he met Dae Jeon that he finally learned how to live. His boss had taught him so many important things. But even so, a bitter thought lingered. He felt he could have died happy just seeing his brother Dae Jeon succeed. All he ever wanted to do. A hand held an open switchblade. Was to buy his boss a new suit. The man's body lay still on the ground, his final wish unfulfilled. Elsewhere, Kim Dae Jeon answered his phone, recognizing the name on the screen, Hoon. Jang Hoon's frantic voice screamed from the other end, giving their location and begging Dae Jeon to save them. Dae Jeon tried to calm him down, demanding to know who was attacking them. Back in the dark woods, the leader of the ambush and his subordinates stood waiting, their trap perfectly sprung. A man in a suit held up a blank smartphone, its screen a dark, empty mirror. Raising his voice, the man in the suit called out for Dae Jeon as the camera focused on his pristine black shoes, ready for action. He called out again, more urgently this time, shouting for Kim Dae Jeon while a companion in pajamas stood beside him. The man in pajamas urged him to contact Kim Shin and move together, but the man in the suit only stared back, noting his friend's deeply troubled expression. He observed that his companion's face was that of someone about to do something incredibly serious. The man in the suit apologized, telling his friend to return to home and not to worry, boasting that being cautious was what he did best. A black car cut through the darkness, its headlights piercing the lonely road as it sped toward an unknown destination. Inside the car, a phone screen lit up with an incoming call from Kim Shin. The driver, the same man in the suit, slammed his hand on the dashboard in frustration when the call went straight to voicemail. He recalled a past order from a man in a blue suit, who had instructed him to handle situations himself unless it was completely unavoidable. A man with tattoos had then offered to notify the others for his boss. The call had connected to Kim Dae Jeon, who answered, questioning what could be so urgent at such a late hour. Urgent instructions were relayed to get Soo-min out of the office to safety and to mobilize every available man to Dakibi Park immediately. A heavy silence had followed before the man on the phone asked if something serious had happened. The driver had explained his fear that Jang Ho had been attacked, admitting he had no other details before ending the call with a plea to hurry. Arriving at the scene, he knelt by a patch of blood-soaked sand, concluding the attackers had left in a hurry. His search led him toward a desolate industrial complex. He soon identified an abandoned factory, long forgotten, and suspected it was the enemy's hideout. He quickly assessed that there were few guards and that reinforcements from Dakibi Park were a full 30 minutes away. Realizing it would be too late if he waited, the man clenched his fist, deciding to scout the situation alone. He moved with practiced silence, slipping into the shadows of the derelict building. The man in the suit pressed himself flat against a cold, concrete wall, cautiously peeking around the corner. Through a narrow gap, his eyes scanned the interior, his expression a mask of intense concentration. A single drop of sweat trickled down from his brow as the grim reality of the scene before him sank in. He suppressed a gasp upon seeing not just Jang Ho, but all his captured brothers, beaten and bound. A wave of relief washed over him as he saw Jang Ho was still alive, but he immediately noted the sheer amount of blood he had lost. Gritting his teeth in silent fury, he searched for the one responsible for this massacre. His gaze fell upon a man with fiery red hair, sunglasses, and grotesque stitches across his jaw, standing with his arms crossed in chilling defiance. The man in the suit froze, his body rigid as he took in the sight of the imposing figure. His mind reeled as he recognized the executive, barista, wondering with dread why someone of his rank was here. From the floor, the injured Jang Ho understood the horrific implication. An executive's presence confirmed this was direct retaliation for their attack on Kim Jae-hoon. Jang Ho knew that if this was the reason, their enemies would counterattack on an entirely different and more devastating level. He feared the worst-case scenario, a full-scale hunt targeting every last member of the home city family. Not a single second could be wasted, someone had to warn the boss, as a direct assault now would be nothing short of suicidal. Jang Ho concluded that retreat was the only viable option to save the organization. He grimly accepted that those already caught would likely die, but he could not allow the entire home family to be consumed by this fire. Even though he knew his younger brothers were on their way, a deep sense of dread told him it might not be enough. High above the factory floor, a man in a black suit and sunglasses named June gazed down upon the scene. June let out a hollow laugh, muttering to himself that life truly sucks. One of his subordinates, a man holding a knife, asked June if he should bury the captives, noting they were almost finished. The scarred man in sunglasses, barista, sighed with irritation, remarking that their guest had certainly taken his time. A nearby bald man with ear piercings flinched at the sound of an unexpected arrival. A cruel smirk formed on June's face as he noted that their target had come to see them all on his own. From the darkness, the man in the suit finished the sentence, adding that he had indeed come, alone. He stepped into the light, coolly observing that there were fewer opponents than he had anticipated. A henchman in a brown jacket gasped in disbelief while the man in the suit resolved to strike fast before he could be surrounded. In a flash of brutal motion, the man in the suit kicked and stabbed the henchman, ending him before he could react. Another subordinate with a cheek scar screamed that he was a crazy bastard for daring to come alone. The man in the suit answered by driving his blade deep into the screaming man's torso. Without pause, he pivoted and slammed a devastating punch into the face of the bald man with piercings. He spun low, his blade ready for the next threat. A large man in a green shirt managed to block the knife lunge while landing a solid punch. The blade had stopped just millimeters from his skin. The man in the suit immediately countered, smashing his fist into the green shirt man's jaw. His opponent grunted, staggering back from the force of the blow. The man in the suit thought to himself that this crazy bastard was tougher than he looked. Suddenly, both the green shirt man and June rushed him, June now aiming a pistol directly at him. The man in the suit let out a strained grunt as he found himself cornered. June ordered his subordinate to stand down, reminding him that in Korea they had to follow Castle's orders and couldn't just kill their target with a gun. The green shirt man declared that he would take care of this intruder himself. A tense quiet fell as the two fighters prepared to engage one-on-one. The silence was broken by a blur of furious movement. Their battle became a whirlwind of strikes and evasions. The man in the suit was stunned, wondering if this opponent had always been this powerful. His mind raced, questioning if the man had been hiding his skills, as the intel they had gathered was completely wrong. He briefly entertained the idea that his opponent could have trained to this level in such a short amount of time. In the end, he decided that it didn't matter. As his new opponent, a red-haired man, charged forward, he sensed an entirely different and more dangerous pressure. The red-haired man, Joshua, cried out in pain as his left foot was injured during the exchange. The two combatants broke apart after the vicious clash. The sharp ring of a blade slicing through the air echoed through the vast, empty space. The man in the suit gasped for air, acknowledging the last attack could have been deep and that this pressure was unlike anything he felt fighting Nam Gung-hyuk. Joshua stared at his opponent, now feeling with absolute clarity just how ridiculously strong these men were. The man in the suit glanced over at Jang Ho, who was still bleeding out on the cold ground. He made a silent vow to his fallen comrade, promising to save him and get them both out of this hell. Joshua remained still, his focus entirely on the man who had managed to wound him. He reflected that even with an injured foot, his knife work wasn't something a person could simply avoid by a fluke. The man in the suit noticed his opponent covering his injured hand and let out a dry laugh, thinking this fight was about to get interesting. From the sidelines, Barista lamented that it was a shame he had to kill such an entertaining fighter, deciding it was time to heat up the mood. Barista called out to Joshua, asking him if he remembered to pick up that special item. The stitched lips man then gave a chilling order to get that ready. Meanwhile, the red-haired barista casually stabbed another captive, a man in a tattered white shirt. The injured man desperately calculated his odds, thinking that with Barista's right arm injured, he might have a chance if he could just overpower his left. He flinched as Barista delivered another contemptuous blow. Barista took a slow, deliberate step towards his victim. With a final surge of defiance, the captive threw a punch that connected with the red-haired attacker's face. The captive was thrown backwards, his desperate effort ultimately futile. Barista stood impassively, holding a knife as he watched the distant fight continue. The captive in the white shirt gasped for breath, his eyes wide with terror at what he saw in Barista's hand. Barista brandished the ornate knife, his stitched smile stretching into a cruel, predatory grin. A strange coldness crept into Barista's fingertips, and he wondered if it was the thrill of his own murderous intent. Or perhaps, he mused, it was because the blade was a relic from the man he hated most in the world, admitting that nothing was better for slicing a neck. The captive began to stammer, his words choked with pure, unadulterated fear. Barista looked past him toward the man in the suit, asking tauntingly if he was struggling to fight because of the hostage. With a sickeningly sweet tone, he offered to help resolve that problem. The man in the white shirt screamed, begging him to stop. The captive's face was a mask of despair, splattered with his own blood. With a bloody hand, Barista gripped the man's head and began to tear it from his shoulders with a horrifying ripping sound. The man's screams became muffled, choked gurgles of agony. An eruption of crimson sprayed across the floor as the body was torn violently apart. One last, pathetic sound escaped the man's lips before he fell silent forever. The man in the suit let out a guttural roar, vowing to kill him, while Barista simply laughed, declaring that the expression on his face now was worth seeing. The man in the white shirt staggered back, letting out a pained groan. He stumbled again, an agonized cry escaping his lips as he struggled to stay upright. Watching from the sidelines, the bald man and the dark-skinned man simply sneered at his suffering. Blood dripped between his fingers as the man clutched his wounded face. The man with the stitched smile roared with manic glee, vowing to kill his opponent. In a burst of fury, the man in the white shirt lunged forward, charging past the knife aimed at him. Barista welcomed the attack with a twisted grin, tauntingly asking to see how well he could fight now that the deadweight was gone. A powerful fist connected with Barista's face, a testament to the raw fury unleashed. The red-haired man, Barista, exhaled, admitting to himself that he thought the jacket was meant to counter the knife. He had been certain that if his opponent came any closer, he would surely lose his head. Instead, the jacket sleeve wrapped around the blade, deflecting the lethal strike. Barista's eyes widened in disbelief at the unexpected maneuver. With astonishing swiftness, the man in the white shirt dodged the attack that should have ended him. Barista was stunned, never having considered that the jacket could be used as a binding weapon. The air sliced with the sound of rapid, deadly movements. Barista found his knife entangled as his opponent pressed the advantage, turning his own weapon against him. He wondered if the man felt any pain, fantasizing that he would soon be able to gut him in a single motion. The protagonist, referred to as the man in gray, recognized the danger and knew he had to evade that blade. The man in white audibly confirmed his assessment, stating that Barista was indeed dangerous. With a ferocious roar, he launched himself back into the fray. The sound of flesh meeting fist echoed through the space. A sickening crunch followed, but the man in white remained silent and focused. The relentless assault continued with another heavy blow. A cruel smirk played on Barista's lips. The man in white suddenly revealed a critical piece of information, stating that his left foot was injured. Barista coolly asked if that didn't simply give him the upper hand. The protagonist's gaze sharpened, his focus becoming impossibly intense. The two men were locked in a desperate and brutal knife fight, each seeking a fatal opening. One of them let out a strained grunt as a blow landed. The fight intensified, blades flashing as they desperately tried to overpower one another. A gasp of pain signaled another successful strike in the close-quarters battle. A blood-soaked figure lunged forward, knife poised for a killing blow. Barista, the man with the stitched smile, simply stated that he had already gotten used to the pain. The whisper of blades cutting through the air was the only sound. Barista's eyes widened slightly in surprise at his opponent's tenacity. The man in the white shirt snarled through gritted teeth, vowing to kill the bastard. Barista clicked his tongue in disappointment, lamenting that his cut wasn't deep enough and blaming his unfamiliarity with his left hand for only hitting muscle instead of intestines. A blade swung through the air with deadly speed. The exchange was a blur of motion, a dance of flashing steel. The red-haired barista was momentarily startled by the speed of the counter. The man in the white shirt was inwardly shocked, wondering how this country bumpkin's reflexes were able to match his own incredible speed. Barista grew suspicious, finding it strange that his opponent hadn't yet initiated a full counterattack. The man in the white shirt decided he had had enough of the prolonged struggle. With grim determination, he prepared to finish the fight in a single, overwhelming assault. He ducked under a wild swing from his opponent. The frantic exchange of blows continued without a moment's pause. The man in the white shirt declared the situation quite funny. The scarred barista began to lecture, noting how anger drives a person to destroy everything in their path. He continued, explaining that eventually, that momentum is lost and they finally hit rock bottom. Barista relished the thought of that exact moment when unbridled anger finally twists into absolute despair. He confessed that the sight was so refreshing he couldn't help but enjoy it. A low hum of tension filled the air between the combatants. The bruised man felt his strength completely abandon him, his limbs growing numb and unresponsive. He wondered if this was his limit, questioning if he could ever truly surpass the men of home. An image of a stern man wearing sunglasses flashed in his mind. The protagonist was sure this was the exact thought running through his enemy's head. But then a fist slammed into Barista's head with shocking force. The fight turned in an instant as a brutal kick sent a spray of blood from Barista's mouth. The sudden reversal was baffling, he had been on the verge of death just moments ago. It was then revealed that his master, Shin Tae-jin, had not only taught him to use his left hand but had forced him to fight for days without his dominant arm. This secret training was a page from Ryu Ji-hak's book, a feint to make his left hand look like an intentionally unused weakness. It was a surprise tactic that Ryu Ji-hak had perfected, one that would have won Shin Tae-jin his own fateful battle had he not been previously injured. As the protagonist let out a scream of exertion, he remembered his master's belief: Shin Tae-jin was definitely stronger than Barista. The man in white knew his opponent had moved exactly as he had planned, leading him into the trap. Barista roared in outrage, furious that a mere country bumpkin had dared to trick him. The violent clash of blades and bodies resumed with even greater intensity. The protagonist's strategy was now clear: knowing Barista was aiming to kill, he deliberately feigned being overwhelmed by anger to create an opening. He understood that winning with strength alone was impossible, and that this gamble was his only path to victory. This was the true beginning of his counterattack. First, he aimed for the head, a powerful blow designed to shatter his opponent's balance. Then, he seamlessly followed through on the momentum of his successful strike. A vicious kick landed squarely on Barista's face, snapping his head back. Watching from a distance, the bald man nervously asked Joshua if they should intervene, fearing June was about to lose. Joshua coldly ordered him to shut up and watch, warning that June would kill him personally if he dared to interfere. Joshua was so certain because he knew that June, despite the cuts and bandages, despite the obvious pain, was not the kind of man to go down. Barista admitted he had been getting goosebumps, and now he finally understood the cause. He sneered, realizing Holmes' legendary cleaner had left his legacy behind, and was surprised the country bumpkin had been trained by him before he died. Leaning closer, Barista growled, asking if his opponent knew what truly infuriated him. He raged that a nobody had dared to trick him, humiliating him in the worst possible way. A pained grunt escaped the protagonist's lips as he absorbed a blow. The fight devolved into a frantic, desperate exchange of attacks. Both men, bloody and determined, were now locked in a brutal battle of pure endurance. Joshua, the man with the scar, knew that from this point forward, it would become a one-sided slaughter, just as the red-haired barista intended. The protagonist acknowledged his opponent's true skill, a silent thought echoing in his mind, this man was strong. Yet, as blood stained his face, the protagonist knew it was precisely because of that strength that he could no longer back down. Watching from afar, a bearded man understood that if the protagonist failed, his entire family would be forced to face this monster. The man in the suit made a solemn vow, declaring he would definitely kill Barista there that day. The man with the bloodstains echoed that sentiment, ready to pay the ultimate price for victory. The dark-haired warrior's face was a mask of sweat and exhaustion, but his weary eyes remained locked on his foe, his resolve unbroken. The woman with short hair cried out in disbelief, asking if Jang Ho had truly been attacked. At the news, the woman in the light-colored shirt stumbled back, shouting Su Min's name in alarm. The bearded man attempted to placate them, assuring them that Kim Dae-jeon was pursuing the attackers and had requested he move them somewhere safe. Refusing to leave, the woman with short hair insisted that not just Jang Ho, but Dae-jeon himself could now be in grave danger. She stood her ground, declaring that she was far from useless in a situation like this. The man on the left listened in grim silence, the weight of her words hanging in the air. Sensing that something was deeply wrong, a woman ordered a man named Isul to gather their forces and immediately go after Dae-jeon. Another man gravely added that they needed to prepare themselves for an all-out war. Elsewhere, the night was pierced by a man's scream of pure agony. Two fighters remained locked in a brutal exchange of devastating blows. The man in a white shirt unleashed a powerful, arcing punch. A sickening thud confirmed the solid impact of his fist. The fight escalated as an opponent lunged forward, a knife glinting in his hand. A close-up on the man's eye revealed a gaze burning with raw determination. His target let out a sharp cry of pain from the sudden assault. A scarred man stood over his fallen foe, raising a wicked, curved blade for the final strike. His glare was utterly merciless as he gripped the long, sharp weapon. He lunged forward, aiming to finish off the man in black cowering beneath him. The scarred man growled in frustration at his opponent's continued defiance. With a furious roar, he yelled for him to stop struggling as his blade sliced through the air. The man in black could only manage a choked grunt of pain. The scarred man's free hand shot out, grabbing his victim by the ear. A horrific tearing sound echoed as he brutally punished his captive. Thrown violently to the ground, the man in black lay stunned, his face a bloody ruin. Though wounded himself, the scarred man raised his curved blade to the sky in a triumphant, blood-soaked roar. In another corner of the chaotic battlefield, a man was pummeled relentlessly on the ground. A blood-drenched attacker lunged swiftly towards his downed opponent. The man in a gray shirt continued his vicious assault on the fallen fighter, a third man watching impassively. The red-haired man's eyes widened slightly as he observed the desperate struggle. On the ground, the man realized he'd only been able to survive by anticipating the attacks, thanks to his knowledge of Shin Tae-jin's knife techniques. His brief moment of clarity was shattered by a vicious punch connecting with his bloody jaw. The man in the gray shirt pressed his advantage, grappling his foe and striking him again. The red-haired man finally understood that his opponent had been intentionally stopping his attacks just shy of hitting his vital points. The two main combatants were still locked in a desperate, close-quarters dance of death. The mayhem intensified as three men now battled furiously, two of them wielding deadly knives. Battered and bloody, the protagonist looked up from the ground, his breath forming clouds in the air. With a surge of adrenaline, he launched himself toward Barista, who stood ready with his blade. The protagonist clutched his chest, every ragged breath a testament to his profound exhaustion. Barista, weary himself, snarled that he was tired of this game and demanded his opponent simply die. He then leaped through the air, committing his remaining energy to one final, intense attack. The protagonist sensed that Barista's movements were slowing and that he was now blind in one eye, a small flicker of hope in the desperate fight. He knew that considering their massive skill gap, this was his one and only chance to finally overpower the legendary killer. His mind raced with the weight of his mission, if they ever hoped to take down the organization known as Castle. He had to kill Barista, right here and now, no matter the cost. This grueling battle was the very process of turning an impossible goal into a potential reality. The black-haired protagonist let out a raw, desperate scream of exertion. A collective flinch rippled through the onlookers at the sudden, violent turn. The red-haired assailant, Barista, roared in agony, his face now completely covered in blood. Holding a small, sharp object, the protagonist grimaced as blood streamed down his own face from a fresh gash. Barista furiously retaliated with a savage kick, sending the protagonist flying through the air. The red-haired killer panted heavily, the relentless fight finally taking its toll. Yet, against all odds, the black-haired protagonist staggered back to his feet, defiant to the very end. Barista cursed in disbelief, his mind screaming in frustration as to why his opponent simply would not fall. He demanded to know what the protagonist was fighting for, while the protagonist's own mind questioned if his strength was still not enough. A nearby assailant mocked him, stating that his men were gone and his own survival was impossible. Watching from a distance, the injured man grew worried, explaining that Jun's strength stemmed from a sadistic enjoyment of combat. He elaborated that Jun was a monster forged in a deadly environment, a product of pure survival of the fittest. The bloodied man watching admitted that he'd never encountered an opponent who, no matter how hard he was struck, would only grow stronger. The man with the cigarette declared he had lost interest and would simply end it with a bullet to the head. And yet, even as he spoke of an easy victory, a flicker of doubt made him hesitate. A dying man on the ground used his last breath to vow that his killer would not reach home, for he would die right there. Watching his people get cut down, the dark-haired man swore he would not let the enemy touch another one of them. A masked man taunted him, asking if that simple reason was all that kept him going. From afar, the dark-haired man shouted at Jun, pleading with him not to listen to the enemy's psychological games. The silver-eyed man sneered, calling him a disgusting bastard for his noble posturing. The man in the suit coldly dismissed the notion of sacrifice as a self-serving illusion. Jun joined the chorus of taunts, labeling his opponent a hypocrite whose courage was a fragile facade. As the silver-haired man turned to leave, the bloodied man and the man in the suit stood frozen in a tense stalemate. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the fragile silence of the scene. The surprised dark-skinned man whipped his head around, shouting Jun's name in alarm. Jun himself could only stammer in utter disbelief at the unexpected interruption. Turning back, the silver-haired man coolly stated that Jun was the true hypocrite. The confrontation triggered a long-suppressed nightmare, the tragic history of three young boys. The scene shifted to the past, to a desolate, lawless corner of a third-world country. A teenage Jun nonchalantly asked his friend Noah why he was bothering to bury a human skull they had found. Noah quietly explained that the person had been just like them, someone whose life and death went completely unnoticed. A boy in a hat mocked Noah's sentimentality before reminding them they had more important things to do than play around. A young Jackie appeared, announcing they had a new task and ordering the others to follow him. The boy in the hat immediately fell silent, his playful attitude vanishing. The silver-haired Noah trembled, confessing that he couldn't bring himself to kill people for a living. Jackie callously told him it wasn't hard, as the other boy bluntly instructed him to just use his knife and stab them. Jackie warned that any hesitation would lead to their own deaths, while the boy in the hat told Noah he could starve if he preferred. With chilling pragmatism, Jackie declared that nothing was more important to him than their next meal. Noah stood frozen, trapped between his fear and the brutal reality of his world. Though the target's house was large and likely guarded, Jackie laid out a simple plan for the three of them to sneak in, kill one person, and escape. Suddenly, the sound of a violent struggle erupted as a masked man with red hair cried out in surprise. The dark-skinned masked man looked on, shocked by the sudden turn of events. A masked man with gray hair swore, utterly bewildered by the chaos unfolding before him. Realizing one target remained, he forced himself to refocus on the mission. From the shadows, a young Baek Du-chan turned his head with an air of mild curiosity. He wondered aloud if some were still left, just as the sound of a brutal impact echoed through the compound. It was a display of overwhelming violence, a power utterly beyond the boy's comprehension. For a child who had only known a world without laws, such strength shone like an absolute, irreversible light. But now, in the present, that same light in his eyes was beginning to fade. Back in the brutal fight, the man in the white shirt battled on against his blood-splattered foe. The man with the gun remained a silent observer, his weapon lowered. Barista was caught completely off guard as an attack came from above, his face contorting in pain and surprise. In a final, decisive move, the man in the white shirt drove a blade deep into his enemy's skull. The light in Barista's eyes was finally and completely extinguished. But now, from his eyes, a man stared up in abject terror, his face smeared with blood. The last glimmer of light was finally disappearing. The man in the green jacket muttered that the fighter was on another level, while the man with the red cap just wanted to escape. One masked observer was so terrified he couldn't even swallow, paralyzed by the sheer awe of the display. The man with glasses couldn't believe a person with such power could even exist in their world. Yet, unlike the onlookers whose eyes burned with enthusiastic awe, in the powerful man's eyes, they were not even worth his attention. They were nothing more and nothing less than ants. In that moment, a young Jackie stood in stunned silence. As the powerful man turned to leave, two masked boys, one with red hair and one with silver, grabbed onto him. The red-haired boy pleaded for him to wait, while Jackie begged to be taken along. The red-haired boy couldn't believe Jackie's nerve, pointing out the man had just slaughtered a dozen people without a thought. But Jackie was resolute, declaring he was done living like an ant and offered their services as underlings. The man in glasses stopped, a silent consideration passing over him. He began to walk away, seemingly ignoring their plea. But then he turned, asking if they were cleaners. One of the masked boys reasoned that if they were cleaners, they must have grown up in the same brutal world, and that he couldn't have been born that strong. The boy with the bandana then issued an ultimatum: kill them all now, because if he left, they would only starve to death anyway. A tense silence filled the air. The decision was made. The man with red hair gave them a single command: take control of the area within 3 years. The man in glasses added that if they survived, they would be able to meet again, a promise born from something more than mere curiosity. While the boss was a calculative man, his words were more than enough to set their young hearts ablaze. A silent vow was made. 3 years later, the promise had come to a head. A bloody Jackie, now known as Nam Gung-hyuk, screamed for his friends to find the boss, or they would all die. Noah yelled back to leave it to them, as he and June prepared to break through the enemy lines. The sounds of a desperate, panting struggle filled the air. That promise from 3 years prior had indeed started a fire, and their current fight was the gasoline poured upon it. Driven by a pure desire to serve under the boss, June laughed maniacally, dreaming of the riches that awaited after they crushed the last opposition in the area. June burst into a room, demanding the rival boss show his face instead of cowering in fear. He was met with the sight of a group of armed men in a tense standoff. June stood ready with a gun and a knife, with a terrified Noah just behind him. In the aftermath of a brutal fight, June held a bloody knife to his own throat in a moment of despair. He stood alone in a doorway, looking down upon a hall of corpses he had created. June later knelt over a dying Noah, asking why he'd sacrificed himself when they could have had so much money. Overcome with grief, June screamed that it was unfair for Noah to die when a good life was finally within their grasp. Noah simply smiled, telling June he was just glad that he was alright. He weakly reached out a blood-soaked hand to June's face. With his last breaths, Noah begged June to take Jackie and run, pleading with him not to kill people anymore. He whispered that this was his final wish. June looked down, his face a mask of pain and blood, the request tearing him apart. He apologized to his dying friend, vowing to trample over everyone to reach the top, even if it meant defying Noah's last wish. As the memory faded, June declared he could not comply with Noah's request, for he could never pretend to be a good person. The thought fueled his rage as he viciously stabbed his current opponent. The unseen victim's mind screamed in panic, realizing his own death was imminent. The man in the white shirt and glasses moved in a blur of motion, a whirlwind of violence. In the end, his path was set. He left the gang and took over the boss's drug business, reborn after being chosen by the man he admired, while Jackie became Nam Gung-hyuk, assisting the boss in Korea. June had decided long ago that he would never look back. He wondered bitterly why this man had to appear before him now, forcing him to confront the past. He threw a powerful punch, striking the crouched man in the gray shirt. A choked gasp of pain escaped his opponent. The two men lay tangled and bloody on the ground, the man in the white shirt fighting for dominance. He thought to himself that he couldn't give up now, even as he struggled for enough energy just to breathe. But still, he pushed on. Now known only as the Man in Black, June inwardly swore that he could not fall. He remembered his own boss leaving him in charge of everything, placing Kim Dae-jeon under his command. It was the first time in his entire life he had ever received such absolute trust. A man in a black shirt watching the fight had a sudden, dawning realization. He remembered that when Monkey died, June was already injured from fighting Shin Tae-jin, his body and mind now failing from the lingering effects of drugs. A man with a gun decided he had to end this, as another in the background worried they couldn't afford to lose June. The battlefield fell silent for a tense moment. A man in a black coat shouted in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The man in the black shirt couldn't believe the opponent was still alive. Another observer warned his companion not to get in the way of the duel. A bald man aimed his pistol, enforcing the order. The man being choked could only struggle for air. The man reaching for his opponent couldn't believe he was in this state, questioning who he was even fighting for. The man in white screamed that he would butcher his foe and cut out his heart. His fist clenched in fury as he wondered why he was being pushed back by a mere bug that had pestered him for so long. As blood trickled down his face, he grimly accepted that he didn't have the same natural talent as Woo Jin. He recalled how Woo Jin's superior physique and reflexes had earned him more training from the old man. However, he knew that even if he lacked that talent, he had a gift for brawling, a different kind of strength. The memory of a voice promising to wait patiently fueled his resolve. A surge of power coursed through him. He declared that what he was about to do was something only he was capable of. June held his opponent by the neck, both men kneeling in a spreading pool of their own blood. Guttural, choking sounds echoed in the silence. The man in the gray shirt gasped that it was over, unable to believe his end would come like this. A man in a black suit arrived, calling out for Joshua, shocked to find the bloody scene. More choked gasps escaped the dying man. As his vision went dark, the man in the gray shirt reflected that he was just trash who had done nothing but bad things. He knew he didn't have much time left. The arriving man in the black suit tried to recall the victor's name, certain he'd heard it somewhere before. The man with stitches on his face struggled to speak as June demanded to know his name. Frustrated that his foe had fainted, June lamented that he wanted to at least die knowing the name of the person who killed him. A man in a black shirt admitted he still didn't understand them, but a flicker of respect remained. Elsewhere, a young man with light blue hair knelt by a skull, lost in thought. He wished aloud that he could have talked to the deceased a bit more. Back at the fight, June coughed, his body racked with pain. He gasped that he had won, even as he struggled to remain conscious. His thoughts turned to an apology, lamenting that he was too late. He tried to calm himself and handle the bodies before his own people arrived. But the roar of an engine signaled they were already here. His eyes shot wide with a mix of exhaustion and alarm. A man in a suit stared in shock, calling out Nam Gung-hyuk's name in disbelief. Another man stated coldly that he had trusted him and left the matter in his hands. The man with glasses, the very boss they had fought so hard for, looked down and voiced his verdict, "I'm disappointed in you, June." There was no longer any doubt. The injured man, though dazed, recognized the face before him, the president of Advanced Trade, Baek Do-chan. He identified Baek Do-chan as not only his boss's father but also the very man who had killed his teacher. Before him stood their sworn enemy. Elsewhere, a man holding a photo realized the person in the picture was not Kim Shin. A man with glasses cursed aloud, wondering if he was dealing with a magpie or some other kind of pest. A man in a suit identified the fallen warrior as Kim Dae-jeon, an influential figure in Home and Kim Shin's closest aide. The suited man thought back to seeing him before, noting he gave off a completely different impression at the time. He couldn't help but wonder if it had really been June he'd seen. The bloody man on the ground could only let out ragged gasps for air. The entire group of men in black suits turned their heads in unison. Exhausted and broken, the bloody man continued to pant heavily. He knew that from the very beginning, the number of men he faced was irrelevant. As long as Baek Do-chan was present, everything else was utterly useless. A tense silence filled the air, broken only by the sound of the wind. Desperate thoughts flooded the bloody man's mind as he realized he wanted to live and to go back. Kim Dae-jeon reflected on the endless difficulties he had faced, refusing to believe he would die in such a place. He desperately wanted to live but knew he could not go back without his fallen comrades. The scar-faced man questioned if the influential figure was useful, offering to cut off his hands and feet to extract information. The man in the suit, Baek Do-chan, expressed his doubts, stating that he didn't think it would be that easy. He observed that Kim Dae-jeon did not seem like someone whose will could be broken so easily. A wave of nausea and agony washed over Kim Dae-jeon. He resolved himself to just die, unable to bear the thought of losing anyone else. With a final surge of defiance, Kim Dae-jeon roared Baek Do-chan's name. The scar-faced man could only stare, thinking him a crazy bastard. Baek Do-chan remained perfectly still, his expression unreadable. Kim Dae-jeon demanded to know if Baek Do-chan recognized who he was. He proudly identified himself as a student of Kong Min-sung and swore he would rip Baek Do-chan apart and kill him that day. In a flash of memory, a phone clattered to the ground as another hand brandished a knife, ready to strike. In that memory, Kim Dae-jeon had called out to Lee-seol, acknowledging his friend's greatness. He had urged them to hurry back to home and asked Lee-seol to become the big brother to their family from now on. His final wish was for his friends to help Kim Shin and climb to the top, even if he wasn't there. Back in the present, Kim Dae-jeon knew his master's existence was specially engraved in Baek Do-chan's mind and would not be taken lightly. He understood that revealing he was Kong Min-sung's student would provoke a direct response. It was now clear that Baek Do-chan would take action against him personally. Kim Dae-jeon accepted that victory was impossible, as his body had exceeded its limits long ago. He decided his only goal now was to get even a single scratch on Baek Do-chan, hoping it would help boss Kim Shin in the slightest. He was fully aware that this meant his own life would be forfeit. The injured man clutched his face, his hands coming away covered in his own blood. Baek Do-chan moved with cold efficiency, his kick sending Kim Dae-jeon's knife spinning through the air. The faces of his comrades flashed through Kim Dae-jeon's mind, their expressions a mix of emotions. With his last ounce of strength, he hoped that his sacrifice had been at least a bit useful. Baek Do-chan delivered another forceful kick, ending the one-sided struggle. Kim Dae-jeon's final thought was one of regret, his enemy had been right in front of him. Yet, in the end, he couldn't even reach him. The man in the dark suit and sunglasses, his work done, turned and walked away from the scene. The man with the scars remarked that while the man was insignificant, his end was great, though he never could have touched the boss. Ultimately, his struggle was not nearly enough to attract the CEO's attention. A pained grunt echoed from the floor. Baek Do-chan looked down at the fallen Jun, stating that his tendency to be impatient had finally been the death of him. One of Baek Do-chan's subordinates simply muttered, "Poor guy." Baek Do-chan revealed the original plan was to use them as a stepping stone, but now the task had grown larger than expected. He considered it a good thing, as it provided him the perfect justification for his next actions. The man with the scars noted that with his left hand dead, Chairman Choi's justification to stop them had weakened. He suggested that this was the perfect opportunity to raid home directly. Gripping his car door, Baek Do-chan disagreed, worried that the rats would simply hide in their holes. He laid out his true plan: they would lure them all out and finish them at once. The subordinate with curly dark hair reported that the barista's men were now awaiting orders. Baek Do-chan ordered that the traitors be put in the front zone of the upcoming hunt. Two men in suits watched from a distance as a black car drove away into the night. Baek Do-chan reflected that Jun had truly wasted his time getting such useless men. The curly-haired subordinate gave his orders to clean the scene perfectly, leaving no trace of what occurred. A heavy silence descended upon the gruesome sight. The subordinate looked upon Jun's body, whispering that this was the last time he would get to see his brother. As he turned away, he quietly wished that his brother would find salvation. In the car, Baek Do-chan vowed to take responsibility and ensure that all men from home related to this affair would die. Meanwhile, a man with a scarred nose grew uneasy as his customer failed to answer his phone. A man in a beanie asked what was wrong, prompting the scarred-nosed man to voice his suspicions. He explained that their target's location was suddenly on the move, and the last, unanswered call felt wrong. Banging on the dash, he urgently ordered the driver to turn the car around. Arriving at a dark garage, a man pushed open the heavy door to the dark exterior. The man with the beanie noted that someone had clearly hosed the area down, but it was still obviously blood. The scarred-nosed man stated he could smell the blood as soon as they arrived, confirming a fight had occurred and something had happened to Kim Dae-jeon. A man with short dark hair was struck by the terrible certainty that something bad had happened. A man with sunglasses and a black jacket burst through a wooden door back at their base. A woman with long dark hair immediately grabbed him, demanding to know where he had been. The man with dark ruffled hair delivered the grim news that Dae-jeon was missing. The name Dae-jeon was repeated in a shocked whisper by another man. A woman with shoulder-length dark hair tearfully pleaded for them to save him. The blond man in yellow sunglasses stared ahead stoically, his face a mask of calm. A bald man in a suit asked who the newly arrived package was for. A subordinate stammered out that it was for the boss. The woman with shoulder-length hair corrected him, saying something had arrived as the blond man recognized the delivery service. A bearded man read the label, announcing that the box was for their brother, Dae-jeon. The box landed on the table with an ominous thud. A man with neck tattoos looked up, sensing the terrible shift in the room's atmosphere. With a furious crash, the box was smashed open. A small purple book with the number 32 on its cover bounced out from the shattered container. A wave of shock and horror washed over the faces of the crew members. The man in the beanie rushed to support a dazed woman as her knees gave out. Red fragments and white dust exploded into the air, the true contents of the box revealed. A man in pajamas let out a choked gasp of horrified realization. His grief erupted into a soul-crushing scream of "Daejeon" as he collapsed to the floor. The clean-shaven man could only utter a desperate "no." The same man then looked away, his expression hardening into a grim mask of fury. He turned and walked away from the grieving group, his resolve solidifying. A note inside offered insincere condolences from Baekdu-chan, inviting them to Incheon port in 3 days to collect Kim Dae-jeon's remains. The chapter closed on an agonizing, final cry of Kim Dae-jeon's name. In solemn remembrance, a song composed in honor of Kim Dae-jeon set the mournful tone for the events to come. A man in a suit meticulously adjusted his tie, preparing for the grim day ahead. With a somber gaze, a long-haired man stood silhouetted against a stark doorway. A blonde woman took a slow drag from her cigarette as a man's determined eyes came into sharp focus. He slid on a pair of dark sunglasses, concealing his emotions from the world. As a plane cut across the sky, his reflection in the dark lenses was that of a man focused on a singular purpose. From a high vantage point, he and his associates surveyed the industrial landscape below, a bag held tightly in his hand. Amidst the floral wreaths of a funeral, men in dark suits exchanged solemn handshakes. A pair of polished black shoes took a deliberate step onto the dusty ground. The tall, long-haired man looked down, the weight of the duffel bag in his hand matched only by the sorrow on his face. After a moment of silent contemplation, he removed his sunglasses, revealing his unshielded gaze. With practiced hands, the man tied back his long hair, readying himself. He walked through a desolate car graveyard, a silent leader followed by his grim procession. At the funeral, a bearded man in a suit gently placed a comforting hand on the head of a grieving comrade. The bearded man looked up, a flicker of deep concern in his eyes. He then lowered his gaze, his expression settling into one of profound sadness. A hand rested on a shoulder, a silent gesture of solidarity in their shared loss. The long-haired man offered his own quiet support, placing a hand on the bearded man's shoulder. 2 women in suits knelt side by side, holding hands for strength. A close-up revealed the profound exhaustion etched around a woman's eye. The man with slick back hair gently touched the crying woman's head, softly telling her it was okay. Surrounded by funeral flowers, the man with his hair tied back stared into the distance, lost in thought. The intense, shared grief of 2 men was reflected in their hardened eyes. A man with a goatee sat shrouded in shadow, a cloud of vapor obscuring his face. A framed portrait immortalized the image of Kim Dae-jeon, the scar across his face a reminder of the life he lived. In a memory, the dark-haired man's lips curled into a confident, sharp-edged smile. A hand reached out, gently touching the pure white funeral flowers. The man with his hair tied back bowed deeply, his breath visible in the cold air. Overcome with emotion, a bald man and a man with a goatee wept openly. A gray-haired man turned away, unable to stop a single tear from tracing a path down his cheek. A man with an undercut stared forward, his expression an unreadable mask of resolve. 2 hands clasped together in a powerful grip, a wordless promise of unity and support. Upon the funeral altar, a photo of a smiling Kim Dae-jeon was surrounded by flowers and the haze of burning incense. A voice from the past questioned if they had lost their minds, while another insisted that the 2 of them would be enough. Though one man offered thanks for the help, the long-haired man gruffly dismissed it, clarifying he was only there to clean up the trash. The memory of a man's desperate, tear-streaked face flashed through his mind. He recalled a man kneeling, begging him for help, pleading that his brother would die without it, and his own quiet agreement to be away for a while. A vision of a man consumed by grief, snot and tears marking his face, was a painful reminder of past sorrows. A woman with a ponytail once noted their habit of getting into trouble, but a man in a suit had gravely insisted she hide everyone away. The image of a man clutching his head in anguish underscored the weight of their history. A man in a suit had once racked his brain, claiming he couldn't remember anyone named Yoon Duk-soo. Yet, he had then declared that Yoon Duk-soo was just the beginning, vowing to destroy their enemies together. The raw grief of two men crying uncontrollably was a testament to the bonds they shared. A man in a suit stood looking over a kneeling figure, the memory of a past judgment hanging in the air. He remembered acknowledging someone's skill, admitting he had to say it. Three men had stood together, their expressions grim and united in purpose. The man with tattoos recalled betting his life on Kim Dae-jeon, even after feeling like he had already died once before. He remembered asking to be accepted as a brother, promising to show Kim Dae-jeon the highest respect. A man in a black suit had lamented that he was going alone again, but was curtly told to stop pretending. A scarred man's voice echoed in his memory, wishing Dae-jeon had just lived for himself and admitting his own cowardly regret. A crying woman had declared that despite her regrets, she wanted to see this through. Two men bowed their heads, their shared past and present sorrow weighing heavily upon them. A sudden shout from a man with a ponytail broke the silence, startling a short-haired man. Several men in suits moved to restrain someone, a moment of chaos at the solemn gathering. The stern face of a man conveyed an unspoken authority. Another man's expression was lost in deep, contemplative thought. A single hand held a folded piece of paper, its contents unknown. Two hands reached for the note, a silent transaction passing between them. A silent prayer for the deceased hung in the air, wishing him peace in the afterlife. The solemn wish for the departed's soul to rest was a recurring, heavy thought. 3 black cars were parked in formation, waiting. Flanked by 2 associates, the man in sunglasses stood as the clear leader. The man with sunglasses offered a quiet apology, which the bearded man quickly dismissed. An inscription simply read Busano, signifying the arrival of the Busan contingent. The man in the black baseball cap kept his face shadowed, his presence adding to the tension. Another figure in a black suit stood poised and ready by one of the cars. The man with two-toned hair glanced sideways, ever observant. A trio of men in suits stood at attention, their focus fixed on the central figure. 2 men sealed a pact with a firm, determined handshake. The various factions gathered around tables, a somber outdoor assembly of power. The presence of Chairman Kim Tae-hoon of the Haesong Group was officially noted. A group of men in suits glanced back, their faces etched with concern. The assembled men began to walk forward, led by the stern-faced blond man. 3 men stood as a united front, their gazes locked on the path ahead. The blond leader's expression was one of cold, unwavering resolve. In a gesture of ultimate respect and unity, all the men bowed their heads in unison. Someone stepped out of their shoes, preparing to enter the sacred space of the funeral altar. A man in a suit placed a ceremonial branch upon the altar, paying his respects. While adjusting his tie, another man clutched a rosary, seeking solace in his faith. The rosary was held tightly in his hand, a symbol of prayer in a time of vengeance. The funeral portrait of Kim Dae-jeon stared out, his scarred face a permanent fixture in their memories. A mountain of wrecked cars in a junkyard served as a grim backdrop. In a flashback, a smoking man had asked with a sneer if he was still alive. A pair of feet walked determinedly across the ground. They were soon joined by another, walking in lockstep towards a common goal. 2 elderly people sat in quiet reflection, their thoughts unreadable. The sky darkened, signaling the end of the day and the beginning of their mission. A man in a suit announced that he had been waiting for them. A woman in a suit stood with her arms crossed, her sharp gaze fixed on the horizon. A man wearing glasses rested his head in his hand, the long wait nearly over. A man in a black suit looked at his watch and declared, "It's time." Rain began to fall, and a man with a goatee looked up, letting the drops wash over his face. The heavens opened up, drenching the world in a torrent of rain. Men in suits carried large, dark funeral wreaths, a somber procession in the downpour. Another man ran through the rain, abandoning a vehicle to join the others on foot. Someone stood under a cracked umbrella, the failing shelter a metaphor for their shattered peace. A man with a mourning band on his arm questioned if all of this was truly necessary. A hand broke open a fresh pack of cigarettes, a small ritual before the storm. Two men stood together in the rain, one lighting a cigarette as they prepared for what was next. The single word, revenge, echoed in the man with the bun's mind. His face became a mask of grim determination. A scarred man asked what he wanted, and the man with the goatee replied that it was time to settle this. Two men in suits stared intently forward, their eyes fixed on their target. A man in a suit asked if they were truly going to get it. Standing against the rain-swept landscape, one man faced the storm alone. A voice cut through the rain with chilling certainty, confirming they would get their revenge. The sound of a final, insignificant detail snapping into place echoed in the silence. Amid the somber gathering, hushed murmurs spread like ripples through the crowd. A heavy footstep splashed in a puddle, marking an unceremonious arrival. The man with gray hair whispered to his companion, asking if the young man before them was truly the new boss of home, while the man with dark hair noted his surprising youth. Kim Shin, the new leader, sat stoically, his hands resting on his knees as he bore the weight of 100 gazes. The man with the armband approached him, bowing his head in apology for his failure to protect Kim Shin's younger brother. Kim Shin's gaze remained fixed forward, a storm of silent, unresolved emotion brewing in his eyes. An almost audible growl of suppressed grief and anger simmered just beneath the surface. The man with black hair and tattoos leaned in, telling Kim Shin that what Dae-jeon wanted most was for him to move forward without wavering. He urged the new boss to focus on achieving his own goals. The man with dark hair then added his own promise, vowing to help him on his path. The observing man with gray hair mused that they must have their own circumstances, as his companion grew curious about what the new boss would say. Abruptly, a man in a dark suit announced he was leaving first. The sudden departure sent a wave of shock through the assembled men, who couldn't believe he was leaving so disrespectfully. A man with long curly hair questioned the man's actions, while his short-haired companion dryly suggested he had never been to a funeral before. The man with long curly hair recalled the grim rumor that only the head of the deceased had been recovered, making the funeral a necessary, symbolic gesture for Kim Dae-jeon. His companion with short dark hair had initially thought the funeral was a deliberate ploy to gather men from across the country at their own base. He now understood it was a calculated move, a test to see how everyone would play their hand. The man with the goatee declared he had seen enough, his patience worn thin. The man in the foreground suit scoffed, dismissing the new boss as someone unable to control his emotions, confirming his own suspicions that the rumors of his ambition were just talk. He decided to leave before nightfall, his subordinate quietly agreeing. Yet, as he walked away, the man in the foreground suit realized the true, understandable reason for the boss's sudden departure. The serious man in suit, watching them go, knew the boss intended to let the greedy ones weed themselves out. Those who had come only for personal gain had no reason to wait for a boss who remained silent. But for those with a firm will, he was certain they would wait, a test of their conviction. The observer acknowledged that Kim Shin, though young, was remarkably insightful. The quiet was broken by the screech of a car door opening. A figure slid smoothly into the driver's seat. As the door shut, the stressed executive inside glanced at his watch, his mind fixated on the 2 days that remained. With a sharp turn of the wheel, he reminded himself there was no time to feel remorse. He reviewed the information on his enemies, Baek Do-chan, the CEO of Advanced Trade, with his 200 Korean members from Haseong. His fingers traced the lines of the organizational chart. A soft crinkle of paper filled the car's interior. The businessman, Kim Shin, stared at the object in his hand, his thoughts turning to the past. His hand trembled slightly as he held the crumpled letter. The paper's worn texture was a final, fragile link to the man who wrote it. In his mind, Kim Shin heard Dae-jeon's voice, sheepishly admitting he never learned to write a proper letter. Dae-jeon's words explained that he mustered the courage to write because sometimes, writing holds more power than speaking. The letter recalled the many changes that had swept through home, with the man in the green jacket calling out Dae-jeon's name in a fond memory. Dae-jeon had written that the positive changes, including in himself, were all thanks to his boss. He recounted how, thanks to Kim Shin, men who were once strangers had become brothers, sharing meals together. The memory of a subordinate's report echoed this sentiment. However, the letter continued, urging that it was time for them to become a proper organization, a change that needed to start with the boss himself, just as the man with the scar had once dared to say. Dae-jeon's letter respectfully acknowledged Kim Shin's formidable past in Russia. But he gently pointed out that leading a small group of elites was different from commanding hundreds, as some men would always be beyond his reach. The letter lamented that a boss couldn't save everyone alone. Dae-jeon then offered himself as the one who would help reach those Kim Shin could not. The letter simply continued, nevertheless. A memory surfaced of the man with the scar finding Kim Shin still in the office late at night. Though the masked man had offered grilled oysters and soju, the letter explained that their constant presence was a form of support. The scarred man had something else to do, just as Dae-jeon's letter admitted its own irresponsibility. But Dae-jeon insisted it was fine, a sign of their deep trust and faith in him as their boss. He pleaded for Kim Shin to think of them all as family, the words written as his pen scratched across the paper. The letter's final request was for him to become the responsible boss their family needed. Dae-jeon had no doubt that Kim Shin could do it. The letter concluded with a final, heartfelt promise from Kim Dae-jeon, "Don't falter. I will always be there to assist you until the end." A wave of anguish washed over Kim Shin, a soundless scream trapped in his throat. The new boss was consumed by regret, wishing he could have finished the fight sooner to have more time. He had desperately wanted just one real conversation with Dae-jeon, not as a boss and his subordinate, but as friends. Elsewhere, as a car door closed, the CEO with glasses asked if there had been any particular message. The woman in the white blazer confirmed there was. The CEO, impatient, demanded she get to the point. The woman with black hair pulled back explained that accepting the deal would require giving up the shares of the former chairman and Kim Jae-hun, and likely more. She then pointed out that the real problem lay elsewhere. The man in a suit with glasses agreed, recognizing the calculated strategy of a professional manager. The woman revealed that Kim Shin, pulling out his blade first as expected, had already requested a meeting for that very day. A heavy silence filled the room. The man in glasses asked the CEO if he would accept the meeting. Before the CEO could answer, the subordinate seemed to decide for him, stating his acceptance of the terms. The woman with black hair pulled back couldn't help but think she had gone completely crazy for being part of this. Outside, 2 black cars were parked, surrounded by an entourage of men in suits, ready for the impending meeting. The woman clicked her tongue, resigned to the fact that the outcome was now up to her own preference. The scene shifted to the bright, cheerful landscape of an amusement park. Kim Shin and his entourage walked solemnly past a laughing family, their dark purpose a stark contrast to the joyful surroundings. One of Kim Shin's men shot a sideways glance, a confident smirk playing on his lips. From a nearby cafe, an observer identified the man as the killer from Iskra who was always by Kim Shin's side. The observer's companion, the man with dark hair, noted that he had never seen that particular individual before. The subject of their discussion, a man with long dark hair, maintained a severe and focused expression. A woman with black hair, also watching, was impressed by his powerful aura, surprised that such a man even existed in their circles. At a park bench, the man in the gray suit looked up at Kim Shin, remarking that he never thought they would meet like this. He formally offered his condolences for Kim Shin's loss. The man in glasses continued, pointing out that this tragedy gave Kim Shin a cause, placing the responsibility squarely on his shoulders and demanding to know his plan. The 2 men sat on opposite benches, the weight of their conversation hanging in the air between them. Kim Shin revealed that 2 days ago, Baek Du-chan had sent him his brother's head along with a letter, demanding a meeting at Incheon port. The man in the gray suit's mind raced as he realized the meeting was set for the very next day. Kim Shin coolly stated that he was thinking of taking advantage of this invitation. The man in the gray suit was rendered momentarily speechless. He inwardly cursed his own judgment, berating himself for joining hands with a man he saw as a self-conscious jerk swayed by emotion. The man in the gray suit asked incredulously if Kim Shin was truly unaware of the danger. Kim Shin's own thoughts were grim. He knew that a direct confrontation right now was a battle he would lose, 100%. His ally laid out the impossible odds. A group of elite killers had entered Korea, advanced trade's numbers were vast and formidable, and home was little more than a chaotic gathering. He pleaded with Kim Shin to retreat this time, warning him of the consequences if he didn't. A foot slammed down. It nearly slipped, but found its purchase. The pressure was reapplied with absolute finality. The man finished his warning, stating that if Kim Shin proceeded, everything he had built would be utterly destroyed. Kim Shin, the short-haired man in the suit, remained silent for a long moment. He then looked up and declared that they were going to Incheon port tomorrow. His companion flinched, shocked by the unwavering resolve. Kim Shin then clarified that their purpose for going there was not revenge. A single red, heart-shaped balloon floated peacefully into the blue sky, symbolizing a different kind of motivation. For as the old saying goes, revenge only begets more revenge. Kim Shin's gaze softened as he looked down at a young girl passing by. His true objective, the one that burned in his mind, was something else entirely. He revealed his plan to his ally. His goal was to reorganize the entire board. As if on cue, a woman elsewhere began an introduction. A man in glasses stared forward, his expression sharp and full of anticipation. The blonde woman finished the introduction with a flourish, presenting the wild card she called the Joker who will shake the whole board. 3 people sat at an outdoor cafe, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tensions. The woman with dark hair noted that the negotiation hinged on the whims of Iskra's madam, a woman known to be far more ferocious than Baek Du-chan. The man in the suit wondered why Lisa, the head of a Russian killer organization, had come all the way to Korea. Internally, the man with blonde hair cursed his luck, realizing he would have avoided this meeting entirely if he had known Lisa was coming to pressure him. The blonde woman with sunglasses began the negotiation by stating that they had only brought half of Iskra's total strength. The man in the suit dryly remarked that due to recent events, one of their strongest assets was recovering, and Russia couldn't be left empty for long. The man in glasses addressed the blonde woman as Joker, acknowledging her considerable reputation in her field. He pressed her for her true motives, prompting the blonde woman to coolly ask what it was that he wanted. The blonde woman with sunglasses then posed a tantalizing question about the empty seat that would be left behind when advanced trade disappears. A faint, knowing smile touched the lips of the man in glasses. He accused her of being too greedy before asking if she wanted to know the real reason he had come. The blonde woman feigned ignorance, coolly stating she wasn't sure. The man in glasses declared that it was simply inappropriate for butchers to hunt down peasants who dared to dream. The man in the suit insisted that they were in dire need of Iskra's people for the upcoming attack. The dark-haired man in the suit affirmed that success was not possible without them, but with their help, they could flip the entire board. The man with glasses considered this, musing that instead of just flipping a freshly reorganized board, he directly challenged the dark-haired man to reveal the true extent of his scheme. A pregnant silence settled over the table. Elsewhere, a bell chimed as a hand pushed open the door of a quiet establishment. The bald man in a suit immediately informed the visitor that they were closed for the day. The dark-haired man in the suit paused, an expression of surprise on his face. He then solemnly presented the pall that had covered Dae-jeon's coffin. The bald man acknowledged that they were now in a situation that was going to be rough from that point on. The dark-haired man stated that he needed a name, one powerful enough to unite men from all over the country who had lived entirely different lives. The man with the mustache looked at him gravely, understanding that a decision had been made. The man in the suit reminded him that they had made this same monumental decision once before. He then warned the man with the mustache to be prepared for the consequences. The man with the mustache asked if he was truly confident that he wouldn't repeat the mistakes of history. A moment of heavy silence passed between the two old acquaintances. The man in the suit finally gave his answer with a simple, resolute yes. The man with the mustache accepted this, agreeing that they should both do their best. A hand was then placed firmly upon an old book bound in wood and decorated with golden calligraphy. Back at the cafe, the man in glasses, now identified as the chairman, sat alone contemplating the audacious plan. The woman with dark hair cautiously addressed the chairman. The chairman muttered under his breath that they were all completely out of their minds. His thoughts, however, betrayed a deeper conflict. He admitted to himself that while he didn't necessarily hate the idea, it bothered him a great deal. As a man in a black suit admitted to once having the same vision, the assembled crowd anxiously wondered if Holmes' new leader was even going to appear. A man in the crowd confirmed to the others that he was, in fact, coming. With swift, determined strides, a small group began to advance. The polished shoes of the men in suits reflected the light as they walked forward with purpose. The central figure stepped forward and introduced himself to the waiting assembly as Kim Shin, the new leader of Home City. A man with a prominent scar watched him approach, silently judging whether this newcomer was worthy of his loyalty. Kim Shin began by expressing his gratitude to all of them for traveling from so far to attend the funeral of his friend, Kim Dae-jeon. He acknowledged that he had left abruptly the day before, and that those who remained must have their own powerful reasons for doing so. He then stated a truth he was sure they all shared: every single one of them had lost someone to Castle. One by one, they confirmed their losses: a woman her parents, a scarred man his benefactor, and a man with a goatee his brothers. The man with the goatee added that some had been forced to watch helplessly as their colleagues were brutally assaulted before their very eyes. A young dark-haired man confessed that he had lost both his father and his teacher to the same enemy. Kim Shin confessed that he too had sharpened his knife, driven by a desire for revenge and the need to return the pain they had caused. His only goal had been to vent his anger, but on that solitary path of vengeance, he had ultimately lost yet another friend. Kim Shin acknowledged that they had all been fighting for a long time, hiding in the shadows and just barely surviving. The man with the goatee declared that they needed a new strategy, or they would be forced to live by licking Castle's shoes forever. A stern-faced man in the crowd posed a critical question, asking if others would be willing to sacrifice themselves for him if he were in danger. A bald man angrily demanded to know why they were silent, asking if the sacrifices of those who died for them were meaningless. A man with slick back hair admitted that if they chose to fight again, more people might die in the process. However, a man with sharp teeth countered that if they didn't fight back, they would be trampled to death as if they were nothing. A man with a scarred eyebrow asked if the raw anger and desperate need for revenge wasn't the very reason they had all stayed. Kim Shin admitted that this was a task too hard for him to accomplish alone. In fact, it was impossible. He then declared that if they all worked together, it could be done, and pleaded for them to lend him their strength. A few derisive chuckles spread through the assembled men. A man in a green shirt stood, sarcastically thanking Kim Shin for the speech before introducing himself as Do Hak-soo of Pohang. A man with yellow hair and another with dark hair both agreed that they should indeed join forces. But a man with a scar immediately challenged the premise, asking why Kim Shin should be the one to lead. A man with a scarred neck pointed out that in terms of pure power, Gu Ilwa of ch1to119 was stronger than anyone from home. Another man in front agreed, arguing that if they were to unite, Gu Ilwa should be the boss. Someone else countered that Yeo Min-soo was a better fighter, while the first man stated he had no intention of following someone weaker than himself. The man with the scarred neck insisted that the boss should naturally be stronger than any of his followers. An expectant hush fell over the crowd as they waited for Kim Shin's response. The scarred man wondered aloud if Kim Shin would demonstrate his skills, an idea his neighbor found agreeable. Kim Shin replied, stating he possessed the strategy and skills to defeat Castle, and also had a powerful organization supporting him. He then revealed that the thing he was truly most proud of was not his own strength, but the memory of Kim Dae-jeon and the unwavering belief his allies had placed in him. In front of them all, Kim Shin solemnly vowed that he would take down Castle. His serious subordinate then stepped forward, challenging anyone with more faith and will to come forward, promising to follow them as well. The entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. The serious subordinate shared a confident smile with his comrades as they watched their leader. Gasps of disbelief echoed as the subordinates saw their own leader, Kim Shin, get down on his knees. Kim Shin revealed the enemy's challenge for them to meet at Incheon Port, a clear sign of their utter contempt. He explained that Castle saw this not as a war but as their daily routine, confident they could trample them as they always had. His voice filled with cold fury, he declared that Castle had dared to use his dead friend as a scapegoat, and he would defeat them at their own game so Dae-jeon could finally rest in peace. He regretfully told them he could not guarantee their survival, and that he would instead be relying on and indebted to them. He pleaded with them, his voice cracking as he said he didn't want any more people to die in vain. The strongest man among them was on his knees, a leader who didn't take pride in his strength or seek to reign over others. Enraged by the crowd's hesitation, a man with a ponytail screamed at them, calling them shameless punks. Another man in the background shouted, asking if they felt no shame as Kim Shin put his life on the line against Castle. A man on the left berated the powerful figures for posturing in front of a man willing to do what none of them could. With a loud thud, Cheonin's Gu Ilhwa knelt and roared that he and 50 others from Chungcheongnam would follow Kim Shin like a dog. The man with the goatee could only think to himself that Gu Ilhwa's declaration was incredibly flashy. The man with slicked hair silently conceded defeat in this battle of leadership. Another powerful figure, Yeo Min-soo of Suncheon, also knelt, pledging his small but loyal group if Kim Shin would have them. A man with yellow-tinted glasses, known for his unbreakable pride, let a faint, respectful smile grace his lips. Though he had lost an eye in a past battle, his indomitable spirit had clearly not given up. Another thud echoed as one more man hit his knees. Oh Kwangduk from Daegu and Park Cheolgyu of Suwon both shouted their allegiance, their voices filled with emotion. A dark-haired man joined them, admitting he had no choice but to follow the man who had changed all of their hearts in an instant. Lee Do-hakso of Pohang was the next to kneel, pledging his loyalty without hesitation. Soon, a man in a white shirt and the entire remaining crowd were on their knees, begging to be accepted. Kim Shin's hands rested on his knees, absorbing the weight of the loyalty now being placed upon him. Alone, each of them was nothing compared to the colossal entity known as Castle. They were merely ants to be crushed underfoot, but now, they were united for a single, driving purpose. The belief took root that no matter how strong a castle is, it can be destroyed if enough men gather to become Baekgi. They were weak, but together they could destroy a castle, and so from this day forward, they would call themselves Baekgi. Their one guiding principle would be to hit their enemy with every ounce of their might. And they would continue to do so until they went completely and utterly crazy. One day before the showdown, a man in a suit confirmed to Lim Hyung that everything had been decided. He specified the location would be Incheon Port, with the engagement set for the following night. The group's intelligence revealed an advanced trade ship was scheduled for an early morning departure, and that their control extended over the warehouses as well as the ships. The tattooed man deduced their opponents were planning to move their illicit activities offshore, while the man in the suit wondered if Kim Tae-hoon would willingly walk into such a clear trap. It was considered an inevitable move unless he was ready to surrender, as a loss would mean advanced trade seizing control of Hazung. The tattooed man then turned the conversation toward Chairman Choi's potential actions. A man with a scar quietly sharpened a blade, the rhythmic scratching sound filling the silence. He cautioned that they shouldn't consider a person defeated until they were confirmed dead, adding that advanced trade was facing an interesting opponent this time. A large man in a white shirt relayed a rumor that Baek Du-chan's left hand was now useless, implying Chairman Choi would avoid direct responsibility unless something went terribly wrong. Relaxing in a bath, the tattooed man voiced his concern over the small number of men advanced trade had brought, a mere 30. A man with a sinister smile confessed to Lim Hyung that this was precisely what worried him as well. A man in a traditional grey outfit added that their enemy's skills were still unconfirmed and brought up a rumor about Chairman Choi Min-wook's special bodyguard. The rumor claimed this single bodyguard could handle 6 or 7 of Castle's top-tier fighters on his own. The tattooed man found the relationship between the bodyguard and his employer strange, suspecting he was aiming to usurp CEO Baek Do-chan's position. He found it hard to believe the bodyguard's motivation was not hostility, but simple greed. The man in the traditional outfit dismissed it all as mere assumptions they were betting on. He described the bodyguard as just a copy, a replica of a true fighter. And the craftsman who had forged that very copy, he revealed, was none other than CEO Baek Do-chan himself. In another location, a strategist coolly asked if all the preparations were complete. The man in the white shirt looked down, a grim finality in his voice as he simply uttered, "Checkmate." He noted that most of the fighters who came from the mainland were raised in Seoul, but the tattooed man dismissed any concerns about their own side. A smiling executive mused that to men like Kim Tae-hun and Yoo Woo-sung, the castle they had built with their own blood was a thorn in their eyes, requiring one of them to be removed. He then stated that the same applied to Baek Do-chan, a sentiment the tattooed man admitted had always worried him. The executive was certain that eventually, Baek Do-chan would bare his fangs. On board a vessel, a man in glasses confirmed that the killer squad was in position. The blonde man confidently listed their numbers, 200 men at the port and a 30-man killer squad on the ship, certain they were untouchable. Before leaving, the tattooed man instructed him to take a look at something. The man in the white shirt stared, asking what he was being shown. A man in the background explained it was a new dog Kim Tae-hun had acquired in Home City, whom the tattooed man offered up to do with as he pleased. A heavy silence filled the room as the implication of the offer sank in. Suddenly, the man in the background erupted in laughter, mockingly asking if the tattooed man had finally lost his mind. The tattooed man calmly agreed that he was indeed going crazy, admitting the situation was quite unexpected. He smirked, declaring this would make things far more fun than he had initially thought, while the man being restrained just laughed maniacally. The day of the battle finally arrived at Incheon Port's Pier 3. An eerie quiet settled over the waterfront as the opposing forces gathered. Kim Yong-jaeun, an advanced trade manager, grew impatient, wondering if their adversaries were even going to show up. His colleague, Oh Yu-dong, scoffed at the notion, questioning if anyone with common sense would willingly walk into this ambush. The tense silence was broken by the distant hum of approaching engines. A man with drawn eyes spotted headlights in the distance, remarking with surprise that their opponents didn't seem scared at all. One by one, pairs of headlights sliced through the night, heralding the arrival of the Baek. Oh Kwangduk of Daegu taunted his comrade Haksu, asking if he was sure he wouldn't turn and run. Do Haksu of Pohang shot back, asking why he would have come at all if he planned to flee, telling the man not to belittle him. Park Cheol-gyu of Suwon cut in, urging them to be serious and pointing out how their enemies were already laughing at them. Gu Ilwa of Cheonan grimly agreed, stating it would be a shame if he didn't leave a mark on every single one of them. More headlights flared as another vehicle pulled up, joining the growing formation. The line of cars grew longer, their combined lights turning the pier into a stage. A man with long hair scanned the enemy forces, counting approximately 200 men stationed at the port. A man with a goatee and tattoos decided it was time to begin. The leader in a suit gave the order, simply calling out the name, Isol. Isol, the long-haired man with the goatee, let out a sharp, guttural cry. He then roared out to his assembled forces, grabbing the attention of every member of Baek. He bellowed that the men they sought revenge against were finally before them, reminding his confused men of the years of pain they had endured. He commanded them to unleash their fists until they felt satisfied and to pay off all their debts to their enemies on this very day. Their fight, he declared, was also for revenge for their brothers from home who had fallen before them. Isol paused for a final, dramatic breath, his eyes burning with fury. With a thunderous roar, he gave the final command, wiped them out. The night exploded into violence as the two sides clashed with brutal force. The charging men of Becky screamed with pent-up rage as they slammed into the enemy lines. An advanced trade member in a suit could only gasp in shock as the wave of attackers descended upon him. Screams of pain and fury echoed across the pier as the chaotic brawl intensified. From a rooftop perch, a man in a tactical vest clicked his tongue, looking down at the messy free-for-all with disdain. Nearby, a scarred man with white hair scanned the battlefield, his thoughts racing as he realized Tigro and another key operative were nowhere to be seen. The man in the white jacket standing beside him remained utterly silent, his expression unreadable. As the cacophony of the fight raged below, a man in a suit calmly walked along a different rooftop. The man in the tactical vest, armed with a rifle, turned and moved away from the edge, his part in the observation apparently over. With a soft thud, he landed silently on a lower level. A line slithered down from above, disappearing into the shadows. A grappling hook dangled ominously over the dark water of the port. On the ship, a man with short dark hair let out a gasp of surprise. He had been ambushed from behind, a blonde-haired man now holding him at gunpoint. The captured man trembled as the gun pressed firmly into his head, unable to make a sound. All around them, several of his comrades lay unconscious on the deck, enveloped in a strange green mist. The attacker, an Iskra killer known as Radel, casually stated it was an honor to be working with his partner. Tigro, revealed as the blonde ambusher, cut the pleasantries short. He coldly reminded Radel that they had a neck to slit. On the night of the operation, an infiltrator swam silently through the dark waters of the port, hugging the concrete pier. Nearby, the body of a neutralized guard lay still on the deck, evidence of the mission's lethal start. Watching from a distance, a woman in a black hoodie expressed her disbelief, wondering if Wu Jin had learned his incredible climbing skills in Russia. Meanwhile, the information broker Im Jong-tae urged his companion to leave, stating they might have a separate mission to attend to. A heavy silence passed between them as the weight of his words sank in. The day before the fight, Im Jong-tae had formally introduced himself as Doksund, a well-known information broker specializing in the Incheon port. He confidently claimed that no one, not even advanced trade, knew the port's movements better than he did. A man in a black suit eyed him with suspicion, questioning why he was so eager to get involved in their dangerous business. Im Jong-tae explained that as a native of Incheon, money was of the utmost importance to him. He revealed a personal grudge, detailing how advanced trade had not only attacked his business but also poached his clients. With a sigh, he painted a grim picture of his starving wife and children, stressing that for a man like him, survival was everything. Proving his worth, Im Jong-tae produced a topographic map of the third pier and detailed drawings of an advanced trade container ship. The man in the suit's interest was piqued, as he immediately questioned if something was planned to happen on the ship itself. Taking charge of the briefing, the dark-haired leader asked for the proposed entry point. Im Jong-tae pointed out a location where a rope ladder could be used, but warned that the climb would be difficult and could only be done one person at a time. The dark-haired leader calmly asked if there were any other ways to board. Insisting it was their safest option, Im Jong-tae privately cursed giving away a trade secret, adding that anyone spotted near the ship would be killed on sight. The dark-haired leader surmised that advanced trade's choice of port was due to their absolute control over the entire area. He predicted that on the day of the fight, the pier would transform into a lawless war zone, and their enemy would be fully prepared for them. After hearing the grim assessment, the man with yellow glasses declared that their infiltration route was now decided. Lee-seol, the man with his hair tied back, understood the implication clearly: they had to get aboard the ship without being spotted. The dark-haired leader fell silent, processing the immense risks of the plan. He then turned to Lee-seol, entrusting him with all matters concerning the port, much to his subordinate's surprise. The leader gave his order. Lee-seol was to create the biggest distraction possible, drawing all enemy attention toward the pier. This diversion would create a window for the infiltration team, composed of himself, Jin-tae, Wu Jin, and their Iskra allies. As the meeting concluded, the leader acknowledged the stark reality that they were outmatched in every single aspect. Back in the present, the massive cargo ship stood under the port's bright lights, an imposing fortress awaiting the raid. The plan was in motion, and a bald operative from the Iskra team silenced a guard with a brutal punch to the face. He followed up with a powerful kick, sending the enemy tumbling away in a spray of blood. As the chaos began, the leader's voice echoed his plan to move in two separate groups. The bald operative's face was a mask of cold fury as he pushed deeper into the enemy's territory. He moved like a whirlwind of violence, kicking down another opponent as gunfire flashed in the dark corridors. The leader's strategy detailed the first group's objective: he, Jin-tae, and Wu Jin would hunt down Baek Du-chan and eliminate him. Elsewhere on the ship, two infiltrators held their pistols at the ready, one aiming through a small window into a guarded room. An operative moved with deadly stealth through a narrow, dark passage, weapon raised. The leader had assigned the second group their mission. Krot, Radel, and Medvedi were to support the main team by distracting the enemies around Baek Du-chan. His final order to the Iskra unit was ruthlessly simple: kill as many people as possible. A gloved hand gripped tightly onto a steel beam, beginning the perilous ascent up the ship's structure. A member of the infiltration team launched himself down a corridor, firing his pistol at unseen targets. With a metallic clatter, an empty magazine was ejected from his weapon, falling through the air. The bald gunman, Medvedi, clicked a fresh magazine into place, warning his partner that these guards were on another level. The man with the headband, Krot, grimly replied that he could already feel their deadly skill. He brought a small, sharp blade close to his face, his expression hardening with lethal intent. Taking a steadying breath, he prepared himself for the violent confrontation ahead. Krot lunged forward, his knife slicing through the air towards a man in a tactical vest. His target effortlessly blocked a follow-up kick, showing no sign of strain. The camera focused on a hand gripping a knife, ready for the next move in the deadly dance. The man in the tactical vest simply smirked, his confident gaze revealing he was completely unfazed by the assault. The scene shifted to the man with the headband scaling the side of a container, knife in hand, as he continued his infiltration. He paused for a moment, letting out a sharp breath from the exertion of his climb. He found himself in a desperate grapple with an opponent, narrowly avoiding a hail of bullets that zipped past them. The man with the headband cursed inwardly at how fast his adversaries were. He felt completely surrounded, thinking they were like a pack of dogs hounding their prey. A sudden eruption of gunfire filled the air. A man with a ponytail took aim, while a blue-haired ally, already wounded with a knife in his back, stood firm. Despite his grievous injury, the man with blue hair returned fire with fierce determination. A radio crackled to life with a coded message, simply stating Asian 3. The sound of heavy, automatic gunfire echoed relentlessly through the ship's corridors. Over the radio, a bald man's voice reported that he was heading to the basement of the cabin before signing off. Concealed in darkness, a shadowy figure listened intently to the unfolding chaos. A man with blonde hair and sunglasses unleashed a volley of shots from his own weapon. His target vanished in a sudden puff of smoke. The blonde man expressed his surprise at the target's speed, wondering aloud who it could be. A sharp scream suddenly pierced the night. It was immediately followed by a loud, crashing impact from somewhere nearby. The blonde man quickly got on his comms to report to his boss. He informed him that he had sensed someone following them for a while. A tense silence hung in the air as his boss processed the new information. The man with the bun gave a simple, cold command: "Get rid of him." The blonde man turned toward the shadows, calling out for the hidden pursuer to reveal himself. From the darkness, a massive, heavily scarred man emerged, holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other. The man with the bun called out from the communications line, addressing the shadowy figure as Komodo. The blonde man, Soroka, grew impatient, demanding his opponent stop hiding and get serious. From the darkness, the man with blonde streaks, Komodo, let out a low, guttural growl. The man with glasses, Soroka, watched his adversary emerge, muttering about the nerve of that punk. A heavy sigh escaped Soroka's lips as he prepared for the confrontation. From across the server room, Soroka pointed accusingly at the massive man. He sarcastically commented that he had chosen a playground that suited them for their long-awaited reunion, asking if Komodo liked it. The silhouetted Komodo replied that, as expected, Soroka hadn't changed, acknowledging their long separation. Soroka questioned Komodo's new allegiance to a man called Python, calling him a crazy bastard for taking such a path. Komodo retorted, mocking Soroka for still serving Tigro, whom he dismissed as a legend whose time had passed. He then condescendingly added that he could understand Soroka's loyalty, as he still had a lot to learn. Enraged, Soroka questioned how Komodo dared to speak of his boss, Tigro, in such a disrespectful manner. Komodo chuckled, noting Soroka's new attachment and expressing disappointment, reminiscing about when his opponent was still weak. With a cold smirk, he hoped Soroka hadn't forgotten the glorious days of being beaten by him. Soroka grimly confirmed he could never forget those days, a grim happiness spreading on his face as he realized Komodo now worked for his comrade's killer. He declared that now he wouldn't have any problem killing him, a blade glinting in his hand. Komodo taunted him, wondering if the baby magpie had grown confident after learning a few tricks from Tigro. Twirling his own blades, Komodo mused that knives were much cooler than guns. A tense silence filled the space between the two rivals. Soroka countered with a chilling question, asking if being killed in an instant would be okay. Komodo simply proposed an exchange as he threw his weapon. Two knives sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. The blades found their mark, embedding themselves in the server racks. Soroka moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion. He closed the distance between them in an instant. His own attack was a swift, deadly counter. The two men stood facing each other amidst the humming server racks, the air thick with hostility. In another part of the ship, a man in a gray suit reacted with shock as his black-shirt associate muttered in disbelief. Soroka, his yellow glasses glinting, snarled that his opponent was getting on his nerves. The scarred man, Komodo, feigned ignorance, asking what he meant. Soroka called him a shitty lizard, revealing he knew exactly who he was dealing with. With a sudden burst of speed, Soroka lunged forward, knife aimed at a nearby guard. The man with white hair and a scar realized the deception too late, screaming for his men to kill him. Gunshots erupted in the narrow corridor. Bullets whizzed past, tearing through the air. The white-haired man shouted in denial as his plan unraveled. The volley of gunfire continued unabated. A look of cold determination settled on the face of the man with glasses. A blood-slicked knife was held tightly in a determined hand. A flurry of sharp, metallic objects was sent flying through the air. The man with glasses took aim with his pistol. Another silenced shot echoed faintly in the confined space. His pistol, equipped with a silencer, was aimed with deadly precision. The scarred man, Komodo, let out a short laugh, while Soroka grudgingly admitted he wasn't bad. Komodo lunged with a roar, screaming for his rival to die. A hand firmly gripped a silenced pistol, ready to fire. The two combatants were now locked in a brutal dance of blades, their knives clashing in close quarters. Komodo clicked his tongue in frustration as his attack was parried. The fight became a dynamic blur, one lunging forward while the other skillfully evaded. Komodo let out a sharp grunt of effort as their struggle intensified. He paused for a fraction of a second, his expression unreadable. A faint, knowing smirk played on Soroka's lips. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man watched the chaos, wondering when this interloper had arrived. Soroka, the metaphorical magpie, taunted Komodo the lizard, claiming his skills had dulled from slacking off. The man in gray, Komodo, angrily told the bird brain not to get cheeky, promising to show him who was superior once more. Soroka dismissed the threat with two cold words, "Just die." The sounds of a fierce battle echoed from another location. A wireframe view highlighted a dark, empty corridor. The clash of combat grew louder, echoing through the ship's interior. A heavy boot slammed forcefully into a spinning fan vent. The spinning blades continued to whir as the fight raged on nearby. The man with dark hair listened intently to the sounds of battle, his mind racing. The scarred man deduced that the main personnel, including Baek Do-chan, must be concentrated in this area. His broad-shouldered companion agreed, stating he thought their target was nearby. The two allies faced an unseen enemy as one opened fire. They engaged in a desperate firefight within the tight confines of the ship. The heat and fury of the gun battle filled the corridor. Their goal was a heavy, industrial door secured with a large wheel lock. A sharp, cracking sound signaled a successful hit on an enemy. The man with short dark hair urged his partner to stay focused. The scarred man assured his companion that he had his back. A gloved hand reached out and began to turn the heavy wheel mechanism. The massive door groaned as it slowly began to open. A silhouetted figure holding a gun stood framed in the sudden light from the doorway. Inside, a lone figure moved stealthily through a dimly lit warehouse filled with crates. For a long time, he had visualized this very moment countless times. He had pictured his target struggling in pain, spilling blood. Peeking over a stack of boxes, the man with glasses scanned the area. He knew that today was the day. After all this time, he would finally see the outcome with his own eyes. The protagonist crouched low, aiming his gun forward with a menacing glint in his eyes. A sudden explosion of light and motion erupted from below. The black-haired protagonist in tactical gear aimed his pistol, his expression locked in intense focus. A hand clad in a white shirt cuff revealed a small, wicked-looking knife. The man in the white shirt lunged with his blade, but the protagonist swiftly dodged the attack. A gloved hand held another small knife, poised and ready. The protagonist threw his own knife with perfect accuracy, striking the man in white as blood sprayed from the wound. A look of sharp surprise flashed across the protagonist's face. His eyes widened in shock and sudden realization. The name, Baek Do-chan, echoed in the protagonist's mind. A dreadful thought occurred to him: this wasn't his target. His mind raced as he wondered where the real one could possibly be. Elsewhere, the man with the knives felt that something was wrong, questioning why their enemies kept coming after them. The man with dreadlocks, Medvedi, began to speak, but a heavy silence fell as the truth dawned on them. It was obvious now, they had been lured into a trap. The man with dreadlocks simply stated his own code name, Medvedi. A past warning from the blonde woman surfaced, reminding him that their code names meant more than just nicknames. She had cautioned them to be careful of Python, a man of overwhelming power. The man with glasses declared that the time had come. The woman's voice echoed in memory, explaining that when it came to hunting, Python was slyer than anyone else. He calmly stated that the intruders would have to pay the price for entering Python's den with their heads. The man with glasses gave a chilling smile, announcing that the time had come. The bald man declared that the intruders would have to pay the price for brazenly entering Python's den. With cold finality, he gave the order to make them pay. Unaware of the command, the dark-haired protagonist moved cautiously through the ship's storage hold. His mind reeled with the name Baek Do-chan, desperately questioning who he had just fought if it wasn't his target. A burst of static from his earpiece cut through his thoughts as he initiated a call to Medvedi. A tense voice crackled back, reporting that they had been hit and addressing him as Tigro. The protagonist, Tigro, relayed his own intel, stating that Python was likely on the boat's main deck. He confirmed the plan and ordered Medvedi to hold his position and engage the enemy there. From another part of the ship, the bald ally grimly acknowledged the order. He turned to his comrades, asking if they had heard their leader's command. The dreadlocked man, Medvedi, remarked that Tigro was still making the same unreasonable demands as in the old days. The man with the headband steeled his team, telling them to forget any thought of retreat and hold their position. He reminded them their opponent was the legendary Python, grimly accepting that this might be their last fight. Medvedi urged his companions to throw everything they had into the coming battle just to survive. A sudden cacophony of frantic footsteps and clashing bodies erupted in the narrow hallway. The dreadlocked man simply affirmed his readiness for the fight to come. A chaotic dance of blades and bodies began as the two sides collided. The sharp clang of metal on metal echoed as attacks were furiously parried. Brutal impacts resounded as fists and weapons found their marks. A bright flash of energy lit the corridor, signaling a powerful exchange. The air itself seemed to hiss with the sheer velocity of the combat. The bald ally found himself surrounded by three masked assailants, one leveling a gun at his head. A swift, sharp slash cut cleanly through the air. The man with the headband let out a sharp ki as he launched his attack. He raised his knife high, preparing to bring it down in a lethal arc. His blade carved a bloody path across a masked enemy's chest. A look of cold, focused determination was etched on his face as he readied his knife again. He moved like a whirlwind, a blur of deadly, fluid motion. A close-up captured the fierce, unyielding intensity burning in his gaze. A rapid flurry of slashes was followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the deck. One of the masked men in black cursed the sheer, infuriating tenacity of his opponents. A muzzle flash briefly illuminated the desperate struggle. The man in black realized he was completely screwed, recognizing his foes as the elite main strength of advanced trade. A high-pitched scream of agony was abruptly silenced by a vicious blow. Sparks flew as another strike was deflected in the heat of battle. A shadowy figure lunged through the chaos, weapon glinting. Medvedi noted how the attackers kept swarming in, relentlessly trying to break their formation. Refusing to be cornered, he resolved to hunt them down one by one. The dreadlocked man peered down a dark, barred corridor, analyzing the enemy's movements. He puzzled over their tactic of constantly attacking only to immediately retreat. A sudden, chilling realization struck him as he considered his exposed position in the open. He understood with terrifying certainty that this entire engagement was a trap. It made no sense for these pawns to linger here for any reason. The only logical explanation was that someone far stronger was on their way to fight in their stead. A powerful grip suddenly seized his arm, and he snarled, demanding to know if this newcomer was one of Python's dogs. The man in the white suit simply stared back, offering nothing but unnerving silence. The two men became locked in a desperate struggle, their hands grappling for control of a pistol. The man in the white suit mocked them for rushing in so recklessly, asking if they truly understood this was a matter of life and death. Medvedi retorted that he charged in precisely because it was a good enough opening to take. With a smooth, predatory grace, the man in the white suit took his stance, ready for action. The two combatants launched themselves at each other in a dynamic, mid-air clash. A moment of shocked silence permeated the battlefield. In a dizzying blur, a cascade of handguns appeared as if from nowhere. A sharp kick from the man in the white suit sent Medvedi crashing backward. The dreadlocked man defiantly yelled that hunting them was useless, as this was their daily routine. The man in the white suit introduced his elite killer unit, Scale, who were specially trained to deal with threats like them. A nearby dark-skinned man mused that sometimes, even a strong beast can be overwhelmed. He finished his analogy, stating that such beasts are bound to be eaten by hyenas. Medvedi scoffed that they would make it out alive, but the man in white dismissed the comparison, stating that hyenas are just hyenas. He then flatly denied any possibility of their survival. He explained that all of his forces existed for one singular purpose. A man in a plain white shirt stood calmly between two masked enforcers, the final piece of the trap. The hunt, the narration revealed, is only completed when he personally joins the fray. The bald ally finally stood before his true target, icily greeting the infamous co-worker killer, Python. The man with glasses at his side confessed that he had always been curious about this moment. He then roared out his challenge, demanding to see if Python was as unrivaled as the rumors claimed. A powerful shockwave erupted from the force of their initial collision. Python, the man in the white shirt, clashed violently with the determined bald ally. A sickening crunch echoed through the hold as a heavy blow landed true. A raw cry of pain tore through the air. Twin blades whistled with lethal precision, seeking an opening. The man with glasses was suddenly ambushed, struck viciously from behind. The chaotic melee descended into a desperate flurry of kicks and evasive maneuvers. Another brutal kick punctuated the brutal, ongoing fight. Meanwhile, at the Mori Investment Trust building in Yeongdongpogu, a different hunt was being planned. A man nonchalantly sharpened a knife, asking if his people had been gathered. His subordinate, Masa, confirmed that everyone, down to the last underling, was now present. The man with the knife stated that before they could start their mountain rabbit hunt, there was another matter to attend to. A long-haired associate clarified that first, they needed to check on their own house rabbit. A silver-haired man spoke with contempt, referring to someone known as the Busan Kid. The man with the axe gave a chilling, simple order to send him up. The operation was set in motion at the Mori Investment Trust building in Yeongdongpogu. Deep inside, in the underground parking lot, a young man was summoned. A scarred man called out to the man with light blue hair. The scarred man delivered a message, informing him that the vice president was asking for him and that he should go up. The blue-haired man remained silent, his face betraying no emotion. The camera focused on their 2 pairs of polished dress shoes, hinting at the deadly formality of their business. The scarred man added with contempt that he was, after all, just the Busan Kid. The young man's silence was his only response. He walked into the elevator alone, the 2 other men watching him go. A dark-haired man named Young Suno muttered a warning for the young man to be careful, just as another voice called him out. A voice from behind some large men complained that Suno's group was blocking the entrance. Young Suno acknowledged that the situation felt undeniably weird. Meanwhile, in another elevator, 5 men in suits, one with silver hair, stood in a palpable tension. The hum of the elevator did little to break the heavy silence. 2 of the men stood rigidly, their professional demeanor barely concealing the underlying threat. Suddenly, the elevator's control panel began beeping erratically. A close-up captured the silver-haired man's otherwise placid expression tightening. A sharp, almost inaudible gasp was heard. An overhead view revealed one of the men was methodically pressing every single button on the panel. The man with the scar demanded to know what his companion was doing. The man with blue hair casually told him to relax. He then added that his accomplice already knew everything that was about to happen. A sharp intake of breath signaled dawning horror. Elsewhere, a man in a trench coat grew impatient, wondering aloud what was taking the kid so long to arrive. The scarred man on the phone relented, ordering his ally to clean up the men outside while he took care of the one in the elevator. A soft grunt of acknowledgement was the only reply. In a grand hall, a row of men in suits bowed deeply to their leader. Kim Hyang-chul gave his subordinate, Oh-ta, a direct order. The Busan Kid was loose in the building, and he was to be captured alive. The man in the trench coat instructed his companion to come with him, as they were heading to Incheon port. Oh-dua inquired about his associate Hyde's condition, to which Hyde replied he was better than ever. The bald man, Masa, was pleased, as Oh-dua mused that their target, Nam Gung-hyuk, would be injured regardless of the outcome. Hyde expressed his complete confidence, and Oh-dua tasked him and Masa with eliminating their target together. The sound of determined footsteps echoed as they moved out. Oh-dua noticed one of his subordinates looked nervous, who then quickly tried to brush it off. Oh-dua didn't let it go, pressing the man and asking about his work experience. The nervous man stammered that he had been in this line of work for about 10 years. Hyde repeated the number with disbelief as Oh-dua mocked the man for being nervous despite his experience. Oh-dua's eyes then fell upon the gun the man was carrying. Hyde scornfully questioned why they had brought such a coward along, reminding Dua they were going up against the likes of Baek Du-chan. A man in sunglasses quickly apologized to the boss for the poor judgment. The man in the trench coat demanded the nervous subordinate's gun, stating he wouldn't survive a minute in his current state. The terrified man could only stammer his assent as he relinquished his weapon. A tense silence filled the air. The now disarmed man stared ahead with a vacant, defeated expression. His trembling hands passed the firearm to his superior. The weapon settled into its new owner's grip with a decisive click. The camera settled on the profile of a man with long black hair and sunglasses, now armed. The man in the trench coat suddenly bellowed at an unseen subordinate. A great commotion began to unfold. Meanwhile, at Gold Capital's main building, the silver-haired president reacted in stunned disbelief. Heavy, rhythmic thuds began to shake the building. The thudding crescendoed into a deafening crash, accompanied by the furious roar of a man wielding a baseball bat. A man with a mustache yelled in panic, demanding to know what was happening. A subordinate frantically reported to the president that they were under attack by forces from Hazung. The silver-haired man's mind reeled. Hazung was supposed to be fighting advanced trade, and he wondered if his intelligence had been fatally flawed. The scene shifted to a quiet parking lot, the calm before a storm. A man in glasses broke the silence, calling out to his president. He called out again, his tone growing more urgent. A woman in white hurried him along, insisting they needed to escape before it was too late. The man with glasses paused, his face hardening with resolve. He finally agreed, muttering that this was how things were meant to be. The story flashed back to one day prior at an amusement park, where a man in a suit confirmed he had intelligence on the movements of Mori and Gold. The man with glasses questioned whether they truly possessed the strength to stop them. His ally in the suit calmly told him he was mistaken about their goal. A woman clarified their intention was not merely to stop their rivals. The names of the three targets were laid out: Advanced Trade, Mori, and Gold. The man in the suit revealed their true, audacious plan: he would erase them all at once. The planners stared at one another, the sheer gravity of their ambition hanging between them. They reasoned that Mori and Gold wouldn't commit their full strength, as they were also being watched by Castle's Choi Min-wook. A brown-haired man in a suit concluded that this vulnerability was precisely why now was the perfect time to strike. A blonde woman declared that she and the forces of Iskra would handle advanced trade. An unseen speaker added that Hazung was more than capable of taking care of Gold. A man with prominent facial scars began to outline his group's part in the grand strategy. He explained that they would send a person who knew Choi Dal-cheon, Gold's leader, intimately well. The scene snapped back to the present, showing a man in a dark suit crying out in agony. He lay defeated on the ground, a casualty of Hasung's surprise attack on Gold Capital. A large, bearded warrior from Gold bellowed, asking if the attackers were truly looking down on them. Returning to the flashback, the man with glasses challenged the plan, questioning who would deal with Mori after Gold was destroyed and mocking the reliance on the Busan boy. The scene cut to an interior where a group of men in suits stood defiantly. A man with an undercut gave a curt order to his subordinates: get rid of them. One of the targets, a man in a dark suit, smirked, saying it suited him fine as he hated being a slave anyway. A man in a front-facing suit questioned the attackers' confidence, doubting they had the numbers to win. Two of the aggressors scoffed, bewildered by his audacity. The man with the undercut dismissed him as weak and ordered his men to kill him. The man in the suit frantically shouted for them to wait. The leader with the undercut looked around, wondering where his own reinforcements were, as it was about time they arrived. One of his men laughed maniacally, announcing they had specially invited guests from Russia for the occasion. The Russian mercenaries, Frigate and Shamo, chatted casually, with Shamo joking that their job was simply to put everyone to sleep. In the flashback, a man explained that Mori's ambition was to grow as powerful as Iskra. The blonde woman countered that only half of Iskra's forces would mobilize, which their intelligence suggested was not enough to defeat Mori. Her words were met with a heavy, thoughtful silence. The blonde woman sighed in exasperation, demanding to know what more they wanted from her. A man with sharp features revealed that he had recently met some very helpful individuals. The story then cut to a man aiming a gun and screaming for Oh-doo-wah to die. Oh-doo-wah's head whipped to the right as he sensed the imminent danger. His eyes then darted to the left, searching for another unseen threat. A shadow moved with incredible speed. A gunshot erupted, followed by the sharp clang of metal on metal. Hyde screamed for his men to protect the boss, yelling that there was a traitor among them. A man gasped and choked as he was brutally strangled from behind. A loud crash echoed as a door was violently kicked in. The man in the trench coat gave an order to exit the building and meet in the parking lot, refusing to be held back. The flashback to the planning session continued, with a man in a suit questioning what came after destroying advanced trade. The man with glasses expanded on the point, asking how they intended to escape the wrath of Castle's chairman, Choi Min-wook. A woman smoking a cigarette laid out the stark choice: take Iskra's hand to survive, or be consumed by the ensuing chaos. The man in the trench coat began to offer his perspective on the enigmatic organization known as Castle. The man with glasses described Castle as a sleeping volcano, while another ally privately questioned his trustworthiness. He elaborated that its members were always on guard, constantly waiting for a chance to devour everyone else. The man in the trench coat observed that he had never seen this sharp-witted strategist before. A dark-haired man coolly remarked that he had been unaware they were coming for his head. The long-haired man with glasses leveled a gun, his aim steady and his purpose clear. A man in a suit spoke of an old saying, where enemies from Wu and you are forced to cooperate when in the same boat. He let the metaphor hang in the air, its meaning obvious. The man with glasses finished the thought, asserting that this situation perfectly described the fragile alliance that was Castle. A man in a dark suit delivered a final, ominous verdict: their time was up. On the open sea, a massive cargo ship served as the stage for a clandestine war, its deck laden with steel containers. A man in a white shirt stood defiant, his voice lost in the chaos of the unfolding battle. The air was thick with the sounds of brutal combat as fighters clashed violently across the deck. Amidst the fray, a man in a pristine white suit struggled to maintain control. His command was cut short as a dark-gloved fist slammed into his jaw with punishing force. His attacker, a fearsome dark-skinned man with dreadlocks, clenched his shirt, his eyes glowing with predatory intensity. The dreadlocked fighter drove a powerful kick into the white-suited man's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. The man in the white suit recalled Tigro's order to hold their ground, but knew he could avoid a fight to the death. His only thought was to create distance and retreat from this overwhelming foe. Before he could move, the dreadlocked warrior seized his arm, his glowing eyes promising no escape. The white-suited man collapsed, impaled from beneath by a sharp, unseen object. He looked away, a silent scream caught in his throat as the world went numb. His opponent gave him no respite, launching another heavy kick that he barely managed to block. For a tense moment, the two combatants faced each other, their fighting stances a prelude to the next violent exchange. Elsewhere on the ship, another fighter in a white suit crushed a man's head in a brutal grapple, splattering the wall with blood. He followed up with a ferocious punch that drove his opponent hard against the cold steel bulkhead. The scar-faced man reeled in agony, realizing with dawning horror that every single strike was aimed precisely at his vital points. He desperately threw a counterpunch, but the man in the white suit blocked it with ease. The glint of brass knuckles on his opponent's hand revealed the source of the devastating power. The white-suited fighter hammered another punch home, pinning the scar-faced man against the wall. A sickening crack echoed as the scar-faced man realized the fists were strong enough to break right through his guard. As he struggled against the relentless assault, he knew he could not hold his position. He understood with chilling certainty that to continue fighting meant he would surely die. Identifying his opponent as Baek Duchan's formidable right-hand man, he knew his only chance was to abandon his complacency and change his plan. In another fierce confrontation, a man in a white shirt was certain that if his opponent grabbed him, it would be his end. The man with dreadlocks roared a challenge, declaring that for them, it was do or die. The sounds of battle echoed down an empty, desolate corridor on the ship's lower deck. From a hidden vantage point, a masked leader watched the chaos unfold, his focus locked on the large, powerful fighter. The man in the white shirt fought with desperation, wondering if his opponent truly possessed strength on par with Baek Du-chan. A knife blade suddenly flashed past the face of the man with dreadlocks, missing by a mere inch. The man in the white shirt deflected a returning strike with his bare hand, the blade scraping his flesh. While blocking the vicious knife attack, he simultaneously thrust forward with his own blade. The man with dreadlocks caught his attacker's arm mid-strike, forcing the white shirt man to retaliate with a desperate kick. With a surge of raw power, the dreadlocked warrior swept his opponent completely off his feet. A head slammed hard against the unforgiving steel deck. A single gloved hand lay limp on the ground, a moment of stillness in the brutal fight. In yet another violent clash, the bald warrior known as Medvedi moved with explosive, unpredictable speed. His knife sliced cleanly through a nearby fire extinguisher. Without hesitation, Medvedi kicked the heavy red cylinder, sending it flying like a cannonball toward his opponent. The man in the white shirt struggled, using his knife to desperately push back against the improvised projectile. Medvedi's eyes blazed with intensity as he charged forward, a blur of motion. The overwhelming force of the cylinder sent the man in the white shirt stumbling backward. He was thrown violently into the air, his knife knocked from his grasp. Medvedi then obliterated the remains of the red cylinder with a single, furious punch. The chaotic battle shifted as Medvedi then engaged a man with glasses in a deadly close-quarters knife fight. Medvedi lunged, grabbing the shirt of the man with glasses and yanking him off balance. Believing he had his opening, Medvedi prepared to deliver the final blow. But the man with glasses twisted acrobatically through the air, his knife swinging in a lethal arc. Medvedi smirked, thinking his opponent was wide open for a counterattack. He drove a powerful punch into his opponent's side, drawing a spray of blood. The man with glasses cried out the name Medvedi in a pained, defiant shout. Medvedi staggered back in shock, unable to comprehend how his opponent had managed to land a clean hit. The man with glasses, Python, sadly remarked on the fall of Iskra, questioning if they had forgotten their former glory. Medvedi furiously retorted that he was just getting started, refusing to concede. The sharp sound of another successful strike cut through Medvedi's defiance. Python calmly stated that Medvedi had already lost, advising him to give up if he wanted any hope of survival. The dark-skinned man roared that he had not lost yet, demanding that Python fight him properly. Unwavering determination burned brightly in Medvedi's one visible eye. A sudden, swift attack silenced his challenge. A nearby fighter, a man with a headband and daggers, screamed Medvedi's name in alarm. A blade moved with silent, deadly grace. Python coldly informed his downed foe that the fight was boring and it was time for him to die. As Medvedi struggled, he was suddenly set upon by two masked attackers, forcing him onto the defensive. The man with the headband and daggers lunged at Python, screaming for him to die. His attack froze as he looked up with a distressed expression. He could only let out a strained grunt as his plan fell apart. A crushing sound signaled his immediate and brutal defeat. Despite the blood on his cheek, the man with the headband wore an expression of grim resolve. He found himself disarmed and on the ground, looking up at the victorious Python standing over him. He cursed in disbelief, baffled by how the fucking snake could be so overwhelmingly strong. With a final, desperate roar, he declared that if he was going down, he was taking Python with him. Python contemptuously ended his threat with a single, powerful kick that sent him flying backward. The man with the headband could only gasp in pain. Defeated, he cursed his own weakness. From the other side of the deck, the scarred man cried out for Medvedi, his own battle turning dire. His opponent, the man with short dark hair, briefly glanced toward the sound. Turning his attention back, he landed a decisive blow, telling his foe to take this. The scarred man let out a choked cry of agony. His opponent declared that defeat was already certain, stating that their side simply could not win this fight. Observing the multiple failing fronts, Python's mind turned to a final trump card he had hoped not to use. He decided then and there to call in one of the 3 favors he had been promised. The name he invoked belonged to the formidable director Ryu Ji-hak. A man in a dark jacket struggled desperately against the metallic confines of the ship's structure. The narration declared that their defeat was already sealed as 3 masked figures mercilessly attacked a bald man. The man with dreadlocks screamed at his allies, insisting they could not win this fight. Across the deck, Python stood calmly, holding a knife with lethal purpose. The man with dreadlocks continued his frantic cry, his voice filled with despair. Python coldly interrupted, stating there was absolutely nothing they could do. A low, guttural chuckle echoed ominously in the tense air. A large, blurry object was seen hurtling down from above. It landed with a deafening crash, shaking the entire deck. The blond man roared in frustration, cursing his enemy for getting on his nerves. A close-up shot revealed a hand gripping a knife with white-knuckled intensity. A smug and confident expression spread across Python's face. 2 warriors were locked in a fierce struggle, one wielding a golden weapon against the other's brass knuckles. Python's mind raced as he realized the attack had been aimed for his neck all along, not his arm, questioning how a losing man found such strength. He threw a powerful punch just as a black-clad figure was sent flying by a kick in the chaotic brawl. Amidst the clang of steel, the man in black exchanged powerful blows with his opponent. He taunted his foe for not seeing the danger, asking if the snake hadn't taught him that his head could fall off at any moment. Steel glinted as a bearded man's eyes widened in pure, unrestrained fury. The man in black deemed his opponent troublesome as his allies swarmed the downed fighter with vicious strikes. The burly man warned his comrade against showing his back to enemies, noting that a certain fighter loved to exploit such openings. The warning made Python pause, wondering just who the burly man was referring to. His own determined face was briefly visible in the reflection of a broken knife shard. The man in the dark suit shouted at his opponent to focus, landing a swift blow. He sneered that his foe's legendary status was just a name and that he would be the one to smash that legend to pieces. A sharp slicing sound cut through the air as a blade found its mark. Blood sprayed violently, painting the deck in crimson. A fighter grunted, clenching his teeth against a wave of agonizing pain. Another warrior cried out as a brutal blow connected. A hand closed around its target with crushing, inescapable force. The victim gasped for breath, his lungs burning under the immense pressure. A final, agonized scream echoed across the battlefield. The man in the dark suit desperately called out to Medvedi. Python remained silent, his expression cold and unreadable. Elsewhere on the ship, the muscular man fought valiantly against a swarm of shadowy figures. He let out a fierce battle cry, momentarily drawing the attention of Python. The camera zoomed in on the muscular man's face, etched with unwavering determination. Python unleashed a powerful punch, aimed directly at his adversary. Though the timing of the counter was perfect, the muscular man lamented that he had missed his opportunity. A figure in black seized the opening, lunging toward the muscular man with a knife. Python coldly commented that he should have aimed for the neck. His senses suddenly flared, detecting another threat whipping toward him from the side. With brutal efficiency, Python slammed an incoming attacker into a nearby wall. The harsh scrape of metal against metal grated on the ears. The entire deck was a scene of chaos as multiple fights raged on simultaneously. 2 opponents locked gazes, one with a contemptuous sneer and the other with a grim, stoic expression. A man in a green shirt was completely surrounded by masked men in black. The assailants swarmed him, their knives flashing in a deadly dance. The violent confrontation continued with a brutal exchange of kicks and close-quarter strikes. All across the ship, combatants remained locked in their own life-or-death struggles. A hand tightened its grip on the handle of a pistol. The blond man shouted Medvedev's name, his voice laced with urgency. The pistol was now aimed, its wielder ready to fire at a moment's notice. The heavy, strained breathing of a combatant filled the air. Python questioned his opponent's resolve, asking if he truly thought he could win given the obvious difference in their skills. A heavy, uncertain silence hung between the two fighters. Their fists collided in mid-air with a thunderous impact. Python fluidly dodged an incoming attack, moving like a phantom. The subsequent blow missed its target and struck the wall with devastating force. The man with scars watched in stunned disbelief as his opponent suddenly turned and fled the engagement. The only sound was the ragged panting of a fighter catching his breath. A frustrated fist slammed into a steel wall, cracking the surface from the sheer power of the blow. The man with scars clicked his tongue in annoyance, finding his foe's hit-and-run tactics infuriating. Python commented that it was a good try, but questioned how long his opponent thought he could possibly last. An injured fighter wheezed that his enemy was already wounded and wouldn't be standing for much longer. An attacker wiped his blade clean with a single, deliberate motion. The man with a scar taunted his opponent, asking if the strength of his fist was his only redeeming quality. The muscular fighter boasted that if this was the level of Castle's top 10, he could not only reach the top 5 but also take Python's head. Python warned him not to be so cheeky, offering to personally determine if he had what it took to reach the top. A flicker of doubt crossed Python's face as a troubling thought occurred to him. The muscular fighter conceded that his group wasn't enough to win, but revealed that their opponent had made a grave error in assuming Iskra was the only force on board. He declared that due to that mistake and arrogance, Python would die today. Python sidestepped a ferocious lunge from the muscular fighter, narrowly avoiding the attack. Python calmly agreed, admitting that if he left them all alive, he might indeed die. The bald man shouted a warning to his allies that their target was on the move. A gunman found himself in a stalemate, held at bay by a man with a knife. A pistol discharged, the bullet striking a masked assailant directly in the face. Python immediately reacted to the gunshot, the fight escalating into a brutal exchange of bullet and blade. He instantly recognized the same fatal opening he had seen before. The bald man felt a chill run down his spine, realizing how terrifying Python was. Even as a killer himself, he hesitated to attack. Python knew the balance of their fight was shattered the moment he was stabbed, leaving no room for a counterattack. His opponent possessed the overwhelming physical strength of Gustav. He also commanded the brilliant skills and strategies of Tigro. On top of it all, he employed the cunning mental games of Aquila. This single adversary possessed all of their greatest strengths combined. The muzzle flash from Python's gun momentarily illuminated the bald man's face as he fired. The golden opportunity the bald man saw was, unfortunately for him, Python's golden opportunity as well. As the bald man stumbled backward, Python took aim and fired again. Having let his one chance slip away, the bald man was now completely on the defensive. Python resolved that all he could do now was hold his ground and keep his opponent occupied. The bald man desperately pleaded for Tigro to hurry, knowing he couldn't keep up with Python for much longer. The two combatants became locked in a desperate grapple, each struggling for control of the other's weapon. Python broke the stalemate with a heavy punch that rocked the bald man's head. Blood splattered violently as the impact sent a shockwave through the bald man's skull. Despite his injuries, the bald man revealed a hidden knife, his expression one of pure menace. A hand reached out, smearing blood across a dark, metallic surface. With a cry of primal rage, the bald man lunged forward and plunged the small knife deep into Python. The bald man cursed under his breath as the situation spiraled out of his control. Blood erupted from a fresh wound on the bald man's neck as he struggled to keep hold of his firearm. Python disarmed him with a single, precise kick that sent the gun flying from his hand. The bald man coughed up blood, his face a mask of agony. He collapsed to his knees, clutching a grievous wound in his chest as a pool of his own blood formed around him. Python mused that when a great prize is at stake, the shallow nature of humanity always reveals itself. The injured bald man thought with profound sadness that, in the end, it was all over. A thought crossed Python's mind: he hadn't wanted to meet his end at the hands of this man. But despite the setback, he knew he had to keep fighting. Python stood over the defeated bald man, who could only stare at the ground in utter despair. Turning his back on the fallen foe, Python emerged from a dark doorway, his focus already on the next threat. His hand moved in a blur, gripping his weapon with renewed purpose. The battle was not over, some would always continue to resist. A new dark-haired assailant appeared as if from nowhere, blocking Python's swift knife attack. The mysterious fighter immediately gained a superior combat position over Python. Python's face was etched with strain, a cloud of dust marking the point of impact on his chest. The muscular man shouted reassurance to the newcomer, telling him he would definitely make it out of this alive. The dark-haired man coolly announced that he would be taking over the fight from here. On a night shrouded in conspiracy, the city's underworld prepared to bleed. Deep underground on the first basement level, a tense standoff was about to erupt. Two lone figures stood with their backs to the wall, facing a formidable host of men. A man with short dark hair voiced his doubt, questioning if these two were truly the help they had been promised. His scarred comrade agreed, noting they were hopelessly outnumbered by fighters trained under the notorious Mori. However, a man with glasses reassured them, stating that for these Russian brothers, overwhelming numbers were not a problem. A heavy silence fell over the corridor, thick with unspoken threats. Across the way, a man in a suit gave the order to finish the job quickly, before the vice president arrived. The man with red hair scoffed at his opponent's weak appearance, asking his long-haired partner if they were being underestimated. The long-haired man warned his partner not to mess around and to handle the situation properly. With a dismissive sound, the red-haired man simply said he would think about it. In a flash, he launched himself forward, deciding to begin the brawl himself. The man in the suit threw a punch just as the red-haired man's kick connected with his side. Though thrown backward, the red-haired fighter grimly held onto his opponent's collar, dragging him down with him. From the side, another assailant lunged forward, a knife glinting in his hand. In a brutal exchange, both the man in the suit and the red-haired man plunged their knives into each other. The red-haired man cried out as the blade sunk into his flesh. A hooded figure nearby let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. The pained cry echoed through the chaotic scene. As the initial clash subsided, one of the men in a dark suit nervously asked if they should just shoot them. The man with the gold chain watched the unfolding chaos, his eye narrowed in sharp, cold focus. A sudden gunshot cracked the air, and one of the suited men collapsed, a fresh bullet wound in his chest. The man with the braided hair coolly observed that for every person who makes a mess, there is another to clean it up. The man with the gold chain noted the shooter's fearlessness and ordered his men to eliminate the gunman first. He remarked that it had been a long time since a plan went so wrong, and commanded his subordinates to clean up the entire mess. The group of men in suits roared their affirmation. Seeing their chance, one of the original defenders yelled for his men to join the fight and help their allies. The corridor exploded into a maelstrom of close-quarters combat. A man in a suit tried to break away, but found his path blocked. The red-haired man, bloodied but defiant, told the suit that he was his opponent. The man in the suit cursed him, calling him a crazy bastard. A moment of stillness passed between the two combatants. The red-haired man snarled, telling the punk to get out of his way. The man in the suit grimaced, muttering that people like him were all the same. Knives and fists met in a furious, desperate exchange. A sharp cry of pain signaled a successful blow. The suit barked at his men to hurry up, claiming these Busan brats were nothing special. From within the brawl, a voice shot back, demanding to know who he was calling nothing special. An attacking gang member lunged, screaming at them not to be underestimated as he drove his blade home. A gangster with a scarred cheek warned them that once his boss arrived, they would all die anyway. His threat was cut short by a sharp, agonizing pain. With brutal force, two men in dark suits were sent flying into nearby barriers. A hand desperately gripped the edge of a metal door, knuckles white. A weapon-wielding gangster bellowed at the punks before him. Elsewhere in the chaos, Song Ik-cheon declared he could finally avenge Young Hyun, while Seo Jong-chi reminded him that this was only the beginning. Seo Jong-chi urged his brother onward, concerned that the young boss would be overwhelmed if left alone. In yet another part of the battle, a small blade was plunged deep into someone's side. Nam Il-ho cried out in agony as the weapon found its mark. The mustached man in a brown jacket glanced over his shoulder, his expression fraught with tension. Nearby, the man with glasses was lifted off his feet, choked by an unseen assailant. The violent struggle for survival continued, with the mustached man now bleeding profusely on the ground. An enemy's hand held a black pistol, aimed and ready to end the fight. Despite his grievous wounds, the mustached man threw himself at the gunman, desperately restraining him. A cascade of long black hair whipped through the air, a sign of someone moving with incredible speed. The mustached man screamed at the vice president to get inside the armored car. A heavy thud echoed as the door slammed shut, leaving the loyalist outside to face his fate. Another metallic slam confirmed the vehicle was sealed. The mustached man pounded on the door, desperately yelling for it to be opened. Inside, the man in the black suit could only curse their damning luck. Oh Do-hwa, the vice president, seethed with rage, questioning how they dared to shoot at him and mocking their small rebellion. The long-haired betrayer calmly stated that the rebellion had already failed the moment Oh Do-hwa's assassination attempt on him was unsuccessful. He warned Oh Do-hwa not to waste time, as he wasn't the only one coming for his head that night. Oh Do-hwa's mind raced in disbelief, desperately trying to figure out who else could possibly be coming for him. His eyes widened in terror as a dreadful possibility began to dawn. The narrative shifted to the night of the funeral, in the district of Home. A man in a black suit walked down a deserted street, unaware of the clenched fist of an observer watching from the shadows. From behind a brick wall, a figure in a cap cautiously peeked out, tracking the man's movements. Feet pounded against the pavement as someone ran with urgent purpose through the night. The man in the suit greeted his contact, remarking that it had been a while. He addressed him familiarly as Sun-oh, noting it had been a long time. Sun-oh was surprised his name was remembered, and apologized that someone named Young couldn't make it. The man in the suit waved it off, understanding the difficulty of making a move while under Oh Do-hwa's watch. He then cut to the chase, confirming that the person he came to meet was here. The younger man, Sun-oh, affirmed that he was waiting nearby, but confessed his own doubts about whether the man could be trusted. The man in the suit deferred to Young's judgment, stating that if Young found him useful, that was enough for him, and asked to be led the way. Their destination was a derelict building, standing like a skeleton against the dark sky. The man in the suit stood before the ruins, preparing to meet the traitor within. A lone, silhouetted figure waited inside, gazing out of a shattered window. The man in the suit spoke first, remarking his surprise that such an unexpected mourner had come. He apologized for the need for caution, which had involved troubling the little Busan boy. The long-haired man introduced himself as Maurice Hyde, adding that introductions were unnecessary as he had already researched his guest. The man in the suit acknowledged Hyde's identity as the head of Mori's headquarters and Oh Do-hwa's most valued subordinate. He continued, citing the rumors that called Hyde the Lion of Mori. However, he noted that there were other, less flattering rumors as well. Hyde finished his thought, adding that he was also known by another name. He was, at the same time, called the illegitimate child of Guangdong. The man in the suit explained that the Lion nickname came from Hyde's powerful actions in Japan, manipulating Yakuza politics from Mori's Korean base. He continued that the title of illegitimate child, however, stemmed from his direct family ties to the Yakuza. The silver-haired man, Hyde, changed the subject, directly asking what his guest's purpose was. The man in the suit countered with his own question, demanding to know why Hyde would betray his brothers and come to him. Hyde expressed surprise at how much his guest knew, while the man in the suit retorted that he was unaware Hyde had gathered so much information himself. Impressed, Hyde acknowledged the man's reputation, finally naming him as the great Amour of Iskra. He proposed that if they truly planned to form an alliance, they needed to be more honest with each other. Amour turned his back and began to walk away, considering the proposal. Hyde offered to tell him everything, asking Amour to listen to the real reason he chose to betray Oduwa. A quiet moment stretched between them, filled with the weight of impending betrayal. The heavy silence was a prelude to the storm to come. Back in the present, an injured man screamed in defiance amidst the raging battle, urging his comrades to hold their ground. The sounds of shattering furniture and pained cries filled the air. The brawl had descended into pure chaos, with men in suits crashing through the wreckage of the room. In a separate confrontation, a man with a mustache told Hyde that he had grown up, and he was happy for him. Elsewhere, a man with long black hair confessed a desire to put a knife into his own adversary. But still, even with the odds against him, a sliver of defiance remained. He roared that it was a decade too early for his body to die. In the past, within Japan, Im Muyal and Oduwa established their own organization, Takebayashigumi, by uniting scattered gangs under a Japanese identity. Their power grew until it became one of the most prominent Yakuza organizations, expanding its influence to the outskirts of Tokyo. During a general assembly of the Japanese Yakuza, a man in traditional attire noted that those who were once their swordsmen now dared to stand as equals. A man in a suit agreed, warning that what they were seeing was only the tip of the iceberg and that the group would soon become a major threat. The boss of Yamaguchi-gumi, Shinsuke Iwashiro, declared firmly that they had to get rid of them. Shinsuke Iwashiro then turned his attention to another boss, asking for his opinion on the matter. The man he addressed was Daichi Nishijima, the boss of Nishijima-gumi. An unknown man in a suit interjected, insisting that they absolutely must get rid of Takashita-gumi. Shinsuke Iwashiro mused on the leaders, acknowledging that Takashita and Uno were the kind of men who appear only once in a century. Daichi Nishijima quietly asked if there were any good ideas to handle the situation. A sharp cry echoed through the training hall. An unidentified fighter revealed that he had secretly raised a child. Daichi Nishijima explained that raising the boy in Japan was difficult due to his nationality, but he was strong and had been trained in martial arts under him. Another fighter proposed making the boy a spy, leaving the final decision to his boss. The elderly man, Daichi Nishijima, asked his young charge if he was doing well. The young man in the suit replied respectfully, expressing his gratitude for the privilege of training under the boss's care. Daichi Nishijima told him that he raised him as a son and successor, not as a debt to be repaid. He warned, however, that the world is a cold-blooded place, and without proof of his own worth, no one would follow him. The young man was then given his mission, enter Takebayashigumi and orchestrate their downfall. Daichi Nishijima explained that this single, irrefutable achievement would be enough to prove him worthy as a successor. He sweetened the deal, promising that after succeeding, the young man would marry his daughter, Kyoko, and rise to become the leader of Nishijima. A sharp turn marked the beginning of his treacherous path. The man in the suit, knowing the path ahead, told his future bride not to think too harshly of him. Daichi Nishijima philosophized that a man must sometimes sacrifice everything to achieve his goals. His daughter, Kyoko Nishijima, lamented her father's cruelty, feeling she was raised merely to be used as a pawn. The man in the white shirt, however, defended the boss, stating he was grateful to be treated like a son. He accepted the price he had to pay, and Kyoko reluctantly promised to help him. The mark of the Nishijima-gumi symbolized the heavy burden he now carried. A few months later, a man with an eye patch officially gave him his new identity, Kanemura Hideaki. In Osaka, the brutal reality of his mission began to unfold. Isao Takebayashi, one of the group's leaders, remarked on the rough road to domination and wished for a quick retirement. His partner, Uno Toshiro, disagreed, finding the constant fighting exhilarating. A grunt of pain cut through the chaos of battle. A man with a ponytail desperately warned Uno of an attack from behind. An injured man lay helpless on the ground. An aggressive man in a black suit lunged forward, screaming for Uno's death. He gripped his sword tightly, but a hand suddenly shot out to block his killing blow. A swift, precise movement intercepted the attack. The assailant gasped in surprise. A large spray of blood painted the scene in crimson. Hideaki, the man in the blue suit, stood over the fallen attackers, having just saved Uno's life. One gang member asked who the new guy was, and another confirmed he had joined recently. From a distance, Uno Toshiro observed the newcomer, noting that his knife skills were not bad. Later, a bloodied Hideaki sat alone on a rooftop, contemplating the aftermath. A man with an axe, another high-ranking member, approached the newbie and asked why he had joined their ranks. Hideaki formally introduced himself to Oduwa as Hideaki Kanamura, stating he had joined the previous week. The man with the axe was initially dismissive, but then admitted his curiosity had gotten the better of him. He concluded that Hideaki must have joined to make a living, just like everyone else. An empty wallet symbolized Hideaki's desperate circumstances. Oduwa gave Hideaki money for new clothes, saying he was ashamed to be seen with him looking so ragged. He offered a piece of advice: do your best every day, survive, and the money will follow. Hideaki recalled that Oduwa had praised his efforts, a moment that marked his very first real interaction with him. He had been determined to step into this world, but found the man to be very different from the rumors. Despite the heinous things they did, a strange sort of camaraderie began to form. Hideaki found himself going about his daily life as if nothing had ever happened. A shared meal of Korean dishes sat on the table between them. The man with the earring expressed how much he had missed this particular taste. The newbie in a gray suit called out to Hideaki, telling him to stay put. He slyly asked if Hideaki wasn't forgetting something important. The man with the ponytail explained it was a roasted rice candy, telling him to grab some the next time they were out. A thoughtful silence passed between the gang members. Hideaki admitted to himself that he was getting used to their strange lives faster than anyone else. The scene shifts to the present as the man with pulled back hair regretted his momentary hesitation. The man with pulled back hair launched a powerful kick at his opponent. His target, a man in a white shirt, reeled from a previous blow, blood staining his collar. The sickening impact of a heavy blow echoed through the area. The two fighters were locked in a furious exchange of punches. The dreadlocked man, watching the fight, realized a critical gap had opened. The man in the white shirt drove a brass-knuckled fist forward. His opponent recoiled from the brutal force of the strike. The opponent was skillfully using the tight space to his advantage. A leg blurred in a vicious, sweeping kick. In the tight confines of the hallway, one fighter drove a knee hard into the other's body. The sound of bone cracking was followed by a heavy thud. The dark-haired man, Tigro, thought in a panic that his legs would not move. A fist was raised, ready for the final blow. A cry of pain erupted as the intense hallway battle continued. A devastatingly powerful punch connected with its target. Tigro realized with a shock that his opponent could have ended the fight right there. His opponent stared back, his face bloody but his eyes burning with intensity. The horrifying realization dawned on Tigro: he had been completely cornered. The opponent's fist clenched, poised to deliver the finishing strike. A man in a white suit brutally kicked a man in a dark outfit. The downed man gasped in pain, lying on his back with blood on his face. The victor's hand tightly gripped his brass knuckles, a testament to his brutal fighting style. A man in a black sleeveless top delivered a vicious uppercut, splattering blood from his opponent's face. The man in the white shirt realized his opponent had purposely attacked him just to corner him, cursing his own mistake. The man with spiky black hair, Taigro, knew he had no choice but to end the fight now. The two warriors clashed in close combat, both heavily injured and bleeding. The man in the white shirt mused that he had met many people like Taigro in his past, where he had to kill and run just to survive. He then admitted that Taigro was better than all of them. He thanked Taigro, acknowledging that it had been a long time since he'd had a proper fight. With that, the man in the white shirt landed a clean punch on Taigro's face. Taigro fell backward, blood exploding from the point of impact. As he fell, Taigro's mind raced. It was not over yet, as he still hadn't paid back his debt to someone. The man in the white shirt, his arm bloody, threw another powerful punch. A heavy silence fell over the chaotic scene. On the ground lay a handgun, next to a shoe and a bloody, outstretched arm. A hand reached out, grabbing the shoulder of the injured dreadlocked man. The injured dreadlocked man looked up in disbelief, weakly uttering the name, Taigro. The dark-haired man, Taigro, confirmed his identity. The dreadlocked man breathed out his friend's name in relief. He then coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Taigro leaned in close, urgently telling him that their opponent was one of Castle's top 10, but that his leg was injured and his strength was fading. Their opponent, the man in the white shirt, reflected that Taigro had grown stronger at the end of their fight, noting his beastly senses and advising himself to be careful. The injured dreadlocked man, being helped by his comrade, managed a grateful thank you. A new figure with his hair tied back stood ominously, his back turned to the viewer. A man holding a gun emerged, calling for someone to come out. The gunman shouted out the name of his target, Nam Gung-hyuk. A low, satisfied chuckle echoed in the background. The man sealing the deal declared the job perfect and suggested a celebratory drink, an offer his associate eagerly accepted. Watching them, the man in the light gray suit felt a sense of unease, thinking their new interpreter was far too skilled and polished for the role. His colleague in the light blue shirt dismissed the concern as mere envy, pointing out the interpreter's combination of skill, looks, and knowledge. The man with the mustache conceded that while one should never trust easily, this man truly felt like an exception. Within his own mind, Hideaki Kanamura, the man in question, reminded himself of his true name, Oduwa, holding on to the belief that they could only trust each other. The protagonist recalled how the days flew by after he successfully infiltrated the Takebayashi-gumi. Yet, there were times his frustration mounted, feeling as if time had stopped while he waited fruitlessly for any word from boss Nishijima. In his loneliness, he would sometimes sneak out just to catch a glimpse of Kyoko, whom he missed dearly. He felt his sanity fraying under the strain of the mission, knowing his best option was simply to continue waiting. As time wore on, anxiety began to replace his patience, and he started to desperately consider how he might escape his situation. His spiraling thoughts were interrupted when a man with a sharp smile called out to him by his alias, Kanamura. The man regarded him with a knowing and faintly pleased smirk. The man with the sharp smile found it strange that someone like Kanamura would get so deeply involved, openly wondering just how badly he needed the money. He then questioned Oduwa directly, asking why he didn't just work for the Yakuzas in Guangdong if he wanted to earn money safely. Hideaki Kanamura, also known as Oduwa, laughed off the notion of safety and remarked on the sudden and unexpected line of questioning. He explained coolly that his lack of earnings was simply due to a lack of plans for any money. With another chuckle, Kanamura stated that ambitious men like him often operated on very simple principles. He declared that for him, nothing mattered more than rising through the ranks. He spoke of his conflicted identity, having been born and raised in Japan but carrying the blood of his Korean parents. He admitted he'd stopped dwelling on it after the people around him began to change in ways he could no longer tolerate. And so, Kanamura had forged his resolution: he would become the best in Japan, climbing so high he could finally look down on all those who had once scorned him. The protagonist understood then that this ambition was Kanamura's sole reason for staying in Japan. An observer then spoke Kanamura's name with a tone of approval. The man in the light suit declared he didn't hate guys like Kanamura, who in turn invited the protagonist to join him in his ascent to the top. The dark-haired protagonist agreed, calling him by his real name, Oh-do-wa, yet his heart was not swayed by the man's sincerity. However, Kanemura's words had planted a seed of doubt, resurrecting questions the protagonist had buried about his own boss's intentions and his future with Kyoko. He decided he had to meet with his boss, believing only the man himself could provide the answers he now desperately needed. In the district of Asakusa, Tokyo, two men in suits were seen speaking with a woman near a traditional building. One of the men looked up in surprise, just as a figure in a white mask appeared silently behind him. A hand swiftly clamped over the surprised man's face, choking off his cry. With the guards neutralized, the dark-haired protagonist sat casually against a wall, waiting. He heard his boss's cheerful voice from inside, inviting his guests to have a drink. The protagonist steeled himself for the confrontation to come. He decided it was best to wait there until his boss's guests had departed. From his hiding spot, he overheard one of the guests ask the boss if a certain rumor was true. The boss simply asked for clarification. A man named Kenzo bluntly asked if the boss was truly considering Kanemura as his successor. Kenzo then slammed his fist on the table, his agitation clear. The boss calmly replied that he had always thought of Kanemura as a son. He affirmed his love for Kanemura, praising him as a great man. Listening from the shadows, the dark-haired protagonist's face contorted with shame and frustration. He couldn't believe he had dared to doubt his boss's grace and benevolence. His resolve restored, he decided to leave immediately for his mission in Osaka. But then, he paused. The silver-haired leader continued, his voice turning cold as he poured a drink, stating that survival in their organization required sacrificing precious things. He then declared without hesitation that he would of course sacrifice Kanemura, even if the man begged and shed tears of blood. The boss's other subordinates simply smiled smugly at the chilling revelation. The dark-haired man stood frozen in stunned silence. On the floor, empty bottles and a full ashtray seemed to mock his naivety. The horrifying truth crashed down upon him, he was nothing more than a sacrificial lamb. He understood that once his mission was complete, his life was meant to end. In that moment of utter despair, his thoughts drifted to Kyoko. The sound of a phone call broke the stillness. Elsewhere, a man with a ponytail ordered his henchmen to grab everything they could. A voice on the phone reported that the attack was happening today, warning that if the Yakuzas were taken down, their enemies would become too powerful. The protagonist recalled his boss's voice, thanking him for his hard work. But then came the final, chilling instruction. His boss ordered him to take care of Oh-do-wa with his own hands. The man in the suit stared down his target, sarcastically asking if he was looking because he was so handsome. His tone shifted to one of genuine sorrow as he apologized for the sincerity with which he had been treated. Two men were seen exiting a car in a modern city, their dark mission underway. The man in the suit knew it would be too late if he waited, resolving to end it now. He whispered a final apology to Kyoko, saying he would be leaving first. The protagonist aimed a gun at the back of the unsuspecting Kanemura. He hesitated, unable to pull the trigger on the one person who had shown him kindness after his own boss had abandoned him. A sudden thought struck him with jarring force. He realized with dawning horror that this was not Kanekai's house. Looking around, he noted with growing dread that none of the other men were anywhere to be seen. His intense gaze darted around the empty, silent location, confirming his fears. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as the trap became undeniable. An older man stood waiting for them in the shadows. The man in the suit cursed his own foolishness. He screamed in realization that the enemy had known he was a spy all along. His cries of agony echoed as the ambush was sprung. Through the chaos, the scarred Kanemura cried out his name. The man in black fought desperately to break free, screaming Kyoko's name as he realized she was his priority. The clatter of his weapon echoed his defeat. He eventually collapsed to his knees, utterly broken. His mind was consumed by the agonizing thought that he couldn't protect the one thing that was precious to him. He desperately wondered where it had all gone wrong, questioning if he should have just killed Oh-doo-wah from the start. But even so, his ordeal was not yet over. He wondered in his despair if there was any place left for him in the world. The enemy leader thanked him, revealing that thanks to him, they had easily taken down Nishijima, before cruelly adding that he had killed Kyoko quickly and neatly. A choked sob escaped the protagonist's lips. His grief instantly transformed into pure, unbridled rage. The bulky man watched in shock as the broken prisoner suddenly surged with power, calling him a crazy bastard. The man in the black suit lunged forward, his blade aimed at the enemy who had taken everything from him. A chaotic brawl erupted as the remaining men struggled to contain his vengeful fury. The man in the trench coat shouted for his men to catch him. A slight smirk crossed an observer's face, watching the violent spectacle unfold. The bulky man taunted him further, claiming that Kyoko had been with many other men besides him. The man in the trench coat acknowledged that the protagonist had been instrumental in destroying Nishijima-gumi, stating his insubordination would be dealt with later. A man holding a paper advised him to embrace the moment and simply live on, believing he would one day find a new reason to live. He was submerged in a dark bath, feeling how everyone had simply used him for their own gain. Lying in the shallow water, he realized no one had ever sincerely cared for him, and he could no longer find a single reason to live. Another voice later asked him if revenge was the only reason he was still alive. The long-haired man laughed bitterly, questioning who he would even get revenge on, pondering if it should be Oh-doo-wah for using him. He recalled that he couldn't bring himself to end his life that day, and that after surviving everything, his mind had become startlingly clear. In the darkness of that tub, a new ambition was born. He would rise higher than all the yakuzas, dominate Japan, and conquer a world where men only stabbed each other in the back. He declared his new desire to establish an organization that would rule over the entirety of Japan. His opponent, a man with an axe, questioned what he would gain by killing him. The protagonist's hands tightened their grip, his resolve firm. The axe-wielding man desperately yelled, asking if the protagonist truly believed there would be a place left for him after this. A swift kick from a leg clad in a black suit answered him. The two men were locked in a deadly sword fight. The man on the left raised his axe high, while the man on the right drew his sword in response. The man in the suit lunged forward, his blade a silver blur. Their weapons clashed, steel grinding against steel in a desperate struggle. The man in the suit swung his sword in a wide arc as the man in the trench coat brought his axe down for a crushing blow. A hand gripped the handle of a sword, knuckles white with strain. The man in the suit executed a sharp upward strike, forcing his opponent to recoil. He then gracefully dodged a counterattack, his sword held ready. Now a man with long black hair, he held his sword with both hands, preparing for the final strike. The hand of his opponent gripped an axe, poised for one last desperate swing. The man in the trench coat screamed, asking if he was less important than the long-gone Nishijima-gumi. He repeated his desperate question, his voice cracking with disbelief. The long-haired man calmly stated that he had left all his hatred for him in the past. He paused, his voice dropping as the finality of the moment arrived. The man in the trench coat could only stare, his eyes wide with impending doom. The blood-stained man in the suit stood over him, a fearsome and unstoppable force. The long-haired man delivered his verdict, declaring, "There is no place for you in the picture I plan to draw." The conflict escalated at the imposing gold Capitol building in Season1. One man coiled his body, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. The sounds of furious shouting echoed as the two men clashed violently. A body was slammed mercilessly into the ground, its owner's face a mask of pure agony. The sharp, metallic clicks of weapons being readied cut through the chaos. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man wondered about a familiar face from a funeral, while his dark-haired associate grew impatient with the delay. The man with dark hair loudly questioned if this paltry showing was all the Hazung group could muster. A scarred man shot back, asking why they were complaining when they were providing little help themselves. He fiercely defended his group's commitment, revealing that his ally, Becky, was currently battling the advanced trade in Incheon. The dark-haired man tried to diffuse the tension, but Min-soo's mind was already focused on their true enemy. Suddenly, a deafening crash tore through the building. Outside in a courtyard, a group of men in suits were showered with falling debris from the unexpected explosion. More crashing sounds reverberated as the structure around them began to crumble. A man in a suit sneered at the attackers, mocking their newly formed organization. A large man boomed, questioning their audacity for daring to attack the gold capital. A surprised onlooker recognized the colossal figure as the legendary fighter Choi Dal-cheon, his size even more intimidating than the rumors suggested. Despair crept in as one of the fighters wondered aloud how they could possibly fight such a monster. The scarred man, Min-soo, insisted that Ha-sung would handle him and that their backup was on its way. A sinister feeling hung in the air as Min-soo fell silent, his eyes fixed on the giant. The oppressive aura emanating from the large man was palpable. A man in a suit cursed Choi Dal-cheon under his breath, his hand inching towards his weapon. Choi Dal-cheon spoke with the casual confidence of someone who knew his own terrifying reputation. Min-soo warned that Choi Dal-cheon was not someone to be fought alone, as all who tried had died quickly, but another fighter arrogantly told everyone to stay out of his way. Choi Dal-cheon addressed an unseen combatant, noting their long absence before declaring he came to see who was making all the noise. In response, a challenger told Choi Dal-cheon to stop putting on airs, for today was the day he would die. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield. The challenger's focus was absolute, drawing a sarcastic wish of good luck from the scarred Min-soo. All eyes were now locked on the man who dared to defy the giant. Min-soo quietly devised a strategy, suggesting they should start by targeting Choi Dal-cheon's leg. The scarred man's gaze was sharp and intense as he prepared to move. The fight erupted as the large man lunged with a massive punch, while Min-soo darted in low, attempting to stab him. Despite the thwack of the impact, Choi Dal-cheon was surprised that he had only been hit slightly. Their feet became a blur, dancing across the ground with blinding speed. The two men were locked in a brutal and fierce physical struggle. A hand clenched desperately at the fabric of an opponent's shirt, straining for purchase. His body felt inhuman, and one of the attackers in a white shirt thought it was like punching solid rock. A close-up revealed a grim face splattered with blood, a testament to the battle's ferocity. A fighter was sent reeling, his head snapping back from a powerful, unseen strike. The man in the white shirt grimaced, realizing this fight was far more difficult than he had ever imagined. Another fighter armed with a knife lunged forward, pressing the attack. The two combatants faced off, blade against flesh in a deadly confrontation. The attacker held his knife close to his chest, ready for the killing blow. The man in the white shirt moved with deadly grace, wielding two knives in a dynamic assault. An injured face, etched with pain and exhaustion, showed the brutal toll of the ongoing battle. The sickening sound of blades sinking into flesh echoed through the courtyard. A man lay defeated on the ground, his face bloody and his eyes vacant with death. The heavy thud of a fist meeting bone followed shortly after. Another powerful strike landed with a sickening crack. The world dissolved into a blur of vertical lines, indicating incredible speed. A fighter was thrown backward through the air, a spray of blood trailing behind him. One hand desperately gripped the hilt of a weapon while a bloodied face stared in the background. The knife-wielding man pressed his advantage as his opponent scrambled to dodge the relentless slashes. A man's head was thrown back in a moment of extreme violence, his face a canvas of blood. A bearded man scoffed, mockingly asking his fallen foes if they truly planned to kill him with such pathetic strength. He punctuated his words with a brutal punch that sent a spray of blood into the air. His leg shot out in a powerful, arcing kick. The bearded man delivered a devastating kick to another man's head, ending his resistance. He internally decided it was time to end this futile struggle. The bearded man coldly advised his victim to treat his ancestors well in the afterlife. He then knelt over his defeated opponent, a silent victor on the bloody ground. A choked scream of pain erupted from another victim. A swift kick to the face sent another attacker recoiling in agony. The bearded man single-handedly dispatched 2 more opponents, kicking them both to the ground. The air was filled with the ragged sounds of heavy, exhausted breathing. Enraged, a man in a suit yelled at his allies, demanding to know if they foresaw this, before ordering everyone to attack at once. A stern man urgently shouted for them to stop, warning them not to rush in so recklessly. Ignoring the warning, the man in the suit charged forward with a defiant scream. His charge was cut short as a hand jabbed him directly in the eye. Another swift kick sent a different fighter tumbling to the ground. A sharp hiss of air marked a swift, precise movement. The whoosh of a spinning attack cut through the chaos. A man in a suit braced himself, winding up for a powerful punch. The punch was met with the sickening thud of an unexpected counter. A man in a white shirt expertly blocked a high kick from a foe in a dark suit. He followed up immediately, punching down as his opponent collapsed to the ground. The injured man in white could only watch as a massive fist hurtled towards his shoulder. A choked gasp escaped his lips as the blow landed. The man in the dark suit was a whirlwind of violence, holding one enemy in a chokehold while simultaneously kicking another. The bloodied man in the white shirt desperately screamed for his men to retreat, admitting that their opponent was too strong to defeat. His plea was answered with a hard punch to the face from the man in the dark suit. The dark-suited fighter delivered another powerful, bone-jarring punch. A final, choked cry of pain was heard. The attacker taunted his victim, sarcastically asking if he was still their boss. He then silenced the man in the white shirt with a vicious kick to the face. A new voice, Jin Woo, cut through the noise, calmly asking Min Soo if he had learned his lesson yet. 2 of Min Soo's subordinates cried out their boss's name in alarm. Jin Woo reflected internally that any talk of him being a rival in the past must have been an exaggeration. He realized with a heavy heart that his brothers had held on to the past for far too long, all because of him. Jin Woo understood that to them, he was their pride. With renewed resolve, he silently vowed that he would never let them down. On the ground, Min Soo's eyes widened in stunned realization. Jin Woo's face was a mask of cold, unshakable determination. The 2 subordinates watched in horror, certain that their boss would die if this continued. The sharp crack of rapid-fire strikes echoed nearby. A short-haired man in a suit landed a punch on a muscular man, who managed to block the strike. The short-haired attacker grimaced in pain as blood splattered across his own face from the recoil. The muscular man let out a furious roar of defiance and pain. He stumbled backward, blood dripping from his face as he absorbed the damage. He reached behind to clutch his shoulder, revealing a significant injury. A sharp, creaking sound suggested strained muscles or cracking bones. The injured muscular man was suddenly swarmed by 2 more attackers. The henchmen yelled orders to their men, telling them to stop him at all costs and fight with everything they had. The muscular man was bewildered, wondering why these men were fighting with such desperate tenacity. A man with a bloodied face, Hwang Bo Min Chio, pleaded with Yeo Min Soo not to throw his life away, urging him to live long enough to achieve his goals. He then delivered the devastating news: their director, Ryu Ji-hak, was not coming to help them. In a flashback, an unseen speaker was heard directing Director Ryu to Incheon Port. A man in glasses continued the command, stating it was acceptable if Kim Shin lost his fight against Baek Du-chan. The final, chilling part of the order was then revealed: if Kim Shin won, he was to be eliminated. Another man confirmed that the Hazung forces were supposed to have retreated long before things got this serious, exposing the entire operation as a setup. Back in the present, Hwang Bo Min Chio confessed his utter embarrassment and doubted they could escape alive. Nearby, a man armed with a baseball bat expressed his confusion, wondering why Hasung's own people were attacking them. A man in a pristine suit and polished shoes stood observing the carnage, detached and calculating. A bald man reacted with shock, angrily questioning if there were still more of Haesung's forces left to fight. The brutality of the betrayal was made clear as a man was shown with a knife buried deep in his neck. A man in a black suit ruthlessly stabbed another man with 2 knives, ensuring his demise. Taking measured, deliberate steps forward, a new figure confronted Min-soo, asking if he remembered the price he paid in the past. The confronting man coldly informed Min-soo that it was time for him to pay that price all over again. Min-soo's thoughts were a desperate prayer, wishing for the strength to stand up just one more time. A sudden swish of movement caught everyone's attention, causing 2 silhouetted figures to react with shock. Min-soo looked up, his voice filled with dread as he recognized the newcomers. He identified them as the TF team, Director Ryu Ji-hak's elite special missions group, and the horrifying truth of his abandonment crashed down upon him. Min-soo let out a sigh of complete and utter defeat while one of the newly arrived TF team members complained that the situation was giving him a headache. Amidst the echoing sounds of destruction, 2 men in black suits formally confronted a figure whose back was turned to them. A large muscular man spoke with surprise, not having expected Haesung's cleaner to show up in person. Under a dark and foreboding sky, the man in the dark suit stood with unshakable confidence, the infamous cleaner having finally arrived. The warehouse descended into a storm of violence as men in suits engaged in a chaotic, desperate brawl. Amid the chaos, a large muscular man watched the unfolding scene with a flicker of amusement in his eyes. A brutal punch landed with sickening force, snapping a man's head back in a spray of sweat and blood. An observing thug shouted in disbelief as he watched his comrades fall with shocking ease. One fighter moved with deadly precision, his focused punch connecting squarely with its target. A cornered thug, filled with fury, screamed that he had endured enough. Another brawler was sent flying, cursing his opponent as a pig-like bastard. A long-haired man casually strolled into the fray, questioning if such weaklings were actually causing his brother any trouble. The long-haired man Illinois announced he had brought reinforcements, prompting his scarred brother to welcome the chance to stir things up. Ilwa then asked his brother how long they had to hold out, receiving the grim reply that their men would soon start falling. The scarred brother declared that their duty was clear, they had to fight until the battle on the main ship was over. Ilwa paused, realizing their mission wasn't just about survival. His brother explained they were a diversion, without them, the fight would become much harder for boss Kim Shin. With a sharp crack of movement, he stressed that they had to keep these enemies contained at the bottom of the ship at all costs. With renewed purpose, the 2 brothers charged forward into the heart of the enemy lines. Their feet thundered across the floor, kicking up dust and debris as they accelerated into a full-blown sprint. The scarred brother grimly noted that the enemy was sending all sorts of bastards their way. As if to prove his point, 3 new figures from the notorious barista gang appeared, 2 of them brandishing sharp knives. The man in the suit cursed inwardly, realizing his hands were already full before these new threats even arrived. A colossal, dark-skinned man in a suit then singled him out, praising his movements and proposing a one-on-one fight, much to the man's internal dismay. A tense silence stretched between the 2 fighters as they sized each other up. Director Ryu's thoughts drifted to the past, to the time after a certain person had fled Korea without a word. He recalled Chairman Kim Tae-hoon's order to eliminate them, a task he considered doing himself, believing it was a better fate than being killed by a stranger. Yet, by the time he had found their trail, they were already dead, slain by someone else's hand. In that moment of discovery, Director Ryu had felt an explosive anger for only the second time in his entire life. He had believed he could let the feeling go, since the man connected to the deceased had inadvertently completed the task he was meant to perform. He wondered if he had felt some form of human affection, but now, with that person dead, nothing of that feeling remained. So, for the first time, he disobeyed the chairman's orders, deciding to settle his own promise to Kim Shin and all the regrets that came with it. Back in the present, a bulky man sarcastically greeted the newcomers, feigning surprise that their Hazung brothers would attack them. A nearby subordinate in a white shirt stared in shock, stammering the director's name. The subordinate worried internally, questioning if the director, even if he was Hasung's strongest, could handle Choi Dal-cheon, who was already recovering. A man in a black suit from the director's entourage coolly stated that they would keep the enemy leader busy. A derisive scoff echoed through the warehouse. The man in black suit, Director Ryu, coldly clarified the unspoken order: they were to die fighting Choi Dal-cheon. As word of President Choi Dal-cheon's arrival spread, the enemy forces were commanded to surround the Hazung fighters. Director Ryu calmly observed that Gold's forces were still standing, having proven too much for Division Head Hwang Bo. The imposing director then issued his command: his men were to protect their Hazung allies. Choi Dal-cheon laughed, eagerly calling out to Ryu Ji-hak, thrilled that the fight he had always wanted was finally happening. Director Ryu simply replied, "No hard feelings, Choi Dal-cheon." A bearded man allied with Choi Dal-cheon taunted Ryu, questioning why a man like him would side with the underhanded Hazung. The very air seemed to crackle with anticipation as the two leaders prepared to clash. The narration ominously declared that from this point on, things would change. Director Ryu shrugged off his black suit jacket, his white shirt a stark contrast in the dim light. He methodically pulled on a single brown glove, his movements deliberate and focused. Director Ryu commanded his men to stay out of it, while an observer noted the surrounding fighters were already out of commission. A man with a scarred face watched intently, whispering that the main event was finally starting. Another spectator in a dark suit explained that this fight would settle a long-standing debate within Castle: which of the two top 10 members was truly stronger. He leaned forward, stating that right here, right now, they would find out. The time had come for the stronger and the weaker to be definitively decided between them. Meanwhile, in another part of the warehouse, a separate battle exploded in a blur of violent motion. Two other combatants clashed, one lunging forward with a gleaming blade. A fist, clenched with devastating power, cut through the air. A brutal leg sweep connected with a sickening thud, sending a fighter off balance. A pained grunt was the only sound accompanying the vicious blow. A bearded man conceded that his opponent had guts, and the man with short brown hair acknowledged the same of him. The fight escalated into a visceral storm of abstract red and black, capturing the sheer brutality of the exchange. The two fighters were locked face to face, a silent, aggressive confrontation of wills. Hands grappled in a desperate struggle, one gripping a weapon's hilt while the other tore at clothing. Their hands became a tangled mess, wrestling for control of a single knife caught between them. With a sharp swish, one of the men wrenched the blade free. The blond man let out a choked gasp of pain as the momentum shifted. A hand tightened its grip on the knife's handle, preparing for the next move. A dull thud signaled a blocked attack. A much louder crack of impact followed as the fight's intensity surged once more. The two men moved like lightning, their knives a silver blur in a deadly, fast-paced duel. The sharp ring of steel on steel echoed through the air. A flurry of rapid slashes followed, each one aimed to kill. The short-haired blonde fighter stared forward, his eyes burning with intense focus. Armed with two knives, he launched himself at the bearded man from behind. The blade targeted the vulnerable back of the bearded man's neck and shoulder. In a flash of steel, the attacker slashed at his opponent's arm. Another swift cut sliced into the bearded man's thigh, drawing a spray of blood. Their feet moved in a frantic dance, a blur of motion as they chased and evaded in the tight space. The blond man lunged downwards with both knives, a killing blow that was narrowly blocked by his opponent. The attacker's eye was a mask of cold fury, his hand gripping the knife with white-knuckled force. The bearded man quickly calculated his only option: he would let his right arm get blocked to create an opening for a left-handed counter. A glint of steely resolve showed in the bearded man's eye as he committed to his dangerous plan. His clenched left fist began its upward journey, coiling with the power of his desperate counterattack. The two warriors were locked in brutal, close-quarters combat, each giving and taking punishing blows. Back at the main fight, both director Ryu and Choi Dal-cheon stared each other down, their faces bloodied but their gazes unbroken. 3 of the director's subordinates watched the titanic struggle with grim, serious expressions. A close-up on director Ryu's neck and shoulder revealed his sheer determination through the pain. A heavy blow landed squarely on the director's back, a testament to his opponent's power. A tense silence fell as the blonde man in the other fight paused his assault. The knife duel continued in near silence, the only sound being the soft whisper of blades. The blonde man's focus was absolute, his stillness a coiled spring of lethal intent. One of director Ryu's men observed that his boss's left arm would surely take time to heal after blocking Choi Dal-cheon's sledgehammer-like fists repeatedly. His colleague agreed, adding that something was odd, as the director's tempo was far faster and more desperate than usual. A muscular observer from the sidelines let out a sigh, remarking how sad the situation was. The subordinate finished his thought, realizing the director was fighting like a person being chased by something they couldn't escape. A line of men in matching white shirts and black pants stood in disciplined formation. Choi Dal-cheon taunted his opponent, asking if he'd oiled his feet to make them scurry around like a frightened puppy. The man with the knives, director Ryu Ji-hak, remained silent, his focus absolute. In a blur of motion, Ryu lunged forward. His blade struck with a sharp, cracking impact. Choi Dal-cheon's mind raced, struggling to comprehend where the attack had come from. Ryu remarked that the counter was too close, a move that nearly cost him his head. A stunned silence fell over Choi Dal-cheon. One of Ryu's subordinates commented that the fight felt strange, and his wounded colleague could only agree. The wounded man's thoughts raced as he realized Ryu was exclusively targeting vital points. He questioned the director's impatient pace, wondering why he wasn't taking a slower, more deliberate approach. The subordinate acknowledged his colleague's keen eye, knowing that if even he could spot the desperate strategy, then Choi Dal-cheon most certainly could. He was left to wonder what the director could possibly be thinking. A strangled gasp of pain cut through the tension. The sharp ring of clashing knives echoed through the alley. Again, steel shrieked against steel in the furious exchange. The wounded subordinate was struck hard, slumping forward as a patch of red bloomed across his shirt. The sound of shattering glass added to the cacophony of battle. Meanwhile, in a nearby street, the secondary knife duel continued with unrelenting ferocity. Choi Dal-cheon cursed under his breath, forced to admit that Ryu Ji-hak was as fast as the legends claimed. He decided he was done playing games, regardless of whatever his opponent intended. This frustrating game of cat and mouse had gone on long enough. It was time for Choi Dal-cheon to show his true colors. He roared that his only pleasure came from fighting and killing punks just like the director. One of Ryu's men watched intently, knowing Choi Dal-cheon was finally about to unleash his true, monstrous power. He mused that you could only comprehend the terrifying nature of the man when you faced him head-on. He described the pressure as being crushed by an unstoppable, rolling boulder. Choi Dal-cheon locked eyes with Ryu Ji-hak, reading his every intention. He knew the director was planning to avoid his fists. He mentally challenged Ryu, daring him to try for a cut if he thought he could make it. The challenge was laid bare, he was invited to just try it. An observer gasped in disbelief, questioning how Ryu Ji-hak had managed to protect his head without even dropping his weapons. The man closed his eyes, bracing for the brutal impact. A soft hiss cut the air as a blade moved faster than sight. A sickening slash tore through flesh. The screech of metal grinding against bone filled the air. The sheer speed of the exchange left the onlookers completely stunned. The scarred man watched in awe, realizing Ryu's attacks were getting faster to the point where he could no longer even follow the blade's path. The silver-haired man questioned the logic, wondering why Ryu Ji-hak was taking such a wild gamble. In the other fight, the man with the bloodied eye let out a pained grunt and cursed his opponent. He seethed with rage at the little punk who had wounded him. A heavy blow landed with a dull, wet thud. Blood erupted from a new, grievous wound. Two hands tightened their grip on a pair of wickedly curved blades. Two more sickening impacts landed in quick succession. The man's face was a ruin of swollen bruises and fresh blood. A foot planted firmly on the ground, bracing for another attack. The sounds of a heavy punch and a shallow cut punctuated the brutal dance. The injured dark-haired man looked down, watching as pieces of broken tile flew past him. He let out a low, predatory hiss as he regained his footing. The dark-haired man taunted his opponent's fierce expression, offering to make his eyes look even more ferocious. A gloved hand smashed into the blond man's face, sending a spray of blood across the pavement. Blood violently erupted from the fresh, deep wound. In the main fight, one of ch1to119's underlings sneered that director Ryu was finally getting slower. He mockingly asked the director if he had ever been hit by a tile before. The thug then viciously smashed a heavy tile against director Ryu's head, which shattered on impact. Director Ryu reeled back from the underhanded blow as tile fragments exploded around his head. His face was now a mask of blood and deep lacerations, a testament to the brutal damage he had sustained. Despite the crippling blow, Ryu Jihak lunged forward again, both knives poised to strike. A primal scream of pure effort tore through the air. ch1to119 drove a powerful fist into Ryu's body just as the director's knives sliced deep into his flesh. A heavy foot stomped down, cracking the very asphalt beneath it. ch1to119 roared with conviction that he would not miss this opportunity. His subordinates erupted in cheers, one declaring that even Hasung's best knife fighter was merely human, while another praised their president's invincibility. One of Ryu's men, however, quietly pleaded for his director to please win the fight. An observer grimly acknowledged the overwhelming power of ch1to119. It was a well-known fact that challenging the man holding the title of the strongest fist in the country was a monumental task. Though battered and bleeding, Ryu Jihak's expression was one of unbreakable determination. In the secondary fight, the dark-haired man believed his opponent was just a little more away from being dead meat as his defenses started to crumble. He hammered a devastating punch into the blond man's gut, forcing him to double over in agony. The blond man gasped for air, his breath coming in ragged, desperate huffs. A close-up on his strained face showed the immense toll the fight had taken. He struggled to draw another agonizing breath into his burning lungs. The blond-haired man could only stare at the ground, his body screaming with exhaustion. In stark contrast, the dark-haired man roared with exertion, his scarred face twisted into a ferocious battle cry. He landed another vicious punch to the blond man's face, causing a fresh explosion of blood. Back at the main event, the spiky-haired man realized with shock that Ryu's attack had landed a direct, perfectly aimed hit on Choi's shoulder. A man in a black suit calmly assessed that the director's left arm would be useless for a while. His colleague in the suit agreed, stating it was a worthwhile trade for the success of their plan. A sharp spray of blood from ch1to119's wound punctuated his statement. He finished his thought, explaining it was a necessary sacrifice to finally catch the monster known as ch1to119. The exchange had become a brutal duel, with one fighter sacrificing a limb to land a crippling blow. Director Ryu's three most loyal subordinates watched the unfolding strategy with grim, resolute expressions. The man in the suit explained that from that one deep wound, despair would begin to set in for ch1to119. He elaborated that maintaining constant breathing, a key to any fighter's stamina, would now be nearly impossible for the giant. Another spray of blood arced through the air. A second gout of red followed, confirming the wound was deep and debilitating. The subordinate asserted that if Choi moved even slightly, the severed joint would completely give out. Another of his colleagues simply marveled at how captivating the director's fighting skills truly were. With time running out, the sense of defeat would be so absolute that their foe would never be able to stand again. The sound of a heavy thump followed by a sickening crunch signaled the end of the battle. A nearby man holding a bat cried out in shock for his fallen boss. The scene suddenly fractured into a dizzying array of vertical, colored lines. A bald man and a muscular man grunted in unison as they were swiftly taken down. In a different time, a blood-splattered man stood over his defeated enemy, knife held ready. A man with a prominent scar on his face began to recount a story from some time back. He recalled a legendary Go player who, despite his overwhelming skill, made a single mistake while trying to rush his victory and suffered a legendary defeat. The scarred man ground his teeth in frustration, admitting that he himself couldn't even leave a scratch on ch1to119. A man in a suit noted that while the scarred man was strong enough to draw out some of Choi's skill, the fight only proved ch1to119 was worthy of his top 10 ranking. A man in a white shirt cruelly added that director Ryu hadn't even needed to show all of his skills to achieve victory. The injured man gasped between ragged breaths, lamenting that he had failed his promise to his father to make him a king. The man in the suit scoffed, questioning the foolishness of dreaming to surpass Choi Min-wook and the organization known as Castle. His companion in the white shirt reminded him that even the mighty Kim Hwang and Gold had failed in that same endeavor. The man in the suit issued a command to contact the head office for help and to locate Kim Hwang, which his subordinate immediately affirmed. The man in the white shirt urged them to hurry, knowing their commotion in Season1 had surely been reported to Choi Min-wook by now. It was only a matter of time before Castle's elite guards would be descending upon their location. The muscular man declared that they were almost done there. But a subordinate on the phone paled, crying out to his boss as the muscular man demanded to know what was wrong. The man with the goatee relayed that the director had called, requesting 40 to 50 strong men to be sent over. An unidentified voice confirmed their assent, simply stating, "I'm going up." A man in a white shirt watched in disbelief, wondering what the approaching horde was thinking. A sharp slash cut through the air. The man in the suit stared in horror, realizing they intended to force their way up. The sickening sound of a heavy impact echoed through the stairwell. A blade met flesh with a wet squelch. A cacophony of battle erupted as the two forces violently clashed. The man in the suit felt his heart pound in his chest, silently pleading for the intruders to stay where they were. The brutal sounds of the escalating fight filled the corridor. The man with scars on his face urged Song-joon not to carry the burden alone, reminding him that they were all there to help. A sweaty man in a suit, 1il, declared that Dae-jeon and all the others were his family. A chaotic brawl exploded as men in suits desperately fought back against the invaders. A bald man in a suit grappled with an assailant in a red jacket, a knife held precariously between them. The bald man grunted that these Southeast Asian fighters were different from the usual trade members, sensing something deeply unsettling about them. His opponent in the red jacket snarled that they were just as enraged as their fallen comrades. The man with the scarred face commanded his brother to move aside. The violent struggle intensified as bodies collided in a desperate melee. The scarred man cursed the attackers while Park Cholgyu sarcastically wondered if they even had visas. A man with dark hair and a tie steeled himself, knowing he had to be the one to stop them. The man with the slick back hair told his colleague to take a break, but the man in the suit insisted he had to fight like he used to, just once. Identified as Do Hak-soo, he was questioned on what he could possibly do with his battered body. Do Hak-soo, remembering his presence at a funeral, repeated his resolve to fight properly just one more time. A ferocious battle cry ripped through the air. Fists met flesh with explosive force. A burly man taunted his opponent, telling him to relax his hip and try again. The man with the goatee could only think that his opponent was incredibly strong. A flurry of sharp, impactful strikes landed true. The man with long black hair warned that he would not tolerate anyone bad-mouthing his brother. He then told his brother to go, and the man in the suit replied that he was counting on him, Ilwa. A man in black spat in disgust, admitting this was the first time he'd been knocked down since facing Mr. Oh Gyudong. His dark-haired opponent simply quipped that even trucks get flat tires. The man with earrings dared him to back up his bluff, challenging him to try his luck. The air was filled with the sound of brutal, successive blows. The sickening symphony of violence continued without pause. A man in a suit was struck with immense power, his head violently snapping back from the impact. Another heavy blow landed with a dull thud. The barrage of crushing hits echoed relentlessly. The man with the mustache panted, admitting these new foes were nothing like anyone they had fought before. A final, decisive strike sent a body to the floor. A man in a tan suit calmly announced that he had been waiting for them. Two of the defenders cried out in agony as they were swiftly dispatched. The man with the scar cursed under his breath, realizing the situation had become dire. The man in the white shirt gave a simple, brutal command, "Get him." The man with the scar let out a weary sigh, lamenting that this opponent was simply too much to handle. Bodies collapsed around a single fighter as he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of assailants. A man in a suit grunted, acknowledging the incredible persistence of his foe. A lone figure stood firm amidst a landscape of blood and fallen men. The man in the tan suit coolly ordered someone named Jiang to take care of the remaining fighter. A firm hand clamped down on a defender's shoulder. A man in a suit was ambushed by two attackers, one lunging forward with a knife. The man in the tan suit delivered a vicious kick to an enemy's face amidst the ongoing chaos. The muscular man roared in frustration, calling his opponent a cunning bastard. A black shoe stomped down with the sickening sound of crunching bone. The chaotic melee raged on, the glint of a knife flashing in the violent press of bodies. A heavy-set man took a deep, steadying breath. He then made a grim declaration, vowing that not a single person would get on the ship from this point forward. A heavy bam signaled another powerful blow. With a thud and a hiss, a knife was driven deep into a man wearing a white shirt. The man in the white shirt looked down, his expression hardening with grim determination. Across from him, the dark-haired man aimed a handgun, his face a mask of cold, lethal focus. A man in dark clothing tumbled through the air, caught in the rapid motion of the fight. As the man in the white shirt fired his weapon, the dark-haired man launched a powerful kick into his chest. A close-up view showed a foot stomping down hard, deflecting the gunman's stance. The dark-haired man closed the distance, now facing his opponent at point-blank range as the gun fired again. The metallic click of a handgun being manipulated echoed in the tight space. With a swift kick, the dark-haired man sent the gun flying while revealing a small blade in his own hand. In a flash, a hand locked onto the gunman's arm, seizing control. The dark-haired man expertly transitioned into a grappling hold, trapping his opponent in a headlock while raising a leg for a decisive strike. The reflection in the glasses of the man in the white shirt revealed his wide-eyed surprise at the sudden turn of events. A powerful kick from the man in the black suit sent the man in the white shirt flying through the air. The defeated man admitted his opponent was strong, to which the victor promised he would regret ever coming here. The narration observed the chilling look in the victor's eyes. The man in the black suit reminded himself to maintain his composure amidst the chaos. He twisted his body, narrowly dodging a bullet that whistled past him. A heavy silence fell for a single, tense moment. The man in the white shirt declared this was the end of the line, just as his weapon was knocked aside with a clang. The man in the black suit simply replied, "Not yet." He then lunged forward, stabbing the man in the white shirt. The defeated man felt his strength fading as his gun lay useless on the floor beside his collapsing body. The victorious dark-haired man stood over his foe, looking down with a steely and determined expression. An observer in glasses remarked that the victor was indeed the amour of his generation, expressing a sense of relief. The camera zoomed in on a single, intense red eye, burning with focused aggression. Two men remained locked in a fierce physical struggle, a crackling purple energy arcing between them, visualizing their immense power. Two bodies lay still on the floor, their dark clothes stained by the pools of blood spreading beneath them. An intense stare-down ignited between the dark-haired man and his bespectacled adversary, Baek Du-chan. The two combatants clashed in a blur of motion, a small, deadly object glinting in the dark-haired man's hand. The sharp scuff of their feet echoed as they struggled for dominance on the hard floor. With a deafening slam, the dark-haired man forced Baek Du-chan to the ground, pinning him with all his weight. A deep, gut-wrenching struggle ensued as the dark-haired man fought against the raw power of Baek Du-chan's grip. Seizing an opening, the dark-haired man delivered a brutal kick to his opponent's midsection. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, visualized as a cloud of smoke and debris. A fist connected squarely with Baek Du-chan's face, sending a spray of blood into the air. Baek Du-chan's thoughts went silent as the force of the blow rattled him. The dark-haired man's gaze darted to the side, anticipating his opponent's next move. His foot shot forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion carving through the space between them. With eyes wide and burning with focus, the dark-haired man prepared for his assault. Baek Du-chan could only grimace, his face a mask of intense strain and pain. The fight returned to the floor, a chaotic mess of grappling limbs, spilled blood, and a dangerously close knife. The dark-haired man held the blade to Baek Du-chan's throat, his expression a mask of cold determination. His hand tightened around the serrated edge of a dagger, ready to make a move. His opponent swayed, his balance faltering for just a critical moment. The small blade in the protagonist's fist whipped through the air with lethal intent. The narrative showed how a lesser fighter might have dodged a desperate dagger attack from the man in white. Such an opponent might have been stabbed in the side, collapsing to the ground in defeat. They would have been left bleeding out on the cold floor, their life fading. The victor would have stood triumphant after a swift, brutal grapple. But this was not a fight between lesser men. The narration observed that the dark-haired man's skill possessed a much higher level of perfection. The dark-haired man looked down, blood spattering his face as the real battle continued. He let out an unintelligible growl, all his focus centered on the man beneath him. A hand desperately reached for a fallen knife on the floor. The man's eyes burned with a furious, unwavering intensity. With a desperate cry, Baek Du-chan pushed back while the dark-haired man grunted with effort. A fist clenched, knuckles white with the strain of the ongoing struggle. The two fighters remained locked in a deadly grapple, their knives inches from ending the conflict. They exchanged guttural snarls, their words lost in the heat of the fight. A hand clamped down on the wrist holding a knife, fighting for control. A sharp sound cut through the air as one of them gained a momentary advantage. The dark-haired man finally spoke, his voice strained as he started to reveal what he knew. Baek Du-chan finished the sentence for him, coldly confirming that he was the one who supposedly killed his father. He taunted his opponent further, claiming to have no memory of the event whatsoever. Baek Du-chan then sneered, questioning if such sloppy form was truly enough to achieve revenge. The struggling man looked down, his expression a mix of anguish and boiling fury. A sickening crunching sound echoed as his grip tightened in response to the taunt. The struggling man thought to himself that he had been trying desperately to remain calm. He knew he had managed to keep his emotions under control until now, but the dam was breaking. He could feel the resentment surge, making his blood run cold as he struggled for breath. Images of his injured comrades, a bearded man and a scarred ally, flashed through his mind. He remembered two more of his friends, one with his hair in a bun and another with blonde hair. He was tormented by the knowledge that the more he delayed, the more danger he was in. He was acutely aware that with every passing moment, the number of innocent sacrifices would spread uncontrollably like fire. Elsewhere, the greater battle raged on as a knife was plunged deep into an enemy's chest. The man with the headband could only utter a pained grunt as he was struck down. A masked figure urgently warned his comrade, Medvedi, that two more enemies were heading his way. The sound of heavy, exhausted breathing filled the air. A mentor's voice echoed in Tigro's memory, calling his name with stern purpose. The memory was a sharp warning to never look around, to never be distracted from the mission. His teacher had taught him that the opponent directly in front of him was his entire world. He had been warned that this enemy could not be defeated with even the slightest wavering of the heart. Tigro's mind sharpened, his thoughts now centered on the man before him, Baek Du-chan. He reasoned that whether his foe was the legendary killer, Python, or not, he was ultimately still just a man. Taegro felt a surge of resolve, certain that Baek Du-chan must have sensed a new, dangerous quality in him as well. His hands, covered in fingerless gloves, tightened their grip on his knife. Baek Du-chan remained silent, his expression giving nothing away. With a sharp grating sound, Taegro committed his entire body to the attack, betting everything he had on this single moment. He knew in his heart that he absolutely had to go beyond his limits. He understood with chilling certainty that if he couldn't surpass his past self right here and now, then the only thing waiting for him was death. In another corridor, a man with an eye patch carefully aimed his handgun down the hall. Nearby, the man with the bun hairstyle aimed his own suppressed pistol with grim focus. A sudden hail of bullets forced the bun-haired man to press himself against a wall, narrowly dodging the lethal spray. His opponent, a man in a white shirt, remarked that he had anticipated their reunion, though it came considerably earlier than expected. The man in white cruelly noted what a pity it was that the friend he'd last seen with him had died. He even praised the deceased's bravery, calling his final stand against the CEO a memorable end. The man in white then taunted his target, hoping he could do at least half of what his departed friend did. The man with the bun hairstyle snarled, warning him not to speak of Daejeon with that filthy mouth of his. He scrambled for cover behind a concrete pillar as another volley of shots whizzed past him. The man in the white shirt continued his relentless assault, bullets peppering the concrete wall. His expression remained cold and focused as he momentarily paused his attack. The man with the bun hairstyle, now seen in a gray shirt, seized the opportunity and aimed his own weapon forward. As the man in white lunged toward him with a freshly wounded leg, the gray shirt man held his aim true. The man in white cursed under his breath, his charge faltering due to his injured leg. An orange muzzle flash erupted as the man in the gray shirt fired at point-blank range. The wounded man grunted, grabbing for the gun and refusing to go down. A desperate struggle for control of the weapon ensued, their arms locked in a vicious test of strength. The man in white stomped his foot to the ground, anchoring himself for a powerful, final move. He grit his teeth, spitting out a curse at the sheer tenacity of the bastard before him. The man in the gray shirt ducked just in time, a wild punch sailing harmlessly over his head. Bleeding from his face, the man in white glared down, his eyes filled with pure murderous intent. The two fighters were now locked in a brutal, close-quarters grapple, both bloodied but refusing to yield an inch. The perspective shifted back to the primary conflict, where the faces of Taegro and Baek Du-chan were inches apart. Baek Du-chan commented with a smirk that Taegro had clearly not been playing around during their time apart. Taegro coldly cut him off, telling him to shut up and let himself be killed. A brief silence fell before Baek Du-chan's thoughts turned smug, mockingly acknowledging how much the kiddo had grown. But as he applied more force, he mused that he, too, was different from who he was back then. Elsewhere, a man in traditional attire reflected that he also had someone to whom he could send his answers. Taegro's resolve hardened into a grim promise, he would begin his consolation with his enemy's head. A memory surfaced, looking back on a time now past. In that reflection, a voice acknowledged that someone was always there for him. Even for a self-proclaimed jerk, that person stood by silently, providing the strength to never give up. The long-haired fighter, Wu Jin, internally noted the long journey ahead and questioned leaving without speaking to her. He told the bald man in a suit that he was still sorting things out, while the man had hoped to catch up after so long. The bald man wished him a safe return, promising a drink at their favorite pork belly restaurant when he came back. A smile touched Wu Jin's lips as he admitted he liked the sound of that plan. He then brushed it off with a casual, whatever, feigning indifference. The bald man remarked that Wu Jin was much like her, but far grumpier, a sentiment that underscored their brotherly bond. The memory fractured with the sickening sound of snapping bone. A raw scream tore through the air as the past turned violent. The thought echoed that there were supposed to be good days ahead in their miserable life. Back in the present, a brutal cracking sound filled the space between the fighters. Wu Jin's mind seethed as he recognized the familiar, agonizing pressure from the bastard before him. He tilted his head back, his face a mask of pure pain. Wu Jin realized with dawning horror that his opponent was doing it again. A choked grunt escaped his lips from the sheer force of the assault. The man in the white shirt drove a vicious punch into Wu Jin's midsection, sending a spray of blood into the air. Wu Jin's resolve hardened, remembering that he was who he was because Daejeon had been there for him, and he would prove the path Daejeon walked was never in vain. He swore to give meaning even to Daejeon's death. In stark contrast, the man in white was driven by a single, cold thought: he would survive this no matter what. A sudden cry of pain interrupted their struggle. The man with the ponytail let out a desperate yell. He had managed to restrain the man in the white shirt, holding him in a tight grip from behind. A close-up revealed a golden necklace, now embedded in the blood-soaked fabric of the struggle. A moment of stark realization flashed across the fighter's eyes. The man with the ponytail grunted in pain as his hold faltered. Seizing the opening, the man in the white shirt threw a savage backhand punch. The blow connected with a sickening crunch. The man with the ponytail cried out in agony. In the next moment, the man in the white shirt was violently thrown to the ground. The man with the ponytail looked up, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and pain. Undeterred, the man in the white shirt pushed himself up, throwing a punch with fierce determination. Wu Jin immediately grappled with his foe, holding him down on the floor. The two men were locked in a desperate, grinding struggle on the concrete. The man in the white shirt's mind went blank for a moment under the pressure. A brutal blow struck the side of the white shirt man's head. Wu Jin followed through with a vicious stomp directly onto his opponent's skull. A menacing, triumphant grin spread across Wu Jin's face. From the floor, the injured man in white glared up, his eyes burning with an unyielding will to fight. He managed to block an incoming punch from Wu Jin. With a surge of adrenaline, the man in white countered, striking Wu Jin squarely in the face. A black-gloved hand, armed with brass knuckles, lunged forward. The impact landed with a heavy, flesh-rending thud. The man in white registered that his opponent was thoroughly and ruthlessly targeting his weak points. Wu Jin, in turn, recognized the sheer tenacity of his foe, who rushed in without giving him a single moment to recover. He compared the man to a wild animal, acknowledging he was definitively stronger than the last time they fought. The air itself seemed to crackle as they moved with blinding speed. They clashed in a brutal, close-quarters exchange, each blow a testament to their hatred. Wu Jin's profile was etched with pain as he weathered the storm of attacks. A bloodied hand, fortified with brass knuckles, was raised in a desperate defense. Their rapid punches created visible shockwaves in the space between them. Wu Jin threw a powerful hook toward his opponent's head. The devastating punch connected, distorting the man in white's face on impact. The man in white roared, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Wu Jin let out a short, mocking laugh. He expertly parried and dodged, fighting off two men in white shirts simultaneously. Wu Jin knew it wasn't time yet, he needed to tire his main opponent out more, to turn the odds against him. A black boot descended with crushing force. Wu Jin drove his fist into another one of the white-shirt men. The man let out a sharp cry of pain. He stumbled and fell hard to the ground. With a final, explosive impact, Wu Jin took down the reinforcements. As he faced his primary target again, the man in white noted that the latest punch felt weaker. Wu Jin identified the attack as a desperate fist, born from a place of hopelessness. He mused that his opponent was getting desperate, a feeling only those who have hit rock bottom could truly understand. The two main combatants were once again locked in a fierce, one-on-one battle. Wu Jin's eyes seemed to glow as he told his foe that he had finally caught up to him. He snarled that it was all thanks to the man he was now beating down. Another earth-shaking blow landed, emphasizing his point. The man in white realized with grim clarity that June had been right, the dirty work for Castle had dulled his edge, but now he could feel it all coming back. His thoughts turned primal, recalling the brutal urge of biting and tearing another human apart just to survive. At that critical point, the tide of the battle began to turn. The man in the white shirt landed a powerful, decisive blow against Wu Jin. The close-up shot captured the fist impacting flesh, drawing a fresh spray of blood. Their fight devolved into a savage exchange of raw, instinctual violence. Wu Jin's face contorted in agony as blood splattered across his vision. The man in white launched Wu Jin into the air with a kick, following up with another punishing blow. The two grappled furiously, their bodies a blur of motion in the dim light. Their desperate struggle continued, a whirlwind of violence contained within the darkened room. A thunderous impact echoed as they exchanged yet another pair of violent blows. Wu Jin reeled back, heavily injured and staggering from the force of the last hit. With a final, deafening crash, the fight reached its conclusion. Wu Jin collapsed to the ground, his head thrown back in defeat. The dark-haired fighter, Wu Jin, gasped that if you fall, you won't be able to get up. The sound of his body hitting the floor resounded with grim finality. The man in white looked down and acknowledged that while Wu Jin had become stronger, he was still weak. He coldly declared that his opponent remained fundamentally weak. He promised this would be the last time Wu Jin would ever stand up to him, because he wouldn't allow there to be a next one. From the floor, Wu Jin spat that he didn't like the look in his victor's eyes. The man in white retorted that those defiant eyes only made him want to beat Wu Jin up even more. Wu Jin lay broken on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. The faint, scratching sound of a pen on paper filled a quiet, distant room. Meanwhile, in Vladivostok, Russia, a new day had begun. In a classroom filled with students, a young boy sat at his desk, lost in thought. The boy's thoughts formed a letter, asking how Wu Jin was doing and proudly stating that he had started school. He wrote that he was living in the house Wu Jin had prepared, while still working nights at the ballerina where he helped the referee clean up. The letter continued, mentioning the younger sister whose life Wu Jin had also saved. The young girl's voice joined the letter, explaining that since they were in the same boat, they were staying together as they searched for their parents. The boy assured Wu Jin that even without him there, he wasn't lonely. But still, he desperately wanted to meet Wu Jin again, the man who had given him a new life. He mentioned hearing from the referee that Wu Jin had returned to Korea in a hurry, and that he never got the chance to properly thank him. The boy's written words were full of innocent questions, asking about Korea and whether Wu Jin's plans had worked out, confident in his hero's success. As Wu Jin panted for breath on the cold floor, the boy's final question echoed, "You'll come back, right?" The bloody man in white stood over Wu Jin's fallen form, the question left unanswered in the brutal silence. A lone man armed with a knife stood his ground against two advancing figures in a dimly lit hallway. The long-haired man, Oh Do-hwa, spoke with an artist's chilling calm. He declared that within the canvas of his fight, there was simply no place for them. A blade struck home with a wet thud, drawing a pained grunt from one of his opponents. But the cut was too shallow, a mere scratch in the grand design of the battle. The wounded man gasped, the sting of the blade a prelude to the chaos to come. The man in the trench coat identified his target not just as Hyde, but by his full name, Hideaki Kanemura. Oh Do-hwa scoffed, retorting that Kanemura still knew nothing of his masterpiece. With a decisive blow, the man in the trench coat was sent tumbling through the air as his two comrades lay defeated. A flicker of concern crossed Oh Do-hwa's face as he realized his enemy might be targeting the Busan kid first, a development he swore to prevent. Suddenly, a powerful hand gripped his arm, the quack of the grasp halting his movement dead. Oh Do-hwa cursed his luck, realizing he'd been caught by the most persistent of his foes. He identified one of the men holding him as Uda. The other was Kim Hyung-chul. Oh Do-hwa grimaced, acknowledging what a persistent bunch they were. A chain whipped through the air with a metallic rattle, wrapping around him. A silver-haired man emerged from the chaos, declaring that he had been waiting. He snarled that he had been waiting for this very moment to finally face Oh-doo-wah. The silver-haired man grunted, straining against an unseen force. Nearby, Oh-doo-wah's bearded ally watched the struggle, his face already bloodied from the fight. The sharp clang of steel on steel echoed as their bladed weapons clashed violently. The silver-haired man let out another pained grunt as he was pushed back. The two fighters became a maelstrom of motion, grappling desperately for control. Their hands, each gripping a deadly weapon, were locked in a tense, unyielding stalemate. A flurry of sharp kicks broke the deadlock, sending one of the combatants staggering backward. A brilliant white energy exploded from the weapon's rapid strikes. The silver-haired man choked out a curse as the brutal assault connected. Before he could finish his insult, his opponent pinned him to the ground, raising an axe for a finishing blow. In that desperate moment, the silver-haired man knew he had to do something. The words of a man from his past echoed in his mind, a stern order to fight back and win, no matter what. His eyes blazed with a renewed, ferocious intensity. His hand tightened its grip around the handle of his own axe. With a surge of adrenaline, he prepared to swing the axe with all his remaining strength. The silver-haired man roared, "Take this," unleashing a wild counterattack that caught the man in the trench coat completely off guard. A desperate, guttural scream tore from the silver-haired man's throat. He grunted, the impact jarring his entire body. A sickening swish cut through the air as the man in the trench coat cried out in agony. The silver-haired man panted heavily, shocked at himself for not recognizing the uncanny similarities sooner. He taunted the young man before him, noting his use of a karambit, a knife he swung flippantly like a baseball bat. He continued, stating that the raw, undisguised hatred in the boy's eyes confirmed everything. It was unbelievable that a successor even existed, let alone one bearing the name Pyo, who dared to appear before him. The silver-haired man cackled cruelly, boasting that he still remembered the boy's family begging for their lives as he chopped off their limbs, then mocked the baby bird's quest for revenge. Enraged, the young man screamed at him to shut up. He roared for the man to stop spewing such disgusting bullshit. Nearby, Hideaki Kanamura, the man in the trench coat, ominously raised a large cleaver. Kanamura tooted with disdain, remarking that the boy would have fared better if his master had taught him personally. The young man's face twisted in pain as Kanamura seized him by the head. A single, brutal punch from Kanamura sent the young man reeling backward. At that moment, the bearded man, Oh-doo-wah's loyal subordinate, raised his own axe with resolute determination. A sickening crack echoed as the axe, meant for the young man, was intercepted by the bearded man's shoulder, spewing a spray of blood. The wounded bearded man looked at his foolishly brave comrade, noting that while he was good at everything, he had one fatal flaw. Oh-doo-wah finished the thought, scolding his ally for losing his reason at the most critical moment, unable to believe he would risk his life to save the brat. The bearded man defiantly asked if Oh-doo-wah was certain he wanted to proceed this way. Oh-doo-wah replied with chilling indifference that he had no problem with it, as it was just one of the things he'd been wanting to do. A new voice cut in as a man in a hat warned Oh-doo-wah that he still had more cards to play to defeat him. The man in the bucket hat and sunglasses looked down, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. The wounded man's eyes widened in alarm at this new development. The axe-wielding figure stood menacingly over his fallen victim. Meanwhile, in a different location, a bald man in a dark suit delivered a crushing punch to a man in a gray suit. The man in the gray suit's thoughts seethed with betrayal, remembering the long and difficult path he had walked with the traitor, Hyde. The man in the black suit, his attacker, wondered if all the time they'd spent together had been forgotten. The man in the gray suit, however, was focused on a different, far more dangerous presence he could still feel. His mind recalled the infamous title from the government office, the man who killed 100. This individual was nothing short of a living legend. He was a man said to make flowers of blood bloom from the tip of his blade. That, his memory confirmed with dawning horror, was the true identity of Oh-doo-wah. Resigned to the situation, the man in the gray suit decided to take this opportunity to clean things up himself. He resolved to finally erase the deep stains of the past. A hooded figure, Kanamura, watched the chaos with a sweaty, sadistic smirk. The man in the trench coat mused aloud, wondering which of the many messes he should clean up first. Down in the parking garage, the fight had devolved into a full-scale brawl, with one man swinging a bat into a car's windshield. A dark-haired man groaned in pain on the concrete floor, a victim of the melee. A man in a white shirt, brandishing a knife, crept silently toward two grappling fighters. A sickening crunch echoed as the blade plunged deep into flesh. The now injured man in the white shirt cried out in shock and agony. The dark-haired victim watched in horror as a man with freckles, who had just claimed to be an ally, swiftly turned and stabbed his own brother. The three men became tangled in a desperate, close-quarters struggle for survival. A sudden gunshot cracked through the air, and a man crumpled to the ground as the figure in the striped shirt lowered his smoking gun. A man in a suit thanked the bobbed-hair brother for his help before realizing he likely couldn't understand Korean. The man with bobbed hair was lost in thought, worried about Oh-doo-wah's fight upstairs but knowing that leaving his post would cause the balance to crumble and get them all wiped out. He reasoned that Shamo was probably engaged with Oh-doo-wah's closest aide, a fight that would be far from easy. He also feared that if he tried to interfere with a long-range shot, he might accidentally hit Shamo in the confusion. Resigned to wait, he hoped for a swift conclusion, but then his eyes caught something that made him freeze. A silhouette appeared in the distance, one that was disturbingly familiar. As the figure moved with chilling purpose, the man with bobbed hair stared in disbelief. A man in a suit screamed in pure agony as he was viciously cut down. The wet, final sound of a blade finding its mark confirmed another kill. As the body collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud, the man with bobbed hair struggled to comprehend the monstrous display. At the same time, upstairs, Oh-doo-wah's blood ran cold as he recognized the newcomer, questioning why that crazy bastard was here in Korea. The legendary Iskra killer, the one known as Black Mamba, had just entered the battlefield. A swift, clean cut sliced through the air. Blood sprayed in a grim arc across the warehouse floor. The bald man yelled for his companion Hyde to flee, warning that they could not delay their escape any longer. He anxiously insisted that if they didn't get away immediately, something terrible was sure to happen. In a different corner of the chaotic battlefield, the man in the blue hat and a long-haired man exchanged intense glares, preparing for their own duel. A sharp click signaled a weapon being readied. A heavy silence descended, thick with anticipation. The hands of the man in the blue hat tightened their grip on a pair of small, baton-like weapons. He exploded into motion with a sudden burst of speed. A sharp, percussive sound marked the beginning of his attack. A close-up on a fighter's eye revealed an unwavering and deadly resolve. Elsewhere, the sharp ring of steel echoed as two figures clashed in a violent sword duel. One combatant's hand gripped his sword hilt so tightly his knuckles turned white. The formidable man in a trench coat, Oh-doo-wah, raised his massive blade for a devastating overhead strike. The air sang with the swing and clang of clashing swords. The two men were locked in a brutal and unforgiving exchange of blows. A sickening squelch and crunch confirmed that a blade had found its mark in flesh and bone. The duel erupted into a chaotic blur of intense, deadly motion. A sharp crack resounded through the brutal fight. The man with long hair, Hideyoshi Kanamura, lunged forward with a knife in a desperate counterattack. The man with the axe, Shamo, disdainfully ordered Hideyoshi Kanamura to get back on his feet. He questioned how one of the few men he ever trusted could be performing so poorly in this critical moment. The chilling ring of his weapon being readied punctuated his disappointment. Shamo grimly concluded that their side was, for all intents and purposes, completely finished. The sheer pressure emanating from Oh-doo-wah was crushing Kanamura more than any physical damage, leaving the Busan kid with only enough strength for one final stand. The long-haired leader of their group realized they still had a chance, but it would inevitably demand someone's sacrifice. Oh-doo-wah remained silent, his thoughts masked by an unreadable expression. Suddenly, a new silhouetted figure holding a sword appeared among them, his back turned to the ongoing chaos. The long-haired man wondered if this was the support Iskra had sent, realizing that with this variable, all they needed now was Oh-doo-wah's head. A blade sliced cleanly through the air, claiming another victim. In the background, the brutal melee raged on as men fought desperately for their lives. The long-haired man cursed under his breath, furious that the infamous Black Mamba had gone upstairs on his own and questioning what Lisa could have been thinking. He knew Black Mamba was a psychopath who cared nothing for his teammates as fresh blood splattered across the floor. A falling man cried out his last breath as he was mercilessly cut down. Another wounded fighter screamed in agony from the unstoppable onslaught. The long-haired leader desperately yelled for everyone to get down. A blade moved with silent, lethal grace through the pandemonium. The dying groans of fallen men echoed in the room. A low, sinister chuckle began to spread through the carnage. The chilling laughter continued, sending a wave of unease through the surviving fighters. The source was revealed to be Black Mamba, who stood with a sword clenched between his teeth and a manic glint in his eyes. The long-haired man stared in stunned horror, demanding to know what he was doing. In another location, a masked man questioned his superior, asking why Aquila wasn't sent for this mission. The woman in the purple dress, Lisa, calmly stated that when this was over, Kim Shin should be the one receiving the big payout, not them. She explained that it was not yet time to reveal the full extent of Iskra's power. The masked man protested, arguing that they were breaking their promise and that he didn't believe they could leave the responsibility of this mission to Black Mamba. He asserted that Black Mamba was completely untrustworthy, a wild card whose motives were an absolute mystery. Lisa conceded that men like him were indeed the most dangerous, but reminded him that Oh-doo-wah was a titan from a past generation, making him incredibly difficult to defeat. She coolly stated that she would never have sent Black Mamba if she thought it was a losing game. Lisa privately reflected on the specifics of their agreement, noting that even if it wasn't specified, they were still obligated to fulfill it. Back on the battlefield, the man with the gun finally spoke, introducing himself to the long-haired leader as the support sent from Iskra. The long-haired man shot back, telling the newcomer to either help him catch the old man or shut his trap. Lisa's voice seemed to hang in the air as she considered how, even within Iskra, only a select few could fight Black Mamba head-on. A cruel smile spread across Black Mamba's face as he resolved to kill anyone who dared get in his way first. In a completely different brawl, a scarred man laughed, mocking his opponents for having to deal with such a crazy bastard. The scene briefly cut to a large ship docked silently at port under the cover of night. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit server room, two men faced off in a tense standoff, both armed with knives. The only sound was their heavy breathing as the combatants prepared for the next move. A hand tightened its grip on a blood-splattered knife, ready to end the fight. The man in the gray shirt sneered, telling his foe that his arrogance would be the cause of his death. The two fighters clashed again, their struggle devolving into a close-quarters knife fight. The eye of the man in the black shirt was a portrait of cold, calculating focus. Fabric ripped as the blade scraped dangerously close during the grapple. An elbow struck a jawline with brutal force, staggering one of the men. The man in the gray shirt's eye widened in pure shock as he realized he had been completely outmaneuvered. In a stunning feat of acrobatics, the man in the black shirt kicked upward, flipping his opponent over in midair. The world spun violently for the man in the gray shirt as he was helplessly thrown through the air. The man in the black shirt landed perfectly on the ground, his knife poised to strike as his airborne enemy descended upon him. A bizarre, almost mechanical sound whirred through the air amidst the chaos of the fall. In yet another duel, a blond man lunged forward, his knife flashing as he went for a killing blow. A sharp cry of pain echoed from the impact. The fighters' feet met in a powerful clash of kicks, sending dust and debris flying. Heavy panting filled the air as one of the duelists began to show signs of exhaustion. With a sudden burst of energy, a new attack was launched. A man with white hair braced himself, barely managing to block the ferocious strike. Their swords became a blur as they engaged in a rapid and furious exchange. The intense, hate-filled expressions on the two men's faces revealed the personal nature of their fight. All around the dueling pairs, a chaotic brawl raged on as multiple attackers and defenders clashed violently. A man's world went dark as a knife was brutally lodged in his eye socket. With a vicious slice, the blonde-haired man roared for his enemy to simply die. Defeated, a man in black fell to his knees as the man in the gray shirt stood over him, knife in hand. A scarred man mockingly asked his opponent if he wanted to hear a funny story, claiming he learned some new tricks from watching a fighter named Python. The blonde-haired man replied with pure venom, threatening that after this, he would go to Russia to find and kill the scarred man's sister. The cruel taunt worked, and the scarred man exploded in rage, screaming at him to shut his mouth. Yet even in his fury, the scarred man noticed his opponent had expertly angled the knife to avoid damaging the blade on bone. He sarcastically commented on his opponent's precise knife skills. An unnerving silence fell between the two combatants. The quiet was shattered by a sudden cry of agony. The smirking blonde man gloated internally, pleased that provoking his opponent with his sister had worked so well. He spat at the scarred man, calling him nothing more than an amateur punk. The blonde fighter registered the hit, noting that while he couldn't cut the arm, his blade had still sunk in. The scarred man's face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. In a shocking reversal of fortune, the blonde man found himself impaled, his own attack seemingly turned against him. He stared in disbelief, his mind struggling to process how his opponent had landed a hit when he was sure he had dodged. The image of a hand thrusting a knife forward with blinding speed flashed in his memory. He recalled the violent clash of their knives just a moment before. He saw again the instant the enemy's blade plunged deep into his shoulder. His opponent had immediately followed up with a powerful kick, sending him stumbling back as blood gushed from his wound. A rapid flurry of strikes had followed, completely overwhelming his defenses. The blonde man realized with dawning horror that this wasn't about speed, it was a smooth, flawless technique that flowed like water. He wondered if his rival had always been this skilled, and what could have possibly happened to him after their last encounter. A cold knot of fear formed in his stomach as he realized he was getting nervous fighting this man he once considered inferior. He questioned this strange and completely unfamiliar feeling of dread. Trying to regain his composure, the blonde man taunted his opponent, asking if he had just freaked out. The blonde man sneered, questioning if a few hits were all it took to get his opponent riled up. Stung by the insult, the wounded man demanded to know how his opponent dared to look down on him. The blonde man's thoughts raced, he suspected this Komodo bastard was planning something deceptive. Vowing not to let his opponent gain the upper hand, he lunged forward with a sharp burst of speed. The air crackled with the sound of their sudden, violent movements. Their knives met in a ferocious clash, a blur of steel in the confined space. The scarred man's face was a mask of cold, unyielding resolve. A close-up on his bloody eye reflected the pure, brutal intensity of their life-or-death struggle. The scarred man lunged forward with his knife, forcing his blonde opponent to recoil from the deadly thrust. A silent gasp escaped the blonde-haired man as the blade came perilously close. With a dark chuckle, the blonde-haired man mockingly told his foe to calm his nerves. The muscular man retorted, warning the little magpie that a knife could find his stomach at any moment. A sense of unease crept into the blonde-haired man's mind, his opponent's style was different, completely unlike his usual self. A heavy boot came down with punishing force. The two fighters stood locked in a dynamic stance, their feet digging in for the next exchange. The blonde man cried out in disbelief as he saw an unexpected thrust coming toward him. His shock turned to agony as two knives sunk into his flesh, sending a spray of blood into the air. A foot stomped down hard, pinning him in place. The brutal impact of the stomp resounded through the room. The already bloodied and bandaged man was now impaled, his body a canvas of wounds. The blond man's body contorted in agony from the two blades lodged in his torso. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his face streaked with blood and sweat. Another powerful blow landed with a sickening thud. The two warriors were now locked in a desperate, frenzied knife fight, both grievously wounded. A pair of black boots moved with startling speed across the floor. A heavy thud echoed as their bodies collided once more. Confusion filled the blonde-haired man's thoughts. His opponent's entire knife style had changed, making him feel like he was fighting a completely different person. The white-haired man let out a chilling laugh, mocking the little bastard for the look of pure shock frozen on his face. The blonde-haired man's mind struggled to comprehend what he was witnessing. With a jolt of dawning horror, he finally recognized the technique, the python's knife. The cold steel of a knife pressed against the blonde-haired man's throat, his expression a mask of pain and fear. A sharp crack echoed as the struggle continued at close quarters. A hand clenched a knife handle, every fiber of its being radiating pure violence. The white-haired man and the blonde-haired man became a whirlwind of blades, locked in a deadly dance. Both men, battered and bleeding, pushed through their injuries in the frantic close-quarters fight. A bloodied, bandaged hand holding a knife was suddenly seized by his opponent's grip. The intense knife fight raged on as they exchanged desperate thrusts and parries. Two blood-soaked hands brought their knives together in a violent, scraping clash. For a split second, their daggers hung in the air, mere inches from collision. The green-handled dagger expertly parried the knife held in the bandaged hand. Their blades locked, grinding against each other as both men strained for dominance. The dagger pushed relentlessly, applying immense pressure against the knife held by the wounded hand. The white-haired man let out a gasp of shocked disbelief. In a shocking move, the dagger pierced straight through his bandaged hand, pinning his own knife in place. The blonde attacker was stunned, unable to believe his opponent would resort to such a self-destructive tactic. He taunted his opponent for using unfamiliar moves, sneering that he should have trained his own skills more. Scraping his blade free, the injured man snarled, calling his adversary a son of a bitch. With a pained grunt, a bleeding hand tightened its grip on a knife's handle. A cry of agony tore through the air as the two remained locked in their brutal, bloody embrace. The injured man twisted his torso, desperately trying to create an opening as the blonde attacker pressed his assault. Grunting with effort, the blonde attacker drove his blade into the injured man's side. The injured man felt his strength failing, the will to fight slipping from his grasp. Enraged by the mention of Soroka, he let out a furious roar while raising a large, rectangular object. He swung the object wildly, striking back at the blonde man with renewed vigor. The two fighters, one blonde and one white-haired, remained entangled in a deadly knife-to-knife struggle. The white-haired fighter, his arms slick with blood, coiled his body to generate power. His scarred face was a mask of grim focus as he glared at his opponent, knife held ready. The fierce knife fight showed no signs of stopping, with both the blonde and white-haired combatants covered in wounds. The white-haired fighter analyzed his opponent, noting that his movements were becoming too wild and excessive. A moment's miscalculation cost him dearly as the blonde fighter's knife plunged into his chest. He recognized the unstable, ferocious style as being similar to Tigro's, not Aquila's. A spray of crimson erupted from his mouth as he reeled from the direct hit. But even in agony, he realized that the chaotic, shifting attacks created openings for a counter. The style was raw, the original form, but this realization came too late as he was overwhelmed by a phantom flurry of strikes. The scarred fighter's mind flashed back to the day he first felt the hard ceiling of his own potential. He remembered being dismissed for a lack of talent, told it was impossible to reach the level of them. So, when faced with an insurmountable wall that even those geniuses couldn't climb, he chose obedience instead of death. He recalled the one who helped him slowly, painstakingly overcome the limits he thought were absolute. In a sudden, chilling moment of clarity, the blonde-haired fighter realized he was about to die. A sickening, wet crunching sound echoed in the room. The blonde-haired fighter screamed in pure agony as an unbreakable grip tightened. He felt his fingers snap, realizing with dawning horror that he had made a grave miscalculation. Overwhelming panic seized him as the truth became undeniable: he could not win this fight. He desperately tried to reason with his opponent, asking what he was doing. His question was cut short by his own agonized scream. The horrifying sound of bones and sinew being systematically crushed continued unabated. A final, deafening crash seemed to mark the brutal end of the struggle. The white-haired man knew his years of experience against monsters like Aquila and Tigro had let him evolve, proving a small grass could grow into a mighty tree. He silently vowed that he would return, for today was not the day he would fall. The sharp click of a lock disengaging broke the silence. A rushing sound filled the space, followed by the sound of a violent, tearing slash. A loud bang and another crash signaled a chaotic and destructive escape. Another metallic click echoed, suggesting a secured exit. A high-pitched whistle cut through the air before a sharp, cracking impact. Something was gripped with immense, desperate force. A final, booming crash punctuated the escapee's departure. All that was left behind was a dark, spreading pool of blood. The blonde protagonist stood alone in the quiet aftermath. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, finding it hard to believe that Komodo, a man who would rather die than be defeated, had actually run away. He remembered taunting him earlier, threatening to go to Russia and kill the sister he cherished. He briefly considered giving chase but decided against it, knowing Komodo couldn't get far in his condition. A weary sigh escaped his lips. He knew he'd face his boss's wrath later, but for now, his only task was to rejoin Medvedi. Taking a deep breath, he tried to clear his head. The blonde man with the facial scar reflected on the fight, recalling a strange sensation where it felt like he could cut through anything. A smirk touched his lips. He decided he would ask the boss for another sparring match when he returned. The scene shifted dramatically to a pair of immaculate dress shoes standing in a darkened doorway. A man announced himself as he sung to the chairman, a soft thud accompanying his words. The perspective plunged downwards, looking into a deep, narrow chasm between two towering buildings. Lee Hee-sung bowed deeply to a powerful figure who stood with his back turned, cloaked in shadow. As chief of staff for Castle Holdings, Lee Hee-sung reported that 4 of their 7 pillars had faced simultaneous armed attacks for defying the chairman's orders. He declared gravely that it was now time for the chairman to order the divine punishment. The man in white pants furiously ordered his allies to either help him catch the old man or stay silent. A chilling aura enveloped him as he swore to kill anyone who dared get in his way. Nearby, 2 injured men, one with silver hair and another in a hat, were cornered against a dark wall. A door splintered open as a man in a dark jacket kicked his way into the chaotic scene. The dark-haired man paused, silently taking in the situation. On the floor lay 2 bodies amidst a green haze and spreading pools of blood. A polished black shoe stepped deliberately onto the broken, debris-strewn floor. The dark-haired man's senses were on high alert, his gaze sharp and focused. He surveyed the remains of a dark, shattered barrier from a low angle. Finding his position, the dark-haired man crouched low, leveling 2 pistols at the wreckage. He stared forward with cold intensity, his twin firearms aimed directly ahead. The world seemed to warp into sharp, aggressive lines against a cold blue-gray background. Everything plunged into darkness for a brief moment. The sudden, sharp reports of gunfire echoed through the space. A man's face was brutally smashed by a piece of flying wood. In the heart of the melee, the man in white pants moved like a whirlwind of death, wielding 2 guns and an axe. He launched himself through the air, an axe in one hand and a gun in the other. More gunshots cracked and rang out in rapid succession. The dual-wielding fighter mockingly wondered aloud about the skill level of his opponents. A man in a green shirt was riddled with bullets, his own weapon useless in his hands. The attacker's face was a mask of brutal intensity as he swung his axe. The staccato blast of another gunshot punctuated the violence. Watching from the sidelines, the man with short dark hair thought to himself that their foe was surprisingly good. A man with long dark hair called out to his associate. A swift, sharp movement cut through the air. The man with short dark hair met the threat with a defiant grin. An axe blade was raised high, ready to strike. The sickening sound of a heavy impact crunched through the noise of the fight. A gloved hand tightened its grip on a knife. The man with long dark hair let out a dismissive scoff. He pressed the sharp point of a knife against the short-haired man's forehead. With a vicious motion, the long-haired man slashed at his opponent. The blade whistled as it sliced cleanly through the air. A dull thud followed a successful strike. A man collapsed to the ground, clutching a knife embedded in his side as blood soaked his shirt. The blade was callously pulled free from the bleeding wound. Elsewhere, a man in a green shirt desperately grappled with an opponent holding a pistol. A man in a black shirt locked another combatant in a forceful, deadly embrace. A sharp, slicing sound indicated another attack had found its mark. The axe-wielding fighter lunged forward once more. The silver-haired man realized with dawning horror that the prey was heading in a specific direction. While two men were locked in a desperate struggle, another fighter with long dark hair drew his sword. Two pairs of feet scrambled across a swirling, unstable surface. A sharp, grating sound echoed as something was forced. The long black-haired man noted that the fighter had sustained 3 or 4 gunshot wounds and over a dozen other injuries. His mind reeled at the man's resilience, thinking of him only as a beast. He was not just a beast, but a beast of prey. A hand, raw and determined, gripped the handle of a hatchet. The bandaged hand swung the weapon with ferocious, desperate force. The short dark-haired man's face was a portrait of pure, unyielding determination. He flew through the air, driving his hatchet into an opponent's head and pinning him against a wall. A wet, piercing sound confirmed the brutal impact. A metallic clang rang out as blades met. A man in a black suit desperately parried a swift attack. The sharp ring of steel on steel echoed again. The man in the black suit continued his frantic defense. The man with long black hair cursed his broken katana, finding his current weapon too short. A man in a gray shirt deflected a strike while a man in a suit swung wildly. Another rapid deflection sent a weapon flying. The men in black and white shirts both dodged and weaved through the chaos. The flurry of attacks and parries became a blur of motion. One final, desperate parry was made. The sound of running feet receded into the distance. A lone silhouette was seen fleeing down a long, dark hallway. The blue-haired man watched the chaos with a contemplative, pained expression. The stern-faced man wondered what could possibly be driving the old fighter. The long-haired man was certain that the fighter had to be on the verge of death. A single bloody shoe lay abandoned in a rapidly spreading pool of blood. A bloody man cried out that their opponent was overwhelming them. The stern-faced man lamented that such a tough old man was going to waste, refusing to stop. A quiet, slithering sound marked a subtle movement in the shadows. The stern-faced man fell into a grim, thoughtful silence. The blue-haired man silently reminded himself that he swore to avenge them and protect them. He lamented that once again, he was too weak to do anything. A fire of newfound determination suddenly ignited in the blue-haired man's eyes. His resolve was interrupted when a man with a gun appeared, demanding to know who he was. The blue-haired man was stunned, wondering why the gunman was suddenly focused on him. Elsewhere, the man in the suit explained that cooperation had been sought to prevent escalation, with Executive Director Ma Hak-young leading the castle guard. He stated this was the standard procedure ordered by the chairman. The man in the suit coolly reported their discovery of an unexpected third party at the center of the disturbance. After a brief pause, he acknowledged his subordinate's work. He then ordered the security team to handle the situation and ensure no news of the conflict leaked to the outside. A man in glasses hesitantly asked the chairman what kind of action he intended. The two figures stood facing each other, their power dynamic felt even in the framing of their feet. The chairman's intense eyes glinted from behind his glasses. The scarred man beside him gazed away, lost in thought. The man in glasses was left speechless by the silent command in the air. The man in the suit bowed, accepting his orders and acknowledging that the chairman had predicted everything. He then announced his departure to carry out the command. The scarred man mused that one couldn't expect much from human greed and that stopping it was like trying to stop the changing of seasons. He turned and posed a question to his companion. The man in the suit asked if winter would come to his castle as well. An unseen speaker philosophized that there are times when one cannot go against the tide, and holding out is foolish. The speaker continued, noting that some people foolishly try to hide from providence. ch1to119, a pillar of castle, accused Chairman Choi of attempting to do just that, metaphorically putting on an eye patch. ch1to119 then chuckled, expressing his curiosity about Director Ma's performance and stating it didn't matter who survived. Another unseen voice remarked on how hard it is to kill such bloody beasts. The voice continued, stating that the fighters over there didn't care about castle. They were condemned as men with no sense of responsibility or honor. The feet of a powerful figure stood firm on the patterned ground. A voice rallied the troops, reminding them they were acting for the chairman. He commanded them to give their best, as this was for him. The voice declared a powerful truth to his men: you guys are the castle. Mahak Young, captain of the castle guard, gave the final order for all units to move in. Heavy, ragged breaths filled the air. The sickening sound of bone cracking and flesh tearing echoed in the corridor. The bloody man lamented that he was getting old, shocked at his struggle against these opponents. The man with white hair concluded that since no one was coming, the basement must have also been attacked. The bloody man knew he was being relentlessly cornered. The man with the goatee taunted him, feigning concern for the old man's well-being. Another vicious blow landed with a heavy thud. The bloody man, his patience exhausted, declared it was time to end this fight with the brats. The man in the hat froze, his mind reeling as to why the gun was suddenly pointed at him. The man with blue hair stared in disbelief, refusing to accept what he was seeing. A man realized with dawning terror that the gun was about to be fired. A heavy silence fell over the room, thick with dreadful anticipation. The sharp click of a hammer being cocked broke the tense stillness. The man with blue hair understood with chilling certainty that he was truly going to pull the trigger. A man with long black hair cried out in desperation, questioning the shocking betrayal. A single footstep landed firmly on a wooden plank, heralding an arrival. A deafening gunshot suddenly erupted through the chaos. A man's face was a mask of cold, unwavering resolve. Down a hallway littered with bodies, a man in a black shirt fired his weapon without a hint of hesitation. The man with the lip scar ducked behind a doorframe with a knife in hand as a bullet impacted the wall beside him. The corridor was a scene of utter carnage, with smoke rising from the crumpled forms of the fallen. The man with the lip scar remained silent, calmly assessing the battlefield. He stood impassively, watching as his two erstwhile allies struggled for their lives behind him. The gray-haired man cursed the betrayer, while the long-haired man realized they were being used as bait. The long-haired man was certain this deception would continue until they finally killed Oduwa. A door slowly creaked open nearby. The long-haired man's eyes burned with furious intensity. A raw scream of agony tore through the air. A fighter with a deep, bloody gash across his face glared with unadulterated hatred. On the floor, a man in a suit bled from a chest wound while his killer stood over the massacre, gun still aimed. A long-haired man lunged forward with his sword, demanding to know the identity of his opponent. A man armed with both a gun and a knife stared down his next victim. Blood erupted in a violent spray, painting the scene crimson. The long-haired man swung a hatchet with savage force. Wounded in the chest, the man with light blue hair clenched his fist in agony and defiance. His face was a contorted mask of pain as he desperately fought to stay conscious. The long-haired man roared at his ally, telling him to strike now. Gripping a knife and a ring, the man with light blue hair steeled his expression with grim determination. The man with a scar on his lip, now armed with a dagger and a shotgun, gave a chilling smile. An injured man in a suit watched the chaos unfold, his face a picture of distress. The injured man turned and fled as the scarred assailant charged at him with a knife raised high. The blade sliced silently through the air. Gloved hands expertly handled a wickedly sharp dagger. The scarred man smoothly drew two silenced pistols, ready for a new phase of the fight. Crouching behind him, the man in the hat was stunned by the sudden appearance of the firearms. The injured man in the suit desperately struggled against the long-haired man's knife attack. The man in the hat realized that the man named Young was inadvertently blocking the foreigner's line of fire. He grimly concluded that the foreigner would kill them all if they failed to take out ch1to119. The silver-haired man let out a low, sinister chuckle. The man with the gun addressed Hyde, demanding to know what this sudden twist was. The man in the suit sneered, remarking that Hyde had prepared a very nice present for him. The man with gray hair lunged forward in one last, desperate attack. Metal scraped against bone, followed by a sickening thud. The man with gray hair cursed inwardly, realizing with dismay that he had missed the artery. A hand, spattered with fresh blood, maintained its tight grip on a gun. A blood-streaked face showed nothing but unyielding resolve. The man in the suit coolly stated that he would gladly accept this gift. A blade sliced through flesh before a heavy body thudded lifelessly to the floor. The bloody man stared forward, his face a terrifying, blood-soaked mask of pure menace. The gray-haired man let out a deranged, wheezing laugh. He mocked his young opponent, questioning if he was being poked with a mere toy. With a surge of incredible force, the bloody man imparted a dark lesson, stating that this world is not all green. He offered to teach the boy a final trick. With grim finality, he declared he would take the boy's life as his tuition fee. The gray-haired man's eyes widened in absolute shock and disbelief. He looked completely dazed, a new and grievous injury marring his face. Staggering backward, he looked up as his world began to tilt and fade. As the gray-haired man crumpled to the ground, a man in a beanie launched a surprise attack on the bloody victor. The man with a hat and eye patch stood perfectly still as blood splattered onto the wall beside him. The man with light blue hair looked on, his eyes wide with shock. The injured dark-haired man with tattoos reached out a trembling arm. A cold dread filled him as he realized he could no longer feel the axe in his hand. The man with the hat and eye patch was suddenly overcome by a deeply unsettling feeling. A moment later, a bullet tore through his chest, ending his life instantly. The injured dark-haired man grimaced, his face a mess of blood and agony. Blood poured from his shoulder wound as he looked up in despair. The man with the gun and scar cursed the fallen fighter, spitting the words, "foreign dog." The long-haired man in the suit swung his sword, sending a spray of blood into the air as the tattooed man recoiled. The injured long-haired man's thoughts raced as he recognized the mastermind of the attack, Hyde. A hand gripping a knife moved with blinding speed, leaving trails in the air. A man's eyes were wide with the sheer terror of his final moment. As the blade plunged into him, the dying man gasped out the name of his killer, Pyo-song. Covered in his victim's blood, Pyo-song glared down with cold, unforgiving fury. A subordinate rushed in, calling out urgently to his boss. He delivered a frantic report that Yang Dungpo was under attack and all contact with gold had been lost. The subordinate stressed the gravity of the situation, insisting they had to leave immediately. As he suggested an escape through the back, his urgent footsteps echoed in the room. A powerful hand suddenly clamped down on him, stopping him cold. The bearded man roared, desperately demanding to know what had happened to ch1to119. Without a word, the silver-haired attacker plunged a knife deep into the bearded man's chest. An overhead view captured the brutal climax as an arc of blood sprayed across the floor. In a final moment of intensity, the eyes of the dying man and his killer locked in a silent confrontation. Bloody feet stood amidst the carnage, one foot slightly lifted from a recent movement. A guttural cry of defiance and agony erupted from the fallen man. The bearded man struggled to speak, forcing out his own name, O-Duwa. He couldn't believe he had lost to a mere kid as he finally collapsed in a spreading pool of his own blood. As his vision faded to black, O-Duwa whispered with a sudden, final clarity, "Ah. I see." An unseen speaker observed that this entire bloody tableau was Hyde's grand design. The dying gray-haired man lamented that Hyde could have finished him long ago when he had a gun pointed at him. The man with long gray hair mused that what his old rival truly desired was something far greater than simple revenge. O-Duwa conceded his defeat, but pointed out that Hyde had used a borrowed sword, achieving his goal without dirtying his own hands, proving how different they were. His eyes closed for the last time, his bloodied face a mask of grim acceptance. The man with long gray hair addressed the silent victor as Pyo-song's son. He prophesied that as the man who killed O-Duwa, he would now be tested by the Yakuza and the rest of the world. O-Duwa's last words were a hollow wish for the boy to live long enough to surpass his father, which he deemed the cruelest curse he could imagine. The man with long gray hair reflected on his twisted fate. The father had died by his own hands, and now the son had walked the same path right to him. He declared it his ultimate victory over his long-dead rival, Pyo-song. A pained grunt was the only sound in the room. The wounded man found that after all the bloodshed, the only thing he could feel was an overwhelming hunger. In his final moments, his mind drifted back to a simple soup he had eaten when he was young. Long ago, a messy-haired youth and a bearded man sat together, sharing a crude meal in a rustic hovel. The messy-haired young man cursed the foul taste of the food, coughing as he forced it down. He sighed, blaming his companion for their lowly state and dreaming of tanning on a beach in Monaco. The bearded man slammed the table, passionately arguing that a true man must risk his life to spread his name throughout the Yakuza world. He then laughed, saying if things went wrong he'd just return to his hometown to catch shrimp, just as shouts from outside alerted them to danger. Their enemies had found them, screaming their names, Takebayashi Isao and Uno Toshiro, and shouting the order to kill them. The bearded man, Takebayashi Isao, calmly noted that the pesky bastards had arrived before he could even finish his cigarette. His messy-haired companion, the young Uno Toshiro, took a long, tense drag from his own cigarette. A weapon whistled sharply through the air. An approaching man with a smirking face and a heavy axe simply said, "Let's go." The man known as O-Duwa, whose Japanese name was Uno Toshiro, lay still. He was one of the greatest Yakuza of his generation, a fearsome warrior who made flowers of death bloom at the end of his blade. And in the end, he had lost. The scene opened on the grim entrance of a darkened parking garage, a silent gateway to the chaos within. A sickening crack echoed from the concrete depths. The sounds of violence escalated with sharp impacts and pained grunts. More bone-jarring cracks followed, signaling a brutal and unrelenting assault. Deep inside, two men were locked in a desperate fistfight, one landing a solid punch to the other's jaw. The man being punched choked out a gasp, while his attacker grunted with exhausted fury. Elsewhere in the melee, a man holding a knife sneered at the seemingly endless wave of Mori thugs. The knife-wielding man declared that their playtime was officially over. A nearby fighter recoiled in sheer terror. A man on the ground watched the unfolding events, his mind reeling with confusion. A swift, heavy baton swung down, striking a man in a suit with brutal force. The weapon connected with a sickening thud. A man in a black shirt and a man with a gun both reacted in shock to the new development. The gunman surveyed the messy scene, wondering who these new combatants were. The man with the knife cursed under his breath as the situation spiraled further out of control. A grim realization dawned, the worst-case scenario had arrived. The man with the mustache felt a knot of dread, noting that things had gone south and Il-ho and the young boss Pyo had not yet returned. A sudden movement cut through the air. Two figures blurred together in a storm of ferocious close-quarters combat. A deafening crash punctuated the fight. The man with the mustache could only stare in disbelief. He frantically wondered where these impossibly skilled fighters had come from. Amid the chaos, a long-haired man coolly aimed his pistol. His intense gaze locked onto his target. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed twice through the garage. The man with long black hair quickly assessed the new arrivals. He recognized instantly that they were professionally trained. With a swift movement, he acknowledged their considerable skill. A raw scream of agony tore through the air. The red-haired man, Shamo, smashed his fist into a security guard's face. Without hesitating, Shamo twisted and delivered a vicious chop to another guard's neck. The impact sent the second guard flying with a thunderous slam. A wave of noise washed over the brawl. The reeling security guard could only stare in shock. Shamo roared with defiance, promising to fight this battle to the bitter end. A distant voice suddenly cried out his name. An unsettling silence fell as the new presence made itself known. A man with black hair expressed his surprise, questioning the identity of the figures in bulletproof vests. He made a snap decision to retreat, as the red-haired man sized up the new threat. Another man in a suit finished his thought, confirming that these newcomers were dangerous. In a different corner of the garage, a lone man in a suit stood over two defeated opponents. The air hung heavy with an unspoken tension. The man with gray hair knelt, informing his fallen uncle that it was finally over and Oh-Doo-Wah was gone. A man in a cap frantically pleaded with the uncle to stand, begging to return home to their family. Another man in a suit tearfully urged the fallen man to wake up. The name June hung in the air like a final, whispered plea. A solemn vow was made to honor the fallen by caring for their families and achieving their shared dream. The memory of June, their fallen brother, solidified their resolve. A sharp sound of movement sliced through the somber atmosphere. The man with long hair moved with a chilling purpose. Despite his wounds, a confident grin spread across his face. He issued a chilling promise to an unseen adversary, stating they would one day fight. He moved with the fluid grace of a predator. His departure was as swift as his arrival. The light on an elevator display indicated it had reached the second floor. A man in black offered a simple, "Good luck," to those who remained. The sound of something brittle being crushed echoed in the quiet. A scarred man urgently warned that Castle's main force would soon arrive to clean up, forcing them to hurry. The young man with blue hair tried to comfort his uncle, telling him the men who hurt him were all gone. An old man offered to carry the injured uncle, but the young man insisted his uncle could make it on his own. He continued to encourage the uncle, reminding him of his strength over the years. Suddenly, the man in the blue jacket shoved the blue-haired young man aside. The push was accompanied by a loud, shocking impact. The old man looked on in confusion, calling out to the one they called uncle. The man in the green hat, the uncle they were trying to save, slumped to the ground, his energy spent. His face, seen in a tight close-up, was a mask of sweat-soaked determination. The long-haired man watched the scene with a contemplative silence. He then addressed the fallen uncle, stating he wouldn't grant his entire wish but would offer one favor. The contrast between expensive dress shoes and worn combat boots told a story of two different worlds colliding. The long-haired man coldly ordered someone to let go. A hand was shown, its knuckles white as it gripped a curved dagger. The man with blue hair repeated the demand, threatening to slash the hand that held him. In the next moment, the man with blue hair was slumped on the ground, his face bloodied. Despite his state, he defiantly gasped that he wouldn't let them pass. The long-haired man finally lost his patience, warning Pyo-young not to mess with him. The wounded man then posed a question, asking Pyo-young if he understood why his uncle had just jumped in front of Oh-Doo-Wah's axe for him. The silver-haired man continued the harsh lesson, asking if Pyo-young could even begin to fathom the man's sacrifice. He commanded the boy to honor that sacrifice by shutting his mouth and surviving. The body of Pyo-young's uncle lay still on the ground, a stark testament to the cost of their victory. A close-up on his lifeless face drove the brutal reality home. The number 22 hung in the air, followed by a profound silence. A faint gasp signaled that not everyone was dead. A stern-faced man ordered his arriving crew to question any survivors to piece together the night's events. Sa-in-jin, the head of a castle-holding special guard unit, let out a low whistle of shock at the carnage. The stern man dryly noted that a big shot had arrived on the scene. Elsewhere, the ragged sound of exhausted breathing filled the air. A defeated man on the floor lamented that if he hadn't allowed his opponent to gain momentum, their positions would be reversed. He grimly resolved that he had to finish what he started. A low, guttural sound escaped his lips. Smoke billowed, obscuring another fighter's face in a hazy shroud. A man in a white shirt cried out as he was struck. The frantic sounds of a desperate struggle ensued. A hand was seen stealthily reaching into a jacket for a hidden weapon. The distinct click of a gun being drawn cut through the noise. Another click followed, signaling intent. But before a shot could be fired, a fist connected with a sickening crunch. The two men fell into a violent, desperate exchange of blows. One man was struck hard in the face, a spray of blood marking the decisive blow. The fight concluded with both combatants lying broken on the floor. The man in the white shirt loomed over his fallen foe, coldly stating that his opponent was on the verge of death and could do nothing. The dying man's breathing was heavy and labored. With a bruised face and fierce eyes, the man on the ground stared up at his victor. He managed to gasp out that he had successfully done his part. The man in the white shirt simply acknowledged his final words. A man in a black shirt watched silently as the victor in white turned and walked away. A final order was given, a directive to a man named Volk to make the survivor pay for his meals. In the past, the sound of tearing paper echoed in a desolate space. A group of men brutally beat a young boy, with one named Zhong being told not to go too hard, lest he kill the kid. The boy, clad in a puffer jacket, cried out in agony. The man in the red vest recoiled as the boy fought back, targeting his leg. He screamed in disbelief as the boy bit him, questioning if the kid was retarded. The boy continued to struggle, his breath ragged and defiant. The man with a cigarette could only gasp for air, stunned by the child's ferocity. A brutal slap landed as one of the men cursed the mother who gave birth to such a child. The onlookers whispered that the boy was a devil, unnerved by the messed-up glare in his eyes. An angry woman with a stick joined in, berating the children for eating without paying. The man with a gold necklace declared he'd had enough, threatening to cut off all their limbs this time. He lunged forward, screaming at the pesky brats. Years later, a man with an eyebrow scar taunted another young man, asking if he had a death wish. A fist slammed into the young man's face, yet he didn't flinch. He simply continued chewing his food, ignoring the blow with unsettling calm. The man with the eyebrow scar stared in disbelief at the little bastard. Enraged, he wound up for another strike against the defiant young man. He thought to himself that this pest-like bastard was so unnerving, he feared the boy would come after him in his sleep. The narration recalled two miserable beasts who had survived a life of chaos. But on this night, only one of them would remain standing. In the present, two battered and bloodied fighters faced each other, the air thick with tension. The man in the white shirt felt a deep discomfort, as his opponent was a grim reflection of his own past self. His opponent, the man in the black shirt, worried that if he lost here, he would no longer be of use to the person he served. The man in the white shirt simply stated that he wasn't going anywhere. Both men gasped for breath, their bodies pushed to their absolute limits. The man in the black shirt's mind reeled as memories he had long suppressed began to surface. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and he questioned what he was even doing in this fight. The man in the white shirt staggered, a flicker of pained realization crossing his face. Suddenly, the man in the black shirt remembered his purpose with chilling clarity: he was trying to kill him. The dark-haired man resolved to do just that, deciding he would simply kill his opponent. He leaped forward, launching a vicious attack from above as the man in white braced for the impact. Two fists, one armed with brass knuckles, clashed with brutal force. The dark-haired man staggered back, thrown off balance by the counter. He thought his opponent could barely stand, mocking his big talk while he was still so far from being a true threat. It was obvious his foe's weight was on his back leg, and the dark-haired man exploited the opening with a heavy punch. The man in the white shirt grimaced, his face a mask of pain and exhaustion. With a desperate surge of energy, the man in white unleashed a powerful strike of his own. The dark-haired man looked on in shock, blood splattering his face, as he realized the attack had been dodged. But the man in white shirt knew his legs couldn't hold out much longer and buckled to one knee. The two men, one in gray and one in white, were locked in a savage and desperate struggle. The man in the gray shirt landed a devastating punch directly to his opponent's face. Both fighters collapsed to the ground, with the man in gray landing on top of his bloodied foe. Refusing to give up, the injured man in the white shirt began to push himself up from the floor. Covered in his own blood, he looked up with a pained but determined expression. His eyes began to glow with a stark white light, a stark contrast to the blood smeared across his face. The man in the gray shirt mirrored him, a wide, manic grin spreading across his face as his own eyes glowed with the same intensity. He landed another vicious punch, sending a fresh spray of blood into the air. Both men now lay on the ground, beaten and broken, but staring up with unwavering, fierce intensity. In a final, desperate explosion of violence, they exchanged simultaneous blows at close range. A memory surfaced of the trainer instructing him to aim a little higher. The trainer had noted his lack of experience, teaching him that every single attack must be thrown with the intent to damage the spinal cord. The long-haired man's own memory echoed this teaching, a voice telling him to go beyond the limits of his body, even as consciousness faded. That voice had commanded him to never throw an insignificant fist. In that past fight, the opponent had grunted in pain, stunned by the ferocity of the bastard before him. The opponent couldn't understand how this was possible, believing he was the one who had survived that hellhole. He had let everyone else go first, surviving until the very end, and he refused to be defeated now. A powerful punch landed with a sickening splatter of blood. The opponent's final thought was a desperate refusal to go down just yet. The long-haired man had answered with a devastating kick to his opponent's face. Back in the present, the man with short dark hair grimaced in pain, pinned against his adversary. Pai Wu-jin, his identity now clear, delivered a powerful downward punch, striking the bloodied man. A sickening splatter echoed through the room. A massive spray of blood obscured the entire scene in a crimson haze. Pai Wu-jin stood in his fighting stance, looking startled as the blood cleared. His mind raced as he frantically searched for his opponent, wondering where the son of a bitch had gone. Cursing his situation, he realized he couldn't see anything because of the blood blinding him. The sharp crack of a gunshot suddenly pierced the chaos. The short-haired man screamed for his opponent to go to hell. Pai Wu-jin forced himself to focus, listening for his enemy's footsteps, knowing he was coming. A wounded man from another memory cried out a warning that the enemy was right behind him. In that memory, a man in a gray shirt brutally struck another fighter with a curved blade. The man in gray then followed up with a powerful, bone-shattering punch. He laughed in triumph as his victim, the man in white, gasped in agony. The man in white was left dazed, bleeding heavily from the brutal blow. His thoughts drifted to his idol, the person he revered. He had believed he should be right beside his idol until the very end, that he was getting close to the first step. But a horrifying realization began to dawn on him. He cried out in despair, wondering if he was the only one who had been looking forward to tomorrow. The sound of a final, crushing blow filled the air. The bloodied man in white accepted the grim reality that there would be no tomorrow if they just died here. A sudden, sharp realization struck him. He lamented that he was nothing more than prey in this cruel world. Cursing his fate, he acknowledged that his opponent was nothing short of a monster. The man with long dark hair landed a brutal punch directly on his face. He followed up with a powerful kick to his opponent's chest. A close-up showed the bloodied man's face contorting in agony from another savage punch. His opponent, the man with long dark hair, stood ready as the bloodied man leaned weakly against a wall. Another devastating punch connected, sending the bloodied man reeling. The long-haired man grabbed his foe, preparing to deliver yet another attack. The narration stated that the world had turned its back on him. Two men clashed in a violent flurry of fists, their fates intertwined. A man in a suit loomed over a fallen figure, his eyes glowing with an unholy white light. The two fighters looked up, their expressions grim and resolute. The narration continued, explaining that this world had taken everything from him. A man in a white shirt was sent flying through the air amidst a spray of blood. But from this moment forward, things would be different. He resolved to steal, to defy, and to stand his ground. His breath came in ragged gasps as he prepared for his final declaration. That resolve, that will to survive, was him. As a figure finally collapsed to the ground, his name was finally revealed, Pai Wu-jin. The man in the suit wondered who could be orchestrating a simultaneous attack on both the Mori and Gold organizations. He considered an elder or even Kim Tae-hoon, but dismissed them, sensing the hand of an unknown outsider at play. In a brightly lit room, two men stood opposite each other, the air thick with unspoken tension. A man in a brown jacket burst into the room, desperately calling out for Brother Im. The man in the gray suit expressed his relief that his comrade was safe, but the newcomer warned that things were dire, with a lot happening at once. He urgently explained that he had just received news from Gold concerning the fate of CEO Choi Dal-cheon. An older man's face, who was listening in, became etched with deep concern. The man in brown implored Brother Im that they couldn't just sit back, insisting they could devise a new plan together. He proposed they immediately take refuge to initiate their Plan B, as the enemy could arrive at any moment. While a man in a checkered suit urged for a swift departure, the man in gray argued they first needed to fully grasp the situation. Unbeknownst to them, Doo-wah and his family were already making their move with newly gathered recruits. A bearded man's voice cut through the tension, remarking that they hadn't wasted any time gathering their men. A formidable group of men in suits stood with their backs to the viewer, a wall of intimidation. The bearded man then directed his attention to Kim Hwang, questioning his strangely relaxed demeanor after CEO Choi Dal-cheon's death. The older man, identified as Kim Hwang, stammered to Brother Im that their new recruits should make things easier. Brother Im, the bearded man, coldly dismissed the notion, questioning the sense in the owner of Mori surrounding himself with small fishes. A low, mocking chuckle echoed ominously between the men. Brother Im spoke of his intimate familiarity with danger, warning that one should never interact with an indifferent person. The man in the gray suit agreed, declaring that such people are always the first to sell out their comrades, just as it was happening right then. Another man in a suit confronted Kim Hwang directly, accusing him of planning to sell out Mori to Chairman Choi Min-wook just to save his own life. As Kim Hwang stuttered a denial, Brother Im calmly told him to get ready to lose all his teeth. Brother Im reminded the traitor that he was on a mission, a duty he would not forsake. The tense standoff exploded into a chaotic brawl as men in suits violently clashed. The sickening crack of a heavy punch echoed through the chamber. A second brutal impact followed, adding to the symphony of violence. A third devastating blow landed, a testament to the raw fury unleashed. A man in a white shirt screamed in agony as he was brutally struck down. The man with the scarred face grunted in pain, staggering from a heavy blow. His opponent could only think of the man's boar-like strength as he lunged forward. Another man in a suit bellowed, trying desperately to halt the unstoppable advance. The defiant man now lay broken and defeated on the hard ground. A bald man stood over his fallen, trembling foe, mockingly telling him to just go to sleep. A grim sense of finality descended upon the brutalized scene. The sounds of the struggle gave way to the quiet aftermath of the fight. From the floor, the defeated man cursed, realizing the futility of resisting his merciless opponent. The bald man coldly ordered his subordinate to sever the man's tendons and dump his body in the sea. A man in a tan suit announced that their work was done and it was time to leave. Elsewhere, a lone man sat with his eyes closed, steam rising from his body as if he'd pushed past his physical limits. Two imposing men in suits walked forward with grim purpose, one of them openly carrying a weapon. The man in the suit was severely wounded, his face a mess of cuts and blood as steam rose from his battered body. The black suit fighter found himself overwhelmed, holding one opponent in a headlock while another launched an attack from the air. A fighter in a purple shirt let out an unfinished curse amidst the chaos. The kicking attacker cried out as his assault was intercepted. The black suit fighter's bloodied face was a mask of pure, unyielding determination. With a grunt of effort, he tightened his chokehold on one enemy while lashing out with a kick to fend off another. As his foes struggled against him, the fighter cursed his own perceived weakness in a moment of desperation. His mind raced with frustration that he couldn't even finish off a single opponent quickly. The clash of bodies was followed by the sickening sight of men in suits plummeting past the city lights far below. The man in the headlock let out a strangled gasp, his life hanging by a thread. A wounded man cried out in anguish for his fallen brothers. In a devastating scene, two men embraced, one bleeding heavily from a fatal wound to his chest. The dying man lamented the fate of the brothers who had come from all across the country to fight. A man with a bat looked down at a defeated foe, a cold rage building within him. The narration revealed their indomitable spirit. Even when struck down, they rose to fight again, knowing it could mean their death. One fallen man despaired that they would all end up floating off the coast, questioning why boss Kim Shin left him with such a heavy burden. He recalled the pain he felt even when he first decided to join, knowing how difficult resisting them would be. Another man on the ground berated himself for his own foolishness, lost in the chaotic aftermath. The leader felt his conviction waver, burdened by the responsibility for his men and unsure if he could handle it. In the darkness, a single fist clenched tight, a symbol of faltering resolve. A raw scream of agony and frustration tore through the tense air. The injured man gasped raggedly for breath, fighting to stay conscious. A man in a black suit dryly told him he owed him for this, but the injured man shot back that he'd be making fun of him for it for the rest of his life. Despite his pain, the injured man roared at his companion, demanding to know what he was waiting for. The tall man reminded the injured chairman to act like the oldest brother he was, earning a sharp retort about what their old nursery lady would say. The tall man continued to chide his leader, asking how long he intended to lie around. Fueled by the words, the battered man's face hardened with a renewed, grim determination. The cacophony of battle continued, filled with grunts, screams, and the thud of heavy blows. The tall man clicked his tongue at the enemy's resilience, while the injured man jokingly scolded Director O for his apparent incompetence. The battered man cursed his foe, shouting a bizarre idiom about being forced to pick pears and salt. The main fighter moved like a phantom, sidestepping a knife thrust while delivering a powerful kick to another assailant. He found himself locked in a desperate close-quarters struggle, even as another body was sent flying past him. The fighter swiftly dispatched another opponent with a kick, adding to the bodies already littering the ground. He realized that even the simple act of thinking was a luxury he could not afford in this battle. A cold certainty settled upon him, he was the only one there who could stop them. He drove that thought home with a vicious punch, splattering an opponent's blood across the wall. The deadly dance continued as two more men, one armed with a knife, moved to engage him. With his resolve solidified, the fighter committed to his path, taking on multiple opponents on the narrow staircase. He internally admitted he knew little about being a big brother, recognizing he still had much to learn. Yet, he knew he could not fall, because the responsibility for all of them rested on his shoulders. On the ship's metal stairs, his men fought desperately to advance against overwhelming opposition. An injured man groaned in pain, cursing the relentless enemy pressing down on them. In the eye of a fallen man, the reflection of a heavy boot print signaled his defeat. The chaotic brawl for control of the metal staircase raged on without mercy. One of the men desperately yelled out for manager Oh Kyu-dong, calling for his boss. A group of men pushed forward through the violence, their expressions hardened with grim resolve. A beaten but defiant man taunted his foes, telling them to stop trembling and keep coming at him. A man in a green suit stood his ground, vowing to remain standing long after the wimpy dogs had fallen. 3 more men in suits advanced with grim determination, their faces promising only pain. The group of suited men surged forward as one, an unstoppable force of will. A massive brute let out a furious battle cry as he threw himself into the heart of the fight. The entire stairwell devolved into a maelstrom of chaotic violence, a desperate struggle for survival. Under a starry sky, a massive cargo ship sat docked in the quiet port. A sliver of a crescent moon fought for purchase against the dramatic, swirling clouds overhead. The view from below warped the perspective, making 2 towering buildings seem to lean into an impossibly narrow gap. In a dark corridor, the glint of 2 opposing blades signaled the start of a deadly dance. The man in white and the man in black let out sharp, derisive grunts. The man in black lunged, yelling for his opponent to take the blow, which was met with a pained cry. The sharp click of metal against metal echoed through the confined space. The man in white declared his opponent finished, but the man in black retorted that it wasn't over yet. A furious flurry of strikes cut through the air. The exchange was a blur of motion, an abstract violence of impacts and tearing force. A blade sliced cleanly through the tense air. The heavy thud of a successful blow landed with finality. Behind his glasses, Baek Du-chan's eye remained cold and analytical. His opponent, the man in black, pressed his advantage, holding a sharp knife directly to Baek Du-chan's neck. The eye of the man in black was a storm of focused, deadly intensity. In this lethal game, the first to land a decisive hit would be the victor. The narration confirmed the man's identity, Baek Du-chan, a killer down to his very bones, who had surely already analyzed his foe. He was the man who overwhelmed Iskra in his youth and reigned for years as the epitome of assassins. The dark-suited man knew that no matter how good his opponent was, he only needed to land a single definitive hit. His mind raced with the urgent need to end the fight before Baek Du-chan could read his movements completely. A hand tightened, its fingers curling in anticipation of the critical moment. The 2 men were a whirlwind of motion, locked in a brutal, close-quarters knife fight. Indeed, the fight was everything the legends promised. The observing man in the light blue shirt noted that while Baek Du-chan's defense was an improvement over Gustav's, it still showed deficiencies, but his other infamous skill was an art form in itself. A blade slid smoothly through the air, seeking an opening. The man in the light blue shirt stood ready, his own twin knives held loosely at his sides. The dark-suited man knew that while he possessed 2 knives, losing even one at this crucial juncture would be a fatal mistake. Baek Du-chan focused on his own strategy, knowing that as long as his wrists were uninjured, he could keep his opponent occupied with a relentless series of attacks. The man in black felt the momentum shifting, believing he could keep pushing to create an opening. The strain of the prolonged battle showed on Baek Du-chan's face, his expression tight behind his glasses. The man in black finally saw his chance, a perceived opening in his opponent's defense. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the chaos of the fight. The man in black lunged forward, both of his knives aimed to kill. His face was a mask of fierce determination, now marked by a fresh, bleeding cut across his cheek. Baek Du-chan turned away, revealing a deep gash on his own shoulder from the exchange. The sickening sound of a blade biting into flesh filled the narrow space. The man in black stared forward confidently, the price of his successful attack displayed on his face. He then stood silhouetted in a doorway, blades held ready, a predator in his element. The 2 combatants faced each other again, their knives reflecting the dim light. The camera focused on their feet, planted firmly on the grimy floor, ready for the next move. The man in black goaded his opponent to come on, while Baek Do-chan questioned if he truly thought he could win. Footsteps shuffled rapidly as they prepared to re-engage. The man in black leaped down, only to be met by Baek Do-chan's rising fist. Baek Do-chan's eyes narrowed, filled with a sudden, ferocious intensity. With a sharp cry, Baek Do-chan declared his opponent was now his. In a stunning reversal, Baek Do-chan slammed the man in black to the ground, pinning him completely. The man in black reeled in disbelief, shocked by the impossible, monstrous strength his opponent had just unleashed. A dark, sharp object, the tool of his defeat, was brandished menacingly. The man in black's face was a canvas of shock, the reflection of his triumphant foe visible within his eye. The memory of a past lesson flashed through his mind, showing three men locked in a similar struggle. He recalled the fluid, fast-paced combat exchange that had taught him this valuable lesson. He had learned this particular technique from Kang Min-sung, though it was originally created by the formidable leader of Bulwi. A man in glasses pointed forward, directing the flow of battle. The man in black let out a startled yelp as Baek Do-chan's attack came suddenly. He knew he had to time his counterattack perfectly as he witnessed another man getting kicked aside. His black boots stood planted on the ground, a silent vow of his resolve. He couldn't afford to miss his target a second time, as the two men clashed once more in a fierce battle. The exchange was a blur of yelps and exertion as blades met flesh. The whisper of blades slicing through the air filled the corridor. A sickening crunch signified a brutal, bone-jarring impact. Baek Do-chan and his dark-clothed adversary faced each other again, knives drawn in a tense stalemate. A rapid series of slashes tore through the air between them. One of the fighters dodged with incredible speed. A gloved hand drove a knife downward, striking its target with force. The dark-clothed man unleashed a furious assault, landing multiple knife strikes against Baek Do-chan. Another blade sank deep into its target. Amidst the sound of a beating heart and dripping blood, a core tenet was remembered: Iskra is a group that does not pass down its skills. This was a rule both fighters knew, but the man in black had an advantage. Bulwi, anticipating this showdown, had shared stories of Iskra's past and their techniques. Though the information lacked the detail of first-hand experience, it didn't matter. The injured Baek Do-chan realized it was impossible to land a fatal blow now, his thoughts turning to the very people who made him who he was. The man in black drew strength from the same thought, vowing to make Baek Do-chan experience the chaos of those who stood behind him. It was a perfect killer's composure, a shift in mentality that could change the tide of the entire battle. Before Baek Do-chan's generation, a 30% remainder was left unfilled, and now it was finally time to wrap this up. The injured Baek Do-chan remained silent, his resolve hardening. A powerful surge of energy emanated from the fighter. The man in black focused his mind, knowing he could not miss this crucial opportunity. His black boots landed heavily on the ground, bracing for the final confrontation. The man in black stood defensively in the cramped corridor, his two knives held at the ready. The dark-haired man surveyed the narrow passage, a metallic scraping sound echoing around him. He knew this was the place for the final act. The ominous scraping sound continued, heightening the tension. The dark-haired man recognized that in this place, their movements would be severely limited, rendering their refined skills useless. He understood that if someone rushed into attack, getting hurt was not a possibility, but a certainty. The situation was just like he had envisioned. It was a fight like the one between him and Baek Do-chan, a guillotine designed specifically to judge them. The scraping sound returned, a final prelude to the inevitable. Baek Do-chan stood firm in the smoky passage, his bloody shoulder a testament to the battle's ferocity. The dark-haired man knew this fight would now be determined purely by one's animal instinct alone. With a deep breath, he prepared to begin the final phase. A blur of motion erupted in the narrow hallway. The corridor became a storm of rapid, furious strikes. A high-pitched screech of metal on metal rang out. The sounds of the struggle were sharp and brutal. The man in black lunged forward once more, his blades a silver extension of his will. Another explosive burst of movement filled the screen. The scarred man watched his opponent's every move, his eyes calculating. Baek Du-chan glared back, his grip tightening on his knife. Their blades met in a shower of sparks, a testament to the force of their clash. A pained grunt escaped one of the fighters. The man in black looked up, his face now a mask of bruises and blood. Baek Du-chan remarked on his opponent's persistence, which the man in the black suit returned in kind. The man in the black suit lunged, his knife arcing towards a glass surface. His gaze was one of pure, unyielding intensity. A hand clutched a bloody knife, resting on a dark, unforgiving surface. The sound of a heavy impact echoed through the room. A powerful fist closed in on the man's battered face. Baek Du-chan insisted he couldn't win, but the man in the black suit retorted that they would see about that. As Baek Du-chan demanded his surrender, the man in the black suit defiantly shouted, "Never." A flurry of impacts sounded as the heavily injured man crouched among crates, clutching a small knife. He barely managed to minimize the damage, but his jaw was cracked and consciousness was quickly fading. The man with glasses calmly stated that he had seen and understood everything his opponent had prepared, acknowledging the hard training involved. He conceded that his foe was certainly a rare and impressive case, the likes of which he hadn't seen in years. Baek Du-chan trailed off with a single word, "but." The injured man strained with immense effort, steam rising from his battered body as he tried to stand. Baek Du-chan calmly placed his glasses on a nearby table, the gesture signifying a shift in his approach. He then delivered the final, crushing blow, asking if all those impressive skills weren't just the techniques of the very same men who had already lost to him. Under the cloak of night, a massive cargo ship sat docked, its deck laden with containers. Nearby, a chaotic gunfight erupted between men in dark suits. A man with a bandana, his face bearing the marks of battle, offered a grim smile. The blond man let out a sharp, triumphant laugh. In the midst of the fray, the blond-haired man in green grappled fiercely with an assailant clad in black. From a first-person view, 2 handguns fitted with silencers were held at the ready. Elsewhere, a large, flat-topped structure was isolated by the dark, surrounding water. A hail of yellow projectiles streaked toward a figure shrouded in a patterned cloth. The acrid scent of gunpowder hung heavy in the air. On a long, narrow walkway stained with blood, 2 men stood at opposing ends. The man in the white shirt recognized the smell instantly, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. His instincts screamed that there was a serious problem unfolding. The injured man's intense eyes narrowed with focus. Baek Du-chan commented on his opponent's defensiveness and unyielding eyes, finding them similar to those he had faced in the past. The man in glasses conceded a slight similarity to the previous amour, but noted there was something more. In a time before, the man with scars had acknowledged his opponent as a truly strong one. He had growled, wondering if anyone could truly compare to him. The large man assured him that no one in this small land could surpass him, with the arrogant exception of himself. The man with scars remained unconvinced, musing that the world was vast and a powerful foe could appear unexpectedly. He then recalled that there was indeed one specific person who clearly came to mind. He warned that the other man would meet this person sooner or later, and the man with glasses tensed, realizing who he meant. The man with glasses confessed that this person was one of the reasons he had brought the scarred warrior all the way from Russia. The man with scars calmly guessed the name, Kang Min-sung. Back in that past confrontation, the man in the trench coat admitted he wanted to see Kang Min-sung's face, citing a promise made to Choi Min-wook. The man in glasses then declared he would be the one to take Kang Min-sung's life for his fallen comrade. With a sharp clap, an impossible event unfolded. The man in glasses watched in disbelief as his target simply slapped the incoming blade away with his bare hand. The man with scars questioned how this was possible, recognizing it as a skill he himself developed within Iskra. The man in glasses laughed at the sheer coincidence, finding it amusing that his foe had learned the exact same technique. The man with scars mused that it was just as his companion said, the world was indeed a big place, filled with people like him and Choi Min-wook. A pool of blood slowly began to spread across the floor. The man in glasses expressed his disappointment, admitting he'd never missed a target before and acknowledging that Kang Min-sung was a great man worthy of a tactical retreat. He reassured himself that the situation was, after all, under his control. A pained grunt echoed from another violent encounter. In yet another scene, the man in the green jacket coolly informed his victim that Chairman Choi had requested he be sent off politely. The man on the ground was informed that his arteries were still connected, granting him a mere 5 minutes of life. The man in the green jacket promised that those 5 minutes would be the most agonizing of his entire existence. A fiery aura flared around a powerful figure. The man in the green jacket stated that such strength meant nothing to him, as he had met many powerful individuals who all fell helplessly at his feet. 2 pairs of polished black shoes stood facing each other on the blood-stained walkway. The man in the white shirt declared that he was moving on, step by step. He vowed to move beyond Choi Min-wook and take on the world itself. A memory surfaced, contrasting a blood-streaked face with a determined one set against a backdrop of fire. In the past, a man desperately shouted at his fallen comrade to wake up, warning him that to close his eyes meant death. The man on the ground weakly urged his friend to leave him and save himself before their attacker returned. His friend cursed at him, refusing to abandon him just to save his own skin. The dying man whispered that he would rather live, and his friend sadly agreed. He looked at the spreading flames and admitted that it was already too late. The man on the ground weakly uttered a name, Shin. The wounded man used his last breaths to beg Shin not to become like him and to live his own life, not one bound by the words of a dead man. With his final words, he pleaded for the young man to smile just a little. Amidst the roaring flames, the man in the black jacket could only crouch over his friend's lifeless body. Returning to the present, Baek Du-chan's mind reeled, his opponent was asking him to stop now, after everything. He reflected on his recurring failure, never being present when his people were cut down by this very man. He resolved that now was the time he would finally pay for those losses. The man in the white shirt calmly spoke his opponent's name, Baek Du-chan. Baek Du-chan's gaze hardened as he prepared to ask a single question. The man in the white shirt beat him to it, inquiring if Baek Du-chan truly didn't remember the detective he had killed in Korea 9 years prior. Baek Du-chan offered only a tense, heavy silence in response. The man in the white shirt scoffed, coldly stating that the weak and incompetent were simply not worth remembering. Baek Du-chan's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He exploded forward, throwing a powerful punch that sent his opponent reeling. Their feet flew across the floor as they closed the distance in an instant. Blades met in a narrow space as the two men engaged in a vicious, close-quarters knife fight. Baek Du-chan broke the deadlock with a brutal punch to his opponent's face. He followed up with a powerful kick that slammed the man in the white shirt against a wall. A black shoe skidded across the ground as a fighter repositioned with blinding speed. The two combatants tumbled headfirst in a chaotic exchange of knife attacks. A blade sliced across Baek Du-chan's face, sending a spray of blood into the air. He grunted through the pain, clutching knives in both hands as blood streamed down his cheek. The man in the white shirt retaliated with a hard punch to Baek Du-chan's stomach. A metallic click sounded as the man in white was thrown off balance by a powerful blow. A fist slammed into a nearby wall with concussive force. The two men were locked in an intense grapple, straining for control. A close-up revealed the man in the white shirt's face, clenched in a grimace of extreme exertion. He found an opening, stabbing a small knife into Baek Du-chan's side. A choked gasp of pain escaped Baek Du-chan. The man in black realized his opponent's skills far surpassed his expectations, while Baek Du-chan's own mind assessed his foe as nothing more than a standard killer. Doubt began to creep into his thoughts as he considered that at this rate, he might actually die in this place. The question echoed in his mind, was he really going to die? He thought of the life he had led. His hands, gripping a small knife, trembled slightly. He questioned if there was any need to be so tied to his past. Both men, bleeding and determined, continued their fierce knife fight without pause. The man in the white shirt launched a swift kick during the intense exchange. A blade swished through the air, barely missing its mark. The man in the white shirt knew that no matter what, he had his own path. His gaze remained intensely focused, unwavering in the heat of battle. Baek Du-chan's resolve hardened. He was alive for the sole purpose of killing the man before him. With a fierce and determined expression, Baek Du-chan lunged forward. He launched himself from above, bringing his attack down on the man in the white shirt. His opponent blocked the knife with his bare arm, his expression resolute despite his bleeding wounds. The man in white remained unerringly silent. He revealed a deep, bloody wound slashed across his own chest. Baek Du-chan's eyes narrowed, sensing a change in the fight's momentum. He taunted his opponent, asking if he was finally done. A sickening whack echoed through the space. It was followed immediately by the sound of tearing flesh. The man in white still uttered no sound. A horrific crunching impact signaled a decisive blow. The man in white remained stoically silent through the pain. The man in black, now towering over his foe, mockingly asked if he was still alive. The tables had turned, and a white-sleeved arm hit the ground with tremendous force. The man in black was now on the receiving end of a brutal counterattack. Amidst the city lights, the man in black crouched with his dagger, facing the injured man in white who had fought his way back to his feet. A hand touched a severe, star-shaped wound bleeding profusely from the man in black's chest. Kim Shin looked down at his defeated foe, stating he would be sure to remember his name, then revealed his own. He then addressed the fallen man by a different title, asking if he should instead call him Amor Tigro. In this moment, he felt nothing. Things like emotions had no place here. He had no need for them. All that mattered was the one in front of him. He understood with chilling clarity that he needed to kill him. Everything related to his target. He would wipe it all out completely. The bloodied form of Amor Tigro, Baek Du-chan, fell backward, his knife slipping from his grasp. A large building was engulfed in roaring flames. The one in front of Kim Shin was the only thing that mattered. A cold, simple directive echoed in his mind: he needed to kill him. Everything and everyone related to his target had to be erased. A hand tightened its grip on a blood-slicked knife. The blade gleamed ominously, reflecting the city's dying light. The man with the red aura vowed to wipe it all out completely. Two figures then hurtled towards each other, clashing in the air between towering skyscrapers. The man with the knife confirmed the identity of his opponent, Baek Du-chan, who affirmed it was him. He explained that his technique was forged from 100 battles. His superhuman geographic perception allowed for the precise calculation of any distance. A deliberate, almost imperceptible pause would then paralyze his enemy's judgment and sense of time. As the man with the knife recalled, an opening would appear, his blade striking like a venomous snake. This was the very technique now being used to stab Baek Du-chan. A horrified realization dawned on Baek Du-chan: his opponent was copying his skills and using them against him. The man with the scar taunted him, calling him more stupid than he looked. He snarled that long before Baek Du-chan ever held a knife, this very blade had claimed hundreds of lives. With a gut-wrenching crunch, the man in black braced himself for the next exchange, his eyes burning with lethal intent. The man in black screamed for him to die, but the man in white swore he wouldn't allow it. The man in white was stunned as his opponent stopped again, realizing the timing was wrong and would cause a huge overload on his body. Their knives met in a shower of sparks, each combatant narrowly evading a fatal blow. The man in the black shirt flexed, his muscles rippling with contained power under the strain. His legs, visible through his torn pants, coiled and uncoiled with explosive force. The man in black declared his foe was his, a claim the man in white furiously rejected. Blood splattered as the man in the white shirt blocked a vicious strike with his bare forearm. The man in black sneered that he couldn't win, but his opponent defiantly vowed he would not lose. The two blurs of motion continued their violent dance amidst the indifferent cityscape. The man in white, Baek Du-chan, couldn't believe he had been stopped head-on by a copy of his own techniques. A strange thought surfaced through the pain and shock: this was fun. The dark-haired man in black armor stood poised, sword at the ready for the next engagement. Baek Du-chan internally pleaded with his own body, begging his tearing muscles and ligaments to hold on for one more exchange. Their fierce battle raged on, contained by the concrete canyon of the city street. The man in black armor turned slightly, revealing a tattered shirt and strange dark markings on his back. The scene was a stark, stylized alleyway, a brutal stage for their deadly performance. The man in black armor lunged forward with his knife, his target a blur just out of frame. With a grunt of effort, the man in black clashed swords with his adversary in a dynamic explosion of force. Their knives became extensions of their will, seeking flesh in the rapid exchange of blows. The man in black surged forward again, his knife leading the charge. His blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at the man in white. But his wrist was caught mid-strike, the man in black expertly deflecting the attack. The man in white recoiled, seemingly struck by a wave of dark, unseen energy. Another knife strike was parried at the last second, a hand slapping the blade away. The man in white countered with a powerful punch that landed squarely on the man in black's chest. A heavy boot stomped down with finality. The man in black retaliated with a flurry of attacks, a knife in one hand and a fist in the other. Their knives met again in mid-air with a sharp, ringing clang. A choked gasp escaped one of the fighters. The sickening sounds of twisting bone and tearing muscle filled the night. A rapid-fire series of impacts echoed through the alley. A decisive, piercing strike found its mark. The sharp sound of a blade tearing through fabric and flesh followed immediately. A horrific crunch signaled a devastating blow had landed. The dark-haired man's face contorted in agony from the relentless assault. A hand gripped its knife tighter, unleashing a series of impossibly fast slashes. Another sharp impact landed with brutal force. In a fluid, desperate motion, the dark-haired man drew two daggers from behind his back. The man in the white shirt called his opponent persistent, to which the man in the black shirt grimly agreed. A figure was sent flying, struck with an immense force that warped the very air around them. The man in the white shirt declared this was the end, but his opponent refused to accept it. The struggle became grounded, a desperate tangle of legs and feet vying for position. The man in the black shirt roared that he wouldn't lose, while the man in white told him he had no choice. A hand closed around a throat, choking the life from its victim. The two combatants were thrown violently to the ground in a chaotic heap. The man in the black shirt's mind went blank with shock. He screamed that his opponent was going down, but the man in white defiantly replied, "Not yet." The man in black questioned if his foe really thought he could be stopped, receiving a simple, firm, "I will." The sickening sounds of impact echoed once more. The attacker noted that his opponent was definitely lightweight. In fact, his opponent was so light that he couldn't stop the momentum of the attack. A bloodied, bruised face twisted in a mask of pure agony. The man in white mockingly asked if his opponent was trying to say he was very flexible. A blade plunged deep into flesh. The man in white lunged forward, knife extended towards his foe. He declared it was a shame, because his opponent was him. He then drove his fist into his enemy with crushing force. He was the very picture of perfection. Baek Du-chan, a killer of uncompromising integrity, had always been referred to by that single word. But at that very same moment, another truth was being forged. Three hands, each gripping a knife, were locked in a deadly struggle. Kim Shin was also at his absolute peak. After countless hours of brutal effort, a human who had worked tirelessly could reach a new zenith. One man had achieved his perfection in his youth. Baek Do-chan had hit his prime long ago and had remained static ever since. A splash of blood decorated a cheek, a testament to the brutal exchange. Two hands grappled for control over a single knife in a tense, frozen moment. The man in dark clothes twisted the blade, stabbing the man in the white shirt during the struggle. A sharp knife flew through the air, trailing motion lines in its wake. Meanwhile, Kim Shin, who had trained endlessly even while young, had finally created a small crack in that stagnant perfection. In another time, Choi Min-wook realized the man before him could only be the former amour, Kang Min-sung. Kang Min-sung wondered why his opponent was so persistent, and why he himself couldn't finish him off cold-heartedly. Then, the realization struck him, this man was Choi Min-wook. With a roar, Kang Min-sung's fist slammed into Choi Min-wook's arm, drawing blood. The impact was brutal, a close-up revealing the sheer force of the blow. A man's mouth hung wide in a silent scream of exertion and pain. Kang Min-sung locked Choi Min-wook in a grapple from behind, still clutching his knife. The word defeat echoed in Baek Do-chan's mind for the first time. He, Baek Do-chan, had actually considered the possibility of his own defeat. He couldn't believe he was losing to this. To this piece of trash. A man in a gray suit lunged forward, his arm outstretched for a final, desperate attack. A quiet certainty settled over the victor, it was finally over. A hand held a dagger, the grip unwavering. A bloodied eye stared blankly into the night. The man in white insisted he wouldn't win, but the man in black grimly stated it was too late. A hand brandished a dagger, ready for one last act. The scarred man looked towards the heavens, steam rising from his cooling body as his eyes closed for the last time. A blood-soaked Kim Shin stood over the body of his fallen enemy. His foot stomped heavily onto the pavement, a gesture of finality. Kim Shin gasped for breath, his lungs burning. His thoughts turned to his father. He told his father in his mind that he had finally killed him. But he knew his work was not done. He would not stop until all of it was destroyed. He made a solemn vow that if, later, someone came seeking revenge for the pain he caused, he would willingly give them his neck. Elsewhere, a large cargo ship burned fiercely on the dark water, a small boat floating nearby. The man with glasses watched in shock, exclaiming that he never expected the ship itself to catch fire. One of his companions asked whose boat was floating nearby, while another confirmed it was not one of theirs. The man with glasses was urged to look at the burning ship as he let out a gasp of fear. A man in a dark coat stated grimly that there was no time to waste. The sounds of swift, silent movement cut through the air. More unseen figures darted through the shadows near the shore. A shadowy figure emerged, observing the scene with a curious hum. He mused that this was the result of what had transpired, remarking what a waste it all was. An injured man nearby cryptically stated that as soon as the new sun rises, it is destined to set. In the bloody aftermath, a man in a dark shirt sat beside a lifeless body on the ground. A lone figure walked through the desolate, blood-splattered alleyways. The injured man's thoughts raced, sensing that someone was coming. A sharp metallic click echoed through the silence. The shadowed figure looked upon the scene, muttering that this was quite the outcome. He mused that no one could have possibly expected this result. The figure declared it a waste, stating that the new sun was destined to set as soon as it had risen. The injured man realized he was in trouble, unable to move a single finger. Another metallic click cut through the tense air. He begged his body to move just one more time. A masked figure suddenly appeared, pointing a gun forward with cold precision. The shadowed figure clicked his tongue in annoyance, surprised to find another person present. The masked assailant cautiously peeked from behind a door, handgun at the ready. A man in a long coat plummeted from above. A sharp intake of breath preceded the attack. The sound of a swift movement cut the air. A solid impact landed with a decisive thud. The man in the suit was sent flying through the air as the masked assailant took aim from below. The gun fired in a flash of light, the assailant's eye narrowing with focus. The masked fighter engaged the falling man, sending him reeling backward. A foot stomped down with brutal, grounding force. Amidst a cloud of dust, the masked assailant grabbed the man in the suit by the shoulder. The masked person expressed surprise, wondering aloud who they had just encountered. The distressed man with scratches stared in disbelief, questioning why that man was here. Meanwhile, a man stood on the stern of a boat, his gaze fixed on the dark, churning water. The man with glasses cursed under his breath, an uneasy feeling creeping over him. He wondered aloud if the man, being with Ha-zung, was on their side. The man with the gun coolly identified the newcomer as Director Ryu Ji-hak. He then offered an apology, claiming that if he had known it was the director, no blood would have been shed. Director Ryu Ji-hak demanded to know why they were there. The man with the gun revealed he had heard about what happened to Tae-jin. The man with the goatee spoke cryptically of the legacy the madam had left behind. Hyun-suk, the retired but strongest asset of Ha-zung, declared that only the two of them were left. As the man in the suit began to suggest they talk, Hyun-suk sharply told him to look at something instead. A dramatic reveal unfolded before their eyes. The man in the suit gasped in shock, recognizing the fallen body of Baek Du-chan. Hyun-suk asked with a chilling grin if it wasn't an amazing sight. He explained that an unknown man had defeated the legendary Baek Du-chan in a one-on-one fight, a feat he never expected to see again. Yet, Hyun-suk noted the tragedy of it all, for the victor was destined to die without his name ever being known. He then presented an offer, a chance to finish the job and claim the title of Baek Du-chan's killer. Hyun-suk pressed further, asking if killing those two wasn't the man's original mission anyway. He questioned if the young master, Kim Tae-hun, truly had the talent to survive in this new generation, suggesting he was a threat. Nearby, a blond man remarked that sometimes, petty life wisdom is what helps one survive. Observing the scene, the blond man noted the other's indifference to fame, while the man with the gun excused himself to act. The man with the gun began to relay a message to the young master. He conveyed that Chairman Kim Yong-sung still loved his immature eldest son. The beaten man's face was a mask of grim determination. The man with the gun stated he still hadn't received an answer to his question. The man with the goatee impatiently asked what he was doing. The blond man calmly repeated that he hadn't heard the answer to his question yet. The beaten man admitted that no one in Castle would have expected Kim Shin to win, just as the blond man again demanded to know why he was there. The man with the goatee voiced his suspicion, wondering if Chairman Kim Yong-sung's ultimate plan was to give up on advanced trade. A heavy silence fell as the man with the goatee stared intently, his eyes narrowed in thought. The light-haired man's mind raced as he began to piece things together. He considered how Gold's headquarters, though isolated, was still in the city center, making such a disturbance incredibly bold. He found it too convenient that as soon as the pillars fell, Castle's bodyguards appeared like ghosts at the perfect time. He reasoned that while Kim Shin's strategy was clever, the mighty pillars had collapsed too easily, suggesting the first move wasn't made by Kim Shin or Baek Du-chan. A chilling question formed in his mind: who could it be, who was the true mastermind behind it all? The man with glasses revealed that the ban on gun use and other weapons had been lifted for the next 6 months. He imagined the chaos that would ensue as the street thugs, long shackled, were finally let loose. He knew this had to be the work of Chairman Choi Min-wook. A pained grunt escaped the injured man as the truth of the situation dawned on him. It became clear that Castle's own chairman wanted to reform it from the inside, a detail Kim Yong-sung couldn't have noticed from the beginning. The old-fashioned Kim Yong-sung must have finally understood Choi Min-wook's intentions, using Baek Du-chan to get what he wanted before trying to bury the evidence with him. In the end, Kim Yong-sung was left with no power, Kim Tae-hun was wounded and vulnerable, and the real fight was only just beginning. The man with the gun suddenly declared that he had changed his mind. He announced that he would be the one to decide Kim Shin's fate and ordered the man in the suit to go back. The man in the suit found this strange, noting that his colleague was usually much calmer. He pointed out that with a fresh gunshot wound to his side, the man with the gun was in no condition to send him anywhere. The man with the knife grimly stated that this would be the last time. The man in the suit stood his ground, again telling him to go back. A scarred man addressed Ji-hak, feigning surprise at his apparent hurry to meet Tae-jin. A blade was drawn with a faint, chilling whisper. The man with dark hair and a goatee wore a tense, concerned expression. A close-up revealed the strain and focus in his watchful eye. He supported the light brown-haired man, who held a pistol at the ready. A man with dark hair cried out in pain as a sword was brutally impaled through his back. The impaled man was violently thrown into the air as the goateed man looked on. The goateed man's eye widened in sheer shock at the sudden, brutal attack. With his allies' support, the light brown-haired man fired his pistol at the airborne threat. A sword crashed down with impossible speed, deflecting the bullet mid-flight. The man with the goatee kicked his comrade to safety just as a massive sword slammed into the ground where they had stood. A hand in a dark sleeve swiftly grabbed a fistful of dark fabric. Two shadowy figures engaged in a fierce martial arts battle, their movements a blur of kicks and strikes. The man with brown hair and the man with the goatee stood facing each other in tense fighting stances against a smoky backdrop. The man with the goatee remained silent as a blade sliced through the air. He looked back, acknowledging that his opponent, whom he called youngest, had grown up a lot. Flames began to lick across the tiled floor, signaling imminent danger. The sound of multiple pairs of feet running indicated that reinforcements were closing in. The man with the goatee dodged another swift attack. He warned his opponent that Ma-hak-young was almost there. The man with brown hair issued an ultimatum, stating that if he wasn't taken down in 10 minutes, they would both be dragged before Chairman Choi Min-wook. A low, guttural sound emanated from the battlefield. A muscular man, his back grievously wounded, stood hunched over as a menacing red aura enveloped him. The blonde-haired man in the suit looked on and declared that this was their victory. The man with the goatee and scars remained silent, his expression unreadable. The masked figure appeared, questioning the declaration of victory with a cynical tone. Before departing, the masked figure vowed that he would remember what happened that day. The blonde-haired man in the suit stood over the hunched, defeated figure in the dark outfit. The injured dark-haired man finally succumbed to his wounds and collapsed to the ground. The blonde-haired man in the suit let out a long, weary breath, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. From the ground, the injured dark-haired man weakly asked why he was being helped. Two men fought under a starry sky, one desperately firing a gun. A dark-haired man carried his injured companion on his back, seeking refuge. The light brown-haired rescuer explained that the man's survival was beneficial to Chairman Kim Tae-hun, and that was all that mattered. Two men in suits and tactical vests watched the arrival of armored vehicles with worried expressions. A man observed the convoy while a woman with dark hair watched pensively from inside a car. The dark gray-haired man admitted that he owed the rescuer a debt. The light brown-haired rescuer deflected, stating that any thanks should go to Chairman Kim Tae-hun, for he was merely his agent. The rescuer acknowledged the incredible feat he and Becky had accomplished. He told him that they had managed to do something truly impossible. He pointed out that the man had now gathered a lot of people under his banner. The rescuer singled out Kim Shin, stating that the moment he defeated Baek Do-chan, everything changed. He warned that the empty space where Baek Do-chan once stood would now attract new dangers that would choke him. A swift swoosh cut through the air. A heavy, sickening thump followed immediately after. The dark-haired man could only stare, his mind reeling from what he was witnessing. The narrator pondered if there had ever been such a disastrous situation, a fight between pillars that devoured each other for power. The result of the incident was tragic, leading to the fall of three powerful organizations, Gold, Mori, and Advanced. It ended with a nominal victory for the alliance of Baek-hee, Ha-seung, and Iskra. But there was a catch: some members of Baek Yi and Ha-sung were caught red-handed at the scene by Castle's own bodyguards. The man in the trench coat stood respectfully before a powerful figure seated at a large desk. The man in glasses, the chairman, mused that Baek Du-chan had lost his title after all, and to such an unlikely person. The man in pinstripes informed the chairman that a new wind was now heading their way. The aftermath of a titanic clash sent ripples across the underworld. A heavy rumbling filled the air as a truck came to a stop. Uniformed men began unloading a large, heavy bag from the back of the vehicle. One of the men struggled under the weight of the ominous cargo he carried on his shoulder. In a car far away, a driver's mind drifted to the name of his fallen brother, Doo-wah. A soft slide of fabric was the only sound as he remained motionless. The man was slumped over his steering wheel, his body bearing the clear marks of a recent battle. A single, desperate thought, echoed in his mind. The white car continued its lonely journey through the city streets. The injured man felt his resolve crumble, questioning the point of conquering anything now that his brother was gone. He drove across a massive suspension bridge, the water below a dark, indifferent mirror. The driver fought against his despair, telling himself that at times like this, he needed to think rationally. He reminded himself of the base they still held in the mainland, seeing it as a final opportunity for a comeback. The smiling man silently vowed to bring the heads of the traitors to Doo-wah. But first, he knew he had to evade the most dangerous knife currently pointed at his back. He was certain that this particular dagger would follow him all the way to the mainland to finish the job. Meanwhile, in a sterile hallway, two groups of men in suits faced off. Lee Hee-sung confronted the newcomer, asking if his judgment had become so blurred that he would dare to come here. The imposing visitor was none other than Chairman Im Muyal of Mori. The burly man forcefully demanded to know if Chairman Choi was inside. A subordinate coolly informed him that the chairman was in a meeting and offered to pass on a message. Seeing the tense standoff, the leader of the guards gave a simple, sharp order to his men, "Get him." The burly Im Muyal fought back fiercely as two guards lunged to restrain him. He let out a grunt of exertion and pain as the struggle began. He was quickly overwhelmed as several suited men piled on top of him. The chaos in the hallway was brought under swift control by the efficient guards. Pinned to the floor, Im Muyal screamed profanities, demanding they release him. In a desperate plea, he shouted for Chairman Choi, identifying himself as Muyal of Mori and begging for a chance to explain. A man with graying slicked back hair called out to his chairman, alerting him to the commotion. A man in glasses, the chairman, appeared and questioned what his men were doing. The man with graying hair identified the captive as a precious family member, and on his order, the guards brought Im Muyal inside. A heavy silence fell over the hallway. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, sealing Im Muyal inside with his fate. A swift, sharp movement cut through the tense air of the room. A man with a red tie let out a sigh of mock sympathy at the sight before him. The other men in the room were identified as Cheon-il-do and Kim Yong-sung. The four men sat around a table, the air thick with unspoken accusations and simmering hostility. Im Muyal seethed inwardly, infuriated that these men could act so calm and relaxed while in the same room as him. The man in the dark suit, Chairman Choi, casually suggested a drink before their meal. He then told Mr. Im to make himself at home, the words dripping with false hospitality. A nervous sweat beaded on Mr. Im's brow as he exhaled a worried breath. Im Muyal's hands clenched into tight fists at his sides as he rose to his feet. He shifted his weight, the sound of his clothes rustling in the quiet room. Addressing Chairman Choi, Mr. Im insisted that there was a big misunderstanding. He desperately shifted the blame, claiming that if there was any fault, it lay with Kim Hwang, who had tricked him. Mr. Im continued his frantic plea, asking if Chairman Choi could truly imagine him betraying their trust in such a rash manner. He swallowed hard, trying to assure the chairman that he knew who the true traitors were. Chairman Choi then interjected, spinning a tale that Ha-sung's Kim Tae-hun was the one who had killed his brother Doo-wah, positioning himself and Mori as victims. Im Muyal quickly latched onto this narrative, claiming the culprit Kim Hwang had already tried to kill him and was now captive in the trunk of his car. In a final, pathetic act, he bowed his head and begged Chairman Choi for his kindness. The scene shifted to a fleeting memory. A stark, violent recollection began to surface. The screech of tires on pavement echoed in the silent memory. A scarred man in a pinstripe suit gestured dismissively with his hand. The sound of a heavy exhale filled the air. A sickening, wet sound concluded the flashback, hinting at a brutal end. Back in the present, Chairman Choi told Im Muyal he had already proven himself, despite looking so heavy-hearted. Choi Min-wook declared he was not a small person to hold grudges and that he had already arranged a ticket for him. He urged Chairman Im to go to Japan, acknowledging that while it wouldn't be easy, it was a path forward. This ticket, he explained, was the last present a friend could give him. The bearded Im Muyal tearfully thanked Chairman Choi, promising he would never forget this immense favor. He bowed deeply, his body shaking with relief. But as he straightened up, Im Muyal paused, a sudden thought occurring to him. Chairman Choi's demeanor hardened as he stated there was one issue he couldn't take lightly, despite his friendship with him. As the owner of the castle, he declared that the deceitful lies waged by Mori and Gold would never be tolerated. A stammering Im Muyal could only insist that it was all a misunderstanding. Chairman Choi's patience had clearly worn thin. He admonished his former friend for trying to pull the wool over his eyes, even when it was all in vain. Chairman Choi grabbed Im Muyal, furious that he was still being lied to while hoping for mercy. He stated that while he could be blind to one mistake, he could not tolerate such a blatant betrayal of their faith and friendship. Choi Min-wook gave him one last chance, warning him not to test his patience. He laid the accusation bare, asking if it was true that Im Muyal of Mori and Kim Hwang of Gold had joined hands to attack him. As Chairman Choi demanded a simple right, Im Muyal knew his very survival depended on his next words. He finally understood what Chairman Choi truly wanted to hear. It was not a denial he sought. Im Muyal confessed everything, admitting he and Kim Hwang had gotten rid of Baek Du-chan to blindside the chairman, all in a vain dream to take the castle. He apologized profusely, begging Chairman Choi to save his life. The defeated man promised to go back to Japan and spend the rest of his life in quiet obscurity. A low, cruel chuckle rumbled in Chairman Choi's chest. With a sly expression, the scarred chairman sipped from his glass, savoring his complete victory. Chairman Choi coolly stated he wouldn't say much more on the matter. He told Im Muyal to return to where he belonged and to think carefully about what he could do for him and his brothers. Overwhelmed with relief, the injured man thanked Chairman Choi profusely, promising he would never forget this kindness. The chairman's quiet, menacing laughter followed him out. On a plane, Im Muyal's mind churned, convinced that a man named Hyde was the true betrayer within their family. He silently swore that Hyde had better be prepared, lamenting that Duwa should have killed him when he had the chance. The airplane soared through the sky, carrying the bitter man away from his humiliation. Im Muyal vowed to Choi Min-wook that he would be back, beyond the shadow of a doubt. He seethed, promising to pay him back for the day's disgrace. His vengeful thoughts were shattered as he noticed another car pulling up alongside his own motorcade on the ground. The glint of steel was unmistakable. In his final moments, Im Muyal screamed Choi Min-wook's name, the ultimate betrayal dawning on him far too late. Below, two cars drove side by side through the city streets in a deadly dance. A man with tattoos calmly pointed a gun from the passenger window of the pursuing vehicle. Im Muyal's life flashed before his eyes as he lamented how it had all come to this. His last thought was an apology to Duwa, for he could not avenge him after all. Across the sea in Hong Kong, two associates casually discussed getting drinks, oblivious to the power shifts happening elsewhere. At the Huajin headquarters, someone in the distance asked who had been taken care of. A man playing the piano paused, his thoughts turning to the news that someone powerful had died. A man with a beard mused that while he'd planned to deal with Muyol and Kim Hwang, Baek Du-chan's sudden death was a genuine surprise. The piano player laughed, crediting the ridiculous incident to the crafty fox from Russia's Iskra. The news was met with boisterous, triumphant laughter. The collapse of Advanced, Mori, and Gold all at once wasn't seen as a bad thing, but as a welcome development. A silver-haired woman named Ling Ling admitted Kim Tae-hoon was full of surprises and idly wondered about forging a new alliance. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair sighed in frustration at the spiraling chaos, telling his subordinate to book a flight immediately. The scarred Yu Woo-sung declared that he needed to see the face of the man who had killed Baek Du-chan. A bearded man advised him to think twice, warning that a trip to Korea could be meaningless. Do Chen, a man with a mustache, agreed, pointing out that the fight between the factions was far from over. A foreboding thought settled, before anyone could even arrive in Korea. A masked and bandaged figure watched from afar as another injured man sat in despair outside an ICU. The man named Kim Shin was seen in a hospital bed, injured and vulnerable, reaching out a weary hand. 3 grim-faced men in suits stood like vultures, their scarred faces promising violence. Might already have become a corpse. Back in the hospital room, Kim Shin weakly asked his companion what they were going to do now. He pushed himself up, asking if they were going to fight once more. The short-haired injured man remained silent, his expression unreadable. He kept his eyes closed, lost in pensive thought, weighing their dire situation. A man with scratches on his cheek, his resolve hardened, stared straight ahead. A neatly folded garment was placed beside a pair of sunglasses on a sterile surface. A lone figure in a suit walked away down a long, dark hallway, leaving the chaos and carnage behind him. Snowflakes drifted lazily through the crisp air, blanketing the world in white. With a low growl, a black car sat parked in the snow before a stark, modern building. A polished black dress shoe made the first mark on the pristine snow-covered ground. 3 men in dark suits, one marked by prominent neck tattoos, stood watchfully, their gazes fixed. A lone man in a suit ascended the snowy stairs, his destination the silent assembly of figures waiting at the top. His feet came to a stop, planted firmly on the cold, wintry earth. The man in sunglasses cut through the silence, stating he had no time to play their games. A man in a dark suit ordered his men to make way, announcing that the newcomer was a guest. A figure wearing a monocle gestured sharply, directing the guest towards an open doorway. The man in sunglasses thought to himself that finally, the moment had arrived. Their long-awaited meeting was about to begin. The man he was here to see was once known as Kang Min-sung's brother, but he had since climbed to the pinnacle of the world. He was the undisputed face of the organization known as Castle. He was the beginning and the end of everything in this dark domain. The man in sunglasses stood with a hand in his pocket, his gaze lowered in thought. This formidable figure was none other than Choi Min-wook. Seated within the gallery, Choi Min-wook began the conversation with a disarming question about art. The man in the gray suit with sunglasses remarked that he'd heard the piece was in Korea. He expressed his surprise that the famous sculpture was truly here before him. Choi Min-wook noted that it was a masterpiece Rodin had spent 30 years creating. He observed that the figures seemed more desperate than he had heard. The camera focused on a sculpted figure from Rodin's The Gates of Hell. The man in sunglasses agreed, feeling a deep resonance from the artwork. Choi Min-wook mused that art reflects human nature, correctly guessing that his guest had taken a liking to the sculpture. Cutting the pleasantries short, Choi Min-wook stated that the gallery was closing and demanded to know the true reason for the visit. The man in sunglasses announced he was there to talk on behalf of Haesung Group's chairman Kim Tae-hun, the Russian contractor Madame Lisa, and on behalf of Becky. He declared that he wished to make a proposal to the chairman. The man with sunglasses formally requested a moment of the chairman's time. Choi Min-wook acknowledged the young man's boldness and asked what cause he was willing to throw himself into. The emissary began by formally apologizing for the downfall of the 3 pillars and the death of Baek Du-chan. He admitted his involvement but explained it all started with the death of his friend at the hands of Advanced. He then invoked the rules of the strong, declaring that as the victors, they intended to take the place of the fallen. Choi Min-wook accepted the reason for taking down Baek Du-chan but questioned why Mori and Gold had to fall as well. The man in sunglasses cryptically implied the chairman knew better than anyone what those groups might have done in retaliation. With a subtle gesture, he indicated that this was all he had to say on the matter. Choi Min-wook shifted gears, beginning to outline the potential benefits they could both gain. The chairman revealed that Haesung's chairman, Kim Tae-hun, had already seized control of Gold Capital's main funding line. The chairman's associate drove the point home, stating that even if they killed him and Chairman Kim Tae-hun, they would never get all of Gold's cash reserves. He continued, revealing that Mori's remaining operations had also been taken over by the Busan family, with Iskra's assistance. The scarred man laid out their demand, the recognition of Becky and Iskra as new pillars and a guaranteed transfer of Gold's funding lines. The associate countered that the majority of these rights would, however, remain with the chairman of Castle Holdings. He wryly complimented Chairman Kim Tae-hun's reasonable yet shrewd tactic of taking over Gold's business while everyone else was fighting. A hunched man grumbled that the size of Gold's real estate holdings was not to be underestimated. The chairman's associate conceded that it was a shame. The scarred man interjected, suggesting he'd rather take a different course of action. The room grew tense with unspoken threats. He finished his thought, stating he would rather punish them for who they were. The man in the gray suit looked up, a confident smirk playing on his lips. A large man in a trench coat stood impassively, his eyes narrowed as he watched the exchange. A man with red-brown hair insisted that establishing Castle's authority was the more crucial objective. The scarred black-haired man, Kim Shin, made a bold counteroffer, asking what if he helped the chairman get what he truly wanted. The man with red-brown hair was taken aback, repeating the words, "What I want." A heavy silence hung in the air as Kim Shin prepared to reveal his hand. He began listing the chairman's assets, the triads of Hong Kong. He continued, mentioning the killer gangs of Russia and Southeast Asia. He added the Yakuza forces of Japan to the formidable list. Kim Shin noted that Castle Holdings had guards dispatched all across the continent. He correctly deduced the purpose of Castle's diverse forces. It was, he surmised, to create a global organization that would put all of East Asia at the chairman's feet. He went on, mentioning the involvement of the Haesung Group and other VIPs. Kim Shin described the chairman's true goal as a huge power. A power hidden deep underground, far beyond anyone's reach. He declared that he finally understood the true scope of the chairman's ambition. Choi Min-wook's men were stunned. This outsider knew the chairman's deepest intentions. Kim Shin then laid out his offer, naming Wajin, Iskra, and the Yakuza forces in contact with Mori. He promised to help bring them all under the chairman's complete control. The room fell silent, the weight of his proposal hanging in the air. One of the chairman's men noted that this time, he was offering much more. However, he pointed out that this deal didn't make sense for them either. He warned that such a deal could be deadly if not handled properly. Kim Shin then changed his tactic, identifying one of the men present as the chairman's most trusted knife. In a shocking declaration, he announced his intention to kill that man right now. He reasoned that if he succeeded, the chairman would then be in need of a new knife. The chairman's men saw him for what he was, a beast. They realized that, as they had expected, he was no different from them. A flashback showed a warrior sitting amidst the wreckage of a past battle. The thought concluded, they were all the same. An older man in a gray suit chuckled, expressing his fondness for such youthful audacity. Choi Min-wook warned Kim Shin against being too aggressive or trying too hard. He reminded Kim Shin of his physical condition. The chairman pointed out that his body still hadn't recovered from the fierce battle he had just endured. Choi Min-wook claimed that in his current state, Kim Shin wouldn't even be able to take down his old body. Ultimately, the chairman declared, he would be the one to decide Kim Shin's use, not Kim Shin himself. A contemplative silence filled the room. The chairman reflected that while living is already hell, people like them choose to step even deeper into it. Other powerful figures noted that while many have touched castle, none who intended to truly enter it have survived. The man in the gray suit then posed a direct question to Kim Shin, asking what he truly wanted to become. Choi Min-wook began to taunt him, reminding him that his own father was killed by castle and that he had lost his mentor. He called it an ill-fated relationship. The chairman warned him that whatever he dreamed of, it would not go his way. He explained that it wasn't because someone would stand in his way, but because he was already walking a path of karma, standing in the middle of hell. Choi Min-wook cautioned that once inside castle, he wouldn't even be able to think about revenge anymore. By then, the chairman hissed, he would no longer be human. To accomplish what he wanted, he would have to make sacrifices. The chairman challenged him, stating he would have to deviate from his ideals and trample on those who looked up to him. He then asked him directly if he could truly do such a thing. Kim Shin admitted that he didn't understand everything the chairman had said. But if it meant getting what he wanted, the man in the gray suit declared he would do it 100, even 1,000 times. Kim Shin's expression hardened into one of cold, predatory focus. The deal was struck, and Choi Min-wook told him he would arrange a meeting soon, leaving the door open for him to enjoy the gallery. Kim Shin made one final request, asking for the kindness of having his friend's body returned, which he had been unable to retrieve from Baek Du-chan. The men concluded their tense negotiation. Kim Shin turned his back, the meeting finally over. He stood alone for a moment, his hands in his pockets, facing away from the dark dealings of the room. The narration returned to Rodin's masterpiece, noting that a specific phrase was said to be written on the signboard for the gates of hell. As he looked upon the sculpture, Kim Shin thought to himself that he would happily do it. The final line echoed in his mind as he resolved to enter, abandon all hope, ye who enter here. In a snow-covered park, two men stood silently, a bottle of soju and a single cup placed on a stone as a tribute. The offering of liquor sat starkly against the cold, white snow, a quiet memorial to a recent loss. A sudden, sharp noise cut through the stillness of the winter air. The woman in the gray coat, director Ryu Ji-hak, was startled by the unexpected development. Her mind reeled with fury, questioning who had dared to disobey a direct order. She restrained herself, acknowledging that it was not her time to act and that everything was now up to the chairman. The sound echoed again, signaling a definitive shift in the balance of power. The brown-haired subordinate recalled his superior always speaking of the weight of her words as a small sound of pouring liquid was heard. He stood over a kneeling, silhouetted figure, his gaze heavy with judgment. The brown-haired subordinate coldly asked the figure how he dared to break their deal. A pair of hands hovered ominously over two crossed daggers laid on the floor. The kneeling man, Kim Tae-hoon, declared that he would be the one to pay for it. Director Ryu Ji-hak remained silent, observing the tense confession. Kim Tae-hoon began his story, revealing his mother was born the daughter of a butcher who built the Hasung Group from nothing. He explained that his parents worked together to grow the company, raising him, Shin Tae-jin, and Hyun-suk to keep Hasung free from the logic of brute force. The weight of his family's legacy pressed down on him as he bowed, his forehead touching the cold floor. In contrast, Kim Tae-hoon admitted he was merely the eldest son of a prosperous company, having accomplished nothing on his own. The brown-haired subordinate insisted that it was Kim Tae-hoon, the president, who had led the company to its current prosperity. Kim Tae-hoon remained prostrate, his hands clasped on the ground in a display of deep penance. He dismissed his own contributions, stating that all he had ever done was fill the stomachs of those beneath him. Kim Tae-hoon then drew a comparison, admitting that Kim Shin had done a truly great job. The narration recounted Kim Shin's journey from a helpless boy who lost his family to the man who killed Baek Du-chan and negotiated with Chairman Choi Min-wook. A hand tore through a piece of fabric, revealing Korean characters in a symbolic act of breaking from the past. Kim Tae-hoon questioned what the difference was between his mother, Kim Shin, and himself. He concluded with brutal honesty that he lacked their defining quality, desperation. Kim Tae-hoon mused that true resolve meant a willingness to get dirty, to bite the opponent and wallow in the dust to get what one wants. He finally understood that he was just a child, unable to comprehend the concept of sacrifice for the sake of gain. He lamented how he had merely pretended to be noble and clean atop a company originally built with murder and trickery. Kim Tae-hoon mockingly asked if his own hypocrisy wasn't ugly and funny. He then released director Ryu Ji-hak from her duty, telling her to stop trying to keep her loyalty to his mother. A sharp intake of breath signified the shock of his declaration. Kim Tae-hoon paused before delivering his true proposition. The sounds of two distinct impacts marked a turning point in their relationship. The woman's face was shown in a tight close-up, her expression unreadable. A heavy silence filled the space between them. Together, Kim Tae-hoon and director Ryu Ji-hak voiced their shared desire to forge a new relationship. Kim Tae-hoon formally asked director Ryu Ji-hak to work for him, not for his mother. A swift slash of a sword punctuated his decision as he declared their previous plans for Castle a foolish failure. With a cry of pain from an unseen victim, Kim Tae-hoon vowed he would swallow Castle whole and make it grow. The woman with red lipstick, now revealed as part of this new resolve, swore she would surpass both her mother and Kim Shin. Kim Tae-hoon declared he would elevate the Haseung group, built on his mother's blood, to a world-class entity. To do so, he admitted he desperately needed director Ryu's help to surpass the might of Castle. Ryu Ji-hak was stunned, noting that the chairman had never been seen bowing to anyone besides his own father. Furthermore, she reflected on his newfound willingness to bloody his own hands, an act he had always despised. Another voice grunted in agreement, suggesting they were all on this path now. Kim Tae-hoon humbly asked for the chance to be her new boss. The room fell into a profound silence as his request hung in the air. Kim Tae-hoon's expression was calm, but a sharp, unwavering resolve burned in his eyes. The brown-haired subordinate remarked that while his mother would be heartbroken, her son had finally grown up. A different subordinate, his face grim, noted he had carefully examined Kim Shin's injury. The brown-haired man, now holding a knife, stated that if given the order, he would kill Kim Shin without fail. Sometime after Kim Shin's negotiations with Choi Min-wook at the museum, a new chapter began. As part of the deal, the members of Baek-hee and Haseung who had been captured were released. In Home City, a joint funeral was held for all the victims of the bloody conflict. A man in a suit knelt solemnly before a funeral altar as his subordinates stood respectfully behind him. A dark-haired man with a scarred neck and bandaged hands stared down, his expression a mask of intense focus. He announced abruptly that he was leaving. Park Chul-kyu of Suwon furiously declared he hadn't survived the bloody battle just to make a deal with Castle and would rather die than work under them. With a final command to his men, Park Chul-kyu turned and walked away. Do Hak-soo of Pohang turned to a silent Gwangduk, asking what he planned to do. Oh Gwangduk of Taegu, a silver-haired man, stated that he owed a debt to boss Kim Shin and that a man couldn't live in debt, despite the cold reality of the situation. He admitted that, in his case, he didn't hold much of a grudge against Castle. A muscular man agreed, viewing the situation not as a surrender, but as a chance to make a name for themselves in the big leagues. Meanwhile, at a large hospital marked with a green cross, the wounded began their recovery. A bandaged man jokingly told a comrade to wake up, teasing him about his ugly sleeping face. A woman instructed a group of children that it was okay to call their manager a pig, and they happily agreed. She added that being called a manager was actually a compliment under the circumstances. The man in the white shirt stood quietly in the room, observing the scene. The woman announced it was time to leave so the director could rest, but the children protested, wanting to play more. The children rushed past the man, who stood with his back to the viewer. Kim Shin turned, a slight smile on his face as he asked the children if they had behaved well. The man in the white shirt approached, his expression somber as he looked down. Kim Shin asked if Baek-hee had truly decided to enter Castle, acknowledging the backlash and desertions it would cause. The man in the white shirt replied that for the sake of survival, there had been no other option. Kim Shin scoffed, stating his subordinate wasn't the type of boss to make such excuses and must have anticipated this outcome. The man in the white shirt affirmed his belief in Kim Shin, stating that even if he couldn't understand the path, he trusted the end result would be what they all wanted. His gaze then turned towards a quiet corner of the hospital. An empty wheelchair sat alone in a sterile hospital room, a silent testament to a fallen comrade. The man in the white shirt spoke to the empty room, ashamed to face Isol after he had fought to the very end. Kim Shin admitted that he knew this would happen but affirmed that it was the path he had chosen. The bandaged patient, Isol, cheerfully told him to set his worries aside, confident he would walk again with proper rehab. A visitor informed Isol that Becky would fully support the orphanage's living expenses and the youth association's operations. Isol refused the money, insisting he would raise the children with his own hands so they wouldn't go astray. He excitedly shared his new dream of opening a gopchang restaurant, boasting about the nursery school aunt's amazing recipe. He suddenly winced in pain, cursing under his breath. He quickly brushed it off, claiming it was just an itch and nothing serious. Isol then mentioned that Cha Soo-min had left that morning, noting how down she had been. The visitor confirmed Cha Soo-min's departure, explaining their cooperation was only meant to last until they caught Yoon Deok-soo. Isol sighed, calling her efforts a vain pursuit. He brightened again, insisting everyone come to his restaurant's opening to drink until they throw up. The muscular man from before, now at his bedside, simply agreed with a firm, sure. Isol was left to rest in his hospital bed, surrounded by the quiet hum of medical equipment. Once the visitor was gone, Isol called out to a large man who had been hiding, telling the little punk to come out. The large man emerged, admitting he couldn't bear to look at Kim Shin and questioned the logic of going under Castle's banner. He expressed his deep disappointment in Kim Shin and couldn't understand how Isol could still respect him. Isol shot back, asking why the large man was so upset when he himself was fine with the decision. He explained that heaven had helped them in their last fight, but there was no guarantee Iskra's foreigners or Hazung would help them again. Isol reminded him that with their brothers shaken, Becky was nothing more than a fly to an organization like Castle. The visitor's voice echoed in the large man's mind, a plea for him to stay in Becky and help the boss. Isol shrewdly mentioned that Sunchin's Yeo Min-soo had remained, suggesting the large man was too valuable to be on the sidelines. The large man scoffed at being compared to Yeo Min-soo, indignantly asking if he looked like a kid who could be so easily provoked. The aftermath of the war saw the departure of some of the local powers from the alliance. The Southborough Hope young adult group returned to their quiet, daily lives. With Cha Soo-min's retirement, Becky's overall power had ostensibly decreased. Nevertheless, because they had overcome the fierce battle for advanced trade together, a powerful bond was forged. Becky was finally complete, an organization defined by an unbreakable solidarity. Meanwhile, Yu Woo-sung's Hwajin, having captured Hong Kong and Macau, began its earnest move into Korea. Ryu Ji-hak absorbed Gold's business line, strengthening Kim Tae-hoon's position and making his voice stronger than ever. However, the Castle Holdings alliance was now more powerful than it had ever been. And at its heart, the formidable Hotel Castle had yet to show its true strength. Choi Min-wook remained the head of Castle Holdings' largest shareholder. With the existing pillars of Castle unchanged, Cheon Il-do stood as the CEO of Hotel Castle itself. The Russian stronghold, Iskra, led by Madame Lisa, also began to slowly reveal its claws to the world. The new generation of leaders, the three young dragons, included Yu Woo-sung of Hwajin and Kim Tae-hoon of Hazung. And the third was CEO Kim Shin of Becky. Finally, the stage was set. An older man and a blonde woman observed from the shadows, aware that their moment to move was fast approaching. All these factions were now expanding their strength at a terrifyingly rapid pace. Kim Shin, the interim representative for advanced trade and CEO of Becky, prepared for the next phase. In the first week of May, he stood before the newly formed council and called the meeting to order. The new war had already begun. The night was heavy over Vladivostok, particularly at the infamous club Ballerino. A long-haired man in a blue jacket, Pai Wu-jin, ascended a set of stark concrete stairs under the cloak of darkness. An unseen speaker's voice cut through the night, asking if he had met the kid. Pai Wu-jin simply confirmed that he had. He then inquired about the other man's physical condition. A hand landed firmly on Pai Wu-jin's shoulder. A bald man asserted he was not in bad enough shape to be a concern for a kid. The bald man mused that Pai Wu-jin would have normally gotten angry at such a gesture. Pai Wu-jin, ignoring the comment, questioned if the man's retirement was confirmed, while the bald man retorted by asking what would become of his team without him. A man with a bandana declared that Radel would lead the next generation, expressing his full belief in the boy, while a bald, dark-skinned man added that he and Krisa should have retired with Tigro anyway. A quiet sigh escaped into the cold air. Pai Wu-jin delivered the somber news that Krisa had left for good. The bald, dark-skinned man fell silent for a moment before insisting that he would eventually come back. The man with the bandana rationalized that Krisa just needed time to recover, noting that his desire to surpass Tigro was second only to the bald man's. The bald, dark-skinned man then addressed Pai Wu-jin directly, asking if Lisa had approached him. Pai Wu-jin countered with a question of his own, wanting to know if they were joining her faction. A tense silence hung between them, heavy with unspoken implications. Pai Wu-jin confessed that he still hadn't surpassed his first target, Nam Gonghyuk, admitting he would have likely died if not for Krisa. He acknowledged that joining them might speed up his path to his goal. However, Pai Wu-jin recalled the day he lost his friend, remembering his vow to live his friend's life for him. With renewed conviction, he declared his allegiance, stating he would follow boss Kim Shin. The bald man observed that Pai Wu-jin had improved significantly since his friend's death, his mind having become stronger along with his skills. A woman with long blonde hair noted that Lisa was the only one who hadn't let go of her regrets, while the bald man recalled Lisa's particular interest in Pai Wu-jin. Despite his resolve, Pai Wu-jin admitted to being a little worried. Meanwhile, in Osaka, Japan, a man in a suit slammed his fist down at an emergency executive meeting, demanding to know how their great Mori could have fallen. The executives of the Takebayashi Gumi erupted in anger, vowing to find those responsible and make Castle pay for their inaction. A man with long black hair swore to make them regret it, but another executive shouted that simple regret was not enough. In a heated outburst, a man in a white suit spat that he hated ever thinking of someone as a brother, lamenting that he should have been wary even if Vice President Oh-doo-wah had trusted him. He screamed that he should have remained suspicious until the very end. The man with long black hair let out a guttural roar of anguish. The raw emotion of the moment filled the room. In a visceral flashback, a man in a suit threw a powerful punch. A bald man with injuries grunted in pain from the impact. The memory sharpened, showing a face contorted in agony as hands gripped the hilts of two swords. A figure with long black hair was seen stabbing another person in the chest. The dying man, Mori's former second-in-command, cursed Kanamura as a sly devil, realizing with his last breaths that he had been hiding his true skills all along. Kanamura's thoughts revealed his cold calculus: to achieve his dream and eliminate Imuyal and Oh-doo-wah, this betrayal was a necessary step for the greater cause. Back in the present, Kanamura addressed the room, stating that he fully sympathized with the resentment of his brothers. He spoke of his own terrible desire to slice the necks of Kim Shin, who started it all, and Chairman Choi Min-wook, who ignored it. He reminded them that Mori had lost its two central pillars, and if news of Imuyal and Oh-doo-wah's death spread, they would become prey for other Yakuza clans. Kanamura then played his trump card, claiming that Oh-doo-wah left a will with him in his final moments. He announced the supposed will, to postpone the takeover of Korea and, with Hideaki Kanamura at the forefront, achieve total domination of Japan. A man in a white suit chuckled, finding the situation quite strange. Ken Shinoda, Mori's third-ranked officer, voiced his suspicion, pointing out that the only person who came back alive could very well be a traitor. Shinoda acknowledged that the seniors didn't trust him, but his words hung in the air. With a sharp click, a decision was made. As a door slid open, figures began to move with deadly intent. Kanemura's loyalists, armed with knives and guns, suddenly turned on the dissenting members. Kanemura declared that to deny him was to deny the will of the Oyabun and Oduwa, an act of treason against Mori's great work. He proclaimed that such a traitor could never be tolerated in Mori's name. A man with a mustache realized with dawning horror that this was all a planned coup by Kanemura and the new generation, who cared nothing for old ties. Kanemura made a new promise, vowing on his honor that Mori would become an iron-blooded group that knew no defeat and that he would avenge their fallen leaders after conquering Japan. His bare feet stood firm on the tatami mat, a symbol of his new authority. He then posed the critical question to the survivors: who will follow me? The remaining executives, including a man with an eye patch, looked down, contemplating their grim choice. One by one, they knelt, accepting Mori's new Oyabun. Far away, a man was desperately attempting to stow away to Russia. The man in the green coat, gasping for breath, swore to peel someone named Soroka alive, laughing maniacally about starting with his sister. He took a faltering step forward through the desolate landscape. A sudden presence made him freeze. A faint laugh echoed nearby, chilling him to the bone. The scarred man, Gustav, tried to dismiss it as paranoia but knew he was losing consciousness from excessive bleeding. He cursed, realizing this was the wrong place to be looking for a boat. A man in white appeared, causing Gustav to stutter out the name he feared, Black Mamba. Gustav wondered why the crazy psychopath was here, forcing a greeting while his mind raced, knowing he'd encountered the worst possible enemy in his weakened state. Black Mamba stated coolly that someone wanted to meet him and he was there to provide an escort. Gustav questioned who could possibly want him, ruling out Tigro and wondering aloud if it was that bitch, Lisa. Black Mamba simply offered a chilling smile, a glint in his eyes. A string of curses escaped Gustav's lips as he tried to figure out who was pulling the strings. His face twisted in a mask of rage and desperation. In a separate, violent confrontation, a man with red eyes pleaded his innocence, asking what he had ever done to deserve this. His attacker, a man in a white shirt, informed him that his act of running away from Tigro had offended their master. The red-eyed man spat out a curse in defiance. With a desperate cry to be left alone, the bandaged man lunged forward with a knife. A hand gripped the blade with unshakable strength. The scene devolved into a chaotic clash of struggling figures. The bandaged man looked up in distress, his attack thwarted. A brutal fist connected with his face. Blood streamed from the fresh wound. Back in the present, Gustav bitterly complimented Black Mamba, acknowledging he was still very good at his job for finding a lizard that cut off its own tail. The man in the trench coat with Black Mamba explained that Tigro was completely out of Iskra and that Lisa was preoccupied. Black Mamba then turned to Gustav, asking if he was content to be stuck in the barren Russian soil. A pained grunt was Gustav's only immediate reply. The man in the trench coat remarked on Black Mamba's consistently unpredictable nature. Black Mamba belittled Tigro's new crew, stating that besides Soroka, the rest were just flies. Gustav added that since Tigro had killed Old Man Python, his skills should be at their absolute peak. The man in the trench coat admitted that while he believed Gustav could win, it would be difficult now that everything had changed. Black Mamba finally posed the question, asking Gustav what he would do. Gustav began to consider the proposition. The man who had been with Black Mamba suggested that if they teamed up, interesting things would surely happen. The scene shifted to a North American special federal prison, a place of extreme violence. Inmates chanted for death as a brutal fight raged in the prison yard. One prisoner cursed in frustration amidst the bloodthirsty cries. A guard holding a rifle nervously asked his superior if it was okay to just watch, noting the rising body count. The policeman in charge calmly replied that it was just a war between inmates. He thought to himself that letting the single inmate run wild was a simple way to earn some pocket money. After all, it was an event they had known about in advance. A guard with sunglasses sighed, admitting that in all his years, he had never seen a prison quite like this one. An unidentified voice described the inmates' cruelty as so absolute that it crushed any will to fight back, whether from black gangsters or others. A prisoner in orange, crawling on the ground, asked his bro if he heard the rumor correctly. He couldn't believe the unstoppable force was an Asian, a monster, made in Korea. The defeated prisoner begged for the violence to stop, promising his entire gang's allegiance. His pleas turned to desperation as he begged to be let out of this dumpster of a place. His voice was cut off by a final, agonized scream. The guards cheered wildly as the carnage continued, with one mentioning a rumor that the inmate was protected by a huge East Asian organization. The names of his alleged backers were whispered in awe: Choi Dal-cheon, Oh Do-hwa, even Baek Do-chan. But the truly untouchable inmate, Ma Jun-young, a lieutenant general from Castle and one of its 10 rounds, was preoccupied, furiously demanding to know which greedy bastard had stolen 3 bowls of his meal. Deep within Hotel Castle, a secret meeting was underway. An older man asked another how he came to know of the young man, Kim Shin. A man lounging on the couch stated that he didn't think the rumor about Kim Shin killing Baek Do-chan was a lie. Another man in a suit observed that Kim Shin wasn't an average goon but was well organized, as a woman behind him began to add her thoughts. A subordinate approached a scarred man, noting that he looked very happy for the first time in a while. The scarred man, ch1to119, looked up from his reflection and simply asked, "Oh, do I?" Elsewhere, the man in the suit and the woman with him discussed how strangely a certain someone looked exactly like the chairman in his youth. ch1to119 confirmed his subordinate's observation and asked if there were any problems with the preparations. The two observers continued their conversation, one reminding the other that he had brought them up himself and surely knew how skilled they were. ch1to119's subordinate confirmed all was ready, as ch1to119 stated that his assets were created for the sole purpose of handling those children. The unwritten rule of their world was absolute: the children of the left hand could never defeat the children of the right hand. Juro, ch1to119's right hand and instructor of the assassination group, Finger, assured his master they would eventually get the desired results. The man with silver hair, ch1to119, let out a delighted laugh, anticipating that the rest of his life was going to be very entertaining. The power of Castle remained absolute and hidden in the shadows. The silver-haired man mused on a possibility. He considered a potential partnership.